my goodness! Part two! Part two!
Part two! Part two!
I'm so stoked. Holy moly.
You're late. No, we're not. It's 2 o'clock exactly.
Oh man, are people already lambasting us in the comments?
Raph is.
Raph!
You're early.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Raph, I'm so happy that you're here. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Jazzy is here. Welcome back,
Jazzy!
Jazzy. Thank you for round two.
Hi, Jazzy.
Thank you for joining us again. Yes, Inky's here. Welcome back, Inky. Though apparently, according to Inky, I had no choice on whether or not Inky was coming back. They demanded to be here against my will, no matter what. Oh, I'm so happy that you guys are back again. It's so wonderful to see you.
So excited for today.
Me too, me too. I think maybe Marix will start with just going over a basic overview of what to expect from this strain of chapters that we're about to get into.
Yeah.
For everyone listening, I'm just gonna let you know, we're doing the trenches chapters of To Live Two Lives. That's right, Inky. I cannot get rid of you. Good. Wouldn't if I tried. But these are the trenches chapters. These ones are particularly rough. They're particularly sad. They're particularly heavy. And already on chapter 15, we're gonna start with immediately heavy shit. We're already starting on the eating disorder arc on the first chapter. So we're definitely gonna remember to read all of those content warnings this time just to make sure that everyone is prepared. But know that going into this strain of chapters, it's going to be a lot. So, be mindful of yourselves. Take breaks when you need it. Like pop in and out as you desire. But we're going to power through. And, goodness, it's going to be, we have a really great chapter to end on, perhaps, if we get there. I've got a lot to say, so we might go over time today.
We'll see.
We will see. But other than that, should we just get started?
I think so.
Alrighty. Well then, I'm just gonna go on mute. Okay, Marix, take it away.
All right. Previously on To Live Two Lives, Arthur made a resolution to be more mindful about his health. All right. Content warnings, eating disorders, and explicit discussions of calorie counting, body weight, body shape, and exercise. Arthur. Arthur whistles as he walks, stick clicking on the sidewalk. He's doing incredibly well today. He's gotten a full 2.5 miles of walking done, and it's barely evening. This is a new record for the week, as his last 5 days have ranged between 1.5 miles and 2.25. Taking the detour on the way back from the store today was an optimal choice. The walking has been exceptionally helpful, too. If he's burning around 100 calories per mile, then he's been able to cut at least 150 calories off his cumulative count per day, which, combined with the slightly more conscientious eating habits, has probably taken a full 600 calories off his total intake. So, if he's eating around 1,400 calories per day, he'll probably start seeing results at the end of the next week, and then before he knows it, he'll be right back to normal size and weight. Which is... he's pretty sure he was 145 pounds. Somewhere around there. Or maybe less. He tugs at the waistline of his trousers again. His pants are still giving him hell, but that's alright. Weight loss is a slow process, and it takes determination. Plus, if he eats smaller meals, his stomach won't distend as much, and that'll take off some of the pressure of his middle. Portion control does wonders, so they say. He gives another pinch to his stomach. He still has fat on his stomach. Of course he does. It's a normal part of the human body, but it's just that, well, he doesn't remember having this much. And, of course, it's not like he was measuring his stomach every morning with a skin fold caliper, but it feels different. He's sure it does. He knows his own body. He's sure it wasn't like this before. He hasn't let himself go. He refuses to think like that. Beating himself up over how he got here is not going to help anything. He's simply consciously recognizing that he has a bit of excess fat nowadays, and that's just not necessarily great. Excess fat leads to poor health in the future, after all. Joint problems and heart problems and the like. Everyone knows this. So he just needs to trim up a bit, focus on healthy eating and exercise, and then he'll be back to looking and feeling good. He's just older now, that's all. He has to accept that he no longer has the spry, young body of a teenage boy with a ravenous hunger and hummingbird metabolism. He's nearly 36, for Christ's sake, and he should really be acting like it. Bodies change over time, and he needs to adapt. And he really shouldn't be eating a tin of biscuits for dinner anyway, no matter what age he is. So, armed with this new health conscious, regimented schedule of diet and exercise, he'll be set. He'll probably be having even more energy. That's what they all say when they lose weight. They always say that they feel lighter and more energized. And who wouldn't want both of those things? He doesn't feel particularly energized at the moment. He actually feels on the brink of a dizzy spell, but that's normal. That's just his body adjusting to the new schedule. Bodies always try to kick up a stink when they're not fed sugar and carbohydrates every few hours, right? They can be so needy. So, once his body gets with the program, then he'll feel much more energized. He just needs to make sure he has a piece of fruit when he gets home. Something small, just enough to balance out his blood sugar and get rid of this dizziness. He had a close call at the bar last night during his performance. The dizziness had started to get to him while he was playing, and he was struggling to stay balanced upright. He kept leaning. It felt like the blood in his head was just draining into his feet. He had a brief moment where he thought with certainty that he was going to. It doesn't matter. That was a simple miscalculation on his part, and now he knows how to plan for the future. That's all part of dieting, too. Learning. He shifts his large shopping bag onto his right shoulder when it starts to get painful on the left. He had no idea these things were this heavy, and honestly, that's probably why he's feeling a bit dizzier than usual today. With the growing summer heat and an extra 15 pounds on his back, it's really no wonder. Maybe he'll have 2 pieces of fruit when he gets back, just to make up for. Well, he'll have one to start, and then he'll see how he feels. He might not need the second, it just depends on how quickly the dizziness goes away. But he probably won't need the second. His stick hits the wood of their mailbox, and he turns 90 degrees toward the walking path of their door. Their little pebbles crunch beneath his feet for 4 steps, and then he finds the doorknob with his free hand. "John, I'm home," he announces as he steps through the entrance, the cinnamon-scented air feeling stuffy and compressed. John must have forgotten to open the windows. "Welcome back, Arthur," John says from the kitchen table with an audible smile. It never fails to send a thrill through Arthur's heart. "How was practicing?" "Slightly frustrating." Arthur hears the sound of a knife scraping over a plate. "Counterpoint is much harder than I thought it was going to be." "Ah, yes." Arthur chuckles, toeing off his shoes and hanging his hat. "Your left hand has a bit of stage fright when asked to play the melody, eh?" "That's an understatement." "That's what the two-part inventions are for." Arthur leans his stick against the wall, animatedly wiggling his fingers at John. "Teaching a left hand to sing." Arthur walks over to join him at the table, and John pulls him by the waist to give him a quick peck on the cheek. "Lily thinks I could use a few more lessons." Arthur replies in kind as he sets the shopping bag on the table. "Always happy to oblige." "Hold on, let me clear off a seat for you." John wrestles with what sounds like loose paper and books. He must have been writing. "Thank you," Arthur says when John scoots out the chair for him. "Say, anything new in that little yellow notebook of yours?" There's a long silence before John cracks his knuckles awkwardly. "No." Arthur frowns at his tone. It sounds somewhere between disappointed and ashamed. "Is something wrong, John?" I just. John scratches his skin in quick, nervous strokes. "I'm still in my head about the rejection letter, I suppose." Arthur hums, finding John's cheek with his fingers. "Give yourself time, love. You'll find the courage again soon. You always do." John's thick, square palm covers Arthur's. "You know how to write for an audience now. You'll write them something amazing, I'm sure." John attempts a smile. "You think so?" "Of course I do." Arthur pats his cheek once. "And I'm always right, so there you have it. Now," Arthur bounces in his seat eagerly, "ask me about my walk." John gives some kind of huff, but Arthur can't tell what kind. "How was your walk, Arthur?" "Very productive, thank you." He nudges the bag forward for John to see. "I got us a wonderful new, um, a sudden robust smell of salt-cured meat makes Arthur's mouth water instantly. What are you cooking?" "I've just made myself a salami sandwich," John says around a mouthful of said sandwich. "Would you like me to make you one as well?" Arthur's mouth floods at the mention of salami, and he swallows quickly before he chokes to death. He can't be thinking about meat right now. He's already eaten his daily fat allowance, and processed meats are nothing but. "Oh, no, thank you, John. I was just planning on having a piece of fruit. What do we have left?" "Are you sure?" John asks hesitantly. "You had a small lunch, and I don't mind." "I had plenty for lunch." Arthur waves a hand pointedly. "He did have a decent lunch, thank you, John. He had a hearty meal of 2 boiled eggs and a cup of baby carrots." Now, the fruit? There's a small silence before John responds. It looks like we've got a few bananas, a couple of peaches, and a grapefruit. The grapefruit is much too big for a small snack. Arthur remembers picking it out at the market. The peaches, on the other hand, are reasonably sized. Lovely. Hand me a peach, would you? He scoots his chair closer to the table, and he feels his pants dig into his stomach painfully. A wisp of anger flares in his chest. And then Arthur shakes his head. Health takes time. He's not going to return to normal overnight. But he should really just have the one peach today. John returns to the table, the chair creaking softly under his weight. Arthur tries to focus on tracking John's movement instead of the salty, savory smell of a sandwich that's making Arthur's stomach whine. Here, Arthur. John sets down the peach gently in front of Arthur, though it sounds like he set something else down as well. I got you a second, just in case you're hungry. Arthur resists arguing about it, mostly because his mind is stuck on the salami. Fuck, his body's so needy. It doesn't have fatty pork for one day and it's acting like it's been starved. Once Arthur has some fruit, it'll calm down. Thank you, John. John replies as he takes another bite. Arthur does not think about what kind of bread he's having. Instead, Arthur bites into his fruit, and the burst of sweet juice is absolutely delicious. It's syrupy and sticky when it flows down his chin, and the flesh of the peach is so soft and ripe. See? Who needs salami? Arthur can't help but exclaim as he laps the juice from his chin. Oh, these market peaches are spectacular. God bless the summer season. Agreed. John smiles. Help yourself to as many as you like. I can always pick up more later this week. Arthur's mouth is too full of peach to decline his offer, and John barrels on anyway. So, what were you saying? You bought us something from the store? Oh! Arthur swallows quickly. I bought us something we've been missing for a long time, actually. I figured, since we've got our own place, we ought to start acting like real homeowners, right? John makes a curious hum as Arthur polishes off the rest of his fruit, which... Those peaches were smaller than he remembered, now that he's finished one. But that's fine. It usually takes a few minutes for his stomach to feel full after having eaten. 7 minutes, to be exact. He grabs a shopping bag to his right and excitedly pulls out his new toy. Ta-da! Arthur presents it with a flourish. John is quiet for a second. Then he asks haltingly, What is it? It's a scale, Arthur says excitedly, showing off the packaging. For the bathroom. All families have scales in their homes. What are we weighing? What? Ourselves, John, Arthur scoffs. You've never stepped on a scale before? John's voice is rife with confusion. Only at the doctor's. Well, taking care of our bodies shouldn't just happen at the doctor's. Arthur opens the box and pulls out the bathroom scale. It's heavy and cool, and it makes a faint squeal when pressure is applied. We should be staying mindful of our health year-round, and this is a great way to start. Now, describe it to me. John takes his time looking it over. It's a rectangular metal plate with a large circular dial at the top end. The metal plate has 2 smaller rectangles on tread on either side of the dial, presumably marking where you're supposed to put your feet. The dial face has numbers around the perimeter ranging from 0 to 300, and there's a long, black arrow that bisects the lower half of the dial face, currently pointing at 0. Excellent! Is it ready to use, or are there any instructions lying about? John turns over the box a few times. I don't see any instruction booklets. The box doesn't say anything about setup either. Well, I guess it doesn't need to be set up. Does the arrow move when you press on the metal? Yes. Perfect. Let's try it out then, shall we? Arthur launches out of his seat, grabs the scale, and sets it on the floor next to the table. Oh, actually, let's make sure it's calibrated. How much do you weigh, John? I have no idea, Arthur. Come on, friend. Arthur pats his back to encourage him to stand. What did the doctor say was on your last visit? That was quite a while ago, Arthur. John stands, albeit uneasily. I don't think I can remember the exact numbers. Ballpark it? You probably haven't changed that much since then. John scratches his skin again. Probably about 290, maybe 300. That's close enough. Arthur tries to pull John toward the scale. Go on, step on it. Let's see if it works. But John doesn't budge. Arthur, I'm heavy. What if I break it? Arthur dramatically rolls his eyes. You won't break it, silly. It goes up to 300. I don't know, Arthur. Really, John, you're being overcautious. John sighs. But if I do break it accidentally, you'll be fine. Now come on. The metal squeals loudly underneath John's weight. No sounds of crashing or cracking, so that's promising. Well? Arthur asks impatiently. What does it say? 297. It works! Arthur cheers, nudging John's ribs. All right. Very good. Growing boy you are. Yada yada, my turn. John steps off the scale, and it moans in relief. Arthur prepares himself to go next, and he finds himself fighting off a shivering nervousness deep in his gut. Which is ridiculous. What's there to be nervous about anyway? It's just a number. Arthur steps up, feeling the cool metal on the soles of his feet. The metal tread is textured and spiky, and it hooks onto the threads in his socks. Well? Arthur says, tamping down the nerves that are trying to reach up his throat. John waits for an excruciatingly long amount of time. Just before Arthur can prompt him again, John finally states, 162. Arthur nearly nosedives into the ground. 162! He repeats incredulously, hot indignation and cold panic fighting for dominance in his chest. That can't be right. That's what it says, John replies, matter-of-fact as ever. No, that can't be right. Arthur huffs loudly. I've never weighed more than 145 in my life. I was 140 at one point even. He dismounts the scale. Maybe it's just not reading correctly. Let me try again. He remounts the scale. What does it say now? The same. What? No, no. Arthur steps off the thing again, throwing a look of disgust its way. Maybe this thing is broken or something. That can't... It was accurate for my weight, Arthur, John says, more like a question than a statement. Well, it probably got you wrong, too. Arthur finds John's waist and tries to lift him. He doesn't get far. See? You don't feel 297, you're probably 285. 280, maybe. John gently takes Arthur's hands from his waist, and he cradles them far more dearly than Arthur wants to be cradled right now. Arthur, what does it matter? What do you mean? Arthur rips his hands away to gesture insultingly at the blasted contraption. I can't be 162, John. That's too much weight for my body size. He crosses his arms, suddenly feeling like he wants to hide his body from the world. Could he have seriously let himself go this much? No, he can't think like that. Isn't that just an average weight for a man your height? The wary confusion sneaks back into John's tone. I mean, Arthur flaps his hand. Maybe for some men, but I've always been thin. You are thin, Arthur. Clearly not! Arthur! John wrings his hands together, obviously chewing on his next words. You look trim. You look healthy. You aren't overweight. I'm still much heavier than I used to be, John. Bodies shouldn't vary this much. Arthur starts to pace, considering kicking over the scale. I've been slim my whole life, and if I were to suddenly balloon up like this, it's not good for me. I should be the weight I've always been. Arthur can hear John hold his breath. Maybe he thinks Arthur's being dramatic, which he's not. I don't... John starts, his eyes boring holes into Arthur's skull. Arthur, I'm not understanding. This is just a few extra pounds. It's not like... A few! Arthur hisses. A lot! John, this is almost 20 extra pounds. That's like a different tax bracket of weight. He laughs humorously to himself. I shouldn't just be gaining 20 pounds whenever I feel like it. It's not good to carry that much excess weight. It's bad for the joints, it's unattractive, it leads to serious health concerns later in life. Do you think I'm unattractive, Arthur? The sheer hurt in John's voice stops Arthur so quickly that he nearly topples over. He whips his head to face John, completely dumbstruck. What? No, John, of course not, Arthur says sincerely. Why would you think that? You just said carrying excess weight is unattractive. God, John sounds ruined. Arthur, I've been overweight almost my entire life. Hey, no, I didn't mean... Arthur flounders, searching for John's hands. When he finds them, he holds them lovingly up to his heart. I didn't mean you, John. You know I think you're beautiful. I've told you 100 times. John is quiet, clearly unconvinced. Arthur kisses his knuckles, and then he wraps his hands around John's sides, softly squeezing his waist. You are beautiful, John. You're strong and sturdy and exquisitely comfortable. Not to mention tall, rugged, handsome, and exactly my type. He raises a flirty eyebrow, but it doesn't seem to land. Arthur settles instead for, You know I love everything about how you look. John parts them, choosing to hold Arthur's hands at a distance. Then, Arthur... John sighs with distress. Why is it unattractive on you if it isn't unattractive on me? Well, Arthur finds himself squirming out of John's loose grip. It's just... Our bodies are different, John. If I were built like a stone statue too, I'm sure I'd be happy at any weight. But I'm not. John gives no reply, but Arthur knows that he's looking at him with sadness deep in his frown lines. Which is unwarranted. Arthur is talking plain sense. Look, Arthur huffs under his breath. I'd just rather be the weight I've always been, alright? I just want my pants to fit, I just want to ditch this extra stomach fat, and I just want to feel comfortable and confident and normal again. Is that too much to ask? John hesitates for one moment, and then he slowly guides Arthur into a snug embrace. "All right, Arthur," he says quietly into Arthur's ear, and Arthur suddenly feels tears pricking the corners of his eyes. "All right. It's your body. You know it best." John hugs him tightly, hugging every part of him that he suddenly wishes he didn't have, squeezing every bit of extra fat that he wants to rip out from underneath his skin, holding all of Arthur as if all of him deserves to be held, when not all of him deserves it. Arthur sniffles when John lets him go, but he steels himself against the emotions that try to overtake him. There's no time for a pity party. There's work he needs to do. His routine is going to need to be dramatically altered in order to account for this new information, and he needs to make a plan. "I'm going on a walk." Arthur clears his throat. "What, again?" Just to clear my head." Arthur walks toward the wall to grab a stick. "Just for a little while. I swear I won't be long. I could just use some time to cool off. I'll probably be back after you leave for work, though, so..." He dashes back to John to press a chaste kiss to the man's cheek. "See you after your shift, yes? But tell Charlie I said hello!" Arthur hurries back toward the door and puts his shoes on again. When he grabs the doorknob, John says quickly, "Arthur." Arthur looks over his shoulder as he opens the door. "Hmm?" I... John seems to struggle over his words, starting and abandoning a few more, and then he eventually lets out a long exhale. "Have a safe walk." Arthur smiles, relief settling over him coolly. "Thank you, love. See you soon." And then Arthur walks out the door. The summer air is refreshing and full of motion, and Arthur inhales deeply. He was just getting a bit claustrophobic inside. The room was too stuffy, there wasn't enough fresh air. He'll be able to think with much clearer head out here alongside the gentle breeze. He takes off his now well-tread routine, mentally scrapping his old plan and preparing to start anew. He'll need to adjust his calorie count, maybe aiming for 1350 instead of 1400. And if he can get 2 miles of walking per day minimum, then that will probably take off at least 200 calories, which means that he could sneak an extra small piece of fruit after dinner before bedtime to make sure he doesn't wake up dizzy. But not too close to bedtime, since sleeping on a full stomach leads to gaining more weight. So if he can have time to snack around an hour before he goes to bed, while also making sure that he doesn't have dinner too late in the evening, then that should be set in terms of managing his blood sugar, but that also means that he should probably...
Woof. What a chapter to start on.
Milk is here!
Milk's here! Milk's here! Sammy's here
Milk!
too!
Milk and Sammy, stop!
I know. Soup Sandwich is here too. Milk says though, don't even know him. Eating before bedtime, he is more prone to heartburn than weight gain. Yeah, pretty much.
Alright,
Yes,
I got so distracted by Milk. Let me switch to the art.
Right, yes. Switch to the arts. Let's see some arts. Let's see, who do we have for our arts? We got Kronos making some arts. Oh my goodness. Ave making some arts for this one. Oh, I love these, the Charlie ones. Oh my gosh, I love these.
These are so good.
I love these.
Yeah, there's fan art sections!
We have to showcase everybody's amazing art so that everyone can see it. It's, yay, yippee art. I know, it's so fun. So enjoy all of those arts. They'll be casting across the screen for a while. Okay, I have some to say about this chapter, not nearly as much as later chapters, so I'll try and be concise. I'm just going to start at the top. You guys are going to have to forgive me. Once we get into the chapters that have like 10 pages of notes on my tab, I'm probably going to be doing a lot of like reading from my notes as opposed to looking at some bullet points and then rambling incoherently. So we're going to do a little bit of both. We're going to do a little bit of rambling incoherently and then also a bit of reading to start, and then it'll sound a little scripted later. Yeah, Sammy, I always love looking at the arts too. It's so fun to see all of them. Once again, it's been a while since I've seen some of these, so it's wonderful. Okay, so at the top of the chapter, Arthur says something really, really important. He says, let me see if I can find it. It's the part where he's talking about how they say it's good for him to do this. They say it's bad for him to do this. They say that he's going to feel way more energized. They say that it'll just take a little bit of time. That's what they all say when they lose weight. So who is they? So I did grow up in America, and diet culture in America is so toxic. I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but specifically in America, It is so, so, so nasty. It's so toxic. Diet culture is never about learning to love your body. It's never about learning to trust your body's instincts. It's all about controlling your body, suppressing your satiety. How's that pronounced? Satiety? What's the word for like your stomach telling your brain that it's hungry? Satiety. That's what it is. Suppressing your satiety and having the willpower to resist your cravings. All of these natural communications that would happen in your body between your stomach and your brain, all of those are no longer trustworthy. And you can override all of them. And as long as you beat your body into suppression, then you will be healthy. Then you will be good again. You'll be lovable. You'll be attractive as soon as you learn to control your body to do exactly what you want it to do. Diet culture is all about like a one size fits all. If you eat this much protein per day, if you have this many calories per day, if you have this many minutes of exercise, if you subscribe to like your favorite YouTubers' best workout routine that works well for them, but you have no idea whether or not it works well for you, it doesn't matter. It's working for them, and therefore it must work for you, and you have to do it if you want to look like them. This is the culture. Milk says, girl, you don't want to know what goes on over here. Oh, I know. Yeah, oh, I can't even imagine. All the way over on the other side of the world. I'm sure it's bad too. So diet culture is also all about treating your body as something other than you. You are not the fat on your body. That's the stuff that you need to get rid of. You are your mind. You are just in control of all of the logical decisions, and the body is the enemy, and you need to beat it into shape. And any kind of whining or complaining that your body or your emotions do are illogical and not the higher conscious being that we are. And so we should just disregard everything that the body has to say. And more importantly, your body is working against you constantly. Your body doesn't want you to be this healthy, beautiful thing that you want to be, and you have to fight it. Ugh. If you are on a diet and you take a cheat day, people will look down on you. They'll be like, "Oh, okay, wow. You're not fitting to your diet. You're taking a cheat day. That's for cheaters. Those are for people who are lazy. Only the strongest willed people never take cheat days, and we should look up to those people because they're clearly the ones that are in control of everything in their lives." And then this also leads to a horrible fat culture, like a fat shaming culture, rather, where any amount of body fat on specific parts of your body is considered disgusting or ugly or unhealthy, despite the fact that fat is all over our bodies all of the time. If you're a person like myself who is born into a female body, like you have extra fat on more parts of your body than others. And this whole culture of like, having a very curvaceous figure is both attractive, but then also you can't have too much fat on just your stomach still. You have to be able to be curvaceous in the parts where everyone wants you to have this body fat, but not where the parts where they don't want you to have this body fat. And then even then, there's a limit to it. You can only have so much body fat in those curvaceous parts of your body before people decide that suddenly it's disgusting again, and then you're not allowed to have that. There's a huge focus in the schooling system on BMI, which is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know if anyone has managed to go their whole lives without hearing about BMI. Body mass index. It is the most unreliable source of discovering someone's health, and it also never takes into account a person's build before it decides to tell you that you're overweight, before it decides to tell you that you're obese. And of course, if you are a person who's very muscular, if you're a person who is rather tall and big boned, it will tell you that, well, unfortunately, you are overweight, and that's a bad thing because you can see on this grid that your weight falls into the red section, and that red is really bad. No one wants to be in the red section. You should be in like the yellow or towards the green section. That's where you want to be. And it's just so many ways of controlling people into distancing themselves from their own body. It is horrible. It's horrible. I'm seeing some stuff in the chat, and I don't want to lose it too early. So I'm seeing Milk say everybody's different. Absolutely. Milk says the elephant in room, different bone structures exist and people don't acknowledge it and they think they just need to lose more weight. Correct. Yes. Different body makeups of bone versus fat versus skin are incredibly versatile. No one wants to talk about that either. Milk says there was a K-pop fan asking her faves for tips on dieting and the whole group went, bro, don't do it. Just enjoy food. Oh my gosh, buy a bigger skirt. Who cares? Wow. One plus faith in humanity. Absolutely. That's really sweet. I hope that K-pop star like really took that to heart. That's important. Inky says reoccurring body image struggle is hitting me hard right now. Bruh, you and me both. You and me both. Yeah. Okay. Anything else I want to say? Raph says, according to the BMI scale, every football player and pro wrestler is morbidly obese. Yeah, exactly. It has absolutely no context for the rest of your life. It only measures you in numbers and then it assigns values to those numbers. And then I honestly don't know how the whole fucking world doesn't have an eating disorder. I feel like this is obvious. And y'all who made it without one are insane. I don't know how you did that. That's incredible. Good for you.
Look, I just love food too much. I'm sorry.
That's so valid of you. Okay, so we already see Arthur in the beginning being so wrapped up in this belief that he can measure out health. And this is the starting of Arthur checking boxes like a to-do list. And this is like a really crucial part of eating disorders, is this ability to say, I've already planned out all of the things that I'm going to do today. I've planned out the calories for every meal. I've planned out how much I'm going to exercise, and I've planned out how I'm going to feel today. I've already decided. And then as you go through the day, you'd say like, oh, great, I ate 400 calories for breakfast. Check that box. That is a reward to people with eating disorders. I don't know if y'all like have the to-do list satisfaction that I do, but anytime I cross something off a to-do list, I'm like, yeah, I'm so productive. I'm doing such a good job. That is heroin to me, to check boxes, to cross off things on my to-do list. So this eating disorder of just constantly making boxes to check off and throughout the day, constantly being able to check them and getting that small dose of that intoxication of being like, I did it. I'm on my path to health. I'm doing good things for my body today. It's incredibly intoxicating. And it's why it's so easy to get started on these diets, is because you get so much gratification specifically up front. That's what's so insidious about these. Let me go ahead and check the chat some more. Milk says, having healthy relationship with food is so hard. Yeah, you are so true. Milk said, I remember when Arthur asked for the scale and I was so devastated. Head and hands. No, girl, that's the gateway to hell. Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to get into scales in a little bit too. Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit of my own personal life here. My entire childhood was full of health magazines and health videos and health TV shows and health emails that I'm getting in my inbox from my family members and podcasts and books and everything was health when I was growing up, just because of the way that my family chooses to spend their time. And as such an early age, in my like early teens, I was such a sponge for all of these incredibly toxic views of health. And I had absolutely no idea the ramifications of them. I had no like wider global thought on any of these health and how they impact people, but I'm being given them and shown them by these people that I trust. And therefore I just do believe that they must be the word of God. They must be the truth. They're in all of these magazines after all. They wouldn't publish something in a magazine that wasn't good and trying to help people. What did I know? I was like 14 or 15. So I actually started to believe that eating the minimum number of calories and fat and sugar was healthy instead of disordered eating, because that's what all of the diet magazines were saying. And of course, you know, the diet magazines didn't know that they were talking to a 14-year-old, but a 14-year-old was given them, and that's the conclusion that's coming up. So I really genuinely believed that you had to balance the scales at the end of the day. I thought that all of your caloric intake must be exhausted by the end of the day. But I also didn't really consider that your body just uses your calories as you breathe, as you stand, as you walk. So I thought that you had to exercise all of the calories out of you. So this was not a great foundation for what I thought health was. And then also further about these magazines, a little bit more about this. These magazines and all of these podcasts and everything about health, we learn new science all of the time. There is always something new coming out that says, you should do this instead of this. Oh, you did this 2 years ago? Well, that's wrong now. And it's so hard to know what's the truth when it feels like science is contradicting itself all of the time. I was a child of the 90s. I grew up in like the early 2000s. And I remember the times where, you know, my family members would be at the shelves of the grocery store and we would be looking at all of the fat-free options of salad dressing, and we would be looking at all of the fat-free options of candy, because at that time, fat in food was the enemy. Everyone had decided that if you eat too much fat, then you're going to get fat. You could eat as much sugar as you desired. So I remember my family members eating like those vanilla meringue cookies that are fat-free, those circus peanuts that are fat-free, marshmallows are fat-free, those little candy hearts that you get on Valentine's Day, Twizzlers, all of those were fat-free, and therefore those were okay foods to eat. And then suddenly in the 2010s, science tells us that, whoopsie, sugar is the problem. Sorry about all that. Redo your whole schedule again. You're going to have to cut all of the foods that you were eating for the last 10 years. So my family members did. And then there was no more sugar in the house for those particular people, because now they could eat the healthy fats that they wanted to, but they had to ban sugar entirely. And it just, that's what happens in this industry, is that you demonize foods and you demonize like nutritional facts of foods, and then suddenly like we get more knowledge and then you just have to walk it back and pretend like it was actually the other way the whole time. It's horrible. It's so insidious. And the amount of like holier than thou feelings that people get when they're like, I'm not eating any sugar. Sugar is bad for you. I'm not going to have it. That just feeds into this disorder, that believing that these numbers are value, that these acts of checking boxes are self-worth. You know, it's just so fucking gross. I hate it so much. And this is not to say that dieting is bad all around. If someone wants to diet in order to lose weight for any reason that they would choose, as long as it's a healthy one, there's nothing wrong with that. The culture, specifically in America, of dieting is the problem here. And we can see in the beginning of this chapter that Arthur has clearly succumbed to the diet culture more than he succumbed to the act of healthfully dieting. I just want to really quickly make that distinction, because I never want to stop anyone from feeling like they want to lose weight justified and want to do it for the health of their body. You go off, do what you got to do, but know that those dieting magazines are probably not going to help you because they're really insidious. Okay, let me check on the chat because I saw a few more things. Okay, bye, Milk. See you, Milk. Okay, Raph says, it was bad in the early 90s and 2000s and it's getting bad again. Literally, the only thing that saved me was just being such a space case that I didn't realize what I looked like. Honestly, that is so envious, truly. That's so envious. I'm glad that you were saved from it, though. I'm glad that you didn't have to deal with it. That's the space case for the win. I'm happy for you. Okay. We're going to get a little bit more into talking about Arthur's stuff in a bit, but I just wanted to point out that Arthur is one of the few characters that talks to himself. So, Raph says, I didn't realize I existed for a while. Goodness, that's so funny. Oh, Inky says, now everything got to be fat-free and sugar-free and add a lot of supplements, and you really don't need it if you're not like a super workout person. Yeah, absolutely. These people that are like, I need to make sure that I'm getting 130 grams of protein a day. Fucking why? Like, what are you doing that requires 130 grams of protein a day? Have you considered just eating protein when your body's like, hey, we need some protein? God, the supplements are crazy too. Yeah, the supplements are like, if you take these 12 vitamins every single morning, then you will reach enlightenment and find the fountain of youth. It's crazy. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. Okay, thank you for that. Coming back. So Arthur talking to himself. I did mention in the last stream that I prefer writing dialogue, so I like it when my characters have someone to talk to, Charlie to Noel, and Daniel to Bella, John to Lily. But I thought it was really important for Arthur to exclusively talk to himself, because I think that this is a microcosm of what eating disorders feels like. Is that there is a constant conversation going on with your body and with everything around you. And that very last bit of this chapter where Arthur is just, I need to do this, and then I need to do this, and then I have to do this, but I have to consider this. That's just the quiet rambling in the back of your mind all of the time, just going. Excuse me. So to me, it makes sense that Arthur would choose to just, excuse me, hold on. So I think my allergies are acting up. Hold on. Save me tall glass of water. Okay. Yeah, so it makes sense that he would just be talking to himself constantly. Since he always has a conversation ready at hand, nibbling on his ear, ready to talk to him at all times. Ralph said, my God, Arthur talking to himself, so out of character. Sarcasm. I guess, yeah, there might be a little bit of like a canon reference in there too. That's funny.
Just a slight nod.
Another important part of this chapter is that we are already starting to see the goalposts shift. We're already starting to see Arthur say, I need to walk a little bit more. We already see him say, well, I was like 145, like probably even 140, like his goal weight just keeps going down a little bit. He's even assigning goal weights to John. He's saying like, "Oh, you're probably not 190. Look, you feel 180 for sure. Like we're all of us are just these lower numbers because that's the safer numbers that we feel comfortable with. And higher numbers have some sort of negative connotation that we can't handle." And I hate that for him. It's so real. Raph says, in my opinion, my health philosophy is that you aren't actively dying, then you're doing a pretty good job. I love that bare minimum, Raph. I love that. I woke up today, I'm breathing currently, and today's going to be a good day because of it. That's great. I love it for you. Okay, yeah, we talked a little bit about the goal, the box checking and all of these small, easily achievable goals. I think that there's also something to say about the early optimism of diet culture. Not only are you getting these like constant rewards of I did such a good job this morning. Now I'm doing such a good job this afternoon. Now I'm doing such a good job this evening. There's also that feeling of optimism that everyone has when they're like, I'm going to start this new project. I'm going to do this new thing. Think of like the new year comes around and suddenly everybody signs up for their gym membership that they're going to use for like 2 weeks because the optimism is so high. And I think that that's part of the feeling that you get telling someone that you're going to do something is as rewarding as the feeling of doing it. And I feel like that first bit about the telling someone you're going to do something and feeling really rewarded for that, sometimes I feel like that sates people. Sometimes I feel like they say it and then they're like, wow, that was a great feeling. I guess I don't have to go back and talk about that again because I've already had the feeling that I was looking for. And then they just go on and don't continue with it because they've already said that they're going to do that and felt the joy and glee and pride in believing that they're going to do it. So that's just me in my own head wondering about the psychology of the human brain. Okay. Let me look at my notes and make sure that I'm not too off target. Okay, let himself go too. This is something that we've heard. This is the second time that we've heard it now. In the beginning, when Arthur says, let himself go, he's like, whoa, I can't, well, I can't be thinking that. That's a terrible way to look at it. And then we hear him say it again later, and he's just slightly more believing in it in the second time. And that just shows like how quickly these slopes of this diet culture and eating disorder particularly are, how quickly our mentality can change over just a few wrong things in the way of the way that we think our body should feel, of the way that we think that we should be um, like maintaining our body. And this dizziness that he has too stems from the idea that so your body can become used to larger portions if you're just eating larger portions a lot. And Raph made a really great joke a long time ago saying that Arthur's diet and For What You Are was just cigarettes and alcohol. So like, no wonder that the moment that he started like being able to have a normal diet of food, he starts to gain weight. And it's a slow process, clearly, but his body gradually over time just continues to be satisfied with these larger portions. And then the moment that you take away these larger portions, the body is not prepared to handle just the loss of food, because the gradual increase is something that the body can handle, but the stark one where you just decide that you're going to eat less than half of what you were eating before, the body is not prepared to handle that. And of course there's a lower threshold too that your body can't handle no matter how slowly you get there, but specifically eating disorders, the desire to just go right to the end, just go right to that finish line and just eat the number of calories that you've decided that you needed to eat, and not how many number of calories you'll need to wean instead, just really getting to the goal there. Of course that leads to dizziness. Of course that leads to the body being like, hey, what happened to all of this health that was going on that we were doing a really good job with? And of course, this dizziness is going to come back later. He mentions feeling faint at some point in this chapter. That might be important later. There's something from Sammy. It's wild that we can convince our conscious thought to get used to it instead of what's good to you. Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a great segue into what I was going to talk about. This convincing that like our body is going to do what we want it to do eventually. It just needs to get right to the program, it just needs to get on schedule. It needs to be on board. We see Arthur talking about how he might have 2 pieces of fruit when he gets home, but probably won't need the second one because he's decided that actually he doesn't. And his body will learn over time. It's just being needy right now. It's just working against him right now. But once it understands the new diet routine, it'll realize how right we are this whole time. It'll realize that this was the correct thing for us to do. And of course, the moment that Arthur walks in and smells salami, his body's like, hey, we should eat that because we're being starved right now. And doesn't give any pause to Arthur. He is so convinced that he knows what's best for his body better than his body does. Okay, let's talk about, oh no, this hurts. The hard-boiled eggs and baby carrots was, of course, that was a staple of my diet for a little while. And when that proved to be completely insufficient, if you can imagine, I added some fruit because it's low calorie, of course. And I did also used to think that grapefruits were too big to eat as a snack. Horrible. Rap says, reminds me of the quote, don't tell the devil your plan to deceive him. Ooh, I like that. It's very rich and colorful in my mind. And super relevant. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm going to talk about the scale next. So just a little bit of yay me, yay Hauntie. I have not looked at a scale since the year 2018.
Hey, let's
Has
go.
been,
Fuck that scale.
Let's go. It has been 8 years since
I hope
I've
you
looked
beat
at
it up with a baseball bat.
right, yeah. When I go to the doctors, I ask them not to read me the numbers, and I will stand like the opposite direction of the scale so that I can't read them on my own. And all of my doctors have been incredibly, like, very nice about it. No one has looked at me weird. They've all been like, hey, you know what, that's fine. I don't care. What does it matter to them after all? And I want to just address this idea of not looking at a scale because I've heard someone in my life say that that is avoidant behavior, and I disagree really firmly. So I think that knowing your triggers and knowing what forces you to spiral is good for you and setting boundaries of what you can and cannot handle is really appropriate and something that you should do. And I know for a fact that if I were to stand on a scale and read the number, there is nothing on that scale that would make me happy. I'm certain of it. If the number is higher than I want it to be, I'm going to crash out. I'm going to have a huge mental relapse over this. It's going to be a really bad time. If the number is exactly what I think it's going to be, that eating disorder brain is going to be unhappy that it's not lower than what I thought it was going to be. And then if that number is lower than what I thought it was going to be, my eating disorder brain will be happy about that. And then I'm going to crash out and have to start all over with all of my progress. See what I mean? There's no winning here. So I feel like being a person with an eating disorder, choosing not to step on a scale, is very much like being a sober person, choosing not to drink at the bar. Being a person who used to smoke for a few years, has long since quit, and choosing not to have a smoke with their friends at a party. It just feels like that's just the gateway to relapse again. And so I disagree with that person that said it was avoidance. I think it is much healthier for me to live in a world where I will never know my weight again, because then I can't obsess about it. And it's one less thing for me to think about in the chatter that goes on in my brain all of the time. I'm going to check the chat. Inky says, Arthur living off of alcohol and cigarettes reminds me of the TF2 comics where they gave Demo food and water and his body thought it was poison because he had been living off of alcohol for so long. That's funny. That reminds me of the feeling of like drinking juice thinking that it's water and then being absolutely disgusted by whatever's wrong with your water. Gives you the same vibe. Oh, you say Blue Hauntie, thank you. Thank you. I am very happy with myself and my ability to avoid those numbers because they taunt me all the time. Yeah. Raph says BS numbers are made up. How is avoiding them bad? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. There's no reason that I should know how much I weigh. There's absolutely no reason for me to do this. I don't understand why I'd have to go through it for the sake of somebody else wanting me to know what it is. Blech. Okay. Let's see. What else do I have? I did make a note about the feeling of nervousness before stepping on a scale. That is something that I used to struggle with a lot. Yeah. Just not being prepared for literally whatever number is going to come up on the scale in front of you. And like, even though the scale is a non-sentient creature, it feels like judgment. I'm just gonna say that. It feels like the scale is judging me and it's taunting me, and I would like to smash it to bits. Thank you very much. How dare it say that all to me? So, I hate that feeling, and I'm sorry, Arthur. You had to go through it too.
Who decided to do this? Who decided to put him through this?
Right,
I would like to speak with them.
I'd like to speak with the manager of this fic, please.
They're right behind me, aren't they?
Oh, they're in my mirror. Oh no!
Oh
God! Sammy says, you know your triggers more than others, so that invalidation is similar to those who propagate diet culture. Exactly. It's the same feeling of the people just deciding what they think is the best for your body, and you should follow this diet regimen, and then you'll be happy like me, even though those people are not happy. No one's ever happy. Oh, actually, I should talk about this. There was a very conflicting time in my life where I was currently restricting my eating. I was pretty deep into the eating disorder during my first 2 years of college. And I had a psychology class that was called Abnormal Psychology, where we talked about various like mental health disorders, behavioral disorders, and mood disorders. And one of them that we talked about was eating disorders. And it was strange to hear my life being talked back to me, and also at the same time saying, that's not me. Because, no one has an eating disorder, right? They're healthy. I'm healthy. I'm doing the good things for my body. And clearly I can see that this person is struggling and they need a lot of help, but couldn't be me because I've got it all figured out. And I remember watching this video about people in Boulder, Colorado. That is one of the towns in Colorado that is apparently the quote unquote healthiest place in America, where most of the people there are relatively fit. Most of the people there are closer to the like average weight of a human. And apparently they take a lot of pride in that. And a lot of people will flock to Boulder, Colorado if they are a person that values health and exercise because they feel like they want to be with the in crowd, you know, with all of their people. And I remember that the interviewer of the video was sitting down with this gal who was part of like this really great like weight loss training exercise bike group that she would do with people, and they were asking her like, what is it that you love about exercise? And she'd say things like, I love how it makes my body feel, I love that it makes me feel energized, I feel strong, I always feel like I'm excited to wake up in the morning. And they would say, what do you love about you know, the group that you do? And she would say, I love being able to encourage people. I love reaching goals with people. I love seeing the satisfaction on people's faces when they've done a really hard workout and they're so proud of themselves. And then the interviewer said, what do you love about your body? And she was like, I don't. And I think that's true for so many people that just cloak themselves in the health and diet culture. And they're so convinced that if they just put on this front, that they're doing all of these good things for their body and they're so happy with their health that they are finally going to love their body, and they don't. I certainly didn't, and that woman certainly didn't. And it was very, I don't know. I think it would have been eye-opening at the time for me had I maybe been in a different point of my life, but I just felt sad for her because of course her experiences were not mine. So, but I can't help but feel like that is a really, really common sentiment that no one wants to talk about because they all want to prove to themselves that they will be happy soon. Let me check the chat because a few things have been happening. I'm seeing ice cream for dinner. That's so valid. Inky says, I love the constant, I'm so sorry character had to go through this, then continues to put character through even worse. That's the whole point of fan fiction, baby. The whole point. Yeah, Sammy, yeah. Boulder is pretty well known for being what's the opposite of a foodie city? It's for being an exercise city. My family member who is really into health talks about Boulder sometimes, and it just says a lot, you know what I mean? Okay, let me see what else I have. Okay. Oh, this was actually interesting. Originally, when I wrote this, I made Arthur 180 pounds, and he was looking toward being 160. Those were the original numbers that I had. And then I don't know where I got that information because later I realized that all of the sources online were telling me that actually the quote unquote healthy range of a man who is 6 foot is anywhere between 140 and 180. Is that like not like a lot? That's kind of crazy. I didn't realize that it was such a vast range. And that actually gave me like a lot of relief. That feels like it's so much more forgiving than this like 20-pound difference that I thought I was going to have to stick to. And I just on top of like the whole your body weight changes every single day, 10 or so pounds, know that there is a 40-pound difference in weights that can be considered healthy. So you know what? That's really achievable. And if you are a person that really cares about being a healthy weight for your body height, then know that you got a lot of wiggle room, and that's really awesome. And I'm so happy to learn that. Okay, Rafu says it's an active quote unquote joke in the bodybuilding community that all super fit guys have EDs. Oh my God, of course. Yeah. Like, okay, how could you I'm just saying, how could you not have an eating disorder if you are so dead set on making your entire life about your body? Like, how are you going to get away from that disordered eating? I don't know how you could get without it. Ugh. Ugh. Anyone who doesn't have an eating disorder, I envy you. Okay, let's see. We'll do one more really quick thing here. John tries a little bit of logic with Arthur. He says, why you but not me? Why is it bad for you to have excess fat, but it's not bad for me to have excess fat? And this is the start of us like exploring this idea that logic is not going to save Arthur Lester. Logic is not going to save anyone with an eating disorder. Eating disorders are illogical from the get-go. So you can't fight it with the thing that it's already justified its way out of. And we're going to see a lot more of that come up in pretty Sad ways. Pretty sad. Okay, I think that's good for this one. I'll save the rest of it for future chapters because Lordy knows I'm going to be speaking a lot later. Okay, Marix, anything else you want to add before we move on?
Nope, I'm ready. Okay. Previously on To Live Two Lives. Daniel's meeting with John spurred some troubling repressed memories. Content warning, religious homophobia. Daniel. Daniel reclines in his plush chair with the phone to his ear, listening impatiently to the ringing on the line. The ringing is grating against the quiet peace of his reading room, which only makes Daniel more impatient. Surely his son would not miss 2 of his calls in 1 week. The ringing clicks off suddenly, and Daniel hears a deep, bellowing voice state very formally, "Leicester residence, Stowe speaking." "John," Daniel says in an equally low voice. "Good to finally hear from you." There's a small gasp on the line, followed by a long silence. Then the robotic tone. "Daniel, I'm afraid Arthur's out on a walk at the moment. I'll ask him to give you a call back." Daniel huffs, missing the implied question yet again while also using the same excuse as last time. Not an ideal start to the conversation. "No need. Perhaps you can be of assistance." Another silence. The faint sound of shallow breathing. "What can I do for you?" "Let's not bother with trying to get Arthur on the line. Clearly he's been busy." Daniel crosses his feet on the recliner. "When does he have a free day for lunch this week?" John shuffles, presumably toward a calendar, or the like. It takes far longer than Daniel would assume necessary. "It appears that he has time this Sunday after next, in the afternoon." "Excellent. And you'll be joining us as well, I assume?" More shallow breathing, followed by a strange, stuttering nervousness that Daniel has never heard in his voice before. I don't know if I... You'll be joining us," Daniel says conclusively. Obviously, he still has much to learn about this John. "Put me on Arthur's schedule for noon. I'll ask Philip to cook up something for free." The shallow breathing stops abruptly. There's a long pause that makes the entire room devoid of sound for a moment, and it forces Daniel to sit up straighter, straining to hear. Did the man hang up on Daniel? Heaven knows the man continues to surprise him. "Could you ask Philip to make something light?" John sounds as timid as a butterfly, a tone so vastly different from the one he had just used seconds ago, and from the one seconds before that, and from every other moment that he's spoken with Daniel. This conversation alone is once again warping everything Daniel thought he knew about the man. "What do you mean by light?" Daniel furrows his brow, leaning back again. He switches off the lamp before it starts to heat the room uncomfortably. "Just..." John's voice can't choose between businesslike and melancholy. "Something easy on his stomach. Arthur has been, he's not been in the mood for decadent meals as of late." "Nonsense," Daniel huffs, unbuttoning his suit jacket and easing further back. "Philip has never disappointed him. I'll leave it up to the discretion of the chef. Now, but I look forward to seeing you both next Sunday. It's been quite a few weeks since we've had a meal together." There's another prolonged silence. Daniel stares into his bookshelf, irritably counting the seconds in his mind. "Be gentle with him," John says suddenly, his voice quiet but desperate. It's been a short sigh. "Be gentle, please." What in the world does that mean? Is Daniel not acceptably gentle with his son already? What kind of treatment is John giving him then? Daniel huffs a hot breath. What treatment indeed? "Until Sunday, John," Daniel says tersely. "Have a good afternoon." John tries not to hide his sigh. John tries to hide his sigh away from the receiver, but Daniel hears it. "Good afternoon." Daniel slams the phone heavily back onto his hooks. He sits like a burning flame in the middle of his cool, quiet room. He's overreacting. He doesn't know this man, so he's jumping to conclusions. Unnecessary ones, for that matter. Arthur is in no danger. He couldn't be. But the only way to quell his suspicions is to learn more about John, spend time with him, study his relationship to Arthur, find out everything that he needs to know. And pray. He needs to pray. He scoots forward to the edge of the chair and he crosses himself. God will always answer his prayers. Daniel fans himself with his hand ineffectually. The church's air conditioning can't keep with the rising temperatures outside, and between that and the extra layers of clothing he's donned for mass this evening, he's already glistening with sweat. Summer is not his favorite time of year. The sanctuary is glowing hot with sunlight, and he tries to stand in the shade of the paneling in between the windows and stained glass. Though he'd much rather be up at the altar to do his preparations for the sermon today, he's certain that he'll melt before he makes it to the introductory rites. He tries to focus on reading through his notes instead of the growing heat beneath his collar. And this sermon is an important one. Daniel's morning prayers have been answered, and Daniel knew that they would. He asked God to gift him the words that will give him his congregation utmost confidence in navigating their more challenging interpersonal relationships. The words that will doubly invigorate their devotion to obeying and sharing his gospel. The words that will give Daniel himself a soothing relief from these recent concerns of his, or rather needless worries, worries which are easily quelled through his teachings. And God has gifted him exactly what he asked for. He flips through the pages of his notes until he finds the one with a small picture of his daughter paperclipped to the top. He carries her wherever he goes, whether she's secured inside the lid of his pocket watch or tucked in between the folds of his wallet. They'd spent too much time apart when she lived, and it is Daniel's weightiest regret. Now he is determined that he will be with her forever. A sermon about love, he muses as he takes her picture out from beneath the clip. It's only appropriate that it reminds me of you, isn't it? Bella is young in this photo, no older than a tween. She still has the gap between her front teeth, and her beautiful round eyes are so wide on her face. Such an adorable girl she was. I think back to those early Sunday afternoons, just after morning mass, where we would sit together in the reading room, me with a cup of tea and you with a plate of tea cookies, and we would have our own private Bible study. Our own sermons, he said wistfully, holding her up in a stream of sunlight. I cherished each of our lessons that we shared in your youth, Bella. We covered everything together, deepened our faith together, and when it was just you, me, and the Lord, I was certain that I would never find a dearer happiness. He tucks her back underneath the paperclip. And now, all these years later, I find myself wishing that I could have shared with you the words that God has granted me today. They would have inspirited you, as they have me. He looks toward the heavens, seeing the sunlight sparkle with God's light above him. He has answered my prayers, as he always does. He has revived me, and I feel his purpose flowing through me once again. Daniel looks down the rows of empty pews, and he watches them vanish before his eyes as a picturesque vision of his daughter in his reading room appears before him. He sees her climb onto his large recliner, her blonde curls tied up in bouncing pigtails, and she reaches for a plate of tea cookies on the end table. He imagines himself joining her, lifting her into his lap, passing her the Bible for her to open. She'd opened it with such esteem when she was young. In our close relations, he imagines, flipping the pages, finding the right verse. We are taught to love. We are commanded by God to love. To love Him, the Lord, to love our family, to love our neighbor. We are taught that there is no gift that could be more important. He imagines Bella snuggling closer to him, following the words on the page with her finger. But often we forget how to love. He sees her nod at him, wide eyes ablaze with wonder. Through secular and unsanctified cultural influence, we confuse love with unconditional acceptance. We confuse love with unqualified affirmation. We confuse love with avoiding disagreement. He sees Bella suddenly older, later in her teens. While she still sat with him in the reading room for their lessons at this age, he sees her sitting in the chair opposite now, facing away. No longer nibbling on tea cookies, no longer reading adamantly. But the love of the Lord teaches us is not a love of the fleeting present tense, he says to her sternly. Nor is it a love bound to ever-changing emotions. It is a love of forever. He watches Bella continue to grow before him, turning into the stunning young lady that she would be for the rest of her eternity. And with this growth, Daniel sees a worrisome stagnation of faith. She was never rebellious, never argumentative, but Daniel saw that the wonder in her eyes began to wilt with time. He teaches us a love not of feeling, but of action, of labor, he begs to her. A love that secures our beloved's greatest benefit, their eternal salvation in the kingdom of heaven. Their discussions dwindled. She asked fewer questions. She responded more and more with tight-lipped smiles and small nods. To love someone is to steer them from sin by any means, Bella. By every means. To love someone is to fight for their salvation. She spent more and more time with Susie. He whispers on a weak breath. Even if they don't feel like it is love in the moment. The door to his right slams. Daniel gasps, the sight of his daughter evaporating before him in a wisp of smoke. He blinks until his eyes adjust to the absolutely blinding brightness of the room. and he sees Father Oscar standing across the sanctuary. Not particularly to Daniel's pleasure. "Father Oscar." Daniel clears his throat. "I wasn't expecting you. You gave me quite the fright." Father Oscar shifts uncomfortably between his feet, clearly feeling the same. My apologies. I didn't realize you came so early today." They haven't said much to each other in the week since the confession incident, and Daniel is not so arrogant to deny that having an honest, deeper conversation about this incident may help clean up some of this muck that's stuck between them. It might even enlighten the priest to the parts of the Bible that he must have missed. But Father Oscar shows no desire to be near him, let alone join him in the booth again, and Daniel's lips are stamped shut with the seal of confession, so nothing is allowed to be said. Needless to say, their relationship has been strained. Daniel says pointedly, "I prefer to practice my sermons much in advance of Mass." "Well," Father Oscar lifts his bag in his hand, a bag that's used for home visits. "I only came to drop off my supplies. I won't keep you." Father Oscar turns to leave, but Daniel continues, walking over to him. "Home visit. Did you see Miss Plon this morning?" Father Oscar does a terrible job of hiding his sighs. "Aye, before lunch." "And how is she?" The priest raises a suspicious eyebrow. "She's fine, despite her knees. Talkative, as you know." "Indeed." Daniel takes a moment to observe the man. He's not drunk, for once, and he doesn't seem hungover either. He doesn't look exceptionally well, though, as the circles beneath his bloodshot eyes are a dark gray, and his nose looks red and swollen. Daniel supposes that he, too, would not be well if he was living the same life of sin. "Did you give her the sermon that I prepared for her today?" Daniel asks curtly. Father Oscar looks at Daniel square in the eyes, a sudden fire behind his gaze. He works his jaw instead of replying. Just as Daniel suspected. "Father Oscar, I don't write these sermons for myself. I expect you to. I prefer to let Miss Pilon lead the discussions." Father Oscar snaps, never breaking eye contact. A pathetic excuse. "Have you mistaken her for a priest, Father?" Father Oscar's fist clenches, but he tucks it behind his back. "Miss Pilon doesn't need to be a priest to tell me what she needs. What she needs is up to her." Father Oscar growls, stepping backward like he's trying not to lunge like an animal. "Our priesthood does not grant us some holy power to know a person better than she knows herself." Daniel gruffs, not appreciating being interrupted so bluntly. "And so you discard my sermons. Refuse to teach them unless Miss Pilon happens to bring them up herself." Something in Father Oscar's posture changes. He tilts his chin higher, flattening his brow. A challenge. "I always offer your sermons, Father," he says measuredly. "But it's up to Miss Pilon, if she wants to hear them." Daniel feels his blood pressure spiking, throbbing in the vein on his temple. How dare? "And what is that supposed to mean?" Daniel snarls. Father Oscar looks at him undaunted, and he speaks with a sudden quiet intensity. "There's a reason Miss Pilon prefers my visits to your Mass." Daniel erupts, roaring. "You insolent man! How dare you talk so disrespectfully to a senior priest?" He advances on Father Oscar, whose face twists with fury and panic. "Don't, Father!" Daniel does not slow. "What are you teaching her, then? What sins are you excusing for her, for yourself?" Father Oscar backs up into the wall, his hand gripping his far too casual shirt so tightly that he may rip straight through the fabric. "You have no fucking idea what you're... How can you teach the word of God, Father Oscar? Don't come a fucking step closer to me! When you follow no word of God!" Father Oscar goes eerily still, and there's a peculiar shine in his eyes that Daniel has never seen before. Not from Father Oscar, and not from anyone in his entire life. And Daniel is suddenly very afraid. "Fathers, are you two all right?" The two of them startle, jerking their heads to the pews to see a younger Father McKinley walking up the nave. He gives a shy and confused wave. Daniel backs up, putting out as much space as he can between himself and Father Oscar. "We're fine, Father." Father Oscar refuses to look away from Daniel. His gaze feels like needles in Daniel's skin. "And how are you?" All right," Father McKinley replies, meeting them at the sanctuary. I didn't realize anyone else would be here for Mass so early." Daniel huffs. "A common sentiment today." Father McKinley frowns. No matter. What brings you here so early, then?" Father McKinley glances towards Father Oscar, who is still staring. He attempts a smile. "Just trying to get out of the heat, honestly." "Sensible." Daniel clears his throat, trying to appear unaffected. "Well, if you two don't mind, I'd like to finish rehearsing my sermon." Neither of them move. Daniel scowls. "Alone." Oh! Father McKinley titters, taking a step back. Sorry, right, yes, well. He gestures for Father Oscar to follow him to the left. God bless. Father Oscar continues to stare. Daniel feels the hairs on his neck rise beneath his collar. And then Father Oscar follows Father McKinley out through the door on the left. Daniel lets out a panting exhale, unaware that he'd been holding his breath. His heartbeat rattles his whole body, knocking the beating sweat off his forehead and sending it dripping down his face. What in the world was that look? He clears his throat again, taking a handkerchief from his pants pocket and dabbing his face. It was probably just the trick of the light. It was probably just Daniel's emotions running on high. It was probably nothing. They were both clearly heated, but it's finished now. Daniel doesn't need to be worked up about this anymore. He has rehearsing to do. He looks down at his notes, which he didn't realize he'd been angrily crumpling in his hand when he... Never mind. He attempts to flatten the paper, but with a sinking stomach, he finds that the picture of his daughter is folded messily in half at the top of the stack. He quickly rips her out from beneath the paperclip, and he sees that her photo has been irreparably creased down the middle. Her face is marred with a thick, white line. Immediately, red-hot anger floods through him. This is all Father Oscar is doing. How dare the man make Daniel blemish this cherished picture of his only daughter? Daniel notices that the crease down her face exactly matches one of the creases in his palm. As he shifts his hand, he watches her smile bend sharply into a frown. And he feels an unexpected cold guilt course through him. It extinguishes his fury toward Father Oscar instantly, and the smoking remains. Daniel is left with one single heartbreaking thought. How did he not realize he was hurting his daughter? Daniel rushes toward the seat amongst the pews, and he begins to pray.
Yeah.
Good one.
Very dramatic, Marix. Great reading.
That's 16.
Belly dramatic.
Oh my god, we got more Raph art!
Oh, take a look at some arts. Oh my goodness.
Maybe this will make us feel better.
We got wrap art, we got fractal art, we got hollow art. Oh, yay. Oh my goodness. Okay, there were some really great things in the chat that I wanted to read. Sammy just said, Daniel is so devil emoji. I love his cognitive dissonance and his fragile masculinity. So easy to poke and prod until he snaps. But even when he snaps, he has that righteous indignation where he knows he's right. He's not. Because God forbid he do anything wrong. Take responsibility, my guy. You're at fault. Oh, he could never. Oh, he could never. And then, how did he not know he was hurting his daughter? The crux of everything. Yes. I do love a great little metaphor. I love those little visual metaphors. Some of my favorite. Also, Inky said something great. Daniel's attachment to Bella is so creepy, less like a father and daughter and more like a man and his prized possession. I think that's so valid. Yeah. Definitely, like, especially like if like prized possession, as if it were like a gourd that he grew, like he put all of his effort and work into it of like watering the soil and giving it enough sunlight, and now he's like showing off his gourd at the county fair and being like, everyone look at how good my gourd is and has always been, so much better than y'all's gourd. Yeah. It is definitely like an ownership though, and it's really gross, super creepy. Yeah, I also hate that. Yes, everyone is giving Raph kudos for the incredible drawings, as they should. And then Marix did some really great coloring. Oh my goodness. The Marix and Raph team, y'all. Match made in heaven. Truly.
Dynamic duo!
Inky said, I wanted to say like prized racehorse, but I thought it was too on the nose. Yeah, I mean that's too. Soup says, especially now that she's gone and can't actively go against Daniel anymore. Yeah, exactly. Daniel has this ability to rewrite everything that he didn't like about her in his head and toward others now that she doesn't have a say in it anymore. Disgusting. I hate that. Thank you for pointing that out. Actually, I'm just gonna segue from right there. When Daniel is talking to Bella in the right before he's giving this sermon, I actually have him talk to her, and then in his own internal monologue, he addresses her in the present tense at first. Like he sees this young Bella doing this, he sees her eating these tea cookies, he sees her running her finger along the Bible to read with him, and then as she gets older and older, it starts to move into the past tense. where, she went out with Susie. She stopped smiling in conversations. She stopped asking so many questions. And that was meant to evoke a feeling of distance that he started to feel, not only between Bella and him at that stage in her life, but also between Daniel and those particular memories. He
That's
clearly.
tasty.
Yeah. Did you say PhD?
Do what?
Oh, you said tasty. Oh,
That's PhD. No, that's tasty.
PhD.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm eating
yeah.
granola bars, so I'm trying to be far away from the mic.
That's okay. Yeah. So just a little bit of fun with tenses. To that person who, to anyone who doesn't enjoy present tense, maybe you might consider that has some upside sometimes. A little inside joke there. We won't talk about it. Okay, so that was just a little tidbit that I wanted to talk about, Daniel. But okay, this beginning with these phone calls. This is the first phone call to Daniel that we hear between Daniel and John. These were all added after I finished the fic. I finished the first draft of everything, and then I went back and I was like, there is no communication between Daniel and John ever, minus chapter 10. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. I have to change that. There needs to be something. So I came up with these phone calls idea. And I really, really love that it's a phone call because I feel like this is the worst possible situation for both of them. This is so bad. Because the thing that phone calls really does is it takes away body language, facial expression, and gesture, and all you get is tone of voice.
Bro.
And this is exceptionally bad for John.
Yeah, it's like when you're messaging someone and you have to like try to convey tone and shit. Thank goodness for like tone tags now. But
Yeah.
a phone call is like messaging that you don't have time to think about and phrase yourself. You have to be that's
Yeah.
just so hard.
Yeah. Phone calls absolutely terrifying sometimes. And oh my gosh, how could this not be even worse for John? It's not that John was great at picking up gesture and facial expression beforehand, but now he has even less to work with when that does work for him. So his anxiety on these phone calls, I genuinely can't even imagine. That must be the absolute nightmare of his life, to have to talk to Daniel of all people through a thin wire. It's no wonder that he fiddles with the phone cord the whole time, like a poor autistic man trying to stim out of all of his nervousness. My poor guy. But I'm glad that I added them because I think that time with Daniel and John without Arthur present shows a lot about who John is to Daniel. Something Mads brought up earlier was that the moment that John's mask slips, Daniel gets to see just a little bit more care for this person. And of course, we see that here too. Okay, let me see. I don't have a lot for this particular chapter. Honestly, I'm almost wishing that I could just give the microphone to Sammy because Sammy has done such incredible dissections of Daniel in the comments of this fic. If you ever want some quality reading material, don't read the chapter, go read the comments. Specifically, Sammy has something to say and it's usually incredibly insightful. Highly recommend. Okay, let's talk about the sermon. Okay, I had done, of course, so much research. You'll hear me say I did a lot of research for every single thing that was religious centered because I really didn't want to mess it up. And I wish that I would have saved the sermon that I used for this because I tried to go back and find it later and I cannot find it. Oh, I wish I had saved it so badly. I had done a lot of Googling for like, hey, why do Catholics hate homosexuality? Like, what's up with the gays and Catholicism? Can you tell me more about that? And I found this really, really long sermon that I read all the way through. The beginning was talking about Mosaic law because that's where Ocelli had pointed me. Ocelli was like, if you look up stuff from Mosaic law, I think that'll help you write some of the sermon stuff. And I'm just really not that smart, I suppose. I was reading through it and it just wasn't really quite meshing in my brain. I didn't know exactly what they were talking about. Of course, I'm missing so much context because I have absolutely no context on the Bible whatsoever. But at the very, very, very end of the sermon, it talked about this feeling that love, true love, does not always feel like love. the truest love is guiding someone to salvation. And even if they hate it, and even if they hate you for it, it's something that you must do if you want to be with them forever, and if you want their salvation, and if you want yours. And I remember him just being so depressed because it feels like there's no argument to that. It feels like there's just as soon as you say anything in terms of like, well, why don't you care about how the person feels when they're on Earth? That person could come back with, well, why don't you care about their eternity? Right? Why don't you care about the thing that matters so much more, which is not this short life that we live, but in fact, the longest afterlife that we live after. And I really, I was depressed for a little bit after that, reading that. And I knew that it was going to be important, specifically for Daniel's sermon. And I knew that it was like good material for me to work with, but it makes it feel so impossible to change someone's mind, to make them believe that if that person doesn't want to be a part of this religion, that's something that you just have to accept instead of argue against for the rest of your life. And yeah, so that one, there was a lot of research that I did for why do Catholics not cool with the gays sometimes, that really put a dour mood in my week, and I was already struggling with writing. That was salt in the wounds, honestly. That was super, super hard. Oh, some stuff in the chat. Sammy Core says, damn, you can really tell how much that shines through Daniel's viewpoint. Exactly! That's what I'm saying. It's so... I thought it was miraculous that I found that sermon because it was so perfectly timed, too, especially for, things that are upcoming with Daniel. But yeah, it feels like it should come straight out of Daniel's mouth, like he had been saying it all along, because we see that in his constant attempts with these lessons with Bella and these things that he needed to teach her, and how he had to constantly pull her back to God's light and all of that. It was a never-ending work that he believed, as he always believes, is morally superior, is morally justified, is the right thing to do, and is the purest kind of love. And therefore, it's rude for anybody not to accept it because Daniel's doing them a favor. His love for this person is a fucking favor for them. Just so toxic. So, yeah, I also I really struggled with this one because I've got some friends that deal with a similar situation of having family members that are staunchly in their faith and hate the gays, and my friends are gays, and it really does feel like there is no solution. It feels like there's no breaking on either side, because my friends who are queer are not going to say, no, okay, I'm definitely going to start following this faith that you want me to follow because it hates who I am. That makes no sense. And then their family members are definitely not going to say, I'm going to turn my back against this religion that I have grown up with for 60 years of my life and risk my shot in the afterlife and debase myself with the rest of you sinners. So it just man, what do you do from there? Obviously, my fic is going to have a happy ending, so I found myself a little bit of a very fictional maybe ending to this story, but it really in real life feels so complicated and makes me very, very sad. I'm seeing some stuff in the chat. Let me make sure I don't miss it. Sammy says, with religious ideology, this life isn't paradise. Each step of this life is a walk toward a utopia. And not to make this one better in some churches, at the very least. It's an interesting juxtaposition, especially with Daniel, where he wants to help others, but he's doing it because he'll think they'll bring them to heaven. Exactly, yeah. It's such a strange dichotomy with some sects of religion where, life is not life. It's not like a worthwhile thing to enjoy while you're here. It is work that you have to do in order to get to the place that you're trying to go. This is just like a tedious stepping stone to the better thing that is death and the afterlife that comes with it. And as a person who is trying to cherish this life that I have and all of the joy that I'm capable of, it doesn't quite meet eye to eye with me in particular.
It's
Uh,
honestly sad.
right.
'Cause, like,
Yeah.
it's like, wow, oh my god, you're spending all this time just, like, lying to yourself and pretending, and, oh, it's so ugh.
Yeah. Also, hello to Cry. Oh, they
Hi,
said, "Do I have to
Cry,
reset machine because Twitch wasn't letting me
and
in?"
Nesty.
Welcome! Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So happy to have you. And Nesty is back. Welcome, Nesty. So good to see you. Sammy says sinners are cool. Yeah. Rafi says, insane, helping sinners, like the number one thing that Christ did. Yeah, man, listen, I do not have the knowledge to talk about the differences between the teachings of Jesus Christ and a lot of other things in religion, but I have heard many, many times from my religious friends that so much of like the bigoted stances that certain religious sects take are so antithetical to what it is that they preach. And that also hurts. Like why would anyone want to be a part of this if they're if the cognitive dissonance within these religious sects is so strong? I don't know. But listen, to each their own, and I hope that everyone finds happiness in the faith that they have. Sammy says, exactly, love thy neighbor and all that. See, I support that shit. Love thy neighbor. Love thy everybody. Except for Daniel.
Daniel is the only neighbor. He lives in a house that's not even in the neighborhood because no one.
Yeah, right. Everyone's like, I'm not sleeping next to him. I'm not doing that.
You drive through a neighborhood and you see one house that has someone in it, and the rest of the houses in that neighborhood are just empty.
They're all like boarded up. All the blinds are closed. The doors have padlocks on them. Ref says, Christ, you know the church low-key sucks. Church, see, he likes us. Yeah. That's pretty funny. Okay. Really the only other things that I had to say for this chapter is the Oscar ate. Like Oscar absolutely had some banger ass lines in this one. Though to be fair, fucking Daniel ate too when he said, "How can you teach the word of God when you follow no word of God?"
Oh, I would
That's
have.
pretty good
I
though.
see. I would have snapped right then and there. Side rant. Let's give props to Oscar for not beating his ass.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, props to Oscar for placing his hand behind his back, refusing to give in to the rage, even though at the end, okay, I was really happy with this. The way that Oscar looks at Daniel and Daniel is like suddenly completely and totally unnerved,
Mm-hmm.
that that crazy Oscar shit, that's what I love. That's
Oh
what I
yeah.
want in this character. I want him to be terrifying in how unpredictable he is. And
Mm-hmm.
just like a look from him literally makes Daniel feel in danger. That is some crazy shit. Oscar is no man to be fucked with.
Yes.
Yeah, crazy Oscar. More of that, please. Oh, and then the last thing I said is that everyone wanted violence again. No one wanted
We
Oscar to put
always
his hand
want
behind his back.
violence, Hauntie. You have to come to terms with it.
It's great. I was not
Stop
expecting
being
this at
surprised
all.
by it. It's we.
Yeah, I know. I really stopped out of being surprised, but it was just so wild how much effort I put into skirting the line, but not allowing Oscar to act on it to a point of like unforgivability. And then everyone was like, well, 3 out of 10 would have
Look,
been
with
better if
the
you chewed his
podcast
head
that we
off.
come from, we love violence, we love
We
blood.
do love violence. Yeah, we do. Yeah, I should have known. I should have known. Alrighty. Well, let me make sure that was all I wanted to say on this one. Oh, also, okay, sorry. Just really quickly, that line, where Daniel says, like, the parts of the Bible that he must have missed. Like,
Oh,
bitch, you're
the
a fucking
sass.
asshole.
The sass. See, I said this before. I was like, dude, if God could hear every thought you had, Daniel.
Yeah. Who's really getting into heaven? All right. God is looking over his life and being like, this guy was kind of a dick. I don't want him up there with me. Inky says, does violence against Daniel really count against Oscar, though? The justifications are wild. Okay, Marix, anything else you want to share before we keep going?
Nope, I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Previously on To Live Two Lives. John is struggling with his writing, and Arthur is struggling with his weight loss. Content warnings, eating disorders, and explicit discussions of body weight, overexercise, calorie counting, and alcoholism. John. John stares at the empty page of his yellow notebook. His pencil is poised and ready, the lead tip just barely scratching across the lined paper. But the deathly cold anxiety in his muscles freezes his hands in place. "Why can't I write, Lily?" he whispers, willing his fingers to move. "I could write about anything. Lord knows I have a million fucking things to write about." He grips his pencil tighter. "The fact that I fucking hate phone calls. The fact that I fucking hate phone calls to Daniel in particular. The whole ordeal of convincing Arthur to go to Daniel for lunch. The whole ordeal of convincing myself to go to Daniel's ever again. Jesus." The wood in his pencil starts to audibly creak with strain. "That's all the fuel I could possibly need. So why can't I—" He attempts a small mark at the top of the page, something that looks like a slanted eye. "I?" he reads aloud, scoffing. "Every damn one of my poems starts with I. I can't get into the rut of starting every poem the same way. And every poem I've written so far is apparently shit, so I should really avoid trying to replicate them." He erases the mark. "I can be more creative than I." Lily bobs her mouth up and down at him, probably assenting. "I need to write something more poetic, something that will really wow the publishers." He writes, "me." And then he stares helplessly. "What the fuck kind of sentence starts with me?" he whines. Lily takes the opportunity to duck behind a fern. "Me is an object, not a subject. Where is the sentence even going to go? I can't put any action words after me that's grammatically incorrect in a way that sounds absolutely barbaric. What the fuck am I thinking?" He erases the marks. He looks to Lily, who slinks out of the greenery, waving her fins calmly. John wishes it would calm him, too. "Christ, Lily," he mutters. "I think I'd be better off if you wrote this for me." She wiggles. "You're right." He turns back to the notebook. "I just need to write something. That way I'll have something to go back and edit later. It's not going to be perfect on the first go-around, and I can only make it perfect once I actually have something to perfect." He takes a rallying breath, and he writes, "My heart pounds like trampling hooves." No. John scolds himself. "Heart pounds? That's cliché. Everyone says that. How am I going to prove that I'm creative if I'm just using the most trite phrases in the English language?" He erases everything. "And trampling hooves refers to a sound more than an action, so the simile doesn't even work anyway." He huffs, wiping away all the erasure shavings. And he's left with a still blank page of paper. Fuck. He hangs his head. "John!" Arthur calls from the bathroom. "Can you come read the scale for me, please?" John sighs morosely, giving Lily a miserable look. She flips her tail fin. "Sorry, Lily," he grumbles. Sorry, dropped my phone. "Sorry, Lily," he grumbles. "You'll have to excuse me for a moment." Lily dashes back inside her ferns. And John can't blame her. He'd rather be in there than at the scale, too. John stands reluctantly, folding up his notebook and returning it to his back pocket. If he hadn't already felt like an overstretched rubber band while he was sitting down with Lily, he certainly feels tighter now. John hates the scale readings. He misses the time when it was only once a day, but that time hardly lasted 2 days, and it's been a few more since then. John walks slowly down the hall to the bathroom, the sound of Arthur's mumbling growing louder. Probably around 600 calories so far, which means I'll need to walk at least 3 miles before— Oh, John, good. Arthur weighs him over excitedly. Or, more likely, nervously, as Arthur seems to hate these scale readings more than John does, despite doing them twice or thrice a week. Fuck. "I was 144 yesterday, which is close to my target goal, and considering that I've been able to keep a steady streak of walking more than 2.5 miles per day, and I've done exceedingly well at eating less than my maximum daily caloric intake, then I think I should be reaching 140 by the end of the week. Or, hopefully, maybe even by tomorrow." John looks Arthur over with a heavy sadness pulling on his heart. Arthur seems to have lost his enthusiasm for keeping his mustache neatly trimmed and his hair perfectly gelled. He's lost a bit of color and the fullness in his cheeks, too, and his expression is constantly one of stress. When was the last time John saw him be anything other than manic? "Well, John, what do we have today?" But John can't part his gaze with the sight of his beloved friend, this beautiful man who's been stripped of joy and vivacity in exchange for some meaningless number on a scale, whose awe-inspiring ambition and passion has been compressed and funneled into this obsessive lust for weight loss, whose hands shake constantly throughout the day. "John!" When was the last time John saw him happy? "Arthur," John croaks. Are you sure it really matters? What? Arthur gives an offended look. Yes, John, how are you supposed to measure goals if you don't have measurements, John? This is data collection. Of course it matters. What are you saying? I'm saying... John feels himself cowering to the frightening defensiveness Arthur gets when he steps on the scale. Shouldn't health be how about you feel? Do you feel healthy by now? Arthur makes a show of rolling his eyes. Feelings are fleeting, easily manipulated, and unreliable for data, John. He pointedly pinches his waist as his voice sharpens. And right now, I'm feeling unnecessary excess fat on my body. I'm feeling so fucking heavy I swear I'll flatten the scale I'm on, and that's making me feel like shit. John feels his shoulders wrapping themselves around his neck. But what about your pants? What? You started doing all this data collection because your pants weren't fitting, right? Arthur blinks. I suppose, but you wear a belt now, Arthur. Surely that meets your goals. Arthur frowns, running his fingers along his belt, almost like he's trying to hide behind his hand. Well, John pleads. Then isn't that enough? Didn't you accomplish what you set out to do? Arthur's face sours, as does his voice. That's just this one pair of trousers, John. I don't wear a belt on all of them, and if my memory serves, this is the pair that was largest on me before I started watching my weight, so, Arthur. John rests a hand on Arthur's startlingly bony shoulder. You've been at this for weeks. You've dropped over 12 pounds, you've completed your goals, you've achieved healthiness. I haven't completed anything yet! Arthur snaps, shrugging out of John's grasp. My goal was 140, and I won't know if I've achieved that goal until you read me the numbers on the scale, please! The look Arthur throws him guts John completely. He feels himself stumbling backward like Arthur's words have physically shoved him away, and he curls over himself to absorb the blow. When was the last time either of them were happy? John gives one final sigh, and then he looks at the scale. He blinks twice, and then he reads it again. Then he blinks once more. He still doesn't believe what he sees. 139. The two of them stand in silence. John looks at Arthur, who is staring into the middle distance with anticipation in his eyes. He looks like he's waiting for some divine experience to happen around them, for someone to pop out of the scale and award him a trophy, declaring him the healthiest man on earth, for some cinematic music to start crooning from the air vents. But nothing happens. You met your goal, Arthur, John says quietly. Arthur's lips twitch before he softly replies, So I did. Nothing continues to happen. Arthur pinches along his stomach with a deep-set frown. Then he untucks his shirt and starts pinching his skin directly. Arthur, maybe I used to be 135 or something. I can't be. Arthur, I don't remember ever feeling like I had this much. Arthur, can we please be done with this? John begs. You hit your fucking goal weight. Your pants are fitting like they're supposed to. John feels himself scrambling when Arthur continues to pinch every limb on his body. Why don't we celebrate? We should celebrate. You fucking did it, Arthur. How about we have some of those jammy dodgies or whatever the fuck they're called? You love those. Arthur huffs loudly as he steps off the scale. I am not going to ruin all my progress with biscuits, John. Besides, he hastily tucks his shirt again. Health isn't just about reaching your goals, it's about maintaining your goals. If I start going back to eating tins of biscuits, I'm going to end up exactly where I was before. Arthur grabs his walking stick and John full-blown panics. Arthur, please. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time for my afternoon walk, which I need to have done before 4 so that I can have a quick dinner, so I really must be going. Arthur nimbly squeezes past John, exiting the bathroom before John can do anything to stop him. Wait, Arthur. No need to wait up for me. Arthur darts over to the front door to toe on his shoes. I'll meet you at the bar for the performance tonight, yes? Arthur, can we please talk about this? Arthur slips out the door calling, See you this evening, before slamming it closed again. And John is left in the quiet. Everything in John bubbles over all at once, and he crushes his temples between his hands. What the fuck? He yells, stomping over to Lily. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck do I do? Lily pops out of her castle curiously. John immediately begins pacing the living room, as if pacing could expel all of his dismay out through his feet. Didn't you hear that? Didn't you see him escape out the door like he was running for his life? Lily backs up to her castle window again. I don't know what to do. I've never fucking felt like I knew what to do since this whole thing started, but now... He rakes his hands, fingers through his hair. How do you convince someone that the one thing they care about most doesn't fucking matter? How do you convince someone that their self-improvement plan is actually just self-fucking destruction? He feels the rug beneath his feet begin to fray. Arthur is so sure that these fucking numbers and measurements and walks and schedules are going to make him normal again, but Jesus fucking Christ, they're eroding him. John feels his eyes begin to burn. God, Lily, what happened? Things were so good just a month or so ago. We were so happy. Don't you remember? Lily nibbles at a magenta pebble. Remember when we first moved here? Remember how exciting everything was? John sniffs, pivoting to pace in the other direction. He's certain that he's going to wear a hole straight through the rug. Jesus, Arthur took us to a new nook of the city every week. He was so exploratory, so wide-eyed with wonder. He wanted to learn, to experience, to taste. He wanted to make up for all the living that he didn't do years prior. John sees a vivid image of Arthur's sunlit, smiling face, tugging John along as he races down the streets of New York. He was so full of whimsy then. He craved every little bit of life that he could squeeze from the world. So what happened, Lily? Lily bumps herself against the peak of her castle. He doesn't want to go anywhere except for his walks now. He's lost all his zest for food, for his childhood dreams. And Christ. He feels himself choke up. He hardly even wants to be near me anymore. John pivots again, hearing the rug tear beneath him. He trudges on. He won't let me touch him, Lily. He won't let me near him. He'll dodge any amount of affection I try to give. He'll slink out of any embrace. He'll grab my hands and hold them at arm's length maximum. And God forbid if I try to hold his waist. John's skin cries out for attention, but just a moment of contact for anything. He tries to rub his arm soothingly, and it changes nothing. He tells me that he loves me, Lily, but he hardly shows it. He's hardly even around to show it. Lily bubbles, clearly sympathetically. And now he's reached his fucking goals, and it looks like there's no change in sight. It looks like he's scheduled out the rest of his life, devoting every waking moment to his health. He takes a moment to rest, his heart and lungs complaining of strain, and leaving behind everything else. Lily ducks back into her castle, swimming through the corridors. John scrubs his face over and over, finally admitting that pacing isn't going to make him feel any better. His feet drag him toward the couch, and he collapses on top of it. Every cell in his body whines for a break from this constant, incessant feeling. And then he groans when he realizes that he still has an entire shift to work. If he could just write it out, so it doesn't have to linger in his body any longer, so he can look at it from a third-person perspective. John rolls over to take his notebook from his back pocket. His heart bucks with anxiety the moment his sight is lit up with dandelion yellow, but he presses on. He shakily opens to the page marked with his pencil, and he forces himself to write. As you further stray from food, I fear you eat yourself alive. He reads it once over, and then he pitches the whole fucking book across the room. John grinds his teeth as he vehemently tries to ignore Charlie and Oscar at the end of the bar counter. He scrubs the new glassware 6 times over just to give himself something tactile to focus on, something to distract him for just a fucking moment. It's not working. So, what is it, big guy? Charlie says through a wide grin, leaning over the counter conspiratorially. You a film writer? Mentally pinning out your breakthrough motion picture about the life and strife of a concert jazz piano? John hears Oscar sigh irritably, and immediately scurries underneath John's skin. Please, Mr. Dowd. Charlie, remember? So not a playwright. But you seem like one of those creative kids. Charlie snaps a few times. Oh, you a painter? Trying to capture the stir and beauty and movement of music through still life realism? Charlie. Oscar pinches the bridge of his nose. All I'm asking for is a refill. I know. Charlie backs up, shrugging. Alright, I swear I'm gonna get you a refill. But at least give me a hint. I'm racing against the liquor here. Oscar says nothing, like he always does. Oh, I got it. Charlie rubs his hands together, his tone turning theatrical. You're one of those gritty PIs, still knee-deep in a long cold case, searching high and low for that old flame of yours. It's been years since you lost her, but the chips keep going down and the police still won't budge to reopen the case. And now you found a greasy bar with an eerily familiar stage, one that happens to look just like the very stage you visited all those years ago when you first spotted your long-lost baby. He pauses, tapping his chin. Grand? Jesus fucking Christ. Oscar grits out. Yes. Knew it! Charlie whoops, raising Oscar's glass. Okay, pal, let me get you that refill. Charlie walks behind John, whistling, and John considers that maybe passing off the drunk to Charlie tonight was the worst idea. When Charlie hands the drink over, Oscar takes it without a word, and he resolutely turns his attention to the stage again. Arthur hasn't even arrived yet. John has no idea how he's going to make it through the night. Johnny boy! Charlie meanders over. You seen Slim? He's walking over, I'm sure, John says reflexively. Then he adds to himself, or, at the very least, he's walking. Good. The place is already starting to flood with people. Charlie considers taking off in the other direction, but then he stops in place. Johnny, you alright? What? John says, quickly putting his face mask back into neutral. I'm fine. Charlie lifts an eyebrow. You got a lot of talents, Johnny, but lying ain't one of them. John huffs, coiling over the sink so that he might fit himself down the drain. I've been stressed. Ah, Charlie grimaces. Sounds like you could use a vacation. And ain't that good timing? We got a holiday coming up soon. John finishes rinsing the final glass for the 7th time, and he stacks it with the others. We do? Charlie throws his hands to his forehead dramatically. Don't tell me you forgot about America's birthday. It's unconstitutional to do that in front of veterans, Johnny. I see, John replies flatly. My apologies. Hey, I forgive you, but don't tell Uncle Sam. Anyway, the bar's closed for the holiday. You got a vacation coming up in no time. John frowns. You're closing the bar? You can make a lot of money on holidays, Charlie. Charlie flaps his hand. I'll be too busy celebrating. Independence Day is like Easter for veterans. John frowns harder. What the fuck does that mean? Charlie scratches through a shadow on his chin. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really sure where I was going with that one. But seriously, pal. Charlie pats John's arm reassuringly. You got good things ahead. Don't let the stress bring you down. John nods, more for Charlie's sake than his own. John privately thinks that it's far too late for that kind of advice. The door chimes, and both Charlie and John look over to see one Arthur Lester walking through the entrance. Slim! Charlie calls cheerfully. How's it? Shit. Arthur's walking stick clicks rapidly on the ground, shaking in time with the trembling of his hands. Behind the veneer of a dashing blue pinstripe suit and a fresh shave, he looks absolutely exhausted. Arthur? John is around the corner and walking up to his friend before he even realizes that he started moving. Arthur, are you alright? Hello again, John. Arthur smiles with what looks like taxing effort. And hello to you too, Charlie. Damn, Slim. Charlie chuckles, coming up behind John. I don't think I've ever seen you nervous before. Arthur scrunches his brow. I'm not nervous. Charlie squints. You're shaking like a leaf, pal. What? No, I'm... Arthur roughly shakes out his free hand like he wishes it would leap off his body. Don't worry about me, just a little blood sugar thing. It runs in the family. Arthur. John interjects worriedly. Let me get you a glass of juice or something. We have... No, really, I'm fine. Arthur smiles again, though it doesn't reach his eyes. Just let me run to the restroom quickly, and I'll be ready to start. Charlie, give me about 2 minutes? Charlie shrugs. Sure thing, pal. Good. Arthur dismisses himself to step toward the bathrooms, and he immediately wobbles. Arthur. John grabs his elbow, steadying him. Arthur, please let me get you something. Predictably, Arthur slithers out of his grasp. John, I'm fine. I'll just be a moment. You... But Arthur is already gone, walking unsteadily through the crowd. John slumps, sighing like a deflating balloon. He'll be all right, John, Charlie says half-confidently from behind him. You heard him. John doesn't find any strength to nod this time. Come on. Charlie tugs on his shoulder with a chipper smile. Your boy is gonna play your favorites tonight, and we're gonna make a fuckload of tips. Life is good, Johnny boy, chin up. Charlie heads off toward the stage, and John takes a deep breath. Once again, he wonders what it must be like to be so optimistic, to be so resilient to stress, to never bow to any tribulations. Must be nice. John plods back over to the bar counter as Charlie starts his announcements. Hey, folks, Charlie says after tapping the microphone a few times. Great to have you guys out here tonight. The audience hoots and whistles in reply. And damn, what a crowd, he winks. I assume y'all flocked here for the cheap booze and my award-winning smile, right? The crowd laughs politely, some of them toasting their glasses. John walks behind the counter again, and he makes the mistake of checking on Oscar. For once, Oscar isn't looking at the stage at all. He's looking toward the restrooms. He's looking for Arthur. John feels his nerves catch fire. That fucking proves it, doesn't it? That fucking proves that this fucker is just here for Arthur. What is he planning? Is he going to try to stalk Arthur out back again? Or maybe he's plotting to snatch Arthur away like the greasy little bastard he... No. John stops aggressively on all his swirling paranoia in his mind. He shouldn't be jumping to conclusions. He should be practicing empathy, just like Arthur said. Nothing Oscar has done proves anything about anything. He's just excited to see the performer play. Now, I hate to disappoint, but I can't be up here all night, can I? Charlie schmoozes, and a few drunk patrons play along, whining in complaint. I know. A travesty. But I promise that you're gonna love the next act even more than me. Ladies and gents, would you please put your hands together for the one, the only, Arthur Slim Lester. The crowd bursts into applause, and Arthur steps on stage, waving kindly. And Oscar gives him that fucking look. All thoughts of empathy and grace dive straight out of John's ears, and all he can feel is his skin start to boil. Doesn't that prove it, then? Is it so fucking obvious that Oscar should be kept miles away from Arthur at all costs? Oscar's face changes into something much more confused. John blinks. He hasn't seen Oscar make that face before. He automatically follows Oscar's gaze to Arthur, who's sitting at the piano, not playing. The crowd starts to murmur, a quiet rumbling of questions and worried tones. Even Charlie gives the scene a bewildered look. John scours Arthur's posture and expression, looking for any signs of distress. And then, like nothing has happened, Arthur shakes his head and begins to play. The audience immediately becomes enraptured with his music, swaying and toe-tapping, looking like a pool of rippling water with their movement. And Oscar melts back into that fucking look of his. But John knows this piece well, and it doesn't sound right. Usually, this piece reminds him of two birds chasing each other in flight during the early months of springtime, dodging tree branches and whipping around in close circles. Usually, he sees the gentle pastels of budding flowers, the yellow-green of newborn leaves, the brilliant rays of sun which are slowly gaining strength and heat. Usually, it is the epitome of a spring solstice. But now it sounds unsure. The birds don't quite chase each other with their usual spirited gaiety. Instead, they sort of stumble around each other. And the colors aren't exactly the pure pastels that John is used to seeing, they're dustier, grayer, less saturated, and everything isn't lining up as smoothly as it usually does. The whole picture looks like a puzzle that's been scrunched in the center, and the edges of the pieces are misaligned and peaking. "Ready for a refill, bud?" Charlie says loudly, knocking John out of his stupor. Charlie taps on the counter next to Oscar, but Oscar just slides the glass over without a word. The rapid volleying between John's stress, worry, and fury might actually cold-cock him. No chatter during the music, got it." Charlie makes a gesture of zipping his lips. Charlie steps around John to refill Oscar's glass, and Arthur finishes his piece with an unusually lackluster flourish. The room teeters unconfidently over the silence following the piece, but when Arthur finally takes his hands from the keys, the crowd shouts and hollers uproariously. John seems to be the only one in the room, taking a long moment to study Arthur critically. Well, John isn't the only one. Oscar, too, still has his eyes glued to the man, and he doesn't make any noise of applause for this fucking show that he's supposedly enjoying. "Damn, that one didn't do it for you, huh?" Charlie laughs as he passes Oscar's glass back to him. No response. Charlie scratches the back of his head. "You know, you can cheer if you want to, right?" No response. Wait. Is this one of those I was raised like this kind of things? Never clap at concerts or shout at football games? What, you spend too much time in church or something? Finally, Oscar turns to give Charlie the most acerbic glare that John has ever seen. John feels every muscle in his body clench. Eesh, no chatter during the whole show, got it. Charlie scampers away like he's trying to dodge the daggers that Oscar glares at him. That's it. That's exactly as much as John can take. John feels his feet pull him over to that fucking drunkard. John isn't going to be aggressive, but he will be staunchly assertive in telling this fucker that if he wants to stay in the bar and keep looking at the entertainer like that, then he's going to have to start treating the waitstaff and the owner of the bar with some fucking respect, and a massive clang sounds on stage.
Ooh, cliffhanger. Very nice read on this one, Marix. Excellent work on a cervix.
I had to pause for it. Damn it.
Got it. You got it. I'm so proud.
I did get it. I had to stare at it for a little bit.
You got it. All right. Oh shit, Arthur passed out. You're right, Inky. Arthur did pass out. We had been primed for it. We knew that Arthur was not feeling well on stage recently. Oh dear, poor guy. Oh, let's look at some fan art. Let's look at fan art. I'm seeing some by Raph already. Yes.
I don't think there's another one for this one, is there?
Oh, I guess not. We got some awesome Raph art for this one. Oh, wait, Raph says, where's the other one?
Yeah, I don't know what he means.
Oh, wait. Raph, I think that's coming up later. I think that's coming up in the next one. Because you drew that after this one had been released. Because I titled this one A Hilarious Prediction. Because we did not yet know that he was going to pass out. So I think it's for the next chapter. Yeah. Great art though, and Pockets was the one that colored this one. So thank you, Pockets, for that. So beautiful. All righty. No worries, no worries. All right, so I do love a good cliffhanger, and a lot of people got real mad because this is a pretty gnarly cliffhanger. But making people wait the whole week for this was truly delightful in my experience.
Sorry for
It was
dropping my
pretty good.
phone in the middle of that, by the way.
Oh, didn't hear it. You're good.
Oh, damn it. If you didn't hear it, I wish I hadn't said anything. Fuck.
I mean, it might just be I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Everybody in chat.
Guys, look, listen. Everyone tell me that you heard it and that it existed and that I had a reason to pause to apologize for the sound.
Validate me.
Okay, well, no, Inky, you don't have to be like, oh, I heard. You don't have to be mean. Oh, you guys are being sarcastic, aren't you?
You know what's so funny is that I read Inky's message as like, oh, I heard. And you like, no, they were like, oh, I heard.
I wasn't here for it, but I too heard it. It was
Nina, so
I love you guys.
really glad I with you. So unprofessional.
No, Inky, it's funny. It just took me a minute, but it's funnier the way I read it.
It is so much funny that way. Hilarious. Oh my gosh. All right. I meant it like Hauntie said. Hey, I get you, Inky. I get you. But it is way funnier the way that Marix read it.
Okay.
Hilarious. All right, let's start from the top. I kept messing up the timelines. Could anyone tell? It's been like a few days. It's been like a few weeks. What has it been? Months? Who knows? Oh my gosh, I wrote this out because I thought that this was really funny. Okay, at this period in time, Marix, you kept asking, or rather, you kept predicting that John was going to have a phone call with Sharon because I had introduced the concept of phone calls. And I was like, oh shit. I can't do that because it would solve all the problems. I can't have them do that because then the fic would be over and we wouldn't have any drama. So I was like, how am I going to tell him that John couldn't, for a logical reason, talk to Sharon over the phone?
Hey, look,
So
listen, Jack and Sharon just don't like phones.
Yeah, right. I added the bit about him hating phone calls in general and hoping that would cover it.
Oh, interesting. Well, okay, I'm sorry, but that doesn't cover it for me. Not me personally. The way I would cover it is just John, it being the same thing where, like, think outside the bench or whatever. He just doesn't, he's never, he either visits Jack and Sharon visit him, but he's never phone called them and they haven't phone called him. So it's just like something he's never done, doesn't think about.
Yeah, that was actually my real intention, and I said all of this to cover up my real intention. That's a really good point. I wish I'd thought of that, but I can't because I can't think outside the bench. Inky says, so would John be bad over the phone with Arthur and Charlie as well? I think, Inky, that's a really valid question. We do hear John on the phone one more time with someone other than Daniel, and he's just really flat. He's just very, like, clearly isn't excited to be on phone calls. But like you kind of have to do them. Like you kind of have to be a person using a phone in the 1930s. That's just the way that the world was going. So I would say yes if it were for a phone call for anything other than something like not like hugely emotionally affecting, just like quick business. He's okay with those. Samus says, Hauntie out here playing 40 chess. God, I wish. God, I wish. Okay, so everyone, let's all just pretend that that's what I meant when I was telling Marix why John couldn't call Sharon. That's what I meant. That's obviously what I meant. Marix knows this fic better than I do. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so of course, in the beginning, we hear a lot of John really struggling to write. One of the things that I really wanted to mention was like cliches. I feel like I am always trapped by this notion that I feel like I must write something other than the cliches that we all hear. Because if I don't write the cliches, then I'll be creative. But if I write the cliches, then I won't be creative. And I'm thinking cliches as like my heart pounds in my chest, a chill runs down my spine. I yanked my hand away as if I'd been burned. Their freckles look like constellations. All of these things that we've heard in our lifetimes and have probably written in our lifetimes. But for me, I don't know why I hold myself to this standard where I refuse to let myself even consider those thoughts. And I force myself to think of something else to the point of detriment. And of course, that like personal lambasting. And that's what I was doing so much here. That line where it says, like, my heart beats like trampling footsteps, that was actually something that I had used in one of the previous chapters, desperately trying not to say my heart pounds. And when I read over it, I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, I would rather just read my heart pound. Like, that's garbage. What the hell is that? So I included it to show just like what sanity I was losing with my life. Oh, wait, I see something in the chat. This was the last chapter I listened to. Excited to find out what happens. Oh my gosh, Sammy, I'm very excited for you too. You know, I came into this live stream thinking that it was just going to be the people who were caught up, and I was doing a spoiler-free version just in case. And I feel like a good percentage of people are reading for the first time. That's so exciting. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. Anyway, another line that I wanted to mention was when John says, as you further stray for food, I fear you eat yourself alive. That is actually a line that I used in a first draft of a poem for myself. And I hated it, and I thought it was terrible, and I discarded it. And I discarded it with the same elegance that John did, that feeling of just like tossing it across the floor because you hate it so much you just want it to be away from you. So just once again trying to push through my writer's block / emotional block that I was having, and trying to hold myself accountable for how far I was coming from all of the things that I moved on from, and still feeling bad about them. Yay, Shock is back! Welcome again. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So happy to have you again. I was hoping you'd pop back in. Inky says, I haven't had a lot of time to read in a long while, so it's really exciting to hear there would be live readings so I could listen and catch up. Oh, you are so welcome for doing this.
I'm so happy. I've been having a blast.
Yes, I'm so excited that everyone is here. I'm so grateful that you guys like care enough about this that you want to do this with us. But
as they should. Everyone here is so smart, so big brain.
So big brain. Okay, so back to the scale. Oh God, the scale is horrible. But that line about Arthur saying, I cannot trust my emotions. I cannot trust how I feel in my body. I cannot trust the way that my body is feeling. I have to rely on tallies and numbers and values. It's just digging a deeper hole into the disorder. It's just further taking him away from being in his body and just forcing him to be in that heady cognitive space that is already cognitively dissonant, but believing that it's not, believing that it's going to save him. And that moment where Arthur realizes that he has met his goal, despite having said 30 seconds ago that he hated the way that he felt. It's crushing. It is a truly debilitating feeling to know that that's incredibly real. It's part of the eating disorder process, is to realize when you finally hit the numbers that you think are going to give you happiness, you realize that you are still not satisfied, and yet somehow you believe that you will be satisfied eventually. And it's a lie. It's all a scam. It is all a scam. You will never be satisfied. There is always one more thing that you could be doing that you aren't doing, and you should feel ashamed for not doing that. That's what it feels like. Let me catch up on chat things. I started attending the fic readings. I read the chapter So Tired. I just let Marix read it to me. Yeah, Raph, that's so valid. Nessie says the scale is awful. Correct, correct. Soup Sandwich says, and then he doesn't rely on the tallies and values. I know, isn't it all ironic? Isn't it all freaking stupid? Isn't it all a giant scam? Sammy says Marix's voice is here to lull us through the nightmares. Absolutely. The other thing I wanted to mention was this feeling of being compressed and funneled. That's how John describes all of Arthur's like zest for life and passion that he used to have some time ago. Could be months, could be weeks, who knows?
Who knows?
But all of that he had being compressed and funneled into just this person that is constantly churning out these numbers and these regimens and sticking to these schedules. This is exactly how I felt back in college without knowing that I felt this way, because again, I thought that I was doing the healthy thing. I thought that I was doing what was right for my body. And then I thought that I was being, morally superior in this world. But really looking back, I wasted so much of my time and my energy on this. I remember specifically there was a moment where I had a really great friend in college where we would do like little bakes in the morning. So we would get like those Pillsbury cinnamon rolls and we would bake them together, or we'd make a cake together, or we'd do all of these things together that were like fun and like creative and baking, and we just enjoyed our time together. And I really cherished all of those moments with him. I have no regrets of doing all those things, but of course, I always had to monitor how much I was going to eat, when I was going to eat it, and then how I was going to burn it off afterward. So anytime we would make these plans, I would know Saturday, I'm having cinnamon rolls in the morning, and I'm going to need to account for that later. I'm going to have no fruit in the morning. I'm going to have no vegetables in the morning. I'm going to have no foods with good qualities. I'm just going to have fat and sugar and butter, and I'm going to need to reprimand myself later, and I need to plan that out now. And there was one day where my friend brought me not only these cinnamon rolls that we could bake together, but out of the kindness of his heart, he had also brought me this like sausage biscuit from Bojangles. Yeehaw, South. And like those were delicious at the time. Of course, I loved them. But I felt like I needed to eat them because he had brought them for me and was so kind. And I had not planned for that in my day. And so I ate everything that we had, because of course, why would I turn that down? Why would I tell him that I wouldn't want to eat this thing that he got for me? And then the rest of the day, I spent walking on the track at my school for hours to burn it all off. And that was not how I was going to plan my day. That is not how I would have chosen to plan the day had I felt like I had any other choice. But I did not feel like I had a choice. I felt like that was the only thing I was able to do to account for the mistakes that I had made in the morning. And that is the compression and funneling of all of my time that I could have spent being creative, enjoying my life, spending my time with friends. I chose to do that instead. And I have so much regret for that in particular. And painful to look back at that. Let me catch up on the chat really fast. Let's see. Sammy says, I really like how you wrote that scene. Thank you, Sammy. It's so absent of presence, if that makes any sense. Like when I read it, it was the oppressive feeling instead of reading the words. Yeah. No, I think I understand what you mean. It doesn't feel like Arthur is there with him anymore. It feels like Arthur's disorder is there with him, because that's all that Arthur has become at this point. Oh, I'm hugging you back, my friend. I'm hugging you back.
Yeah, I'm trying not to cry.
Yeah, it's so many things that I wish I could go back and do again, but I am who I am today because of them. And that's, we're going to get to that a little bit later too. Hugs for everyone in the chat. Thank you for being here with me and listening to all of this. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's see. John, again, we see him coming at Arthur with more logic. You wear a belt. Your pants fit well. Clearly, you've met your goals. And Arthur will have an excuse for it. Of course they will. These are the pants that were naturally bigger, so obviously some of my other pants won't be. There is always a justification that we can find, Arthur and I, as people with eating disorders. Any sort of logic that is presented, I can find an illogical justification that will make sense to me, because that feeds the disorder. That's all part of it here. Okay, I also felt really, really bad for John that he had just been gifted all of this physical touch that he had never had in his life until Arthur came into it, and then it was all stripped away. That's so sad. I feel so bad for him. On top of all of these problems that he's dealing with in his own life and then everybody else's problems, now he can't even have a hug through it. Jesus. Poor guy. Poor guy. I feel so bad. Okay, let me see if there is anything else. Oh, I just want to say Charlie is so annoying. Charlie's so annoying. And what a kid. Charlie's so
The
infuriating.
complete mood change.
Yeah, right. Really quick. Mood change. Charlie, what a king. I love him for being the most annoying asshole on the face of the planet. Oh my god. This like whole like, oh, this is Easter for veterans. Why? What are you saying, dude? Like,
Bro, I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm not gonna lie to you, Johnny boy.
Really?
I'm just bullshitting half the time.
Yeah. Oh. In the chat, Shalek says, the fact that John tries everything he can to reason with Arthur, and yet he feels so powerless because nothing is changing. Yeah, that is, I'm going to talk more about this later, but for sure, like the eating disorders hurt everyone, you know? Because if someone knows that you are struggling with this, of course they are going to feel like they want to help. But oftentimes that's not really possible because eating disorders are entirely mental. They are entirely perspective based. You know, we were talking about perspective earlier with Lily, and no one person can change your perspective for you. You have to be willing to do it on your own. And if you're deep in the ED, there's no reason why you would change it because you have found the path to happiness. You're just not there yet. You just have to keep going. Inky says, I love Charlie. He's annoying, but I want more of him. Which is so valid. We all want more of Charlie. His stupid baby grand joke. That bastard didn't know that that's where that joke was going to end until he got to the ending.
Oh.
Okay, one more thing about this one. Oh, actually, two more things. The whole like runs in the family. Oh, I've got low blood sugar. I've got tremors in my hands. That runs in the family. That's such bullshit.
Bro, that pissed me off. You remember that week. You remember that
I
week.
remember
I
you were
was so mad.
You were fuming. Yeah, you were fuming. That is absolutely something I have used in my life to get out of a calc test. Yep. So bad. Really, really terrible. Oh man. Okay, last thing. Okay, so no one ended up bothering me about this, which I'm really grateful for. But I spent so much time thinking about it that I just want to talk about it anyway. So I was worried that a lot of people would be asking, why is John not talking to Arthur about his problems with Oscar? And like clearly he's talking to Lily, but you know, we've already established that there's only so far he can get with Lily. And my justification for this is that John already did talk to Arthur, and Arthur told him to find compassion and forgiveness. And there's no reason that John would believe that Arthur would have more to share, especially since Arthur kind of keeps coming at him with the same things over and over anyway. Oh, I forgot to mention back in chapter 15, when Arthur asks John, how's the poetry going? And John gives him like a really lukewarm answer. And Arthur says, cheer up, good chap. You just keep writing. I know you'll find it eventually. That did work on John in chapter 1. That exactly what Arthur said in chapter 1 is the same. You can do this. This is your new trajectory. Just keep writing. I believe in you. And things have changed, but Arthur is now on a different path that isn't allowing him to change with it. And so there's no reason for John to think that he would get anything different from Arthur, especially since Arthur is so tied up in himself anyway at this point. And so John just believes that he continues to believe that just he is the problem and he just needs to keep working on himself in order to straighten things out with Oscar. Even though it's not going great, especially with the daggers he was staring at Oscar this past chapter.
Yeah, you said it before. Oscar is kind of a dick.
He's kind of a dick, man, yeah. He's not a perfect character. I mean, I respect everybody that's like a Charlie stan, or sorry, an Oscar stan, but like, you gotta admit, he's a little bit of a dick. Especially when
Not
he's drunk.
canonically. I don't think he ever had a canon moment where he was a dick.
I know, I don't think that's
But
true.
like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
think that's true.
you wrote a pretty dickish.
I really did, yeah.
I love him.
That's
I love him to
that's
death.
a little Hauntie spice there for you. I mean, I figured if this man is capable of being the most terrifying person where he can just look at you and you feel like you might get murdered, maybe he's capable of some other unpleasant qualities, including being
Mhm.
a dick.
Mhm.
Shalek says, me standing in the background wearing a t-shirt saying, I heart flawed characters. You get me. You get me. Give me any morally gray man, and I'm like, you do whatever you want, sweetie. I love you. You are great. All right, I think that's everything that I want to say about this chapter. Max, you have anything else you want to add?
Nope, I'm ready.
We are ready for chapter, what are we on, 18?
18.
Let's do it.
Previously on To Live Two Lives, Oscar had a distressing conversation with Daniel earlier today. Oscar. He just needs a drink. He's spiraling again. He can feel it. He can feel his thoughts circling the sinkhole in the center of his mind. He can feel it. He needs a drink. He needs to turn it all off, to shut it all down. That delicious zip of fury is still thrumming in his fingertips. He tried to suppress it all, to physically restrain himself in the moment, to grip onto his shirt like driftwood in rough water and pray to God that he didn't lash out at Daniel with everything that fucker deserved for saying, no, he's spiraling. He just needs to go to the bar, and he needs a fucking drink. That's all. He walks faster. He'll be fine. He'll be safe. He always is. Though he hardly believes that he deserves praise in all of this, he has at least been keeping his promise to Miss Pilon. He hasn't stolen any communion wine in weeks, and he's been making it home safely after each trip. Which, admittedly, sounds a bit pathetic when considered progress, but Miss Pilon, in her constant monitoring, genuinely seems relieved by it all. And she's mercifully stopped asking about the piano. It's odd, actually, when Oscar thinks about it. Usually she's so eager to push, to investigate, to reach her tiny hands inside of Oscar's lungs and rip out every secret that he refuses to give any breath, but the first time he dodged her questions about the pianist, she just looked at him with those small, stern, and wholly sympathetic eyes, and she let it go. Oscar had no idea what was written on his face. There was no way she could have mapped out everything, the music, the memories, the fantasies, Alexander, but she hasn't brought it up since, and Oscar will take any blessing he can get at the moment. And any fucking drink he can get. Oscar continues to hurry down the path that he's walked with feels like countless times now. He's confident he could make it to the bar completely blind at this point, though with how much he's been drinking, who's to say that isn't an impending reality? And through the window he sees the Live Entertainment Tonight banner hanging on the wall. There's a crowd already gathering at the door. He walks even faster. As he steps inside, he sees that the bar isn't quite full yet. Most of the seats by the stage are taken, but the bar stools and high-rise tables are still vacant for now. Oscar dodges through the crowd to secure himself a seat at the edge of the bartending counter. The brutish bartender is working again, as he always does during performance nights. Oscar has been less caring about him since the man confirmed that he knows nothing about Oscar, but Oscar doesn't suspect they'll be friends anytime soon. He looks at Oscar funny. Angrily, even. Oscar suspects that he's still privately livid about Oscar's interaction with the performer however long ago, despite what apologies he said. And that's fine, truthfully. Oscar probably deserves that. Oscar probably deserves worse. But if Oscar has to risk another roughhousing from the beast in exchange for a night with Alexander, well, Oscar will gamble every time. Per usual, the brute nods to the bar owner, who eagerly greets Oscar with that annoying grin of his. Oscar isn't sure if the man is just incapable of reading the standoffish body language that Oscar dons every time he comes to the bar, or if the man just simply doesn't care. Oscar, old pal! Mercy. Oscar should have never told this man his name. Been waiting for you. Hope it hasn't gone cold by now. He winks as he slides Oscar's usual down the counter. Oscar knocks the liquor back immediately as he returns the glass to the owner for another. Oscar looks toward the stage, waiting impatiently for the alcohol to hit his blood. His imagination isn't quite as good when he's sober, but he can still conjure a fuzzy image of Alexander, leaning against the piano, beckoning for Oscar to come closer, for Oscar to listen. There's something that he wants Oscar to hear. And heavens will Oscar obey. Round two already? Mr. Dowd interrupts, breaking Oscar's careful consideration. Christ, buddy, you even want to remember the show? Oscar swallows down his annoyance at Mr. Dowd's choice of expletive, and then he swallows down another glassful when it's pressed into his hand. He doesn't look at Mr. Dowd. He doesn't need to. Oscar is here to drink, and the bar owner is here to make his money. They're both getting what they want. Mr. Dowd says something or other as Oscar passes back the glass, but Oscar can already feel the liquor starting to warm his stomach, promising a blissful reprieve from the hypertension in his arteries. Oscar focuses on the warmth. He focuses on the stage. The image of Alexander gets clearer over time. Alexander's movements become more fluid. His hair shines brighter in the stage lights. He gives Oscar that titillating, half-lidded gaze that Oscar remembers from when they were alone, pressed close together against a back-alley brick wall, just centimeters apart. And mercy, Oscar feels the liquor working now. Oscar's always liked Alexander in purple. It was the perfect color to contrast the orange in his hair and complement the cool tones of his skin. He used to wear this lovely lavender dress shirt that made the gold hues in his irises gleam. It was so satiny and billowy on him, in turns flowing and twisting around the curves of his body, showing off his enticing long lines and swooping gracefully around them. Oscar feels another nudge against his hand, and he accepts the drink automatically, pouring it down his throat effortlessly and seeing the purple in his imagination glow with a bit more vibrance. It looks so real, like he could reach out and touch it. A flash of orange ducks through the crowd, and Oscar feels his heart beat in double time. He's here! He's finally made it. Now where is he? Where did he... Ah, there he is! He's not wearing purple. He's wearing a deep, dusty blue, which... that's fine. It's still beautiful on him, and if Oscar squints a bit, it almost pools purple in the shadows of the stage, and... Are those pinstripes? Oh, mercy, how Alexander hated pinstripes. Passé, he called them with that snooty, pointed nose of his, even though Oscar assured him that they'd never go out of style. Why would he wear pinstripes of all things if he absolutely hated... That's not actually... Oscar feels his brain spin itself around inside his skull as the last drink finally hits his bloodstream, and... Actually, now that he thinks about it, Alexander looks good in pinstripes, doesn't he? Lord in heaven, how Alexander can play. Not a soul on this planet could match the talent and flair of the man on stage. Of Oscar's man. The gentle flutter of his eyes as he lets the music guide his movement, the way he sways with the swells of the piece, as if his fingers are pulling his body along for the ride as they drift so easily up and down the keys. And those fingers. Mercy, those fingers. So nimble and dainty, so strong. Heavens, how Oscar remembers the feeling of those fingers around his shoulder, gripping with such kindness, such care. Oscar begs to know how those fingers feel around his arm, around his hand, between his own fingers. Oscar feels an exquisite rush of tingling heat through him at the thought of their fingers entwined, at the slide of skin down every digit, down his cheek, down his neck, down his chest. Oscar hears a needling voice in his ear, but he ignores it for the sake of utter appreciation for the glory of Alexander on stage. How could anyone care to talk over such a significant moment in each of their lives? The voice needles him again, and Oscar tries to mentally shoo it away. He might even wave a hand over it, but he doesn't... Is he still holding something? Or... It doesn't matter. What matters is the man on stage, sharing his gift, sharing his passion, sharing his beauty, sharing... What? You spent too much time in church or something? Oscar feels his face contort horribly, aiming all of his annoyance at whoever the fuck is trying to disrupt Alexander's playing right now, especially with that, of all things. Oh, it's the bar owner. Mercy, won't he ever leave Oscar alone? Doesn't he know that his love is on fucking stage, dazzling the audience at this very instant? Oscar turns back to Alexander, the whole room twisting counterclockwise, and... Aye, there he is. Absolutely angelic in the bright light shining off his cheekbones, absolutely breathtaking in his... Alexander? He's concluded the piece, but his body still sways. He doesn't look well, he looks. Oscar has seen that look on him before. When he was starved, when he was beaten, when he was tortured, Alexander drops like a bag of cement, slamming his head down onto the keys as he falls with a deafening clang. Faster than Oscar can register, the bar is in chaos. Things are moving too quickly. Oscar can't think straight through the mess around him. It's all just endless movement everywhere. And talking. Mercy, there's so much loud talking. And everyone is moving forward, shoving him to get past, pushing him into the counter, nearly knocking the breath from him. Arthur! Arthur, hold on, I'm coming! The crowd moves like a swarm of flies, making the already spinning room tilt further to the left as Oscar struggles to catch his breath. Listen up, people. This is an emergency situation. I'm dead fucking serious. Everybody, please turn around and make your way to the exit. We're closing down the... Oscar stumbles up from his seat, and he's immediately shoulder-checked by someone hurrying past him, shoving him back onto the stool so hard that his brain rattles excruciatingly against his skull. And then everything gets louder and faster. Johnny! John! I called the ambulance, okay? Make sure he's... Everyone move away from the performer. I'm his caregiver, let me... I said move away! Oscar can't see what's happening. He can hardly see past the stars in his vision, but he knows something's wrong. His head fucking hurts. He just can't remember what's going on. He should get up, find out what's happening. Arthur? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm here, Arthur. Arthur, can you hear me? Oscar finally finds his balance, despite the searing ache in his head. Who is Arthur? And why is everyone so loud? Hey, everybody, I said the bar is closing. Make your way to the front door, and for the love of all things holy, please give the man some fucking space. Oscar keeps moving forward. People are shoving him left and right, but he sees a... Is that a man with orange hair? John? John, you got a pulse? Arthur, you... Yes, he's got a pulse. He's just... Oh, his eyes. Arthur, can you hear me? There's a man with orange hair on the floor of the stage before him, being cradled dearly like his life depends on it. A man who looks exactly like Alexander. Exactly like that horrible, unspeakable moment when... Mercy. Ambulance is on their way, Johnny. We should... Arthur, for fuck's sake, say something. Say something. When Oscar found Alexander, emaciated and shaking pitifully, Oscar flung himself to the ground to wrap his arms around his beloved friend. So desperately Oscar clung to him, as if the embrace they shared would stitch up each of Alexander's wounds, as if it had replenished the fat and muscle that had disintegrated around his bones. Oscar pressed a weeping kiss to Alexander's forehead as the man in his arms wavered in and out of consciousness, as Alexander's pupils rode dangerously far backward when he fluttered his eyes. The ambulance is here, John. Hey, everyone, would you please fucking come back tomorrow? I swear to fucking Christ. Yes, Arthur, we're going to talk to the medics. No, you're not fucking fine. Come on, McKenna knew that Oscar would search for Alexander. McKenna knew that Oscar wouldn't rest until he found Alexander. And so McKenna knew how to trap Oscar using his love as bait. And Oscar, well, he knew all of these things too. So Oscar brought a hammer. Yes, sir. It was about 1:15 the hour when he got all fainty, sir. Please, Arthur, just let the man examine you. He was swaying a bit on stage, and I guess I noticed he was shaking pretty hard when he walked in. Hey, what the fuck, Oscar? Father Jameson had found them all too late. Alexander was completely unresponsive, and Oscar was nearly bleeding out. And McKenna? McKenna would never see, hear, or speak again. Oscar! Hey, pal! Mr. Dowd snaps brusquely in front of Oscar's nose. What the hell are you still doing here? You didn't hear me say, everybody please for the love of God get the fuck out 20 goddamn times already? Oscar comes to, the world finally narrowing down to just himself, the quiet and empty bar, and the man in front of him who looks like he's 5 seconds away from punting Oscar out of the place with his impatiently tapping toes. And over his shoulder, the orange-haired man is standing up, nodding politely to the men in uniforms. He's alive. He's going to be okay. Oscar? Hello? Jesus H. Christ. Listen, you know what? If you want to faint too, now's the fucking time for it. Ambulance is set and ready to go. He's alright. Oscar hears himself say, his voice like sandpaper. What? Charlie follows his gaze. Slim? Yeah, he's gonna be just dandy. Now, you look like hell if you don't mind me saying, so are you gonna take the fucking ride or not? He's alright. Oscar whispers again, unable to stop the oncoming onslaught of emotions that are barreling up his throat. Well, okay, buddy. Mr. Dowd eases Oscar down onto the nearest chair as Oscar is sucked into a surging wave. Oh, fucking hell. Johnny, you good without me? Oscar's sobs become uncontrollable. Alright. Something in Mr. Dowd's voice changes as he sits across from Oscar. Alright, Oscar, just... He blows a sigh that speaks with equal parts exhaustion and... Is that sadness? I'll just sit with you. He looks at Oscar deeply. I'll just sit with you, okay?
Oh, man, that ending. I always forget how much that gets me. Great softness in your voice on that end there. Ugh, hit me square in the heart.
Now we get art.
Yeah, time to look at art, everybody. Okay, we have amazing art by Raph. Okay, Raph, there's the one you were thinking of. We got Marix art, Wrap art, Fractals art, and Hollow art. So much art in this one. Oh my gosh, the To Live To Love support group is so funny. I love that one so much. These are great. So enjoy all of those. Those are so fun. We got some good ones. The support group is so
Oh,
good.
look at them.
Oh, good.
God, they're so cute.
These are so great. I love them. This is so delightful to go back and see all of these again. I can't explain how nice this is. I mean, do I have these saved on my phone for easy access at any moment? Yes. But is it nice to see them all again anyway? Yes. Okay. Oh, I've got some really fun stuff to talk about in this chapter. Super, super exciting. What's really funny is that the first bullet point says the most re-edited chapter so far. That is no longer true. That's no longer true. That's a lie by a lot. That is so understated right now. But we'll get to that one. Oh, Sammy says breathing in and art, my heart, Oscar. Oh, this is all new info for you, so I'm so excited to hear what you have to say. Okay, so one of the reasons why this was one of the most re-edited chapters ever is because once again, I'm endlessly grateful to the patrons in the Discord who pointed out all of the things that I was like, oh, I probably should have addressed that. That's a really valid concern, huh? So there were a few. A lot of people were excited to hear about Oscar talking to Marie the last time that he had a conversation with Charlie, because Marie asked him like, "Hey, make sure you tell me about how the piano stuff went when you come around next time," and we haven't had that chapter. And I was like, "Oh God, no, I need to write that. I need to say something. I need to say something because people are gonna ask." And of course, he would have told her. He probably should have had potentially more than one conversation with her by now, because I don't know what the timeline looks like. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do to save my ass? And I decided on clearly what I've written here, but it actually worked out in my favor because this gave me a really good opportunity to set up like Marie's whole he needs someone who understands him better than I ever could, like kind of angle here. You need someone who's like there with you, who gets it. And yeah, in the original chapters, I actually, in like the first draft of things, I had Marie, um, I had her like know about Oscar's backstory, and that ended up not being super helpful. So this was also a good time for me to solidify that Marie does not, in fact, know all of Oscar's background. Of course, she can read him, like a book. She knows that something is wrong. She can definitely tell, but she doesn't have the specifics, and she knows that she won't get the specifics, but she knows who will. So this was a great way to set up a little bit more of Marie's meddling in here. The other thing I needed to address was the Oscar and John relationship, because clearly John still hates him, and Oscar kind of knows that he gets really bad vibes from him, and I needed to justify why Oscar would go back to the spar no matter what. And of course, the answer must be he's willing to gamble. Not to stereotype, but he's already got like the whole alcoholism thing. So addiction is kind of right up his alley. I don't see why we couldn't throw gambling in there too. It feels like it would fit pretty well on both of his feet. So so I had to address that one as well. And then also, oh, okay. Something I can't say. Something that I was going to say, but I'm trying to keep this spoiler free. So never mind. We'll move on for that one. But so once again, thank you to all of the Patreon VC people that have been chatting with me. This story would have sucked so bad without y'all. Truly, this story would have had so many like missed opportunities. It would have had so many plot holes, and it would have just been so lackluster. So I'm endlessly grateful for everyone who like kept predicting things, because it genuinely made me think, why have I not included that in the fic? And many times my conclusion to this would be like, I need to include that in the fic. Why have I not done that? I'm not sure. I must. It must be there. So just endlessly grateful to all of that. Marix earned many a profit point and helped me out along the way.
Oh yeah.
Inky's drinking and gambling? Oscar, no. And of course, everyone wanted to have John and Oscar have an altercation after here. So many people were like, John's gonna beat the fuck out of Oscar. I'm expecting so much bloodshed in this goddamn fandom. Y'all want Oscar to beat up Daniel, then you want John to beat up Oscar.
Look, listen. I just said at most John would push him. I just said if Oscar rushed over to Arthur as soon as he passed out, he would get pushed out of the way by John. That's all I said. And I stand by that. If Oscar did. Look, no, you know what? Sit down with me right now, Hauntie. Let's say, theoretically, if Oscar's reaction was to run up to Arthur and he got there before John, what would John do in your fic? What would you write him doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I may not have been right about the situation, but I was right about what the characters would do if the situation happened. So
that's true.
I stand by that.
We can have one casualty during the course of this fic. Let it be Daniel. That's so funny. Y'all really do. Raph predicted hospital. Y'all crave violence. It's insane. I just want y'all to imagine what this fic would be like had I actually done that. Just imagine. Just let me. All right. Anyway. Okay, I wanted to talk about really fun syntax stuff in this chapter because this is sort of the start of a little bit of fun format fuckery. And I really like the use of italics in this one. So I usually have like 3 different text modifications that I have. I have in like standard text, italics, and then I have like italics with uppercase, and that's almost exclusively used for screaming. And like in only like the right moments. You can't overuse that kind of stuff. But italics has been used for many purposes since it's the only modification that I'm able to work with, because I just can't do bold and underlined. Like it doesn't make any sense in my head. So we're only working with italics, and that means that italics have to be used for when we have moments of whispering or screaming, depending on context, because it's some sort of vocal change. They're used for phone calls. Every time that there's a phone call, the person on the other line is in italics. They're used for memories and dreams. So anytime Charlie has a dream sequence, or in the memories, like with Alexander in chapter 5, when we hear Alexander, his like voice, that's all in italics too. And so in this chapter, when John and Charlie's dialogue is in italics, originally it's used for that verbal escalation of like screaming or like being incredibly assertive with the voice, you know, calling out to everybody like, hey, everybody, like the bar is closed. It's used for that. But then as we start to get into Oscar's flashbacks, the italics they start to represent like reality in a warped sort of way. So in that moment, Oscar's flashback is in regular standard text because that is his reality currently, and the voices of the other characters in our reality are his fantasy at the moment because he hasn't quite switched back to reality yet. He's still stuck in the loop of Alexander, and he's still stuck in his like drunken fantasy. Then the moment where Charlie snaps in front of Oscar's face, everything resumes back to regular text because now both Oscar and us are firmly back in the same reality. I think that's so fucking fun. I was really excited to work with those italics. It's so exciting for me. Further, some of the spacing is a little bit larger than usual here. And for what you are, I actually had 4 indentations between like sets of paragraphs that are dictating a passing of time. In To Live Two Lives, I decided that I wanted it to be 5 because I liked it looking a little bit bigger. In this one, there are 9 indentations between like the reality of Oscar and Charlie, or sorry, the reality of Charlie and John working on getting Arthur to the medics and Oscar's fantasy. Because it wasn't enough space before. It looked too cramped. I wanted it to feel longer. And then also I needed to prep the audience to expect a little bit longer distances between words for no reason in particular. For no reason. Okay, let me really quick catch up on the chat. Nesty says, I work retail and I want violence all the time.
We got a new person. Heck yeah, space telescopes. And my brain is like the one person I relate to space is Mizra, so I'm wondering.
Ooh, well, first of all, hello, Heck Yeah Space Telescopes. I'm probably going to call you Telescopes. But thank you for being here. I'm really glad you're joining us. And that person says, to be fair in canon, John literally tried to behead Oscar. We've been conditioned for violence. That's so true. That's so true. Okay, cool. All righty. Off. Let me see what else I want to talk. Oh yes, okay. This was so exciting for me. So Marix did a cold read of this chapter because this was the chapter released directly after the Blackstone finale, and we just all decided to continue being on Discord and then reading the chapter together, since we were already there anyway, and it was a Friday night, so it was releasing at midnight, and I was like literally pumping my fists in the air with celebration when Marix was able to correctly identify who was talking without me saying at any point who was talking. That was awesome. That was so great.
What if you were going to say this and during this read, for some reason my brain struggled and I just made a massacre of knowing who was talking and you'd be like, well, I
would've
can't say
scrapped this whole
that
bit.
anymore.
Yep, I would scrap this whole bit. I'd be like, that's all. I don't know what else I rambled on about, but it was certainly useless, so. Yeah, I would have scrapped it. But you did it right.
Yay!
You do.
Claps for me.
And it was actually after we did the reading, you were talking to me about like, you feel like you just know who's speaking when, and you asked me how I've primed you to do that.
Yes,
So I
I've
typed it
been
up.
wanting to know.
Here we go. Promised Eric said I would talk about the calculations of how I do this. So, okay. Some of this I've touched on a little bit. So, things like giving characters keywords that they repeat often is a really great way to start a sentence and then orient you to who is speaking immediately. Oscar has merci. He has I. He's got stuff like that. So anytime something starts with those two, you know immediately that it's Oscar. Charlie has that kind of written out New York dialect. So anytime the first word has that little ing, but instead of a G and it's an apostrophe, you know that it's coming from him. Starting with all of those words stops me from having to say, Charlie says this, John says this, stuff like that. And then also the same thing with nicknames. I think it's really important what people call each other. So only Charlie calls Arthur Slim. Only Charlie calls Arthur Lester. Only Charlie calls John Johnny Boy. Only Oscar calls Charlie Mr. Dowd. Like all of these things are literally to help me make sure that I can have variety in how I introduce somebody's speech. And also, I think it's fascinating to see what you can learn about a person by what they call another person. Clearly, Oscar calling Charlie Mr. Dowd for so long is his desperate attempt to distance himself from Charlie. He doesn't want to be Charlie's friend. He doesn't want to be chummy with him. So he continues to address him by this very distant formality. And then Charlie he's just a kind of guy that would give everyone a nickname, you know? He's just one of those people. Also, other things like context for the upcoming phrases. So especially when Charlie has to address the audience and he says, like, listen up, hey, everybody. That sounds way more casual for an emergency situation than anything that John would say. Like, I don't think that John would say, listen up, people, this is an emergency. I think that John would say something like far more formal. Like, let me see if I can think of one. Attention, everybody, or something like that. Something far more formal. Yeah, so the listen up people just seems like it has a Charlie ring to it, just because of how he can't like really handle emergency situations, how he just constantly has to be just a little bit jokey no matter what. I mean, that's also true when he says, yes, sir, he got all fainty, sir. Like, John would never say that. That's a ridiculous thing to say to a medic. That's ridiculous. No one should say anything like that to a paramedic that's trying to save the life of your loved one. That's crazy. And then also, the choices of expletives can be really, really helpful too. So when the four boys are together, when we have Charlie and Oscar and John and Arthur, if the line says, Jesus fucking Christ, John, we know that it's not John talking, it's addressed to him. We know that it's not Oscar because he would never take the Lord's name in vain. And we know that it's not Charlie because he would have said fucking instead of fucking. So the only option we're left is Arthur. So being able to like meld all of those into phrases that are uniquely one person's helps a lot too.
Big brain.
Big brain. Here's another one that I've spent so much time on. When John is thinking through his sentences and pausing, he does not repeat words. And Arthur does. And so if the line is, I don't know, and there's going to be a pause for reflection, John will say, I ... don't know. And Arthur will say, I ... I don't know. So he'll repeat that when John doesn't. This has been a running gag since For What You Are. Seriously, if you look back through all of part 1, you'll see me stick to this. So that also helps. That's like a really subliminal one where you probably feel like the cadence of I don't know, sounds more Arthur than I don't know. That sounds more John. Okay, and then also this one's pretty cool. I like this one too. We have to consider the physical distance between someone's name and the front half of the dialogue. So if the dialogue word says, like, if the dialogue is just agreed, Sharon says, then I really don't need to be specific in what that character is saying because your peripheral vision is going to read the word Sharon before you're finished reading the word agreed. But if I know that the person's name is coming much, much, much later, I need to really front load the first half of the dialogue with something that is character specific so that you're not guessing and waiting until the end of the line to figure out who says it.
Smart.
Yeah. Let me think if there were any more. Oh yeah, I mean, I do this to just help like change up how I introduce the dialogue too. Just because it's really boring if you say Charlie says blank, Oscar says blank, John says blank, Arthur says blank. It gets so repetitive after a while. So I needed ways to help me like just have a little bit of variety, so that not all of the dialogue sounded so stilted. There needs to be a little bit of variety of the dialogue first, then the dialogue last, and then also a little bit of dialogue, say who's saying it, and then finishing the line of dialogue. So there you go. There's all of my big brain, well thought out moments of how you know who's speaking at any time.
So cool. Sorry, I have a mouthful of granola bar.
That's okay. Let me check on the chat. Raph says, dude, what? That is more impressive, Hauntie. You're right. Mish Alex says, I love Charlie's nickname for John. Dude, me too. Nobody calls him Johnny Boy enough. That is such a good nickname, especially for a 6'9", 300-pound man. Call that guy Boy. That's hilarious. I love that. Oh yay, okay, I'm so glad that you guys find this cool. I was super excited to share it. I get like very excited about like writing format. I think that's really I don't know, because like if you think about it, our reading experience is as visual on the page as it is in our minds. That's why line breaks are so important to me. You know, when we have like a really long paragraph and then we just have a single line, just one sentence standing on its own, immediately we feel like that line has weight to it because it's not grouped with all of the others. It's standing out, it's on its own. So I really think about form in like poetry too. And I think it's really awesome. So there you go. A little bit of me nerding out over here about literary stuff. And he says at that point, just call him Seven. No one will challenge it. They do. Charlie does. Jack does. Everybody just rounds up.
Bro, Jack's fucking mailbox height.
Sammy says, oh, congrats, Hauntie. That's a really great amount of subliminal detail. Thank you so much. I've been so excited to talk about this for so long. I'm so glad that we got to have a little chat. Because y'all, you can tell the amount of effort and thought I put into this shit. It takes up a lot. Okay, let me see if there's anything else. Oh yeah, one final thing. Charlie offering to just shove Oscar into the ambulance as a BOGO deal at the hospital is hilarious to me. Just a buy one, get one with the hospital ambulance. You want to ride too? You might as well. They're on their way.
I love it so much. Charlie's so done.
He really is. He's so done. Alrighty. Well. That's all I have on this chapter. We got a heavy one coming up next, and I'm gonna have a lot to say, so I better go ahead and save my voice. You got anything else for this one, Marix?
Nope, I'm all ready.
All right, let's do 19. I was looking forward to this one for 19 weeks, y'all.
Previously on To Live Two Lives. Arthur has been feeling dizzy lately. Content warnings, eating disorder behavior, and explicit discussions of body dysmorphia, anorexia and starvation, body weight and shape, brief mentions of vomiting. Arthur. He's not that dizzy. He might feel a little lightheaded, but it's certainly not worth any concern. And yes, he might have forgotten to grab an apple from his walk over the bar because he was running late trying to find a belt for his dress pants, but it honestly wouldn't have even made that much of a difference. The apples he bought were very small. And he's been meaning to cut back on his calories anyway. He's made it through a performance without passing out once, he can do it again. Charlie, give me about 2 minutes, Arthur says, clenching his fist. It stops shaking when he clenches it. Sure thing, pal. Charlie confirms easily, and thank God for this man. At least Charlie doesn't hound him for every goddamn thing. Good, Arthur nods. He sweeps his stick in front of him, and the arching movement catches him off balance for just a second. But he's fine. He's used to that. Arthur. John grabs his elbow. Arthur, please let me get you something. All alarms sound in Arthur's body. He doesn't want John to touch that part of him right now. It's still wrong. There's still this jiggling fatty tissue that hangs just above his elbow, and he doesn't want John to feel it. If John feels it, then it's proof that it's there. Arthur slinks away, spitting. John, I'm fine. I'll be just a moment. Arthur hurries away toward the bathrooms, desperate to use the loo once more before his performance. If he could just get everything out of his system, then he won't feel so heavy and bloated on stage. And people won't notice the swelling in his stomach, and he'll be able to tighten his belt another notch so that it won't be so thick around his waist. So, one more trip. Which ends up being a very unsuccessful trip. He doesn't accomplish anything, and his belt remains stubbornly on the same notch, adding probably an additional half-inch to the waistline. Why the fuck do people wear belts if they just make all their waists look wider? Damn it all, he doesn't have time for any last-minute fix-its, so he irritably resigns to just going on stage and sucking in his stomach a little bit. For the entire performance. He can do it. He exits the restroom and hears Charlie warming up the crowd. Ladies and gents, would you please put your hands together for the one, the only, Arthur Slim Lester. Arthur tightens his abdomen as he steps up onto the stage, waving to the audience to hide his shaking in his hands. He gives a warm smile and winks to the dozen of people he knows are just dissecting every curve of his body, judging the lines and bumps of his figure, scrutinizing the way his stomach distends over his hips. They're probably asking each other, goodness dear, is that man pregnant? He sucks it in a little more as he leans his stick against the piano, and then he slides onto the bench. He sits as tall as he can, stretching out the skin over his stomach so it doesn't fold over itself, and then he... dizzy. No, not dizzy, he sat down too quickly. His blood pressure didn't have time to adjust to the new position, so he lost a little blood in his brain. That's normal. That happens to everyone. He squeezes his legs together, trying to push the blood back upward, and he sighs in relief when he reaches equilibrium again. That was just a momentary thing. He's fine now. He'll make it through, just like he did last time. He'll just keep playing, and... Oh. He isn't playing. He hasn't started yet. He hears subtle murmurs from the crowd, which... Shit, have they been waiting? How long has he just been sitting here? It doesn't matter. It's time to play. Time to give the audience what they came here for. 60 minutes on the clock. He can make it. He starts his first piece with a sparkling 6th octave arpeggio in E-flat major. His 16th notes are so uneven. Why are they... His hands aren't shaking that much. Is he taking the piece too fast? No, he always plays it at this tempo. He just has to concentrate. Shit, he almost fell when he... No, he's fine. He was just leaning too far right when reaching for the higher octaves. He wasn't losing his balance. Everything's alright. He's still playing. This is the B section where the key modulates to the relative minor. Alright, he just needs to sit up straight and pay attention. No more ambitious leaning that's making him dizzy. No, not dizzy, just... God damn it, that was supposed to be an A-flat. See? He's making it to the end of the piece, like he knew he would. A lovely ritardando now, nice and slow, to the end of... the end of... That's the end of... He has to start the next... pain. What is... Why is he in pain? Is he on the floor? What on earth? Arthur? Jesus fucking Christ. Arthur, can you hear me? Everything is too loud. The sirens are so... He's being poked and prodded by some man, and... Ugh, this water tastes disgusting. What is... Why is it so tart? Or citrusy? Is this... juice? John's hands are on him, touching everywhere, and Arthur squirms. He's going to feel the pouches of fat all over his body. He's going to feel the bloat of his stomach. I'm fine, John. Don't you fucking I'm fine, John, me right now. Sir, are we cleared to go home? The taxi smells horrible. It turns Arthur's stomach immediately, and he feels like he might... No, he can't. There's no food in his stomach to throw up. John nearly carries him up to the front door, for which Arthur is honestly grateful. Whatever sugar was in his bloodstream after the paramedics fed him that orange juice had long since vanished, and he's starting to crash hard. Every organ in his head is knocking against his skull with every small movement, and he can't focus long enough to navigate without his walking stick. John continues to pull Arthur along, and Arthur smells cinnamon sticks by the front door, and then the raspberry-scented candles from their bathroom, and then the warm scent of laundry detergent and sleep. He feels himself being gently lowered down onto the plush duvet of their mattress, and he sinks deeply into its softness. It feels heavenly. Do not get up, do you hear me? John says darkly. Arthur doesn't have the strength to protest. I'm going to get you some more juice and some plain toast. I'll be right back. I'm not hungry. I don't give a shit! Jesus Christ, it's been a while since Arthur heard John hiss. Doctor's orders. You're eating. John's footsteps exit their bedroom, and Arthur's encased in an uncomfortable quiet. God, he feels like shit. His fucking head is throbbing, and he still feels so nauseated. He doesn't want to eat anything when he's nauseated, and certainly not this late at... Wait, he's tottering too far to the left. How? He can't find his balance. He feels the world move abruptly to the right, and then his cheek smushes against the fluffy duvet. He lets out a pitiful sigh. He's tired. He has no energy. He hasn't had energy since... Sit up, Arthur. You're going to eat. Arthur groans, cringing at the smell of toasted wheat. Arthur doesn't want any toast. He just wants to fall asleep. He wouldn't be in pain if he were asleep. He wouldn't be nauseated if he were asleep. He wouldn't need to eat if he were asleep. He's being pulled upward. He groans again as he's propped up along John's side, and then Arthur slowly settles into the squishy, sturdy warmth of the man that he loves. Good God, Arthur's missed this. He breathes deeply into John's shoulder, relishing that dark, rich scent of John. When was the last time they cuddled this closely? Ages ago, it seems. Why did they stop? Oh, right. Take this glass, Arthur. A cool glass is pressed into his hands. It's juice. Drink slowly. Arthur considers putting up a fight, but John repeats sternly, Drink. Arthur sighs. There's no room for argument, apparently. He's too fucking tired anyway. He sips the juice, and his stomach revolts immediately. He whines, trying to give the glass back, but John refuses to let him. It's this, or we go to the hospital for fluids and a feeding tube. Doctor's orders. Arthur feels both of them tense at the severity of John's tone, but John doesn't seem to have it in him to be apologetic about it, so he just continues more quietly. Just give it a moment. The sugar will hit your bloodstream soon. Arthur sighs again, nodding. He's so tired. As he waits, he feels himself slowly sinking into John. It feels more like gravity than voluntary action, but Arthur can't deny his enjoyment of the pleasant warmth radiating from John's skin onto Arthur's, or the comforting durability of a man who could stop a train with his chest, or John's enticing softness that fits so perfectly into Arthur's hands, or the... Wait. Arthur flinches, reflexively guarding his stomach and upper arms from contact. The sensitive parts of him, the parts that shouldn't be felt right now, the parts that still need work, the parts that... Drink some more, Arthur. Arthur coughs, sitting up a bit straighter. He can't drink when he's half in John's lap anyway. He does as John says, taking small sips and trying not to vomit. The juice is terribly acidic, and it settles like sharp glass in his stomach. He chokes more down, trying to push through the discomfort to just get it over with sooner, and then... He feels a sudden tingle speed through his veins. His heartbeat quickens slightly, and he feels a rush of sugar flood through his circuitry. He feels instantaneous relief, like all of his muscles unfurl at once, like his body is a dry sponge suddenly doused with water. He finds himself guzzling down the juice, savoring how sweet it is on his tongue, how invigorated his muscles feel as it courses through his system, how delicious it is. He pants when he finishes the glass, and he somehow completely forgets to breathe while he was drinking. Jesus Christ, he needed that so badly. It was extra calories, but Christ, he needed that. Have a bite of toast, Arthur. Arthur scarfs down the toast equally fast. It's sweet, too. Is all whole wheat bread this sweet? It's crispy where it's been charred, but it's wonderfully pillowy in the middle. And there are oats on top. Delightful, they're so chewy, He finds himself panting again. His blood feels effervescent. He feels strong, stable. He thinks he might be able to stand again. He tries to leap to his feet, and he... Oh God. Alright, no, he... Sit! John barks. Please, Arthur, for the love of God, please sit. Arthur slumps back down onto the mattress, his head somersaulting. This is for the best. He needs to sit, relax, let his blood sugar finally level out. He finds himself unwittingly melting against John again, but before he can flinch away, John wraps a lovely, thick arm around his shoulders, and God damn it if John isn't so soft. Just as Arthur starts to nuzzle into John's neck, John says something else, but it's too far under his breath to be intelligible. Or Arthur might be falling asleep. One or the other. Arthur asks weakly. John exhales before asking again. Why are you doing this to yourself, Arthur? Arthur frowns. What? Is this some sort of self-punishment? John asks helplessly. Like before, when you drank yourself into a coma? What? This isn't... Arthur tries to scoff, but he doesn't have the breast support for it. John, why do you think you deserve this, Arthur? Arthur shakes his head as much as he can without triggering the nausea again. This isn't punishment, John. I'm trying to be healthy. You think this is healthy? John huffs with wild disbelief. You fainted on stage. All right, Arthur does not like that tone. It's just a blood sugar thing, John. It's a blood sugar thing because you're not feeding your body sugar. Sugar isn't good for you. Fainting isn't good for you. His tone is waspish, but he pulls Arthur closer to him like he's scared that Arthur will fall apart without him. Which isn't true. You have to eat to be healthy, Arthur. I have to eat some. Arthur rolls his eyes loudly. It's all about moderation. John snarls. This is far beyond moderation, Arthur. This is starvation, plain and simple. I'm not starving myself. You are. If I was starving myself, I'd be thin. Arthur scoffs as loudly as his body dares. And his body apparently dares too much as he feels entirely winded. John goes silent, his arms going slack and falling from Arthur's shoulders. Arthur misses the warmth immediately. Then John lifts Arthur's wrist carefully like he's holding a fragile teacup instead of a grown man, which is just insulting. Arthur may be tired, but he's not frangible. Since when could John wrap his fingers that far around Arthur's wrist? Why do you need to be thin, Arthur? John says, his voice tattered. Arthur's mind reels. What kind of question is that? Everyone wants to be thin, John. No, Arthur, no they don't. His hand moves up Arthur's forearm, easily circling it with his fingers as well. I have no desire to be thin. Many people spend their lives trying to build muscles. Some people prefer to be heavyset. Well, Arthur struggles, tugging his arm away before John hits the sensitive part of him. Well, I want to be thin. I know, but why? I've always been thin, John. Arthur gestures, knocking off John's grip on his arm. It's part of who I am. It's how people know me. John seems to get the hint. He lets Arthur take back his limbs, and then he shifts to face Arthur more directly. How people know you? Yes! Arthur backs up too, back to a reasonable distance where his body doesn't need to be inspected. People know me to be the tall, thin pianist. Hell, Charlie literally calls me Slim. You don't think people know you for your talent, Arthur? John replies incredulously. Well, obviously that too, but you don't think people would flock to your shows if you looked different? He says somehow even more incredulously. Well, maybe they would, but... Arthur crosses his arms. For someone trying to be so level-headed, John sure is being a condescending asshole. But then they'd think I was washed up. They'd wonder what the fuck happened to me, why I let myself go. Did a single person at the bar say anything about your weight weeks ago? Oh, for fuck's sake, does this man have any concept of tone of voice? Well, no, but... Stop talking to me like that! Did Charlie stop calling you Slim when you weighed 162? Arthur's headache threatens to burst his forehead. He wouldn't... Would you fucking stop talking like... You noticed I look different. Are you just going to ignore that? John forcefully unfolds Arthur's arms, grasping Arthur's hands with the strength of a gorilla. I said you looked beautiful. Because you did. Is he fucking serious right now? Did! Arthur seethes. Yes, Arthur. John squeezes his hands tighter. You were stunning at 162 pounds. You were radiant, captivating, glowing with life. Once again, John is registering none of this as offensive. And now? Arthur quivers as he feels John's fingertips brush along his jaw and then down his throat. Arthur wishes he had a fucking suit of armor to wear right now, something that would stop all the conflicting motion that John's touch stirs in him, that he can't handle any of it right now, not when he's... You look gray, Arthur. Withering. Your muscles look like frayed twine. Before Arthur can scoff again, John darts his fingers down Arthur's chest. Arthur flinches backward. I can see your ribs through your shirt, Arthur. You look skeletal, fully clothed. John's fingers wraps around Arthur's waist, and Arthur immediately sucks in a breath. He wasn't holding in his stomach, fuck. John is going to know how fat he is there, that's the worst part of him. He doesn't want John to know. You look brittle, Arthur. Sick, and... Fuck, Arthur. John whispers over strained vocal cords. You look so unhappy. Arthur angrily bats his hands away, snipping. You really know how to flatter men, don't you? John sniffs once, wiping at his skin. Arthur. No! Please, John, continue telling me how hideous I am. I'm really enjoying it. Stop, Arthur! John growls. Would you at least try to see this from my perspective? You don't... John steamrolls over him. I'm watching the man I love deteriorate before my very eyes. I'm watching him waste his life on schedules and calorie counting and walking instead of the things he used to love. Arthur feels himself shrinking backward. That's not true. I'm watching him skitter away from my every touch because of how much he hates his own fucking body. Arthur isn't. John thumps on the mattress. And now he has the fucking gall to tell me how cruel I am because I'm terrified for his life. Arthur bumps against the headboard of their bed, not having realized he's recoiled that far back. No, this is ridiculous. He's not... I'm not dying, John. Arthur bites like a cornered animal. You're not living. John bites back harder. You're just putting everything you love on hold for some undefinable goal. For this caricature of health. Arthur goes still, pressing against the headboard. No, John's sigh borders on a sob. I can't watch you do this to yourself anymore, Arthur. But I don't know what I can even do about it. His breath stutters as he rubs his face. I feel like all I've done is feed into this. I've mistakenly convinced you that you're overweight, and I've read out those fucking numbers on the scale every goddamn day. John takes another halting breath, shifting further away on the bed so that Arthur feels the mattress beneath him lift slightly. When John speaks again, he isn't facing Arthur at all. I love you, Arthur. You know I do. No matter what size or weight or shape you are. His voice cracks every other word. But I don't know how to convince you to feel the same way about yourself. And I don't understand how you've forgotten everything in life that used to bring you so much joy. John stands, and the bed balances to level again with a creak. I don't know how to help, Arthur. I honestly don't. But I do know what's hurting you. John takes an excruciatingly long breath before he starts again. His voice is dripping with sorrow. I won't be reading out the scale to you anymore. Arthur's heartbeat vaults upward with panic. No, John, it's not helping you, Arthur, it's making you worse. That's not true. Tell me once when you've been satisfied with the numbers I've read out. Arthur expects John to steamroll over him again, but John is quiet, waiting, genuinely asking for an answer. And Arthur suddenly finds that he doesn't have one. I'm sorry that this isn't what you want to hear, John grumbles. But I'm not sorry for the decision I'm making. I've done enough harm already. Arthur wants to scream. Arthur wants to thrash. Arthur wants to yank John over to the scale right now and force him to read out the numbers one last time, just so that Arthur knows where he stands as of tonight, just to get a new baseline. But what would Arthur think of those numbers, whatever they are? Look, Arthur. John interrupts the warfare in Arthur's mind. We're clearly both exhausted. It's been an incredibly long and agonizing night. There's a prolonged sound of skin rubbing skin. Can we finish talking in the morning? I can't fucking think straight anymore. Arthur thinks he knows the feeling. Arthur gives a small nod, curling his legs up to his chest and winding his arms around them. Have they always been this skinny? Or are they still fatter than they used to be? John pads over, his gentle finger tugging Arthur's chin upward. I love you, Arthur, John says as he ghosts his lips over Arthur's forehead. It's simultaneously far too much and nowhere near enough. Please remember that I love you. Arthur wants to scoff, to laugh sarcastically, to jeer, If you love me, how could you do this to me? But instead, he hears his feeble voice reply, I love you too. John sighs with what sounds like incredible sadness. Just get some rest, please. As soon as Arthur hears John's footsteps start to retreat through the door, Arthur sputters, You're not staying? I need to talk to Lily. John pauses in the doorway. I need to try to write. John says the last word with the same disappointment and shame that Arthur has heard from him over and over as of late. And what has Arthur been doing to help him? Going on hours-long walks alone and keeping a 10-foot pole between them. I hope that you can write something tonight, Arthur says quietly, feeling every bit as lame as he sounds. Thank you. John replies exactly the same, and he walks out of the room and down the hall. Arthur sits on the mattress, hugging his fat, bony knees, holding back tears as he festers in the putrid, murky waters of his own thoughts. And at some point, he falls asleep alone.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh,
I hope that the sound worked.
it was incredible.
Perfect. I'm
Truly.
very glad.
You got everybody in the chat. Everyone was like, sound effects? Like, it came across so well. It was insane. It was insane how good that was. Wow.
Okay, everyone, deep breath.
Yeah, seriously. Whoa. Holy moly, deep breath indeed. Okay, wow. Okay, I realized that I forgot to set up my next Tumblr post. So Marix, will you please introduce all the fan arts that are going
Okay,
around?
we got a lot of milks. We got a lot of milk, which is good. We love that. Oh my god. Lobter.
Lobter. Oh my god, I love those.
Oh, I don't remember who this is.
Oh, that's Ave, I believe.
Alright, thank you. You're gay is okay.
Okay.
He's trying his best, guys.
There we go. Okay. Oh, Sammy says my head is literally my hands. Telescope says such excellent voice acting, and that is super true.
Thank you.
Super true. Oh my gosh, just such raw pain in this one. I actually forgot so many of the lines in this one, and when they hit, bro.
Aw.
Oh, they hit hard. Damn. So our here we go. Our fan artists: Hollow, Fractals,
This one's so cute. I love them. Little chibis.
Marix, and Milk in this one, of course.
Arthur ate 12 cookies.
Oh wait, I was on the wrong one. Sorry. Hollow, Ave, and Milk for this one. My bad. Oh my god. My favorite Milk one is the one where Arthur's like, ha! It's exactly the vibe I was going for.
Oh, thank you, Sammy. I can't wait to listen back. I can't wait to listen to myself, like the egotistical.
Genuinely entranced is the word for it. You're gonna be so impressed.
You guys.
I was so floored. Oh,
I'm glad.
This was man, holy moly. Okay. We got a lot to talk about in this chapter. We got a lot. So let's start with I think he says, the chapter's given the author gets emotional. Is that a tell, or am I just like incredibly self-centered? You know what I mean? Oh my god, this is so good. Like, who wrote this? Really good. Yeah, but seriously, Marix's reading is the best. That's why we got Marix here, everybody.
Aw, thank
That's why
you.
we're here. Okay, so before we get into all of the eating disordered stuff, I just wanted to say a lot of people predicted a hospital chapter, and this one, everybody thought that Arthur was going back to the hospital in that ambulance. And to be honest with y'all, I didn't even consider that as an option. I didn't even think about it. For like a few reasons. One, I've never been hospitalized for my disorder, luckily. Oh, thank goodness. And also I just didn't want to do that. I really didn't want to have to write a whole bunch of nurses. I didn't want to have to write like medical procedures. And then also I didn't want John and Arthur not to be able to talk openly and to have to like mask in a public space on a topic that's just so, so, so sensitive and so personal. So, alas, everyone just trusts John that he will be a good enough caregiver to nurse Arthur back to health. And I think that says a lot about John. You know what I mean? Okay, so we'll talk about the formatting too. Get all the fun stuff out of the way first before we dive into it. Okay, the first time that I wrote this, like the first draft of this, all of those long, long breaks of blank were actually just two spaces.
Oh,
And
hell
it was
no.
horrible.
That is horrible. Oh no.
Horrible. Because what happens is that when everything is less than one line long in length and everything is like indented two spaces, it just becomes the norm again. It doesn't feel like any time is passing. It's just like suddenly we're working with double space instead of single space. And it felt like everything was happening one after the other with absolutely no time in between. And so I started adding more and more indentations, and then I realized that truly the only answer was to add more until my eyes were effectively deceived, and I never knew when the next part was coming. And I don't know how many spaces are in between all of them, but I can tell you that there is an irregular amount of spaces. So, for example, if you have to do 4 full scrolls on your mouse, sorry, between the first and the second, there will not be 4 full scrolls on the second and third. It will be a different amount. And that way you never really know when the next one's coming up. And it's supposed to give that feeling of disorientation of Arthur, of course, popping in and out of consciousness, not knowing exactly how long ago he was awake. And this reminded me not to be incredibly arrogant, but it reminded me of House of Leaves. I'm not trying to say I'm as great as House of Leaves, but I do feel like this utilizes the fan fiction media in the way that like House of Leaves utilizes the book media. Like this, I don't think that this would work very well in a book, but I do think that it works so well in fan fiction because every single time you scroll and see nothing, that adds to the fear and it
If this was a
adds to
book,
the
it better
anxiety.
have blank pages in between.
Yeah, even then, like I feel like there is something so much more powerful in the scroll because
True,
if
true.
if you were to just
Cause
flip one whole
you
page,
would still flip too fast.
yeah, you'd flip too fast. Yeah, it would and it would have to be so many, many, many blank pages that it would become a little bit disorientating.
Mm-hmm.
But there's only one endless scroll. That's the only way that you can make it on fic
Yeah.
on AO3. So just constantly having to scroll, I think works so well with the fan fiction medium. It just ugh. And then, okay, you guys, this, I said it in here and I will say it again. Merrick's came up with that mosquito noise in the background playing. That was
I
all
like how
him.
you call it a mosquito noise.
That is what it's called. I think that's what it was called.
I mean, I usually call it like white noise or ear
Oh, I
ringing.
thought white noise was like ear
Well, ear ringing is what I call it.
ringing. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've always heard it called mosquito noise. I'm not sure why.
That's
Raptor's
funny.
ear ringing. He agrees with you. Um, Yeah, so that was all Marix's idea. And when we did that for the first Patreon VC, people loved it too. And then I realized that so many people are hearing it for the first time here, and I got so excited. The payoff was incredible. Marix, oh my gosh, you should go back and read some of those. It was amazing.
Okay,
Rap
I'm gonna do
says
that real
white
quick while
noise.
you talk.
Yeah, Rap says white noise is like that. Yeah, so anyway, I was super excited to finally figure that out because man, when I tell you guys that draft one of this fic sucked ass, it was so bad. Imagine reading all of that just in like less than half a page. Oh my god, that'd be terrible. So thank goodness for editing, thank goodness for patience.
Sorry if the
But yeah,
noise was a little loud. I didn't know.
no, it died down immediately.
Okay.
I think you'll hear it. It started really loud, and then once you started talking over top of it, it stabilized. Yeah.
Okay.
Soup sandwiches says, I think your mosquito noises might, or your mosquitoes might be broken if they sound like that. I don't know. I think I got mosquito noise from when I was in like 7th grade. I remember my teacher saying that as you get older, you start to, excuse me, lose capability for higher pitches. And so there was like a pitch test where it would like play a pitch for you, and then if you could hear it, you would fall into a specific age range. So there were quite a few noises, a few pitches that were played that my teachers couldn't hear because they were like 40, 50, 60. And they all called them mosquito noises. So that's what I was thinking of.
That's
And
cute.
then
I love that.
of course, after or because we were all shitty middle schoolers, my like friends would play like the highest pitch one that we could all hear that my teacher couldn't hear, and they'd be like, "Do you hear that? Do you hear that noise?" And the teacher would be like, "No," and we'd be like, because we're assholes. God, being in middle school, I never want to go back. It's horrible. Yeah, right. Soup sandwich. Yeah, it's terrible. It's so mean for no reason. Blah, whatever. Okay, all right. So let's get into some of this stuff. Um, we let's start on the note about going to the bathroom. I actually had a lot of people think that Arthur was going to the bathroom to vomit. Such is not the case. I wanted to keep this storyline entirely anorexic because that is my experience. I don't perceive myself as a bulimic person. I had tried to abuse laxatives like once, and it didn't really work out for me, and I felt stronger, quote unquote, in the anorexic era than I did in the bulimic era. So he was going to, we'll say the thing we all say at work at the nursing home that I work at, evacuate his bowels. He was trying to do that. And that is in efforts to make his stomach look flatter. Because of course, if you have waste inside of you, it's in you. Like it's got to find some purchase of where to go. And it's an obviously very normal part of the body for your stomach to distend to compensate for this. That's just how your intestines work. That's how we're built. But of course, in the eating disordered world, that's fat. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's, this shape, this silhouette, looking round, looking pudgy, feeling like your pants are, pressing up against you, your pants buttons are digging into you. And one of the most frustrating things about this in particular is that you really cannot control your bowels entirely. You cannot do that always. And it's so annoying, especially if you have been told by the diet culture and by your eating disordered brain that you can, in fact, be in control of every part of your body no matter what. So when you go to use the bathroom and nothing happens, it feels like betrayal. It feels like your body working against you, not your body working normally. It feels like something you don't have control over, which is the problem. And that is sort of why a lot of people abuse laxatives, is to get that sort of motion going, because they don't believe that their body is capable of doing it on its own. Even though that's obviously incredibly dangerous. Please do not do that. And then we also have to consider that you need food in your body in order to pass food through your body. That's how that works. And so if you're eating such like little amount of food, your body is going to hold on to it for a longer period of time because it's trying to soak up as much nutrient as possible, knowing that it's not going to be fed for a really long time later. And so this just leads to constipation. So then that just leads to the spiral of believing that your body's against you, even though you're the one doing this to yourself. And then the cycle starts again. It's terrible. It's so, oh my gosh. And it's all because of this belief that we have complete and entire control of our intestines, these things that work on their own. This is an involuntary action of the body. And to believe that we could control the involuntary actions is just like to believe that you can control when your heart beats and doesn't beat. It's just not up to you. But eating disorder will tell you that it can be. So of course this like stomach distension leads to terrible body dysmorphia because you think that, now you're looking really fat, you're looking really bloated, you're looking really pregnant. Is that man pregnant? Is the thing that Arthur says. And this is so particularly painful to me because the thinner that you become, the more obvious it is when your stomach is distended. If you're a person that is living in a bigger body and your stomach is distended, it might look relatively the same. But if you're really, really rail thin, it is so much more obvious, which just makes, of course, everything worse. And so the only way to combat the stomach distension that you think makes you look really pregnant is to either suck in your stomach as much as you possibly can and pretend that you don't look like that and just hope that you don't forget to be constantly tight all of the time, and also smaller portion sizes. If you lower your portion size, then you won't eat as much, which won't make your stomach distend as much. But then, of course, you're not giving your body enough food. So then you're not passing anything through your body. So then your stomach is distended more. So you eat less. You see where this is going? It's horrible. It's so horrible. Let me catch up on the chat before I go on. Rob says, skill issue. I can control my heartbeat. Watch this. Dies. Yeah, basically.
Don't worry, I resurrected him. He's okay.
Yeah, right. Good.
Oh, never mind. Gabriel did it. I thought I did it. I don't
know. Sammy says it's an innate function, even though it's something you want to control. Yeah, absolutely. It's such a disease to believe that your brain can control your body. Your body is going to be your body. Learning to live with it instead of trying to control it. That's the end game. I also wanted to highlight what it feels like to believe that everyone around you is judging you for your body. This is, of course, irrational. 99% of the time, people are just coming to see Arthur play. Like, why would they care what his stomach looked like? He's going to make beautiful music. It's going to be awesome. But the ED tells him that they're all going to know because that's what he is focused on. That's the only thing he's been thinking about for these last weeks, He can't get his mind out of this idea that people are watching him because he is watched by himself constantly. He feels like he is constantly on display. That's how I still feel that way sometimes. And I think that this is rooted not only in the inability to, get out of your head for eating disorders, it's also rooted in this body dysmorphia where you cannot know what your body looks like even when you think that you do. And then when your body tells you that it looks differently, you can't reconcile with that, but it's confusing because you can't really remember what your body looked like, but you swear that you do remember, and it's all a mess. It's all a mess. And then further, for me personally, I have always felt like people have been judging me for my weight because unfortunately, I grew up in a family home that was highly critical of fat people. There was a lot of fat phobia in my household. And I remember my family members making horrible jokes at the fat people that we'd see at amusement parks, and they would make these snide comments about all of the overweight people that were choosing to just be in bikinis at the water park because they're living their life, you know what I mean?
Bruh.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't make those jokes too. This was the culture that I grew up in, and I thought that this was what everyone was supposed to do. And also, it didn't hurt me I was a skinny person. So I was, you know, holier than thou. I was so healthy. I was so skinny. I could make all of these jokes about these poor people that literally didn't deserve it. They're just trying to live their life at a theme park. What am I doing here, 14, and judging them, you know? But this is ingrained into my mind. And so now, every time that I hear my family members make some sort of fat joke, I am internalizing that if I am that fat, they will say the same about me. I have to make sure that I never get fat because people will view me as my body and my body alone, because that's what my family does. That's what all families must do. And I wasn't able to distance myself from the idea that that's not a good thing to do. I just simply learned it as the truth of the universe, is that if you are fat, people will hate you for being that way and they'll notice instantaneously. So, of course, the only way to combat this is to be incredibly as thin as possible. If I can get myself as far away from fatness as I possibly can, I will be safe from critique. No one will ever think of me as disgusting. No one will ever look at me and say, that person should put on a shirt because it's not fair that we have to look at them. Horrible things. So this feeling of being on display that Arthur has standing there, it's all rooted in this fucking ED health culture that I grew up with. Oh shoot, I've been missing a little bit of the chat. Let me make sure I catch up on that. Oh, okay, I think we're good. Inky says, it took me so long to get over the shitty programming I was taught as a kid, teen, and young adult. Yeah, I mean, like, bro, what chance do we have? You know what I mean? Like, no child grows up with the ability to think critically about the things that their parents are telling them. They're supposed to be learning from their parents. They're supposed to be learning from their guardians, their family members, their friends. That's how we build ourselves as people. And yeah, like, what fucking chance did I have? We'll talk a little bit more about my circumstances a little bit later too, but I really feel you. It took a long time for me to get over that as well, and to even realize that I had these thoughts. You know, some things are just so deeply ingrained into the mind that you don't even have questions for them because they just feel like reality. I would never sit here and wonder, like, relying on the sun to come up tomorrow. That seems like it might be a little suspect. I think it's probably going to ditch on us. Like, why do that? I've been conditioned my whole life to believe that it'll rise again. Sammy says that's heavy and hard to start the process of building a new foundation when that's the starting point. Yeah, absolutely. Especially since these things are instantaneous. We'll talk more about that later too. But these thoughts and these like judgments and these feelings of being on display are not something that you have to take a long time to think about in order to have those thoughts. The moment that Arthur gets on stage, first thing he thinks of is, where are people looking at me? Are they looking at my face, or are they looking at this part of my body that I fucking hate? And you don't really have time to stop yourself from thinking them before you already have the thoughts. That's why one of the reasons why it's so hard to get rid of, because the quickness of it all. Really terrible. I'm going to talk a little bit about belts too. Oh my God, belts. These were the enemy for me. So not only do belts, oh, actually someone said something. Let me say, Shalak said, we put so much trust in our families to teach us about the world from a young age, and some things can be so harmful, even if done unintentionally. Yeah, absolutely. And I think you really nailed it with the word unintentionally, because I did have a conversation with my family members that made all of the fat phobic jokes growing up. And I explained to them what that taught me, and they were shocked. They couldn't believe it. And I mean, they felt guilty, which they probably should, you know, but never in their lives would they have pieced it together that these quote unquote silly, innocent jokes they were making amongst the family would have any kind of lasting impact on their children. Like they had no idea. So very much unintentionally, but you know, it's hard. Okay, back to belts. So belts are incredibly awful because not only do they do in fact add thickness to your middle, they ruin my They ruin my silhouette. Okay. I used to think that they would ruin my silhouette, but they also become another goal. They just become another thing you can measure. It's just notches this time. They're just a lose-lose situation. I hated them so much. And at the one of the like worst parts about this was that some of my pants, when I was actively anorexic and restricting, didn't really fit me that well. So I needed to have belts. I needed to wear them. And like, what am I supposed to do at that point? You know, like I have to notice which belt notch I'm using. I can't not notice it. I have to put on the belt correctly. There's no way to avoid calculating which belt notch you're going to use and which one you used yesterday and which one you have to wear now because you ate a little bit and your stomach is distended and now you're fat, you ate too much. Eat less next time, tighten your belt. Ugh, the cycle is insane. And then also, can I just say that women's pants suck? Can I
Oh
just say
yeah,
that?
you could say that all day and be completely fucking right.
Fucking say that. Like, I'm so fucking over this. There is no consistency. One day in one brand, you're a size 00, and then
Yep.
this next brand, you're a size 2, and now you're
Mm-hmm.
freaking out because you think you've gained enough weight to be 2 sizes up when nothing has changed. I'm not saying that, like, the measurements wouldn't be a problem. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that if I had wore men's pants, I wouldn't be hung up on what inches I was on. I'm just saying that it would be less of a problem because then I wouldn't believe that I was constantly fat whenever I'm wearing my fat pants. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
where are the
yeah.
pockets, shellac and inky? I'm saying. Yeah. Men's pants are fucking garbage. So, horrible. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh wait, no. Soup Sandwich says, I've never met someone who's content with women's pant sizing. Like, come on. Come on, pants companies. Oh, content. Sorry, I mispronounced that word. Yeah. This has been a problem for years. What is going on? Raph says, I wore men's pants since middle school, no matter how much I as bitch dad do, they're a sensory nightmare. Telescope says one of the best upsides to knowing how to sew is being able to add my own pockets. That is a
Nice.
life hack. Wow. I'm gonna come sew some of my pants. That'd be fucking awesome. Okay. We're gonna get back to the music thing later. Let's continue on with what we have. Okay, we're gonna get more into this later, but I just wanted to set the stage for, again, we're hearing these multiple conversations with Arthur. We're hearing the one where he's trying to manage his dizziness and the one where he's trying to perform. We're hearing the one where Arthur is, you know, he's trying to think about like what he can do in order to tighten his stomach while Charlie is trying to talk to him. He never feels like he can be completely present in a space anymore because that chatter in the back of his mind is so fucking loud. There is always an additional conversation happening alongside the one that he's having externally. And yeah, this is going to get worse later on. Okay, so I was going to talk a little bit about like, oh, this line was used so we can hear like, oh, sir, we cleared to go home. Now we know we're going home. But I think you guys got all that. Okay, yeah, here we go. Starting back up here. The line about Arthur not needing to eat if he were asleep. Someone said in the chat that's not sustainable. You are correct. Yeah, you are correct. Unfortunately, this is a common tactic for people with ED. If you just choose to have sleep for dinner, then you won't have to worry about being hungry and you can meet your goals a lot more easily. And of course, like this is not something that like is easily justifiable, and it does often make people with ED who are in denial about having an eating disorder pause for a moment because you know you're starving and you know that if you go to bed starving, you might wake up feeling really, really, really horrible. So you have to come up with some sort of justification. And so my justification was that I didn't want to spoil my breakfast in the morning. And then if I was really hungry at night and I ate too late, then I wouldn't be hungry when I woke up. And that worked for me. And thinking back, I just can't believe how easily these things worked. I can't believe how easily I was just swayed by this conversation in the back of my mind and how gullible I was, but that's part of the disorder. It's all part of it. Oh, I'm hearing some more things about mass producing clothing in the chat. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna let you guys keep talking about that. That's really awesome. Okay, let's talk about the rush of sugar in Arthur's bloodstream. This is actually pulled from a very distinct moment in my life that I have such clear memory of. I was really, really deep in the anorexia. I was still in high school at this point, and I remember not, of course, having enough to eat for both breakfast and lunch. So by the time that I got home, I was starving, my hands were shaking. My mother was asking me if I was feeling okay, and I said, yeah, I think I'm just a little hungry. And she said, we just need to get some sugar into your bloodstream and you'll feel better. And I was like, whatever, okay. So she gave me this cup of like grapefruit juice. And at the time, I hated grapefruit juice. I thought it was really disgusting. Now I love it, but at the time I thought it was really nasty. But when I drank it, I swear to you, I have never drank such nectar of the gods. I remember it being the most delicious thing I had ever had in my life. And on top of that, the absolute sugar high that I got from drinking it. And I basically did exactly what Arthur did, which was guzzling the whole thing down immediately because my body was taking over. And my body was like, yes, we need this. Like, we have to drink this. And I remember like immediately my hands were suddenly shaking from all of the sugar and the energy, as opposed to all of the weakness that I was feeling before. And I was explaining to her, like, oh, I really love grapefruit juice now. I don't know what changed, but I really love it. And I think she knew what was going on, but she didn't say anything. We'll get to that later too. Similarly, food just tastes better when you're starving, man. We're gonna get into that too. But yeah, so that feeling of like Arthur like crunching on these oats that are on top of this toast. Oh, he's never believed that toast was so sweet before. He had no idea. Uh, that is just the act of starvation, preservation kicking in, and the body demanding that kind of food because it knows what it needs to survive. And uh, of course, that did absolutely no wake-up call for me. That was no wake-up call. I just suddenly believed that I really liked grapefruit juice. Very, very sad. Okay, so we see a little bit more also of John trying to hit Arthur with the logic beam, which he does a lot in this one. And I really commend John. I really commend him because he was making some really fucking great points. He's making some really fucking good points here. But ultimately, it just can't be fixed logically. It just can't. And no matter like how much John tries to appeal to Arthur's emotions, no matter how much John tries to like show a little bit of self-blame, so that try and get on Arthur's ethos side, Arthur's mind is set. And even when Arthur can't come up with justifications or answers immediately, his instinct is defensiveness. No matter what, consistently, his instinct is to be defensive. And I mean, it does break my heart that at the very end, Arthur still says, like, I love you. Like, clearly he still knows that John cares about him. But yeah. All right. Gosh, this one is really, really hard. I do want to say just a little bit that John's protectiveness of Arthur when they get back home is not actually something that I have experienced. That is not pulled directly from my life. I would say that my anorexia was very well hidden from most people because I was constantly around people during meal times. For example, school lunches, or when I was in college, I would eat dinner with my friends. And my portion sizes were always reasonable enough that people could just believe that I was a small person that didn't need a lot of calories. Or, you know, they were small enough to look sort of normal. So no one really ever said much to me. One of my friends actually told me that she never even suspected that I could have had an eating disorder because she saw me eating with her all the time. But of course, the eating disorder is not about action necessarily, it's about what's going on in the head. My parents did notice that I was really, really, really deep into eating almost immediately. But my mother chose not to hound me about it and chose not to interfere too much because she knew that I was a very contrarian child and teen, and she believed that if she tried to intervene, it would have gotten worse, which to her credit is absolutely true. That's I really, really do think that had anyone tried to dissuade me from it, I think I would have doubled down. I think that nothing really would have changed in the end. I think I would have been as sick as I was. Just people had to sit there and watch me do this to myself, feeling helpless, just as John is. So, a lot of those moments of John's helplessness in this chapter are sort of like an ode to all of the people that did actually know I had an eating disorder in my life and were truly helpless in trying to get me out of it. Okay, so diving just a little bit into my personal story. We're gonna break this up over a few chapters so that I'm not talking for 12 hours. But when I got to college, I'd started my eating disorder like my sophomore year of high school. When I got into college, it spiraled completely out of control. Because when I was in high school, I was still bound by some regular restrictions. For example, my mother was still making dinner every single night. So I didn't have a lot of say in what I would eat for dinner. Maybe I had a lot of say in what I would choose for breakfast and lunch. But at the very least, there would be something for dinner that someone would have contributions for. And when I got to college, it was entirely in my own hands. And not only was eating entirely in my own hands, but so was exercising. Because something that I did not have in high school that I had in college was free access to a gym with a whole bunch of cardio dance classes. And I love to dance. I've always loved to dance. And cardio dance became my obsession. A lot of it be just because I love to dance so much, but also because it burns a lot of calories. And unfortunately, even though I love my dance instructor, she did start explaining how many calories we would be burning per cardio dance, and that certainly did not help. So there was one time where I had gone to cardio dance, and I know that I didn't have enough calories to make it through because I'd done the math, and I did nearly pass out on the dance floor. I didn't quite get as far as Arthur did, and I remember pushing through the last song. It was like a Lady Gaga song, and I was like, I can do this, I'll be fine. And the moment that the dance was over, all of the adrenaline had left my body because I get very into it when I dance. So the moment that the adrenaline left my body, all of the alarm bells went off, and I don't know if anyone has ever had that feeling of knowing for certain that you're going to pass out if you don't do something about it right now. I had that for the first time. And even though I took myself off the dance floor, and even though I went to go get a little snack to get my blood sugar, I learned 0 lessons. And what I chose to do was reorganize my eating schedule to make sure it didn't happen again. And that was what I took from that and continued on. It's so insidious, you guys. There's no logical escape to it. So, getting a little bit into my recovery, I did eventually come up to a healthy weight. So I was probably, I think during high school, I've always kind of been on the thinner side. So I think during high school, I was about 90 pounds. For reference, I'm 5'6". I should not be 90 pounds. That's too thin. But I was. And then I came up to a healthy weight for a person who's 5'6". I don't know exactly what that is, but I came up to a healthy weight my second year of college because I needed to get spinal fusion surgery for my back because I had really, really nasty scoliosis, super, super bad. And my scoliosis curve was 55 degrees, and they recommend that you get surgery at 45. So I was long overdue. So I went to, surprisingly, they took me to, oh yeah, I'm seeing people in the chat saying that 90 pounds is insane. Yes, it is. At the time, it didn't feel so insane, though. Let me tell you. At the time, it felt very normal. But yeah, 90 was actually printed on my driver's permit. That's fucking crazy. What a time. I've come so far. So yeah, right. No, good thing I got that surgery. Let me tell you a little bit about it. So I had to go to the gynecologist to do a checkup for the surgery, and as the doctor should, told me that I was too underweight for the surgery. And that is actually a serious concern. If your body cannot function normally, you're not going to heal from extensive back surgery. And my back surgery was, in fact, extensive. I don't know if anyone knows all the vertebrae, but T1 through 9 in my thoracic spine, 9 of my vertebrae needed to be fused together. That's nothing to like scoff at. That is an insane back surgery. I have a huge scar. Inky Horror says gyno for spine surgery. Yeah, I think that they made me do that because I had to go through all of the preemptive like doctor checkups before I was able to do the surgery. So I had to get a physical. I had to do everything. Yeah, 9 of my, it's actually pretty cool. Maybe I'll share some photos later. It's I got some really gnarly rods in my spine. Yeah, it's really awesome. Yeah, so my back I looked like a question mark. It was crazy. Anyway, so the doctor told me, rightly, that I was too underweight and I needed to come up to at least 105 pounds. I needed at least that. And she actually printed out a letter to my house where she wrote in the checkup that I would not be allowed to have surgery until I came up to 105 pounds. And furthermore, that patient suffers from anorexia nervosa. She wrote that in this fucking letter to my parents. And my mom, honestly, to her credit, she didn't know what to do. She showed it to me, and I just pretended to be confused about it and not know what that meant. And it did very little to change me, because why would it? Knowing that you have the disease is not always the cure to it. And in fact, someone telling me that I had this disease and that I needed to shape up just made me more resentful, and just made me believe that these people didn't know my body the way that I know my body. I am in control of my body. You don't understand what a good grasp I have of the reins. Sammy says metal detector go crazy. Man, I wish. I don't set off any metal detectors. So sad. Yeah. Oh, Inky says that seems like a very tactless way to approach it. Yeah. To be fair, I can't think of anything that would have been better, because I think my parents were right. Like, they tried to confront me and force me to eat. Oh man, no, I think that would have been so much worse. But it does lead to more distancing. Yeah, Sammy. So if you can imagine, I had an incredibly hard time with gaining weight because this was technically my choice. I could either stay in the 90s and remain incredibly underweight and not have the surgery, or I could gain weight and have the surgery. And I was told that I wouldn't be able to walk when I was 30 if I didn't have the surgery. So it was kind of my choice, but it also felt like the only choice available to me. So it gives me very Magnus Archives vibes. That whole, is it your choice or were you backed into a corner kind of thing? That's how I was feeling. But they put me on birth control because that does help speed up the weight gain process if you were underweight. And it starts cycles again, which I was not having, not at 90 pounds. Could I have cared less? Not a cent. Who wants that? Am I right? So then once I had the surgery, I had made it up to 105 pounds. I had to deal with still the numbers of the weight on the scale continuing to climb higher and higher, because these birth control pills regulate your hormones and they start putting fat on your body in the places that you need it to be for normal human development. It is an aid in getting someone to regulate to normal. And this was incredibly bad because I felt helpless to it. Each time I would look at the scale, I would say, okay, I'm 105 and I'm not gaining any more. That's it. And then it would be 110. And I would say, okay, well, no more than that, not going any further. And then it would say 115, and then 118, and then 120. And I couldn't stop this climb because the medication was on my side of my body's health. But interestingly, the moment that I hit basically normal in terms of body weight, I decided that I was no longer eating disordered because I was a healthy weight now. And sure, maybe in the past I had anorexia, and I mean, look at me now in hindsight. Sure, yeah, maybe I was a little bit thin back then. I probably shouldn't have been 90 pounds, but now I'm 120 something or other, and I'm healthy. And I can just continue doing all of these horrible regimes and regimens and schedules and eating diets because now it is truly healthy. Maybe it wasn't healthy before, but now it is because I'm a healthy weight. So even when I came up to a healthy weight, the eating disorder continued to flourish because, again, it's not about the actual numbers. It's not about the actions. It's all mental. And I don't know if many of you know this, but eating disorders, OCD, and PTSD actually function very, very similarly in the brain in terms of like chemical imbalances and stuff like that. So I have a lot of OCD related behavior in terms of which foods I eat and when. When I was really into just regimented eating, I must have fruit with my breakfast, or else I'm going to be fat the rest of the day, or I'm going to be like sluggish the rest of the day. And I must have these vegetables because if I don't have these vegetables, then I'm not going to be healthy. And I need to make sure that I'm feeding my body healthy foods. This was all just feeding into the eating disorder. It didn't matter what weight I was. It never mattered what weight I was. It's all in my brain, has been the entire time. But I didn't know that. And in fact, I actually went to therapy for anxiety in college and after I graduated, just for like basic, oh, I'm becoming an adult now. I need to manage my anxiety. And I would always tell my therapist that I had a history of anorexia, but I'd tell them that I was recovered so that we wouldn't talk about it. Inky says, I was wondering about the comorbidity of ED and OCD. The comorbidity is like nearly a circle if the Venn diagram is ED and OCD. They nearly overlap. And it's interesting that PTSD is in there as well. And I think it has to do with the instantaneous responses of brain thoughts, those like intrusive thoughts. I think that's where they fall in line. So I absolutely do exhibit a bunch of OCD-esque eating, just strictly from the eating disorder. So why did I finally end up going to therapy? I don't really remember the day, and I don't really remember like the exact thought, but I knew that I had just graduated from my previous therapist who I was working on anxiety with them. And I finally felt like I was a confident person in my work, like I had a new job, and I was feeling like I was able to utilize the skills that I had in college, and I didn't feel like I was an imposter anymore. And I started to feel like I was really coming into myself, and therefore we ended our therapy because I didn't need her anymore because I was doing really well. And then at some point in 2020, before the world went to shit, I just remember feeling bad all the time, just so bad about my body and so locked in to those eating habits and still feeling like I had to have specific foods and I wasn't allowed to eat other foods all the time, even though I was a healthy weight. And I do remember that there is a song that came into my life called Not Perfect by Tim Minchin. Really quickly, I'm going to check the chat. Sammy says the obsession with control is one of those things, being able to control your thoughts or whatever means necessary. Yeah, absolutely. Obsessive is it that's that's OCD for you. And it feels like it falls right in line with the ED as well. So this song, Not Perfect by Tim Minchin, it is a fantastic song. If you don't know him, he is an amazing songwriter. He is the same guy that did the musical Matilda. He's the same man that's done the musical Groundhog Day. He's incredibly talented. And there is a song, this Not Perfect song talks about all of the places that Tim lives in the world and how they're not perfect. So it starts with him talking about the world itself, then he talks about his house, and then he talks about his body, and then he talks about his brain in that order, and he talks about how none of them are perfect. And so I wanted to share with you the bit about the body because when I heard, hey, Shellex says I love Groundhog Day. That's Tim Minchin. He's really great. The first time that I heard this, I was baking in my parents' house. And the moment I heard this line, I uncontrollably bawled my eyes out. And I didn't even know that it was going to come out of me. It just started pouring out of me. And when I heard that, I was like, I think something's wrong. I think that I need to change. So the line, the stanza, I suppose, the verse goes like this. This is my body, and I live in it. It's 29 and 12 months old. It's changed a lot since it was new. It's done stuff it wasn't built to do. I often try to fill it up with wine. And the weirdest thing about it is, I spend so much time hating it, but it never says a bad word about me. This is my body, and it's fine. It's where I spend the vast majority of my time. It's not perfect, but it's mine. I'm gonna try not to cry.
I'm already crying.
Yeah, I'm trying not to cry.
Damn it.
I heard this and realized the lines, I spend so much time hating it, and it never says a bad word about me, was so incredibly powerful to my entire experience of my body during my eating disorder. Awesome lyrics. That one made me tear up. Yeah, absolutely, you guys. I did not believe that I could ever be happy with my body, knowing that it would not be the perfect body that I have been after this whole time. And I could not claim it as my own because it was not perfect. All of these things were starting to meld in my head. And when I listened to that song over and over, I was like, I think maybe I'm not done with this eating disorder. I think I have more work to do. So my therapist's name is Carla. I've been seeing her for 6 years of my life. She has done the most amazing work with me. I'm endlessly grateful for her. And we're going to get even more into my eating disorder journey later. There's still so much more to say. Okay, everyone, suck the tears back in.
No, they're still falling. Help. All right, to delay this a little bit more.
We are going to delay this a little bit more because I want to share a little game that I played with Marix.
Yes,
regarding
you read
the
my
springtime.
mind.
Yeah, regarding the springtime piece that we hear Arthur play in this one. Oh, Sammy says, music is just so powerful like that, to be able to jog yourself out of such entrenched thoughts. Thank you, music. Man, Sammy, couldn't have said it better myself, man. Thank you, music. Music has done so much for me in my life. I'm endlessly grateful. So, this springtime piece that Arthur plays, we hear him fumble through it just a little bit. And in chapter 17, when John is talking about the vision that he sees when Arthur's playing, and he's saying that the birds aren't quite following each other around, and that the whole thing kind of just looks like a scrunched up puzzle piece, Marix asked me on a whim, would I be able to tell the difference between Arthur playing well and Arthur playing dizzy? Because John clearly does, and John knows him so well. So I decided to write the springtime piece, and I sent Marix a copy of the doing very good Arthur version and a copy of the not doing so good Arthur version. And I wanted to see if he could identify which one was which. So I thought that might be a little fun if we do that today, and everybody in the chat, you can put in your 2 cents. Would you be able to tell if Arthur was dizzy when he was playing? Because keep in mind that Arthur is a trained performer, and he is trained to continue the music even when he messes up. So this is called, I think it's just called Spring or Springtime. Lock in, everybody. Yeah, lock in. A mini game is what Steve Sandwich said. A mini game.
All right, I'm going to play the first and the second.
Yes,
and then you vote A or B, A being the first, B being the second.
All righty. If you're playing it, Marix, I don't think we're hearing it. Oh, okay. No worries. Inky says, I fear I will not be good at this. This is okay. It's not a test. I just thought it might be fun. A mini game. That's hilarious. I guess you should be voting for which one do you think is the dizzy one? Yeah, Sammy, vote which one you think is the one where he is feeling really dizzy.
Alrighty, put in your votes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. I'm seeing a lot of people say A is the one that is Dizzy. Vote is number 1 is Dizzy. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Are those all the votes? Shellick says I was going to say B. Was the one that was a vote for the Dizzy one. I'll let everybody finish. Let everybody who wants to vote.
Oh, Jazzy also thought it was B.
I'm scared. I thought it was B. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Marix, which number did you play first?
I played the second one first, so that's Dizzy
Played the
one, right?
second one first. You played the second one first. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the Disney one.
It
So
pisses me off, man. It makes me so mad. I have them both
A.
saved to my phone, and sometimes I'll listen to the first one, and then it'll autoplay to the second one, and I'll immediately get mad. I'm like, no, go back.
Yeah. Well, thank you. See, Shell, that is, what I hope Arthur's audience is able to hear.
Exactly.
Arthur's audience is getting number 2, and they're not able to tell that it's like horrendous or anything. Most of them probably don't have any like formal training or anything like that. So to them, it just sounds really nice. But John would know, right? John knows Arthur so well. He knows his music. Sammy says the left and the right were just a little bit off with a bit of hesitation. You got it. You got the pianist right there. Yeah, the things that made that letter A little dizzy is that the subdivisions didn't line up between the hands. And also, it started off faster and then got slow, but not purposefully, just because Arthur realized he made a mistake and started too fast. Also, kill me for doing E flat major. What was I thinking? Why did I write that?
Yolan is here.
Julian's here. Hey, thank you for joining us. I'm so happy you could make it. Yay. All right, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed that little mini game.
I had more time to wipe my tears.
Yeah. Let me go back and double check that there wasn't anything else about the chapter. Oh, actually there was. There was one more thing about Arthur and his like feelings of touch with John. This is something in this chapter that Arthur absolutely cannot deny, is that he misses John's touch. He cannot deny that he misses it. He can't deny that he feels safe in John's arms, and he can't deny that he wants to be close to John, even though he doesn't want to be close to John. Oh, no problem, Sammy. I hope you come back soon.
Bye, Sammy. Thanks for hanging.
Yeah, hope to see you soon. Yeah, Arthur cannot deny that he does, in fact, he wants this touch, even though he says that he doesn't because he doesn't want John to touch those parts of him, but he kind of does. Cognitive dissonance, you guys. Cognitive dissonance. Take a shot. But also, this is a reminder subliminally to Arthur, because I don't think that he's going to pick it up now. But everything that Arthur loves about John's touch involves John's weight. It involves how big John is. It involves how squishy and plush and comfortable John is, because John has all of these pouches of fat on his body. And you know what? Coming from a skinny person, people with weight on their body give way better hugs than we do. I'm just saying.
That's
it's
true.
so much nicer to get a really lovely bear hug from a person with a good amount of weight on them. That is the top tier hug. Yeah, Inky says, why did we stop doing this? Oh, right. Yeah, very, very hard. So one of the things that was really, really important to me in this one was to not only have Arthur acknowledge how much he loves John's bigness, but I also wanted my audience to hear what great qualities come in a bigger body. I actually remember reading a really great Magnus Archives fic way back in the day where someone described Martin to be a particularly plush person. And I remember reading one of the comments, and the commenter said, it is so nice to hear my body described this way.
Aww.
I'm so used to hearing my body described as gross, unfit for the eyes, and it was so lovely to hear my body described as comfortable, welcoming, warm, caring, loving. So I wanted to put so much of that into John's body here so that my audience is being told that living in a bigger body is just wonderful too. The things that you're able to give to people and to yourself by living in a bigger body, it's not it's valid and it's wonderful, and Arthur loves him for that. And yeah. Huh. So, okay, I think that's everything. Did I
Great.
talk for like 45 minutes?
Maybe.
I think I might have. All right. Well, luckily the next one I'll have a little bit of a break for myself. So Marix, unless you want to say anything else before we move on?
No, I'm good.
Okay, then thank you everybody for indulging in a little bit of that. I know that it's heavy. It's going to continue to be heavy. I'm not going to say it's going to get easier from here. It's probably going to be worse. But I'm glad that you're here for the ride. Thank you so much. Here I go on mute.
Previously on To Live Two Lives, there was a terribly loud sound when Arthur fainted at the piano. Content warnings: PTSD, war flashbacks, alcoholism, men crying, tally 4. Charlie. Clang. Gray. 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 Arthur! Arthur, hold on, I'm coming! Gray. 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 Charlie! Charlie is patted on the face 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Wake the fuck up! Get the patrons out of here and call the fucking ambulance. Go, now! John's face comes into clarity with a blink. Within another, the rest of the bar does too. And within one more, Charlie finally sees the fucking dead weight on the floor of the stage. Jesus fucking God fucking damn it! Right! Charlie shakes himself out and hollers at the top of his lungs. Listen up, people, this is an emergency situation. Charlie feels like he might snap his own neck with how quickly he's looking back and forth across the bar. The docs have finally gotten something into Lester's stomach, and Oscar is still alive despite the gut-wrenching sobbing, and John is able to help Lester stand up with minimal assistance, and Oscar is looking peaky, but not too peaky, and John has just called for a taxi, and Oscar seems to be done with the worst of his tears, and... hell, his head is going to spin a full 360 before the night is done. When Charlie finally gets the confirmation nod from John that they're heading home, Charlie feels his shoulders drop so hard that they nearly crash through the table. He sighs with blessed relief. Relief that is immediately vaporized when he realized that he just sighed heavily in front of a man who's clearly having a moment. Shit. Charlie straightens himself back up at the sight of Oscar's confused frown. That wasn't for you. Oscar wipes his face with his hand, shrugging. Though the faucet's been turned off, it apparently still drips. It's fine. Charlie not so subtly notches the box of napkins on the table toward the man, and Oscar grabs a few self-consciously. Let me, Charlie feels that self-consciousness trying to seep into his own skin, and he'd rather not catch that shit if he can avoid it. Let me grab you some water, okay? Don't go anywhere. He points a serious finger. And I mean it this time, yeah? Oscar gives a small nod as he continues to work through his napkins. Charlie walks behind the counter to fill an empty glass, and he takes a second to survey the room. The docs have wrapped up the crime scene and are currently piling back into the ambulance. The stage lights are still on despite knowing having touched the keys in half an hour, and the bar is generally a mess from the nosy patrons who just had to get a good look at the poor son of a bitch that fainted like a damsel. And that just leaves the last 2 people in the bar. Oscar, who's pulling for gold in the looking pretty pitiful pageant, and Charlie himself, who... Actually, nah, forget it. Anyways, not exactly how Charlie imagined the night would go. Charlie hesitantly finds his seat again, passing a glass of water over the table. Oscar doesn't take it immediately as he's still blowing his nose like a foghorn. Charlie grimaces. Listen, Charlie says in between blows. I know I've been chatty with you tonight, but well, it's late and we're both exhausted, and I think you earned a little peace and quiet from me. So as long as you promise to finish that glass before you leave, I promise to give you a break. Deal? Oscar finally finishes wiping himself down, tossing the napkins unceremoniously onto the table. He looks at the mess, then the water, then at Charlie, and then he says quietly, "You don't have to sit with me, Mr. Dowd. Charlie, you don't have to sit with me, Charlie." What? So I should boot you out onto the streets while you still half crocked? Charlie gives him a wide grin that's playful, cheeky, and also incredibly fucking tired. New York City Drive plays bumpers cars after sundown, and I can't lose a high-paying customer. Oscar's sense of humor remains elusive, apparently. He gives Charlie an extremely flat look. Look, that was a joke. Charlie scratches the back of his head. Alright, listen, I don't feel good about sending anybody on their way when their blood is still 100 proof. Especially not if they're leaking out the eyes. Oscar takes a sip of water before replying curtly, "Fair enough." Okay, clearly that one didn't land either. Charlie feels himself start to squirm. It's just, I've seen liquor chew through people, alright? And as the guy supplying the thing that does the chewing, I got a responsibility not to sharpen its teeth. Oscar doesn't reply this time, but he does eye Charlie curiously. It makes Charlie talk faster for some reason. So yeah, I'm gonna sit with you until you finish. And I don't be thinking I'm trying to swindle you or some shit. I've been giving you a discount for the diluted liquor, hand to God. Oscar rolls his eyes so hard they nearly leap from their sockets. Okay, alright. Charlie sits back in his chair, palms out. I promised you some peace and quiet. I'll leave you be. Oscar drinks his water slowly, and Charlie turns his attention to the windows, idly wondering if he's going to see John again tonight. Part of Charlie hopes that he doesn't. He'd rather the two men just get home safely and sleep the whole night off like a bad trip. And part of Charlie doesn't want to be alone. Kind of a big part, actually, especially after... Nope, forget it. After a while, Oscar starts to fidget with the glass on the table, looking into it like he's reading his future in the beads of condensation. It's a bit unnerving, frankly, but at least he's finished the water. Hey, good work, champ. Charlie nods to the glass. You're free to go. Nice doing business with you. Please don't talk to the press. Charlie stands to leave, but then Oscar mumbles something under his breath. Charlie pauses. Sorry, come again? Thank you. Oscar mumbles louder. For sitting with me. Ah, hell. The quiver in his voice. Nope. Charlie is not going to be a sap about this. Yeah, no problem, pal. And I'm sorry. Charlie stares. Oscar's got the classic defeatist posture of a sad drunk, but he's also got this real strange look in his eye. Again, no problem, pal. You don't know what I'm apologizing for. I mean, Charlie gives half a laugh as he starts to push in the chair. I assume you're gonna tell me you're sorry for inconveniencing me, for having to sit through your blubbering? No judgment, by the way, I just heard it all before. No, Oscar says resolutely. He looks Charlie square in the eyes. I assumed you were just another money-hungry bar owner, eager to take advantage of the drunks in the neighborhood. He looks back down to his glass. But you've been caring for me this whole time, keeping me from blacking out. This is the second time you've sat with me to be sure I made it home alive. He looks back at Charlie again. So, I'm sorry for misjudging you. Charlie feels his eyebrows reach for his hairline. Okay, sure. Apology accepted. Oscar nods, and then he turns his attention yet again to the stage. Charlie opens his mouth, the question of, what the fuck is the deal with you and the damn piano, rearing to go on the tip of his tongue, but then he chokes down every word like a handful of horse pills. Not tonight. Charlie made a promise. Get home safe, Oscar, Charlie murmurs, turning to leave. What's his name again? Oscar asks suddenly, not breaking his gaze with the stage. Charlie stops, his body facing one way and his head facing the other. Who? The performer. Ah, Slim? Lester, I guess? No, his first name. Oh. Charlie fully faces Oscar again, convincing himself out of sitting down once more. His name's Arthur. Arthur, Oscar says sadly, still fidgeting with his glass. Charlie hesitates, trying not to let his own selfish curiosity stir up another round of weeping for the poor guy. But then Charlie recognizes something in the man's face, something that Charlie has seen 100 times before. There's this murkiness in the deep pink corners of Oscar's eyes as he stares off into the distance, one that slimily creeps inward along those swollen red veins, trying to cloud his vision. A murkiness of memory so awful that they can only be confronted through a glassy, unfocused gaze. A murkiness that Charlie sees every morning in his own mirror. You've lost somebody, Charlie says before he could stop the words from leaving his mouth. He clamps his lips shut quickly, but it's far too late. Oscar gives a wide-eyed look, surprised, suspicious, and grievous all at the same time. The two men sort of gawk at each other for a moment, waiting for the other to react. Sorry. Charlie gives in first, backing away. I promised I'd. How did you know that? Oscar whispers, his voice hanging on by a thread. Charlie swallows down the wine as he wrestles with his conscience. He should just tell Oscar to forget it, to have a good night, to get back to his rinsel at God's Hotel. He should just give a cheesing smile and tell Oscar that it was just a joke. Tell him that Charlie sleep talks when he's awake, too, isn't that wild? He should just leave this whole fucking day behind him so he can go home and try to sleep, even though he knows that's not gonna fucking sleep because he fucking knows what's fucking waiting for him the minute he closes his fucking eyes. But Oscar's here now. And Charlie doesn't want to be alone. I know grief like I know my budgets. Charlie slides himself back into the seat. And I can tell when someone else is in the red. Oscar's eyes flit all over Charlie's face. They flit over to the stage, to his empty glass, and then to Charlie once again. Oscar slouches with resignation. Aye. Charlie nods, allowing a small silence before adding, For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Oscar gives him that wide-eyed look again. The same to you. Fuck. That socks Charlie straight in the gut. He holds his ground, digging his nails into the side of his leg. Yeah, I will. He digs harder. Yeah. The quiet that follows makes a valiant effort to push Charlie right over the edge, but Charlie's well versed in dodging grief's blows. He claws at the other leg, and he revs himself up to tell Oscar that, gee, it's really getting late now, isn't it? It's been a blast. Thanks for the rousing chat. Sorry about the whole ambulance thing. But what comes out of his mouth instead is, who does he remind you of? The wet glint in Oscar's eyes shines tenfold. He looks between Charlie and the stage again, running his teeth over his bottom lip. Eventually, he lets out a long sigh and whispers, Alexander. Charlie doesn't know any Alexanders, especially not if they got Scottish accents, but he nods for commiseration's sake. It's nice to know that Charlie isn't the only one missing someone important. Arthur looks. Oscar pauses, looking like he's struggling not to say any more, but he blurts anyway. Mercy, Arthur looks just like him. A lucky guy, Charlie huffs. Oscar's lashes gather more tears as he turns his gaze back to the stage. The way he moves, the music he makes, the shine in his hair. Very lucky guy. And I know Arthur isn't him. Oscar's voice gets quieter by the second. I know I'll never see Alexander again. And I know it sounds so stupid, but he sounds out of control of his words. But when I come to his shows, when I have enough to drink, it's so easy to just pretend. Oscar snaps his attention back to Charlie, inspecting him wearily. Charlie lifts a brow. Flip the bird to reality for a while? Convince yourself that the dead ain't really dead? Oscar blinks. How did you... What? You think you're the only fool in New York City who don't know how to cope? Charlie gives a bitter smile. I was in the war, pal. Ain't no same way of coping with that. NYU's been begging me to teach maladaptive psychology 101 for years. Oscar shrinks in his seat. My apologies. Nah, don't do that. Charlie flaps a hand at him. I'm not trying to snatch up anybody's trophy for New York's saddest man. I'm just saying that I get it, okay? It don't sound stupid to me. It sounds like you're... He shrugs. It sounds like you're just trying to survive. They look at each other for a long moment, the atmosphere loosening slightly around them. Oscar desperately holds onto Charlie's gaze, even through the brimming tears. Aye, Oscar says softly. Charlie shrugs again, trying to keep the glint out of his own eyes. Then, Oscar whispers hesitantly, can I ask who you've lost? Fuck. Charlie doesn't want to answer. He doesn't want to say his name. If he says his name, then Charlie will irreversibly condemn him to the unforgiving real world where alive is alive and dead is dead, and there is no lucid in between. But once again he finds his lips moving on their own. No. His voice is strangled, and there's no hiding it. He wants to pop a quick smile, joke about what a snarky motherfucker Noel was, give a light-hearted laugh and a finger gun to the sky. But he can do nothing. Nothing except keep silent, choked. Because this is what life is like without Noel. Oscar gives Charlie a small, sympathetic nod. Then his eyes catch once more on the empty glass in front of him, and he reaches into his pockets for his wallet. No, he can't be thinking about that right now. Thank you, Mr. Dow. Oscar pauses as he fishes out his change. Thank you, Charlie. He places the money on the table, and then he stands, tucking his wallet back into his pocket. No, he can't be. Oscar pushes in his chair as he turns toward the front doors. And Charlie wants to scream for him to stay. Please don't leave. Please don't leave Charlie to sit here with these thoughts all by himself for the rest of the fucking night with no one to talk to. But Charlie is too choked for words, and he watches Oscar nod once again before pushing through the exit and leaving for the night.
Oof, man. Nothing but hits, these last ones, eh? Nice work on the gray. That was really exciting.
Okay, good.
It was exciting because I never knew when you were going to stop. That's what made it. Lots of anticipation. Sad, sad man, indeed. Okay, we've got some lovely fan art. You know, Nesty and Hollow and Raph have some wonderful fan art scrolling through. Inky says violently sobbing. Thanks for that. You are welcome, babe.
Look at the John. It's so cute. And he's got the tooth cap and it's everything to me. Guys, I'm a sucker for John with a tooth cap. He has a tooth cap in every universe and you cannot tell me otherwise.
Marix literally patents the John with the tooth cap and then is like, I'm just a sucker when people draw John with the tooth cap.
I've drawn so many AUs of John and each and every one have a tooth gap, okay? Look, nobody can ever step to me.
It's valid. It's real. Yay, fan art. Okay, so excited to see all of those again. Tooth cap, superior design. Yeah, I agree. I've recently been on the bandwagon.
Yes.
It's got me into it. It's good. It's good. I can't deny. All right, so another example of the people in the voice chat leading this fic to a better place. Originally, I did not have the panic attack at the start of this chapter.
Ooh.
First draft was just Charlie charging into action. And then after Marix read this, people were like, oh my gosh, Charlie's gonna have a huge panic attack. There's a loud noise. And I was like,
oh my god, wait. No fucking way. You wrote that after that?
Yeah.
No fucking way. Oh my god.
Yeah. I wrote
you never told me that.
I know. I was waiting for the live stream.
Oh, you fucker. You know how long it's been? It's been so long. That was one of the first things I said as soon as I read this chapter. I was like, oh, Arthur made a clang. Charlie's gonna have more flashbacks.
Yep. Nope, I had nothing.
That's insane to me.
And even further, I had to do the sin of going back and editing previous chapters because in the chapter where it's an Oscar point of view and he's the one going through Arthur fainting, I had Charlie being the one saying, listen up people, emergency. I had him saying that first. But that wouldn't make sense with what I had rewritten.
All right.
So I had to go back and switch them so that John is the one that says something first. And then we know now that John goes over and then shakes Charlie and says, stop doing what you're doing. We need to help these people. And then Charlie charges into action.
Oh my god, that's so good. I can't believe.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because when y'all said that, I was like, I can't resist. Why do I not have that? You know, if I'm looking at all my life choices, why would I not include the PTSD? Yeah,
bye, Nesty.
He said Hauntie's stealthily taking notes during the live readings. Literally. Yeah, all you people have really great ideas. Oh, thank you, Nesty. So wonderful to have you. Thank you for popping in. We will see you tomorrow. Please be well. Oh my gosh. So the entire week I had to scramble. I had to figure out what the heck his next panic attack was going to be, because the last one, it was just more of, it was the Noel one, right? Where Charlie runs into the back alley right before he talks about his type 5, and he's just seeing flashes of Noel and believing that he's carrying Noel on his back and going to the field hospital. And I was so tired of writing those. We had done 2 already, and I was like, it's just gotta be something different. I don't know. And then I was thinking about the word gray, and then I was like, I just did a bunch of format fuckery in the last chapter. what if I try my hand at something else? So doing a little bit of the gray in the beginning was inspired by the thing that I had just written, and I like how it turned out. So holy moly, this story would not be as good as it is unless I had the people in the Discord chat.
So cool. Ah!
Yeah, I
I
owe a
can't I
lot
can't
to you
believe you
all.
didn't say anything. I can't believe I didn't know until now. That's insane.
Well,
Mind
but it
blown.
wouldn't have been such a fun reveal for the live stream, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I know you're sitting over there with all your secret knowledge, just waiting.
Just waiting to unleash it. Yep. Ah, my goodness. What a sin to have to go back and edit those chapters. Oh, I hate myself for it. But alas, I made a better story, so here we go. Plus, I figured who possibly would have known, you know? Who was taking notes, please? Thank you, Julian. They say I love the formatting for these chapters. Thank you so much. I'm so proud of them too. Ah, okay. Yeah, so oh man, I've been sitting on that for so long. How fun to hear your reaction. I'm gonna go back and listen to that later. Okay. The other things I wanted to talk about, oh yeah, ever since I added that panic attack, I also needed to go back and rework how many times Charlie would think about his night previously when he's talking to Arthur or Oscar, and he's just keeps like shutting down all of these thoughts in his head. Those hit a lot better now that we have like the panic attack. Before I had a few of them and they didn't hit very well, but now they hit a lot harder because he really doesn't want to not only have to deal with his thoughts about Arthur passing out on stage, but now he does not want to deal with the thoughts of him nearly panicking because of Arthur passing
Aw.
out on stage. Mm.
Oscar, you
Oh.
idiot! Oscar, you're
Shellac
so dumb!
Shellac says the way the grays get closer together works so well. Yeah, I agree. It feels more panicked that way, you know? It feels like before it's just hazy, and it feels like it's very loose. And then by the time that all the grays get closer and closer and closer together, it feels more urgent. Yeah, the way that panic attacks continue to do, they continue to feel more urgent as you happen. So thank you for that. I'm pretty happy with that one too. Yeah, okay. One more thing about apparently I just couldn't resist like adding a few more ways that Charlie can just be an asshole constantly when he's trying to like not take something seriously. Him making the whole like beauty pageant comment about Oscar, that is so unnecessary. That's bordering on mean, dude. Like, get yourself together. I think he says the only one with any kind of social knowledge is passed out on the floor. So we gotta deal with these three dummies. So accurate. Oh, it's so accurate. Okay. Oh, and then this down here. Okay, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. Oscar gives him that wide-eyed look again, and the Oscar says the same to you. I really, really like this moment because when Charlie sits down with Oscar, Charlie is in the role of I am the bar owner, you are the customer, and it is my job not to sharpen the teeth of the alcohol, and I'm here to help you. I'm here to give you empathy because I care about the sad drunks in my life, and I'm just here to be, you know, a figure of help. And the moment that Oscar says the same to you, the playing field is leveled. And suddenly Charlie realizes that he is not in complete and total control of this situation, the one with
Oh.
all of the knowledge. He is just as helpless as Oscar feels right now, considering especially what he just came off of. And it's so overwhelming to him because it feels like the first time in his life where someone has not only acknowledged what he's going through, but like forced that perspective on Charlie, you know, specifically with his ability to have that kind of empathy. Because, you know, even when Marie would try to tell him, like, we need to talk about this, we need to talk about this, Charlie is so easily able to fling off any of her advances because she doesn't get it, you know, she doesn't get it. But he knows for a fact that Oscar does. It's just been proven to him. Ugh, my goodness. And okay, at the very, very end. So this is one of these moments where I wrote something and then didn't realize that I felt that way until I wrote it, or I didn't realize that it had a deeper meaning until I went back and read it a second time. So the very, very last, or not the very last line, but the line that says, Charlie wants to scream for him to stay. Please don't leave. Please don't let Charlie sit here with these thoughts all by himself for the rest of the fucking night with no one to talk to. Originally, the line stopped at, please don't leave Charlie to sit here with these thoughts for the rest of the night, is what it said. And I added the all by himself and with no one to talk to because the pacing felt like it was too short. It felt like we needed to just stay in that emotion for a little bit longer. And then when I went back to read it, I realized that Charlie truly did not feel like he had anyone to talk to because he had just declared that Noel was dead. And
Oh.
yeah, for the first time, he told someone with a certainty that Noel was no longer with him. And now he cannot talk to his friend that he used to talk to all the time. Ugh, man, subconscious. Subconscious is a hell of a thing, you guys. Woof. When I went back and read that, I was like, oh no. Oh no. Inky says that combo with Charlie and Oscar is so sad. Oscar sees it as someone who's trying to help him, and Charlie wanted someone who would be able to help each other. Yeah. Shalek says he made it real. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, poor Charlie. I felt so bad for him. I felt so bad. Okay, this was a shorter chapter. That is all I have for this one. Marix, do you have anything else you want to add before we move on?
Nope, I'm ready.
Righty, we're moving on to, holy moly, what are we on right now?
We should be on 21, I think.
21.
Yep.
21? We're doing so
21.
well. We're doing so good.
Yeah.
So good on so good on Alrighty.
Previously on To Live Two Lives, Oscar felt compelled to tell Charlie about Alexander. Oscar. Oh, sorry. Content warnings. Brief references to homophobia and alcoholism. Oscar. Miss Pilon clears her throat primly. Rat-a-tat-tat, pitter-pat-pat, thanks for the chow and the chitter-chat-chat. Yea, God. Very good, Oscar, she nods formally. Help yourself now. Oscar chuckles as he plucks a few grapes from the bunch and places them into his bowl. I always appreciate you sharing your snacks with me after communion, Miss Pilon. You're very generous to keep me well fed. It's simple repayment, boy. She tuts as she spears a cube of melon with her fork. You feed me, I feed you. Oscar hums as a sweet grape bursts between his teeth. Fair enough. He nods to the array of fresh fruit in front of them. Though I must say, this is much tastier than communion wafers. Miss Pilon hums almost arrogantly as she nibbles on the corner of her honeydew. Oscar munches on another grape, and he basks in the lovely sunlight streaming through the windows of Miss Pilon's little kitchen. The yellow room is bright and cozy in the summer warmth. So, how are Frederick and Andrew? Fair, she says as she dabs her mouth with a napkin. The business is as to be expected within the first year, but... Oscar waits patiently as she finishes a long, telling sigh. All relationships have their challenges. Ah, Oscar nods sadly. So they do. They've only been together for a year and a half. They don't even know the meaning of compromise yet. And how long have they been living together now? Just a few months. Oscar grimaces. Aye, a new world for them, I'm sure. Precisely. Oscar reaches for a strawberry. Moving in together and starting a new business at the same time. I can imagine that things will be very stressful. And living in the room above where you work. I'm not sure that they thought all these things through, to be frank with you. Miss Pilon blows on her tea before she sips it. To be young, Oscar, to be young. Oscar smirks. Frederick just turned 42, didn't he? A baby he is, a child, she huffs. Aye, Oscar laughs. Well, it's only early days yet. They'll persevere, Miss Pilon. I can only hope. I'm certain of it. Oh? Miss Pilon squints at him. And why is that? Because. Oscar lifts his teacup, pouring as much earnestness into his words as he can. They have you. She harums, grabbing a few more berries. I'm an old woman now, Oscar. I only have so many wits left. It's not about what you can do for them, Miss Pilon. Oscar tuts. It's about the love you already give. She pauses, her sharp eyes going soft behind her thick glasses. It's not an easy night for them. You know that. Oscar places his teacup back in its saucer with a small clink. To have the unconditional support of their beloved mother. He sighs quietly, pushing away the memories of his own foster care. That's more than most of us can say. Miss Plon considers this, mumbling, Perhaps, as she inspects a strawberry. They're in good hands, Miss Plon. Oscar smiles warmly. Trust me. She sets down the berry to give Oscar a serious look. I can't be their everything, boy. Oscar feels the weight of her gaze on him. He knows immediately who she's really talking about. Still, he deflects. One person can make a world of difference. She stares him down for just a moment longer, and then she resumes searching for a suitable grape. I suppose that's true. Oscar exhales, glad to have dodged the spotlight. Perhaps I'll give them a call later, she continues. Ask them to stop by for dinner. Oscar gives an encouraging nod, trying for a smile again. I'm sure they'd appreciate not having to cook. Miss Pillon hums in agreement as she resumes her nibbling. As he watches the small woman take a full minute to eat a grape, he considers the truth of her statement. The lifelong impact of a loving friend. The world of difference she's made for him over the years. The world of difference he's made for her. Oscar feels his smile turn a bit mischievous. There is a therapeutic power of good food and conversation, Miss Pillon. She huffs instead of laughing. Really? He insists. I bet you'd be surprised how much Frederick and Andrew benefit from it today. Some fresh summer fruit, the companionship of a dear loved one. What could be more soul-soothing than a picnic on memory lane? She snaps her needle-like gaze to him with ferocity that she knows what's coming, and it only makes Oscar smile more wickedly as he says, Best to avoid talking about the exorcism, though. Ah! She groans dramatically, rolling her eyes. Exactly what Oscar had hoped for. Will you ever let me live this down, boy? You have to admit. Oscar giggles behind his hand. It's so funny in hindsight. This was years ago, Oscar. I was naive to this side of the world. She points a finger at him, sharper than a knife, and Oscar giggles harder. I had no idea what to say to a grown man wearing my lipstick. So an exorcism was your go-to. It was an option. You're first. Shut up, Oscar. She crosses her arms and pouts. Aye, all right. Oscar tries to tamp his laughter, and he gives her a loving pat on the arm. Apologies, Miss Ballon. I shouldn't make light of such a sensitive time in your life. You have come an admirably long way since then, farther than most people would go. She nods snootily. And I'm honored to have been the person you chose to trust during that strenuous time. And thereafter. Despite nonsense like this, she gives him a withering glare. Oscar tries so hard not to smile. Aye, despite. She nods once more, tilting her nose high up to the ceiling. And then she peers at Oscar out of the corner of her eye, murmuring, It may have been a bit of an overreaction. You think? Oscar bursts into laughter, not able to hold it back anymore. Mercy, Miss Pillon, it was Batty. You hadn't even spoken to the man yet. Oscar wipes a tear from his eye. A man tries on lipstick once and you think he's possessed. I was simply... Are you quite finished, boy? An exorcism. Sorry. Oscar shakes his head, willing his shoulders to stop jumping. I'm finished, I promise. Good. She haughtily plucks another grape from the bunch, and then she quickly sticks her tongue out at him. Oscar snorts. Mercy. How far they've both come. Well, boy, if you're really done badgering a poor old woman. She pushes a half-empty plate of fruit towards him. You'd help me tin these leftovers and put them in the fridge. Aye, will do, Miss Pillon. Anything for you. Oscar sighs through a smile. He rises, taking the plate over to her counter and finding a clean mason jar in her cupboards. In the lull of their conversation, Oscar hums to himself as he places each piece of fruit delicately into the jar, and then he lightly screws on the lid. He knows not to make it too tight for her. And since he's already here, he gives the counter a good wipe down, and he rinses the plate in the sink, making the kitchen smell like lemon-scented soap and warm summer air. He breathes it in deeply. Moments like these are some of his most cherished. Just as he walks over to the fridge with the jar in his hand, he hears, Oscar? With curiosity in her voice. You haven't mentioned the bar yet. Oscar stops halfway into the fridge, feeling the spotlight finally shining hotly on his back. He drops his head. He cherished the moment while he could. Aye. Were you going to? He sighs, arranging the jar on the shelf and then closing the fridge door. He stares aimlessly at the hundreds of colorful photos and postcards tacked onto it. I don't know. Miss Boulogne waits for a minute as Oscar struggles to find any more words. He probably should talk about the bar with her again. He doesn't necessarily want to, but who else would he ask? And who else would he actually tell? Something happened? Miss Boulogne deduces in that ever-serious, ever-caring voice of hers. Oscar feels his guard slip entirely. Aye. You went again recently? Aye. She pauses before asking quietly. It was because of Father Daniel, wasn't it? Oscar fiddles with the bent corner of an old postcard from Frederick tacked onto her fridge. Of course it was. But you were safe? He finally turns back to the table, finding a seat again. Aye. The bar staff has been diluting my drinks, which is probably a smart call. The bar owner has your best interests in mind? I suppose. Oscar shrugs. For the 100th time, he does, boy, I know. Oscar gives a small eye roll. He's not the greedy bastard I thought he was, at least. That's right, she nods pompously. Oscar grumbles. He's still nosy, though. Oscar? And he can be a bit smarmy, too. He's a bar owner. That's part of the trade. Right. Oscar takes a sip of his tea to hide his frown. Miss Boulogne places her hand gently on the table between them. So, what happened, boy? In a sudden bright flash before his eyes, Oscar sees a vivid memory of the last time he saw Mr. Dowd at the bar, sat across the table from Oscar, soaked in the alternating red and blue lights, looking at Oscar with an unusual softness in his eyes. Actually, No, wait. He doesn't want to be called Mr. Dowd. He wants Oscar to call him Charlie. Oscar? Miss Boulogne's voice abruptly tears Oscar from the scene. Oscar shakes his head quickly, placing his tea back down. He was tending to the performer, the pianist. Something had happened to him, something serious. Oscar hears the blaring sirens in the back of his mind. I think he might have fainted. He wasn't looking well, the poor man. The bartender had to care for him before the ambulance arrived. It's hard to remember exactly what happened. It's such a blur in my mind. And what about you, Oscar? Miss Boulogne presses. Oscar exhales, seeing the bartender cradle the pianist's face. Seeing Oscar cradle Alexander's. Oscar shudders. I wasn't well. I wasn't well at all, Miss Boulogne. I mean, I wasn't quite at... What was that word? It was so long ago. Bedrock. I hadn't quite hit bedrock yet, but I was already so deep in drink. The whole situation in itself was... Oscar rubs his partial arm. Distressing. The bar owner saw I was struggling. Miss Boulogne studies him carefully. He told me to sit down, to drink some water, to wait until I felt sober enough to walk home. Oscar hears his voice turn thin, and he sat with me the entire time. Did he talk to you? Aye. Oscar nods. I think he tried to be patient with me. Tried not to push as much as he usually does, but I don't remember exactly why, but at some point I just... Oscar blinks quickly, his mind finally wrapping around the end of the night. Oh, mercy, how had he forgotten this? I told him about... Oscar grimaces, quickly censoring the story for his current company. About why I drink. Miss Boulogne presses further. And what did he say? He said he understood. Oscar whispers, recalling the look of grievous empathy in the man's eyes. That he understood, Miss Boulogne. Not felt pity for me, not even felt sympathy for me. He knew what I was going through, and that he had done the same. Oscar's vision once again abandons Miss Boulogne's small yellow kitchen, and instead it hones in on Charlie's gentle face. On Charlie himself. Charlie, who looked at Oscar without a shred of judgment, who didn't offer any quick solutions to Oscar's problem, who didn't condemn Oscar for his actions, who just sat with him, to make sure Oscar got home safely. To make Oscar feel less alone. Miss Boulogne clears her throat, and Oscar is suddenly sitting in the present again. The constant back and forth in his mind between the bar and the kitchen is dizzying. Oscar? She looks at him expectantly. And then? Oscar blinks once. And then I left. Her eyes grow wide. You left? I. Why? What? Oscar feels his shoulders coil forward defensively. Miss Boulogne, this man is a stranger to me. Even in the depths of a drunken stupor, I'm not so daft to tell a stranger the details about... That would be incriminating. Why would you think it'd be a good idea? Miss Boulogne tosses her hands in the air. He doesn't have to be a stranger, Oscar. What are you? How many times has this man tried to talk to you? To engage with you? Oscar scoffs. Like you said, Miss Pillon, he's a bar owner. That's what she tries to stomp. How many times has he gone out of his way for you? Oscar squirms. Well, I've been telling you, Oscar, you need people. She points that knife-like finger at him again. You need more than me, boy. You need more than our weekly chats and grocery trips. Oscar opens his mouth to argue, to tell her why he can't just simply open up to people, to tell her that she's never been through what he's been through, that she doesn't get it, that she doesn't know the extent of it all. But Miss Pillon stops every word on his tongue when she tells him so softly, You need someone who understands you, boy. Much better than I ever could. Fuck. It never ceases to be aggravating how right she always is. Oscar feels himself droop. In the corner of his vision, he sees Miss Pillon's refrigerator, absolutely covered in pictures and memories of all the people in her life who mean so much to her. And where is Oscar's family? Father Jameson, Alexander, all the boys that he grew up with? Somewhere in Scotland, maybe, pretending for their own safety that they don't know where Oscar is. Oscar sighs hollowly. He could be an ally, Oscar. Miss Pillon pushes her empty cup of tea to the side. Someone you can rely on. Someone who's there when I'm not. Oscar holds his shorter arm. Aye. And you could be an ally for him. Aye. Miss Pillon harumphs. You two might even be friends. Oscar gives a slight smile. Probably not. Oscar? He's very annoying, Miss Pillon. She huffs, crossing her arms again. But interestingly, she doesn't actually disagree. All right. Oscar concedes, holding up his palm. I'll be more open-minded about it whenever I go back. Good. I won't tell him everything outright, Oscar amends, giving himself some potential leeway in the future, much to Miss Pillon's obvious dismay. But I'll try to talk to him more. Miss Pillon sighs with relief. That's all I ask. Oscar nods, pushing his empty cup next to hers. He heavily leans his elbow on the table, settling into the familiar exhaustion of having finished a draining conversation with his strong-hearted, if a bit pushy, dear friend. And, well, he does feel a bit better for it. What a difference she makes. Shall I clean up the rest? Oscar offers, nodding to the cups. In a moment, boy. Miss Pillon rests her hands over her stomach as she reclines back in her chair, closing her eyes. Let's just enjoy the quiet for a minute. I think we could both use it. Aye. Oscar breathes deeply, tightening the knot on his sleeve and then mirroring her posture. You're right. She opens one eye and gives a stern glare. You're not trying to rush out of my house again, are you? Oscar smiles. No, ma'am. Never. Good. She closes her eyes again. They sit together amidst the streaks of sunlight through the kitchen windows, lounging in the warmth and stillness of the early summer afternoon. And, to his surprise, Oscar finds a quivering, hesitant hope in the depths of his belly when he thinks about returning to the bar.
Oh, you did such a great Marie. Marix,
I
so
love
awesome.
doing Marie. It's so much fun.
So good. It really comes through. Boy! It's so
Boy!
funny. I love it. Soup Sandwich says, yes, he's annoying. That adds to the charm. You get me. You get me. All right, let's take a look at some of these fan arts. We're on 21. We got amazing fan art from Hollow. We got amazing fan art from the combination of Raph and Marix. We got some solo Marix work. And Shellac did some wonderful pieces on this one too. Thank you guys. Oh, I just love them. Let me take a look and see some of my boys. Oh, the Charlie ones.
I really like my Charlie, I won't lie.
That
Just to
was a
pat myself
good
on the back a
one.
little bit, I really like him.
Yeah. So how could you forget? How could you forget? I love the Charlie how he's got the like the bags under his eyes. Oh my goodness, such beautiful art. I love it so much. I love it so much. Thank you. Okay. The first bullet point of my notes for this is we deserve a little fluff after the last two chapters. We deserve that. We needed it so bad. I needed it so bad. I just want to remind everyone, really quick, let me close the door. Hold on. I just want to remind everyone that we are on chapter 21. When I was writing For What You Are, 21 was the last chapter. And I even remember being on the floor of my old apartment cranking out the last chapter of For What You Are and just being like, hey, I don't really want to write anymore, but you know what? I'm going to do this one last one. I can make it to the end. This is going to be okay. I can do it. And then it was over. And in this one, I was only halfway done. And everything that I had just written, I needed to do all of that again, one more time. And this was a particularly bad realization because this was an Oscar chapter. And of course, these were my least favorite because I was so nervous about him. So this one needed a lot of editing, and this was one of the ones where I wrote the first chapter and then didn't go back and read it one more time. I just swept it under the rug and said I'd get back to it later. Just in case anyone forgot that I was having the worst time of my life, I'm here to remind you that that was still happening. It was bad. Even on the chapters where, I was so excited about Arthur's ED arc, it was still like tooth and nail to write these things. Every single word felt like pulling teeth. And that certainly was no different for this chapter. Every single time I had a new chapter, I would try to think about the thing that inspires me in this chapter. I would try to like look forward to a bit of it, but it could only do so much. But regardless, the thing that I was looking forward to in this chapter was the exorcism part. So this is me paying homage to Ocelli because I have mentioned before, Ocelli, the person on Tumblr I was talking to about Catholicism, I had asked them for how they had a headcanon, how they viewed Oscar being a queer man, reconciling his Catholicism, and how he lives his life in Ocelli's mind, because I just needed to absorb, I just needed ideas. And Ocelli has a very, very, very interesting headcanon for Oscar. I believe that their Oscar has Jamaican heritage, I think. And their Oscar does a lot of story regarding like fighting racism within the community and within the church, which is awesome. I really, really love that. I did not feel particularly prepared or adequate to do that storyline, especially on top of everything else that I was already dealing with. So I was like, that's lovely, and I'm gonna let you have that one. But Ocelli also, in their headcanon, believed that Oscar had a specialty in exorcism. And it was the reason why he teamed up with Charlie in the Holy Ghost ship, because their Charlie is the investigator. And I loved that idea. And I just wanted to give them like just a little shout out because truly this fic would not have happened without them. So here we see Marie talking about the exorcism with him that happened in my world, where poor Frederick, he was just trying to explore himself and his body. And then his mom walks in on him wearing lipstick and she goes, he's possessed! He's possessed! Call the priest! Which honestly, so funny in hindsight. I'm pretty sure that wasn't funny when it was happening, but oh my god, in hindsight, hilarious. And this is also, I really love how this ties not only Oscar to Marie in their backstory of how they met and why they're important to each other, because clearly Oscar was the one that talked her down off the ledge, telling her that it's not the end of the world, your son is not possessed, he's just a little gay. And that also feeds into Oscar's purpose that he has is to create, create this community of love and acceptance. And so Marie and Frederick were kind of like his first go around of really, really making a difference in the community. And that's one of the reasons why their friendship is so, so strong. So thank you once more, Ocelli. I really appreciate all of your help on this one. Shellac says, so good, poor Frederick. Yeah, man, poor guy. To have a mother like Marie, too, like, you never know. And then a lot of people were asking about the relationship between Oscar and Frederick, because clearly, they've had to know each other for quite a long time now. Oscar is nearly 40, Frederick is 42 in this one. But Oscar likely didn't meet Marie until he was training to be a priest, so like 18 to 20. So Frederick was closeted as a gay man until he was 20-ish years old, if we do the math. And so, like, two people of the same age, both being gay, trying to help Frederick's mother come around on her feelings toward him wearing lipstick. We never really get into this in the rest of the fic. I just simply did not have time to add another character. Have Frederick in there too. I just couldn't do it. But I like to believe that he and Oscar are not necessarily close, but they have like a deep found like respect for each other. And Frederick has a lot of like gratitude for Oscar. But I don't think they ever really like became friends the way that Oscar and Marie became friends. And I think that Frederick's okay with that. Frederick's got his business. He's got his partner, he's a busy man. And Oscar doesn't really open up to anybody anyway. So, but that's my headcanon. If anybody else has a different headcanon that they want to pitch, I'm happy to hear it. This is the part of the fic where the audience gets to create along with me. I leave this open, so if anyone has any fun headcanons, send them my way. I definitely want to hear them. Okay. Also Marie's gag about calling everyone boy and calling everyone young, that will never get old to me. All of Marie's like small mannerisms, how she takes like a year to eat a single grape, her saying that like 40 is like a young babe, everything that she does. I just adore this woman. I think she is like truly an inspiration, or she's inspired by rather, all of my really, really, really funny like old lady gals at work. I actually want to share a few jokes that one of my favorite old lady gals at work has told me. Her name is Miss Jackie, and she has just the most hilarious, like, sexual jokes that come out of nowhere, and I never know when to expect them until she's telling them to me. And Miss Jackie she's just such a light in my life. She's so funny. She's so charming. She loves to knit. She's always knitting things for people. And the other day, I was walking down grabbing people for my group, and I see her like waving at me. And she does that motion, when you use like, you like bend your finger a few times at somebody, like beckoning them to walk towards you. So she was doing that to me. She was like beckoning me with her finger. So I walk over and I'm like, "Hey, Jackie, what's up?" And she's like, "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to see if I could make you come with one finger."
See, that's Noel right there.
No, I thought that's Noel. Yeah. It's so iconic. I know. I know. I'm going to share one more because this one was hilarious. This is one of the first ones that I ever heard from her. It's such a great story because at the time I had a student with me, and my student had never met her before, ever, never interacted with her. But I was like, "Oh my gosh, student, come with me. You need to meet Miss Jackie. She's one of my favorite people. We got to meet her. She always has something funny to say." So we walk over and I'm like, "Hey, Miss Jackie, this is my student. Please say hi." And Miss Jackie's like, "Oh, I'm so glad that you're here. I have a really funny joke for you." And I'm like, "Oh, student, like, get ready. This is going to be good." So Miss Jackie takes a dollar bill and she tucks the dollar bill right behind the button of her pants. So it's like half sticking out and onto her stomach. And she's like, "You want to know what this is?" And we're like, "What, Miss Jackie?" And she goes, "All you can eat for under $1." Student wailed. He wailed. He was so caught off guard. He had no idea what to expect.
That's amazing. I would have too.
She's so great. I know. I love this woman too. And again, I tell her every time that I see her. I tell her that I love
Tell
her.
Jackie that she has fans now.
Yeah, I'll definitely tell her. I love this woman. You never expect it from her. Oh my gosh, she's so funny. So, of course, Marie does not have the same sense of humor, but in my mind, Marie has like the same like light in her where I'm just drawn to this old woman. I think that she's so fascinating. She's so funny to be around. I just love everything about her, the way that I feel about Miss Jackie and the way that I feel about a lot of my residents. So, yeah, Shellac says I'm officially a Jackie fan. Absolutely. You guys, she's so great. I love her. Okay, anyway, let's see. Oh, I like the argument between Oscar and Marie. I really, really like this one because I think that they are both right here. They both have like really important things that they're trying to say. Oscar is right in saying that the unconditional love of a relative or of a friend in your life can be so life-changing. That's a little bit of me preaching the aromantic gospel, you know what I'm saying? And then also, Marie is right in saying it can't just be one person. You cannot just have just one person in your life. You need the unconditional love of many people in order to, be happy with all of your needs met in so many different ways. Also, me preaching the aromantic gospel. And just once again, we highlight all of the times where Oscar has had the opportunity to reach out to others and has chosen not to. And thank goodness that he will actually listen to Marie this time. Maybe go pick up a cute boy at a bar or something. Who knows? Okay, let's see. Anything else I want to say about this one? I actually think that might be it. I did not have a lot on this one. It's just a really cute, fluffy chapter that, oh my God, we needed, and I needed halfway through this fucking fic, needing to start the second half. Oh, dear God. I don't want to think about it. I've come so far. The fic is written. Holy shit, I'm glad I persevered. Thank you, Past Hauntie. You did great. Alrighty. Well, Marix, anything you want to add before we move on?
Nope, I'm ready.
After you.
Previously on To Live Two Lives, Daniel was particularly inspired by his latest sermon on love. Content warnings, vomiting, many ED references, men crying tally 4. Daniel. Mr. Saltzman, the phone is. Yes, I'm coming. Daniel says irritably as the phone blares through the halls. He passes by Patricia to hurry toward the reading room. Why she couldn't answer the thing for him is beyond his grasp. The phone rings even louder inside the small room, and Daniel finally picks up the receiver, silencing the entire house. Saltzman speaking, he huffs. Daniel, this is John Doe, Arthur's aide. John's stony voice bellows out of the phone. Ah, John. Daniel clears his throat, taking a seat at the edge of his chair. I'm expecting to see you this afternoon, am I not? Actually, John says, the smallest fumble in his monotone. It seems that I've come down with something. I'm going to go to the doctor's today for some advice. I'm sorry to cancel on you. I hope to see you another time. Good grief. Does this man genuinely read off a script? Well, Daniel frowns. I am certainly disappointed that I won't be able to see you, but I do hope that you feel better soon. Thank you. Take care. That's it? Now hold on. Daniel quickly presses before John can hang up. May I ask what you've come down with? There's a long pause on the line. I'm not sure. Hopefully the doctors will have answers. He's not sure? Daniel's suspicion peaks. Forgive my forwardness, but I'm curious what your symptoms are. John begins to breathe shallowly and rapidly. Fever. Daniel waits for him to go on, but all John offers is more shallow breathing. Daniel doesn't believe he's heard a worse liar in his life. Hold on, guys. Hey, Hans?
Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm not on mute. My bad.
It's all good. Daniel doesn't believe he's heard a worse liar in his life. Well, Daniel narrows his eyes at the books on his shelf. You have my earnest sympathies. I do hope the doctors are helpful to you. Yes, thank you, he says flatly as ever. What is the meaning of this obvious lie? Take care, and will Arthur be accompanying you to the doctors as well? No, John replies with a sudden panic. No, he should still be joining you for lunch. If you'll allow. Baffling. He's hiding something. He always is. Daniel stands, starting to walk along the edge of his rug to help him think. He needs more information. Are you sure? If what you're experiencing is contagious, then Arthur... No, Arthur needs to... The sound of rushed shuffling takes over the line. He had it last week, and I caught it from him. He's recovered now, he's not contagious. He should really join you for lunch. If you'll allow. Daniel pauses his pacing, listening intently to the shallow breathing. The lengths this man is going to just to excuse himself from lunch is borderline absurd. How much is he hiding? John clears his throat, nervously. Obviously a lot, then. Is this all a ploy to steal Arthur away from Daniel over time? gradually come to lunch less and less until they've whittled Daniel out of their lives? Did John really think that Daniel would just roll over like a dog while his son's soul is at stake? Listen, Daniel. The tapping sound draws Daniel back to the phone call. What even is that tapping? Is he so anxious about his lie that he's fiddling with the phone cord? I'd really appreciate it if... The panic drops from John's voice on his exhale, and it's replaced by raw and vulnerable absolute heartbreak. Uh, Arthur's been having a hard time recently, and of course I've been trying to help him through it. It's my job to help him, of course. And I've tried everything I could possibly think of, but nothing seems to be working since he doesn't... I just don't know how to... Daniel hears a small sniff. I'm just not doing a good job of caring for him at the moment through all of this. I'm hurting more than I'm helping, and I can't just keep... I need to take some time to... The line goes silent, save for the quiet tapping. Daniel waits, stricken by the sorrow in John's tone. I just think he could really use the love of his father today. John finishes shakily. Please. Daniel blinks. The tapping stops, and it sounds like John holds his breath. Daniel realizes that he, too, is holding his own. Who is John Doe? Who is this brutish, timid, standoffish, sensitive, lying, caring man? Daniel finally gathers himself, tugging on his suit jacket and clearing his throat. Then he shall have it, he says confidently, returning to his seat. I can assure you, John, that Arthur will be in good hands. John's huge sigh of relief is nearly deafening. Thank you, Daniel. He speaks through a small smile. Thank you so much. Daniel feels his heart soften just a bit. For my son, I would do anything. Right. John breathes out again, and his voice resumes his usual business-like emotionlessness. Enjoy your lunch. We'll meet again another time. Get well soon. Daniel nods. I'll be sure to send a prayer for your speedy recovery. John hums, and then the line goes blank. Daniel sets the receiver back on its hooks, and he sits in the quiet of his reading room, running his finger through his mustache, playing their conversation over in his mind. And, once more, Daniel is left with far more questions than answers. He needs to pray. Daniel closes the curtains against the scorching afternoon sunlight, and then he slumps back down into his reading chair, loosening his tie slightly. He'll remember to straighten it again when Arthur arrives. He just needs a break from the heat. My dear. Daniel sighs as he strokes Bella's cheek through the glass frame. She was so regal, so beautiful, even in black and white. Even when she stopped smiling for pictures. I can't help but worry for my son today. Your husband. Whatever John was trying to imply over the phone. He tries to erase the fingerprint on the glass. It's clearly something distressing. I think both he and I could benefit from you joining us for lunch. It would be a comfort to have an angel by our side. He ends up smudging the fingerprint with a different fingerprint, so he just tilts the frame away from the light so they're not distracting. Not to mention with the things I had already planned to share with him. He sets her picture down, back on the end table, and he sits forward, resting his elbow on his knees. He feels the stir of anticipation in his chest, forcing him upward and moving. It is not excitement, nor is it nervousness. It is significance. I would not be surprised if he gives a bit of pushback, Daniel continues seriously. Perhaps, especially now, having to also manage whatever currently ails him. But this sort of conversation must be had, and it can wait no longer. He grips the crucifix beneath his shirt. My aim today is not to force a change of mind, but merely to water a seed which has been parched for far, far too long. He closes his eyes, breathing in deeply, comforted by the reading room smell of books and leather. I must have faith that with enough tending and care something will grow over time. God's love always grows over time. Daniel stands up, the flurry in his chest too vigorous to keep still. He adjusts his jacket and straightens his cufflinks. And I must do this if I love my son. As if on cue, 3 knocks on the door echo throughout the hall, followed by the fast clicks of Patricia's heels. Mr. Saltzman! Yes, Patricia, I'm on my way. He grumbles tersely as he exits the reading room, walking hastily to the front door. Patricia says something in return, but Daniel does not have the time for her today. He takes a moment to catch his breath before he reaches for the doorknob. He mutters a quick curse about how age is finally catching up to him, and then he swings open the door emphatically. Good afternoon, my son. Arthur stands trembling in his doorway, looking anxious with a pinched face. At the sound of Daniel's voice, he startles, donning a fragile smile and replying, Hey, Dad. In fact, everything about Arthur looks fragile. The man is thin. thinner than Daniel remembers him being. He looks gaunt in the cheeks, and his suit jacket looks like a tent around his shoulders. Was he this thin last time Daniel saw him? Should I? Arthur gives him a quizzical expression, pointing his cane toward the door. Yes, yes, come in, please. Daniel steps back to allow Arthur to enter. Arthur nods and thanks as he walks into the foyer, his cane trembling in time with his hands. Was John telling the truth about this household illness after all? Daniel closes the door behind him. How is John feeling? Did he make it to the doctor's? Oh! Arthur's lips twist for a little too long. Yes, he made it to the doctor's. A shadow crosses over his face, something that looks like guilt. He sends his apologies for not being here today. Well, Daniel scours Arthur's face, but he can glean nothing more. Send him my regards later. It's been too long since I've seen him. Arthur's expression lingers. Yes, I will. In any case, my son, it's good to see you. Daniel snugly grips Arthur's shoulder. It feels like raw bone. Arthur shies away from him, clearing his throat. Yes, you as well. Thank you, as always, for having me. Arthur stands awkwardly in front of Daniel, curled slightly like he's trying to take up less space. His face is one of constant thinking. Are you all right, my son? Daniel asks cautiously, and Arthur gives an unconvincing laugh. Fine, fine. He waves a free hand. I'm all right. Shall we? You don't look all right, Arthur. Daniel says sternly, watching Arthur pale. Are you still sick? Arthur swallows, his gaze dropping to the floor. Well, you look ashen, Arthur. Daniel steps forward to hold the man's cheek, but Arthur steps back immediately. And your hands are shaking. Yes, I think I'm still recovering. Arthur nods quickly. I should probably be careful not to overeat during lunch. I wouldn't want to make myself sick. I think some lunch will be exactly what you need. Daniel interrupts. And Philip has prepared a delightful soup for us today. There is no better remedy for a weak stomach than soup. Arthur's face flies through too many emotions for Daniel to parse. He opens his mouth to reply, only to close it immediately. Then Arthur gives a small, short nod. Shall we, then? Daniel turns without waiting for an answer, striding off toward the dining room. The sooner they get some food in the man, the better. Arthur's footsteps eventually follow. Patricia appears to have taken her time setting up the silverware, as she's still arranging the napkins when the two men walk in. She flushes when she sees them, clicking quickly away from the table as they approach. She gives Arthur a timid wave. Hello, Mr. Arthur, she squeaks. To Daniel's surprise, Arthur startles like he hadn't heard her heels. Oh, yes, hello, Patricia, he replies, giving her a tight smile as he sits. Then he turns toward the table, his face pinching in concentration once more. Daniel sits as well, raising an eyebrow as he looks between the two of them. Patricia seems genuinely confused. Are you all right, Arthur? She asks quietly. Oh, yes, fine, thank you. If you don't mind me saying, sir, you look— I'm fine, really, Arthur huffs. Thank you. Sorry, of course. Patricia nods quickly, turning red as she scurries away toward the kitchen. Daniel hums. Perhaps Arthur has finally come to see the error of his ways regarding the young woman. That is a step in a positive direction. Arthur leans his cane against the table, and then he buries his hands between his knees. Daniel can still see the slight tremble in his shoulders. This illness, Daniel begins, opening his napkin. Where do you think you picked it up? Seems that Arthur suddenly remembers where he is. What kind of illness is this? Oh, likely the bar, I think. I'm there at least thrice a week, and you know how dirty public spaces can be. Nothing to worry about, though. I'm mostly over it by now. Arthur talks like he's trying to sprint to the end of the conversation. His smile is forced when he finishes. Daniel is left with a terribly weary feeling, but it looks like Arthur will offer little more on the matter at that point. Either way, they have far more important discussion ahead of them. Quite, Daniel nods. Well, you'll put some meat back on your bones in no time, I'm sure. Arthur's lips twitch. So, my son, Daniel straightens his silverware. Aside from the illness, how have you been doing? Just fine. Arthur waves a limp hand. The bar is still paying well, I still have plenty of time to compose. He shrugs with an equally limp smile. Nothing terribly new to report, I'm afraid. Hearing that you're doing fine is plenty of good news for me, Arthur, Daniel says genuinely. Arthur gives him a small hum in reply, and then he stares at the table with a look of pointed focus. It's odd. Arthur is usually so relaxed in demeanor. Today he seems like he's manually holding his limbs to his body. Then there's a rather awkward pause between them, though the awkwardness appears to be only one-sided. Arthur seems completely unaware. Well, Daniel coughs, and that gets Arthur's attention. Sorry, Arthur shakes his head. And how are you, Dad? Have you been holding up well? Excellently, thank you. Daniel replies with a short bow of his head. There is no conflict in my life that I feel I cannot overcome with God beside me. Arthur hums, obviously uninterested, as expected. Daniel continues on anyway. To have that confidence with me every day. It is a great blessing, truly. Good, Arthur says neutrally. And one that I am grateful to share with others when I can. Sure. Daniel prepares to go on, but the sound of swinging doors from the kitchen alerts both of them. Daniel suspects that he hears Arthur sigh in relief. Gentlemen, Philip says as he walks over to the table, plates poised on the tray. How are we this afternoon? I'm afraid we desperately need your assistance today, Philip. Daniel nods towards Arthur. My son could use a bit of comfort food today. Arthur blanches as Philip replies sympathetically. Under the weather today, Arthur? Recovering. I have just the thing for you. Crab bisque. Philip arranges their bowls in front of them. Served with crusty sourdough, made in-house, of course, paired with Chenin Blanc. Daniel inhales the delightful smell of seafood. Very good, Philip, thank you. Forgive me if I don't eat too much today, Arthur stammers as Philip sets down his plate of sourdough. I promise that's not a knock on your cooking, I'm just... Take your time, Arthur, Philip soothes, pouring them each a glass of wine. Let the food do its work. You'll feel better nearly immediately. I don't... Gentlemen, enjoy your meal. Philip bows, and then he walks back to the kitchen. Daniel takes a moment to appreciate the meal before them, which looks absolutely tantalizing. God has worked another miracle for them both. Care to join me in grace today, Arthur? Daniel asks as he folds his hands. What? Arthur says with another shake of his head. He dabs his mouth with his napkin like he's trying not to drool. Sorry, what did you say? I said, would you like to join me for grace? Arthur furrows his brow. No, thank you. Very well. I always want to offer in case you ever change your mind. Arthur gives him a bewildered nod, and then Daniel closes his eyes and begins his prayers. The entire time, he hears no movement from his guest across the table, save for a few audible swallows. When Daniel opens his eyes again, he sees Arthur staring vaguely at the bowl before him. He hasn't even touched his silverware. Start with some bread, Arthur, Daniel encourages, stirring his own soup. That's easy on the stomach. Arthur gives a hesitant nod before tearing off a small corner of sourdough. When Arthur finally manages a bite, he seems to turn ravenous, tearing off more bread immediately. The poor man must be starved after such an illness. There, Daniel affirms as he starts on his soup. Philip will have you back to full health by the end of the meal. Arthur's hands continue to shake as he shovels down his crab bisque. I've been thinking about you as of late, actually, Daniel muses, dripping his bread into his soup. Oh? Arthur says in between bites. Yes, there was a sermon I gave recently that reminded me of you. That reminded me of Bella, as well. Arthur pauses, his spoon next to his mouth. It was about love. Daniel chews on the soup-softened sourdough. And all the ways that love is expressed between people. Arthur gives a non-committal hum as he begins to tear into his meal again. The man really does eat like an animal when he's famished. Tell me, son, what are the ways that love is expressed in your life? Arthur swallows down another spoonful before clearing his throat. Well, It's important to me to spend time with those I love, doing things we both enjoy. And I like to remind my loved ones of how much they mean to me. Indeed. And Arthur shifts uncomfortably. I appreciate a show of physical affection? Here, this is important. Like how John grips your shoulder. Arthur's eyes narrow slightly. Is that defensively? Yes, and how you do as well. A deflection, perhaps. Arthur gives very little away. Of course. Daniel pauses for another bite of soup as Arthur continues to listen intently. Those are all good things, Daniel finally says, dabbing his mouth with his napkin. Right. Daniel continues on with his meal until Arthur finds his manners again. Arthur swallows once more before asking, And what about you, Dad? There it is. Yes, I find myself thinking much of the same. Daniel sips his wine. I most enjoy seeing my loved ones around me, smiling and engaging with me. I enjoy long discussions, light-hearted or challenging. I find that love is an investment, you understand. Arthur finishes off his bread, nodding wearily. And love is... It's not just for this lifetime. Love is everlasting. Love follows us beyond the grave. Daniel can hear Arthur's tone becoming reluctant, but he powers on. And we must follow love. To unite ourselves with the people who matter most to us, in this world and the next, we must diligently steer all of our actions towards love. And sometimes we must steer our loved ones as well. Arthur lowers his spoon. I'm not sure what you're getting at. There is one true love, Arthur. One love that'll bring us all together. One love that'll make us all inseparable now and forever. Daniel, I don't think God's love, my son. Arthur drops his spoon into his bowl and it clatters against the ceramic. Daniel, he says bluntly, unsurprising. We've been over this. We have differing opinions on this, and we've learned to move on, right? Daniel dabs his mouth again. This conversation must be had, and it can wait no longer. When I preached this sermon, Arthur, I was reminded of what love truly means. It is not blanket acceptance of everything a person is, but it is instead an effort we must make to guide our loved ones to prosperous, righteous lives. Arthur pushes aside his empty bowl, his face growing stormier. Daniel, I'd really rather not have this conversation again for the 100th time. We've learned to love each other despite our differences, remember? Now, can we please talk about something else? I fear there may be threats all around you, my son. Daniel presses on, undeterred. And I would not be a loving father if I did not try to direct you away from them. Threats? Arthur gives him a baffled look. What in the world are you talking about? Now he's engaged. Threats are not always so obvious. Sometimes they lurk behind good intentions, or in the habits that have become routine. Daniel, you're speaking in riddles, or in the strangers you think are your friends. Stop! Arthur holds his palms out as firmly as he closes his eyes. For an instant, it looks like he sways a bit unsteadily to the left. Stop! Please stop! I have no idea what you're trying to tell me, but I am certain that I don't want to have this conversation anymore. He scrubs his eyes aggressively, muttering, Christ, you're going to make me ill, I swear. I must do my due diligence for all the people I love. Daniel replies matter-of-factly, ignoring Arthur's disrespect of the Lord's name. And that includes guiding them away from sin. Arthur stops mid-scrub, and he looks directly toward Daniel. Sin? Yes. His tone arches. And what sin do you think I'm committing right now? Sin is not always an action, Arthur. Daniel takes another sip of wine, trying not to let the tone match Arthur's. Sometimes it's a lack of action. You didn't answer my question, as I said. Daniel sets down his glass firmly. There are always threats around us. We must be vigilant to not let them affect our own lives, or, equally, let others indulge in our complacency. Would you stop it with the cryptic bullshit? Arthur slams his hands on the table, which Daniel hates. Say what you fucking mean to say, Daniel! Daniel feels his own hackles rise to meet Arthur's, the growing urge to defend, to teach, to yell. He forcefully clears his throat, tightening his still loose tie around his neck, and wills his breathing to slow down. Perhaps Daniel has taken this conversation farther than he intended today. Now may be a good time to wind down, calm both of their heads, and try again another time. I think, Arthur. Daniel straightens out his napkin over his lap again. That I have overstimulated you with this topic. It may be wise to table this for now and come back at a time when we are more— Oh, no. Arthur laughs cruelly. You are not weaseling your way out of this. I refuse to let you sit there and reprimand me like a child for some vague atrocity you've decided I've committed based on some bullshit book. The urges ignite again. Arthur, and don't you dare try to tell me that I'm the one being outrageous. I told you multiple times that I did not want to have this conversation, and you're the one who kept pushing. I told you, love is about effort. You have no fucking idea what love is if you think I'm just trying to water a seed for you. You can keep your fucking seeds to yourself. I will not stand for. Daniel realizes at once that Arthur's gone green. Not just green, but entirely still and hazy. His facial expression is worryingly flat, having dropped in the blink of an eye, and now he sways uneasily side to side. Arthur? Arthur covers his mouth. I think I'm going to be sick. Heavens, let me— Daniel rushes up from his seat, snagging the trash can from the hallway. He barely makes it back to Arthur in time before Arthur heaves all of his lunch directly into it. Good grief, Daniel whispers as he watches Arthur shake violently over the top of the can. Tears drip down his eyes as he spits over and over. Arthur, are you all right? I don't— He spits again, another full-body shudder racking through his thin frame. I think I ate too much. It's all right, Arthur. Daniel rubs a gentle hand over Arthur's back, feeling every small quiver down his protruding ribcage. Perhaps lunch was a bit too rich for you after such an illness. Arthur gives neither a shake of the head nor a nod. He just trembles. What has Daniel done? I'm sorry, my son, Daniel says softly. He pushes the trash can away when he's certain that Arthur won't need it again, and then he continues to rub Arthur's back. I am also to blame, having riled you up so. Arthur closes his eyes, more tears falling silently down his cheeks. Daniel takes a handkerchief from his jacket pocket to wipe them away. You seem faint, Arthur, Daniel murmurs. Arthur gives a shivering exhale. Come, let's get you to a sofa so you can lie down. Arthur doesn't protest when Daniel helps him to stand up, and he leans entirely on Daniel as they walk to the sunroom. He's so light, Daniel could easily forget that he's holding the weight of a grown man. The sunroom is lit brightly with the afternoon sun, and it's slightly warmer than the dining room, which Daniel hopes will be a comfort to the still shivering man. Daniel walks Arthur to the large sofa across the wall, and he helps Arthur recline fully. After some of the blood is able to rush back to his head, Arthur looks slightly less green, but far more gray. Even in the warm yellow cast of sunlight, he looks sickly and sallow. He lies on his side, half curled, his eyelids fluttering with effort to stay open. Daniel pulls up a chair. "Do you wish to call the doctor, Arthur?" Daniel asks quietly, resuming his gentle rubbing. "No." Arthur speaks so softly that his pale lips hardly move. "What about John?" "No." He tries to shake his head, but it appears to make things worse. Daniel isn't entirely sure it's wise to do nothing, but he holds his tongue. They don't need any more disagreements today. "All right, son," Daniel whispers. "We'll wait. You'll feel better again soon." Arthur's breath hitches, and more tears drip down his chin. Daniel continues to stroke his back, just like he used to for Bella when she was ill in her youth. He murmurs a prayer for the health of his only remaining child. For an hour and a half, Daniel traces his hand up and down Arthur's bony spine. He offers gentle reminders to breathe, and he frets over his fragile son. Philip stops by with a cool rag for Arthur's forehead, and Patricia brings juice and plain crackers. They both give furtive, worried looks to Daniel that frighten him to his core. It takes Arthur a bit of coaxing before he consumes the barest amount of juice and crackers, but it does seem to help him slightly. He seems almost traumatized by the taste of the juice, but he doesn't explain why. He doesn't explain much of anything, but he lets himself be cared for, which is all Daniel can ask. Soon, Arthur is able to stand, with assistance, of course. The car is an obvious necessity, a silent agreement which neither of them have to propose. Daniel helps Arthur into the passenger seat, and then he drives as slowly as possible to avoid causing any motion sickness. Even still, Arthur clasps his hand over his mouth the entire drive. It's a painfully long few minutes for the both of them, but the drive comes to an end eventually. They reach Arthur's home, and Daniel walks him gingerly through the pebble path to the front door. "Do promise me you'll have a few more crackers before dinner, Arthur," Daniel says as he unlocks the handle with Arthur's keys. Arthur sighs. "I promise." "All right." Daniel opens the door and ushers for Arthur to go inside. "Get some rest, son." Arthur pauses at the doorway, one final tear trickling down his cheek. At once, he throws his arms around Daniel's larger frame. "Thank you, Dad," he says weakly over Daniel's shoulder. For caring for me." It pierces straight through Daniel's heart. "Of course, my son." I love you." Arthur shudders. You know that, right?" Daniel tries to breathe steadily before replying. "Just as I love you, Arthur." Arthur sniffs as he nods once, and then he slowly extracts himself from their embrace, using Daniel's shoulders for balance. He gives a small smile in Daniel's direction, and then he carefully walks inside, closing the door with a wave goodbye. And Daniel stands on his stoop for a moment longer, re-listening to their last words in his memory over and over and over again.
Oh, this one hurts too. And I forget how badly these ones hurt. Well done, Marix. You're angry Arthur. You know that's my favorite. Okay. Let me update my Tumblr as we look at fan art. Okay, we are on 22. Let me make sure I read out all the correct people. Paulo made some really wonderful art. Raph made some art for this one. Ave and Marix also, you made some art for this one too. So beautiful. Oh, I haven't seen these in a little while. Oh, Marix, I'm so glad you got the colored one that Avi made. I know that we had a trouble with that. Yes, thank you for doing your due diligence.
Me with her little grape. I love her so dearly!
She's so sweet. Sammy says fan art decompression time.
I'm gonna go grab some water.
Please
I'll be
do.
back.
Please do. I'll take over. I'll drive. Okay, everyone. Oh my goodness, that Raph art. My gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Raph. That's one that I have on my sticker board. Hee hee. Author privilege. Author privilege. Okay. Oh my goodness. There's actually a lot that I want to say about that one. I didn't realize how much I wanted to say. I guess we'll start with. Okay. we're going to start with this because everybody was talking about brain fog. Everyone kept saying, oh, Arthur has so much brain fog. He's not ready to handle this conversation. He's got so much brain fog. I'm here to tell you that Arthur could not have this conversation because he was already having a conversation. Arthur was already engaging with the conversation of the eating disorder, telling him all of the things that he needs to think about and all the food that he's about to eat. He was too engaged with that to be able to be present with Daniel at all. I don't know if anyone has ever read Jeanette McCurdy's book, I'm Glad My Mother Died. It's really good, super painful, but really, really well done. And she was actually the first person that kind of like brought to my attention this idea of constantly having two conversations, because that is something that I have been dealing with my entire life, but I didn't have the words for it until she named it. So the thing about ED is that it is immediate. All of the thoughts are immediate. And the moment that I am presented with food, I have to sort through the eating disordered thoughts about it because they're instantaneous. They'll start judging the food for its moral value, or they'll start telling me that I don't need this food because we can live without it, or they'll start telling me how to balance my daily calorie intake around it and where I'm going to skip on calories later or where I'm going to exercise in order to burn calories later. All of these things are just, I cannot stop them. They just happen. And it's all of my therapy that has taken me to be able to work my way out of these situations. But I wanted to give you like a little taste as to what happens in my brain on a really, really bad day of ED. And then you can see what Arthur is dealing with right now. And consider that also Arthur is not dealing with all of the therapy that I have been working on. So I have this written down, February 28th of 2026. It was a very challenging day. I don't know why. And sometimes it's just days are harder than others. So I got out of bed at 10 a.m. and acknowledged that I was feeling hungry. I considered what I was going to have for breakfast. I recognized I was out of peanut butter. I usually eat apples and peanut butter for breakfast. That's my favorite. And I was out of almond milk, so I couldn't have any cereal with bananas. So I was out of like all of my usuals. Now I have to go to something else. And then I got distracted. Marix and I were doing a reading. I got distracted. And at noon, Marix was like, hey, we both need to eat something for lunch. And I realized that I hadn't eaten anything yet still. It was coming up on 16 hours of me not eating anything. That's not really good for my body. I don't usually go that long. And my eating disorder brain said, good. It's that fast. And it's so, you can't ignore it because it's just so quick. The eating disorder brain just says, as quickly as possible, it's good that you haven't eaten anything in 16 hours. And then you just have to sit with that. You just have to sit with the thought that you have decided, your brain has decided that this thing that you know is bad for you is really actually good. And now I have to go through the whole ordeal of talking myself out of this, saying that it was unhelpful to consider that not feeding my body was good. And then I needed to recognize that my body was asking for sustenance and it's my duty to give it what it needs. So I decide that I'm going to have pancakes instead. And my friend had some protein pancake mix laying around the apartment. I'm going to have that. That's what I'm going to eat since I don't have my usual breakfast. And my ED brain says, you don't want that. Those are unhealthy. Those are full of fat and they're sugar. And you're not having any fruits and vegetables. You're just eating cake for lunch. That's disgusting. It's immoral. You're going to be fat if you do that. So now I have to deal with this and I have to talk myself out of this and saying I can eat whatever I want, whenever I want to, because I'm genuinely a pretty healthy person. And if I just want pancakes for one meal, it's not going to ruin my entire life. I'm going to be absolutely fine. So I ended up not eating because my friend decided that we were going to go out to lunch instead after this reading was over with Marix. And immediately my ED brain says, good. Because I'm starving myself just a little while longer, just a few more hours, just a few more. And now I have to unpack how it's not ideal for me to spend this long without eating, and I need to make sure that I have a variety of foods and calories at lunch to make sure that my body feels well satiated and nourished. And so I pull out just a little bit of applesauce to make sure that my blood sugar doesn't tank, because I know what that's feeling. And as soon as I get some food in me, I was feeling much better. I was able to go out to have lunch with my friend, and I had a fucking waffle because fuck my ED brain. But do you see how exhausting this is? Because all of the thoughts from ED are instantaneous, and all of the rationality that has to come afterward to convince me out of them take forever. And it is so unfair. It's so unfair. So on my worst days, this is the fight that I fight for like 24 hours, at least 3 times a day, right? Because you have to eat multiple times a day, especially if I'm, trying to stick to like feeding my body regularly and not going 16 hours without food. And it's so completely demanding of your attention. So when Arthur is sitting with Daniel, he is in this space right now where Arthur is recognizing that maybe some things are not lining up in his life, and he's not feeling great about them, but doesn't know how to admit it. And he is having the conversation of, am I allowed to eat this food in front of me? I am so hungry, but can I go even longer without any food? This person is forcing me to eat a larger portion. Can I stop myself from eating the whole portion? Starting to eat and feeling his body become absolutely ravenous and shoving down all of the food anyway. Feeling guilty about shoving all of the food down anyway because crab bisque is full of cream, it's full of fat, it's full of sodium, it's full of butter, it's not good for you. Those are not the high quality vegetable foods that we should be eating on this low-cal diet. All of that is happening the whole time. And it's a wonder that Arthur has even a single word to say to Daniel, because the conversation in the back of the head is endless. And it's so, so fucking exhausting. Sammy says it's a huge ongoing conversation. You can see Arthur start to try to talk to Philip and bring that inside conversation outside. Oh, Raph says, I'm so sorry. It sounds like a nightmare. It is, man. It is. I've come a long way. But yeah, Sammy, absolutely. In even like the moment that Daniel starts talking about food, we see Arthur just immediately tense and start to hear the conversation, start to hear what kind of justifications he's going to say for when Daniel asks why he's not eating anything. Arthur needs to have some sort of excuse, some sort of valid reason. He needs to start thinking about those too. It's so much to handle all of the time. It's incredibly infuriating. And all of this is happening in the dramatic irony section, right? So we know that there could be endless thoughts happening in Arthur's space. We're only ever hearing Daniel's. But we know as the audience that Arthur is also not only mulling over all of these ED thoughts in the back of his brain that are telling him what not to eat, he is also mulling over all of the guilt that he's feeling for making John so worried about him that John canceled lunch and said that he needed to go have time to write. John did not come today because he could not handle everything on his plate and deal with Daniel. So Arthur is now feeling incredibly guilty over that. He's feeling so guilty that John hasn't been able to write and Arthur hasn't been there for him. Like, Arthur is also repeatedly being told that he looks fucking awful, and it's starting to eat at him. Of course, like, can you imagine someone telling you that you look so bad when you're convinced that you're making yourself look better? Even Patricia, this gal that absolutely worships the ground he walks on. Oh, bye, Shalai. Thank you so much for coming. It was so great to have you. I'm excited to chat with you tomorrow. So yeah, even Patricia, this person that is just head over heels, crush over him, even she's telling him that he looks so bad. That must really start to eat with him. Oh my gosh, that must be terrible. And then, of course, as soon as he starts eating, he loses control of himself. And that's terrible. So I also want to talk about, so in conclusion, that is the brain fog that you were all thinking of, is the thousands of conversations that Arthur must struggle with as he's talking to his eating disorder and trying to be a part of daily life outside of it. It's nearly impossible. It's so hard. The other thing I want to talk about is there is a severe amount of embarrassment and shame that comes from eating disorders. There is you think that you're on top of the world and you think you're so in control and you think that you have a great grasp on how to, suppress your body into submission. But it will backfire on you. Of course it will. You're doing harm to your body. So the moment that your body starts, quote unquote, acting out or betraying you, it feels embarrassing, especially if that happens in public. When Arthur feels like his stomach is distending and it's not doing what he wants it to do, and now he's going to be so embarrassed going on stage with this pot belly that he feels like he has. And now here, when we have Arthur getting so ill just from eating, it's so horribly embarrassing to have to admit that something that you are doing to yourself is backfiring when the ED promises that it's helping you. The eating disorder convinces you so much that it's going to make you happy, that it's going to help you, and you are watching it destroy your life. And at some point, you just can't deny it anymore. And I think personally, when Arthur, is vomiting into a bucket, he's like, I think something might be wrong here. And admitting to being wrong is really hard. That's also embarrassing. Poor guy. Yeah, and I also think that Arthur, him choosing not to call the ambulance at the end, and him choosing not to call John specifically at the end it's so painful to me, because this is him recognizing that there is something wrong with him, but not being strong enough to admit it aloud. And he knows that if they call an ambulance and they take him to the hospital, like, there is a very good chance that he could be called out on being incredibly underweight and being given a regimen to help him come back to a healthy weight. Or God forbid, if Daniel calls John is going to have the same conversation with Arthur yet again, with even more proof on John's favor than on Arthur's, and Arthur is not willing to accept these things just yet. He's still in that stage where he's realizing that things are absolutely spiraling out of his control, but he's not ready to give up on the one thing that he was clinging to for happiness just yet. Ugh, that that's really, really sad. So much of this chapter just really gets to me, man. Okay, I kind of bounced around on my, what do they call it? On my live stream notes. So give me a second to find a place. Okay, I think that's all. Oh, Julian, thank you so much for coming. So great to have you. I hope you have a good sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I guess we'll take it back to the John phone call, and then if anything else comes up about the eating disorder, I'll just shoehorn it in there as I usually do. So again, I had to add these John phone calls later after I'd finished everything. And I just want to highlight how difficult this is for John to talk about Arthur's eating disorder, just in general, but also without Arthur around. Because John realizes that Arthur is so, like, stuck in his ways about this, and it's a very, very personal thing that Arthur has basically told no one about except for John. And John feels like he doesn't really know what to say on Arthur's behalf because it isn't John's problem. It's very personal. He doesn't know if he's overstepping, speaking about something that Arthur would be offended if he said it to someone else. And then also, Charlie literally advised him never to talk about weight. He literally told John, don't talk about this stuff. It's not proper. Don't do that. And Charlie said specifically, don't talk about it with me either. So John has no one to talk about this with. It's just John and Lily. So it kind of makes sense that the moment that he's speaking with Daniel and John just can't hold the mask on anymore, it all just comes spilling out. And oh man, poor John. I just feel so bad for him. Yeah, Inky says, damn it, Charlie. I know, right?
To be fair, it was a rough situation to be put in.
That's
when you
true
have
too, yeah.
a man who's overweight coming to you and asking, why is it so bad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, you're right. That is awkward. Yeah. No one was put in any good situations in this entire fic. Someone, I think it was Inky in the beginning, pointed out there's some delicious metaphorical symbolism of Daniel smudging his fingerprints with more fingerprints on his picture of his daughter, and then just like turning the picture away from the light so that he doesn't have to see it. That is a microcosm of his entire relationship with her. Inky says no one here has any idea how to deal with anyone else, but damn are they trying.
Hey, no, listen, there's one person who has it down pat, but they haven't appeared yet.
Sammy says, I mean, also with the shame associated with ED, John has seen how Arthur is active whenever it's brought up. John is kind of isolated. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ugh, man. Everyone's backed into a corner. What can I say? Okay. Oh, I just wrote down that it sucks that Daniel was literally just told that his son was ill for a week, and he's like, well, time for Bible study.
Oh, I really don't like him.
Right? Yeah, right? Like, what kind of father? What kind of father is like, that's just, that's ridiculous. His constant phrasing of like, this needs to happen. This cannot wait any longer. This must happen. Like, bitch, slow your roll. Ask your fucking son how he's feeling and don't take I'm fine for an answer. Fucking look at him. Ugh.
Exactly. Oh my god. So, never mind. I can't even get into it.
Raph says, you know, Christ wouldn't let you get sick. Sammy says, Daniel, this emotionally vulnerable moment? Perfect. Absolutely. Time to just talk about what I want to talk about, as always. Fucking preacher. Oh my goodness. Oh, I just wrote down some things that like hurt me. The dramatic irony of the phrase, the poor man must be starved. The dramatic irony of the phrase, he grips raw bone. The dramatic irony of we'll put some meat back on your bones in no time. Like, he has no idea the havoc that he is causing in Arthur's mind. He's got no clue. Inky says Jesus would heal you if only you believed in him. That's so funny. Okay, I found some really funny responses to this chapter. A lot of people just started to love Philip. Why? I'm not saying that Philip is a bad character. I feel very much the way that Harlan feels when he introduces like the smallest character role and people just run with it. And they're like, that's my wife, that's my husband. I care so much about him. We've heard absolutely zero things about him, but I've already decided that I love him. I guess that's what Harlan must be feeling, because when people are like, I love Philip, I'd do anything for him, I'm like, what has Philip showed you that is worth this?
Hey, look, listen. That crab bisque, bro. That's all he needed to show me. I'm ready.
I think you said he's our Blorbo now, and we love him.
New favorite. Philip is my Blorbo, guys. I claim him. No one else can have him. He would hate me. We've had this discussion. Philip would hate my ass.
He would, yeah. Message Philip and be like, I would like 1 freezer chimichanga and 6 nuts of Oreos, please.
Philip with the most distressed look in front of the microwave. The light like shining on his face.
And you're like, actually, can you put it in the dirty microwave? I don't want the clean one.
I would like 5 dino nuggets, please. See, he would hate our asses. I love him so much. I love him so much, and he would hate me so much.
Yeah.
Look, Philip, wait, can you make a roast pork burrito?
I want the Taco Bell seasoning specifically.
No, hey, no. When I get a burrito, okay? None of that Taco Bell shit. The only thing I'll get from Taco Bell is a quesadilla. But when I get a burrito, I go to a taqueria, okay? I get the real shit. Don't insult me like that again.
Oh my gosh. Even then, Philip would be like, "You go out for food? Why?"
Oh, no, don't tell him that. Look, I said if. Oh, you're talking about the tequila. No, Philip, listen. You should see no, they got like a grill out back. It's amazing. They like slow roast that shit. Don't even get me started.
Telescope says Philip is like one of those chefs in TikTok who get given, "Can you make this packet of ramen gourmet?" type thing. Absolutely.
Can we have, okay, not right now, obviously, but like, I'm gonna need a list of if, for what you are, and To Live Two Lives characters started a YouTube channel, what would their YouTube channels be?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Phillips would absolutely starts out as making really good, high quality food content where he teaches people food science and new recipes, and then devolves into ranking all of the Pringles flavors at the grocery store.
I love him so much. Unironically, I love this man.
Pinky says Patricia is one of those cleaning ASMR ones.
Honestly,
that's so true.
Honestly, I can see it. Like with the makeup ones, I will say I do watch some ASMR stuff, specifically like the ones where they clean a makeup thing. It's just so satisfying to watch them like put it in the little thing that vibrates and then you watch all the dust come.
I mean, you're talking to the man who watches nothing but slime ASMR.
Oh yeah, you know what? I should know my audience by now.
Telescope says Charlie is one of those people who do comedy skits where they play all the characters and there's a whole
Oh my god!
Yes, you're so right. You're so right. I would watch that too. That's so funny. Yeah, we'll come up with a list of these. That sounds hilarious.
I do like those. You're right, Raph.
Amazing. So anyway, I just thought it was really funny that people latched onto him, and I was like, you know what? That's the fandom space, baby. That's what this is all about. And then I also loved seeing so many people cheer Arthur on, specifically in the moment where Arthur's getting heated, Daniel's getting heated, and then Daniel just suddenly like taking the high road. "Actually, I think you're getting a little overheated, Arthur. I think we may need to come back at this another time."
Oh my god, like, no, you're just a little bitch. You're just a little bitch who wants to take it back. So you think you can get your way? Oh no. See, dude, okay. When I read this freaking chapter, I was reading it, and I got to the part where Daniel was like, "Oh, maybe we should step back." And out loud, I was like, "Oh, no. And then I read the next line, it's fucking Arthur going on, and I'm like, yes!
You've just channeled Arthur so well.
I did.
Especially the, "Oh, no."
I was so pissed on Arthur's behalf, and I was pissed exactly as Arthur was, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah. And then Arthur shows up, Arthur calls him out, and everyone in the comments was like, "Fuck your seeds. Fuck your seeds, Daniel. Fuck your seeds.
Fuck your seeds." Bro, I love the idea that Patricia and Philip are like hiding around the corner, like, oh fuck, what's that one thing where it's a cartoon character and it's like a monkey or something, but he puts his hand over his mouth, he's like, "Woo!"
Yes.
It's so fucking funny.
Yes. They're absolutely like just in the kitchen with like one of those glasses to the door so they can hear a little better.
Oh my god, I love them so much. Can we please get a side? I know I asked for one before. Can we get another side series with more side characters?
Dude, I knew Raph was gonna say monkey immediately when you said monkey.
Oh yeah, no, I knew. I knew even before I said it. I was preparing.
If you want to summon Raph, just say monkey.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, there are some more of these YouTube channels that people are posting. Sammy says, "I think it would be fun for Oscar to be a metal detector YouTuber."
Guys, I sent it to you. The fucking...
Inky says Daniel's one of those flat earth science channels. Oh my god. Hilarious.
Oh my god, stop.
He's probably like one of like the, the creationism ones, probably. Raph says John does dramatic poetry and reads Martin Blackwood style. Shut up. Telescope says consider Daniel is also one of the ones that does live streams 24/7 with a phone number and says, "Debate me about Jesus." Oh god. You're so right.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's it. Wait,
Inky said
who's the one who
Austin.
does the metal detector?
Someone said Oscar, and then Inky said Oscar's channel is just Marie telling outlandish stories. Inky says John has a side channel that's just a live 24/7 Lily fish cam.
Oh, that's
So
adorable.
great. These are so great. Oh my gosh. I love these. Oh my gosh. These are so fantastic. Okay, let me see if there's anything else that I wanted to talk about in this one. Oh, I was just saying that Arthur is just so based for trying to explicitly explain to Daniel that Arthur has stated multiple times that he did not want Daniel to talk about this, and he has had this conversation, and he doesn't want to repeat himself. And then when Daniel goes off the chain hook, Arthur was like, "Don't you dare tell me that I'm outlandish when I tried to be civil first." That's so valid. That's so based of him, and
Oh,
I wish that I had that capability in my life. Just wish I could be as intense as Arthur is sometimes.
me too. Don't we all?
Okay, actually, I had a few more things I wanted to talk about. Okay, I don't know why I wrote this. Bullet point, the rule of threes, vomiting edition. That's good. That's intriguing. What is this? Oh, okay, this is just, okay, the literary setup of Arthur vomiting. I didn't want it to come out of nowhere. I wanted people to be able to expect it. So in the beginning, he says, I don't want to make myself sick from eating too much. And then he says, Daniel, you're going to make me ill from all of this hounding. And then he goes green. So we get like the setup, reminder, and payoff there. And this was actually really, really helpful because there was a person who was in the comments saying that they had a sensitivity to vomiting and they were able to like pick up exactly where they needed to stop reading just by like the hints given. So hooray, I can't believe that worked. Oh, Sammy says fish therapy would be Lily's channel. Oh, yes, it would. Fish therapy. Um, okay, one more thing, I think. No, two more things. Two more things. I did not ever actually vomit while restricting my eating. I actually have a pretty severe fear of vomiting, but we will get to that later. But I did come very, very close. And it's just a cruel joke. It's a cruel joke that the body plays on you that you can become nauseated from not eating. That's ridiculous. What kind of fucked up evolutionary bullshit is that? Like that is so mean. So I remember being kind of young and kind of into the disordered eating, and I remember feeling really sick. And so I stayed home from school and I didn't eat anything all day because I was so afraid that I was just gonna, pick it all back up. So I just drank a ton of water, so much water. And by the time that my parents had gotten home, they were like, "Hey, this is super bad what you're doing. Like you need to eat food. Like it's really important for you to heal from your sickness." So they gave me some really bland soup and crackers, just like basically broth and some crackers. And of course, the feeling of like the salt hitting my bloodstream, I was starting to feel that like electricity through my fingers, the way that Arthur felt with the juice and the toast in chapter 19. And then my stomach immediately soured on it. Like immediately, my body was like, "Whoa, this is too much, too fast. What are we doing?" And so my parents were like, "Just keep eating slowly. Like you're gonna make it through. Just take small bites." And that experience just like it really stuck with me because like how unfair if you're a person with an eating disorder and you've gone so long without eating and then you finally give in to eating again and trying to give your body the nourishment it needs and then it just rejects all of it. How do you win, man? How do you win? Oh, that's so terrible. So I just felt really bad for Arthur, especially since he did gulp all of that stuff down, and it was like really heavy, dairy-laden crab bisque.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, that is not what I would want to be eating if I were so hungry that I was nauseous. So, yeah. Let me check on the chat. Oh, I think we're talking about. Okay, Inky says that happens to me sometimes. I forget to eat, ADHD, hyperfixation. I feel you, and I get a headache and I get nauseous. Like what? Yeah, tell me. That's so annoying.
It
It
is.
doesn't happen.
It's the worst.
Your body should be hungry, and then you should just want to eat, and it's just that's one of that was a constant spiral that I had to avoid while I was actively restricting, because then I knew that I would push myself too far, and I never quite wanted to skirt the hospital line, if you can imagine. So just something I constantly had to deal with. Okay, the last thing that I wanted to talk about was the bit at the end with Daniel saying, just as I love you. So Arthur says, I love you, you know that, right? And I feel like that's important for Arthur to say that, because Arthur is recognizing that he's raised his voice at Daniel. He said, fuck your seeds. You know, he's been just a wee bit disrespectful, just a wee bit. Not saying it wasn't valid. I'm just saying it was a wee bit disrespectful. And he loves Daniel. He wants to have this relationship with him. And so he is like helpless at this point in his life, feeling so lost. And so he's basically like begging Daniel, like, you do know that I love you, right? Like, I'm not ruining this thing too, the way that I'm ruining my relationship with my body, the way that I'm ruining my relationship with John. Please tell me you recognize that I still love you. And when Daniel says, just as I love you, he has to realize that he possibly could be telling a lie right now. If he is saying that he knows that Arthur loves him unconditionally, then Daniel is saying that Daniel too must love Arthur unconditionally. But that is not really the case of what's going on. Daniel is not really loving Arthur that same way, because Arthur is expressing this, I'm okay with our differences. We don't need to talk about this. I'm just happy to be your family member. And Daniel is constantly pressing for him to change. Daniel wants him to change, and Arthur is just trying to find common ground with them. And so now he has to sit with this thought of whether or not he believes his own words out of his mouth. And this is ironically the watering of Daniel's seed. So, haha, suck it, Daniel. Fuck that guy. Jesus.
Suck it, Daniel. Get your seeds watered.
Yeah, your seeds watered. Sammy says Daniel wants to change. Yeah, which is not the case. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think that is all I wanted to say on this chapter. Max, you want to add anything?
No, I think I'm good.
We shall move on.
Daniel's
Chapter 23.
Okay. Previously on To Live Two Lives, Charlie closes the bar for Independence Day. Content warnings, PTSD, explicit war flashbacks, and suicidal ideation. Charlie. Happy fucking 4th of July! Charlie whoops as he cracks open his 3rd can of beer. Or 4th, whichever usually gets him good and buzzed. Marie huffs like a prissy cat from underneath her comically wide-brimmed sun hat. She looks like an adorable squat umbrella. You don't have to say that every time you open a beer, Charles. Hey now. Charlie shoots her with a finger gun. Americans died in a war, so I could say that. I'm pretty sure veterans got a quota to meet, too. She gives an egregious eye roll. Or she probably does. Her giant sunglasses are nearly pitch black, so it's hard to tell. But damn if she ain't cute in them. Besides, sweetie, all this beer ain't just for me. The dogs need a sip, too. He pours some beer directly over the grilling hot dogs, and the flames beneath them hiss. I can't believe you eat those things, Marie snipes, holding a slice of cantaloupe between her petite fingers. If anyone can manage to look grumpy while nibbling on a corner of melon, it's her. What do you mean? Charlie flips the dogs, revealing some impressive grill marks on the sides, if he does say so himself. These a classic 4th treat. They're repulsive. She wrinkles her already wrinkled nose. Do you even know what they're made of? Charlie downs the last of his beer before crushing the can between his hands. Marie, Americans died in a war, so we could eat these things in their honor. Have some respect. Her frown deepens somehow. Hot dogs are German. Ah, Charlie blinks. Well, Americans died in a war so we could eat them 1 10-count package at a time. Now, do you want mustard or ketchup? She throws him a disgusted glare, and Charlie can't contain his laughter anymore. He loads up his own hot dogs with all the fixings, and then he brings everything he can carry over to their flimsy fold-up table next to his favorite little lady. Sure, their setup isn't opulent, but it's perfectly quaint for a good holiday cookout. The table is just big enough for two, they fit snugly underneath the shade of Marie's apple tree, and nothing has been blown away by a mean breeze yet. What a day. Charlie sits down in one of Marie's chairs that he's pretty sure was meant for children and 4-foot-tall old ladies. He feels a bit like a giant crashing grandma's tea party, but regardless, he crosses his legs, reclines as much as he can in his chair without sprawling onto the ground, and lets out a dreamy sigh. This summer day is absolutely lovely. The sky is polka-dotted with those fluffy kinds of clouds, the air is warm and blowy, and the view of Marie's sweet little square foot or two backyard is downright adorable, all white picket fenced and Better Homes and Gardens approved. What more could a guy ask for, eh? Charlie lifts his hot dog. I got a dog, I got my girl, and I got a stunning little view of this magnificent world. He takes a bite. Delectable. How'd I get so lucky, sweetheart? Marie humps like a tuba. A very small tuba. How you've managed to get me outside in the heat, I'll never know. He licks some mustard from his top lip. Must be the dementia setting in. Charles! Come on, Toots. He grins at her. It's breezy out today. She scoffs. It's humid. Yeah, God forbid it be hot in summer. Charlie refills her glass of lemonade. You want something a little stronger, doll? Might help with the heat. No, thank you, boy. She fans herself like a dainty princess. I've long since passed my drinking days. Oh, man. What I wouldn't give to have seen you then, babes. Charlie chuckles, squirting more ketchup onto his dog. You were a sight, I bet. She flaps a hand at him. Hardly. Don't be bashful, sugar. Charlie gives her a cheeky smirk. You were drinking all the men under the bar at the table, weren't you? Marie takes a long sip of her lemonade through a straw. Then she delicately clears her throat. Perhaps. Ah! Charlie slaps his forehead. Damn, what a gal. That was a very long time ago, Charles. Marie lifts her chin haughtily. Before your mother even moved into the neighborhood. Ancient times, I know. Charlie chomps on his dog. It's absolutely criminal that you never tell me these stories, hon. I bet you got loads of good ones. Some things are better left a mystery, boy. I'll play P.I. if you want me to, Cupcake. She nibbles on her cantaloupe. You're not going to let this go, are you? Couldn't if I tried. Charlie chuckles when she huffs dramatically. He pours himself some lemonade as well, taking a sip of its sweet tartness and turning his gaze upward to watch the clouds meander across the blue sky. Damn, what a life. I'm surprised, Charles. Marie dabs her red-painted lips with a napkin. You seem to be doing quite well, today of all days. I told you, baby. He gives her a wicked grin. I'm good nowadays. All that shit's past me. You're sure? Absolutely. Ain't nothing can keep me down forever, you know that. He takes another sip. Besides, the bar's doing good enough to earn me a vacation, I got 2 more dogs lined up with my name on 'em, and I got a hot dame beside me as we speak. How could I be blue? She narrows her eyes at him behind her sunglasses. Or, again, she probably does. I noticed you won't be staying into the evening. I know my Tootsie Pop's got an early curfew. Charlie puts a hand over his heart. I gotta respect the rules of the house. And this has nothing to do with the fireworks? Think I actually might watch 'em tonight. He polishes off his hot dog and immediately begins dressing the next. Heard they're real spectacular this time of year. Charles, you should really have someone with you if you're going to— That's all you're gonna eat today, darling? He says with half a dog in his mouth. Just fruit and lemonade? Marie scowls at him. Charles! He pushes a basket of chips towards her with a waggle of his eyebrows. Live a little, sugar plum. I got us the potato chips, chocolate-covered pretzels, cookies. She sticks up her persnickety little nose. A lady must watch her figure, Charles. He blinks at the woman who's about the size and shape of a watermelon. Right. Well, don't get snippy with me when I eat the rest of these, then. He shoves a fistful of crispy potato chips into his face. Heavenly. Marie gives him a sour look, but that's probably because of the lemonade. Is there no one at the bar that could watch the fireworks with you tonight? What, you trying to play matchmaker? He says around another fistful. I keep telling you, sweetie, ain't no gal in the world for me but you. I'm not talking about a woman, Charles, she huffs. Probably ain't wise to be looking for a man in public. I don't mean a date. Charlie's brow goes flat. Listen, if anybody shows up at my bar on my goddamn day off, they're topping my shit list. Marie groans. What's your bartender doing tonight? Johnny boy? Charlie grabs a handful of salty, chocolate-covered pretzels, and he sneaks 2 or 3 onto Marie's paper plate. And he's got piano lessons with the maestro tonight. Would you believe the blind Englishman has a little interest in Independence Day fireworks? He adds, whispering. Honestly, I think it's a sore spot. Marie pauses. Piano lessons, you say? Yeah, Johnny gets them for free. Charlie sips his lemonade. Ugh, lemonade after chocolate is not a good choice. Why does he always forget that? Quid pro quo for the 24-hour caregiving, I guess. Pretty sweet deal with the free housing, too. Marie pauses for even longer. I see. Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually. Charlie taps on his chin with another choco pretzel. Don't get me wrong, I like Slim as much as the next guy, but you'd think that Johnny would want a fucking break sometimes from the British accent every once in a while. Charlie shrugs, tossing the pretzel into the air and catching it in his mouth. On the second try. But hey, Johnny's always been a quirky guy. Won't look you in the eye, squats to get through a regular door, and doesn't mind being on the clock round the clock if it means he gets to hear the jazz master play a ditty on the keys. Charlie sips his lemonade again, and god damn it, why does he always... Maybe he's Canadian? Marie's eyebrows raise so high that it raises well above her enormous glasses. It's one of her judgmental moods today, then. Anyways, Charlie pushes her paper plate a little closer to her. I don't mind flying solo tonight, just me and the colorful sky. You still need to be careful tonight, Charles, she warns, taking a pretzel when she thinks Charlie isn't looking. I don't want... Hey. Charlie pats her shoulder, hardly having to extend his arm to reach her. Listen, I appreciate the love, Bug, I really do. But I'm good. He shoves the rest of his hot dog down his throat. You ain't got nothing to worry about except enjoying your holiday with me, you hear? Marie sighs for nearly half a minute, but she seems to relax eventually. All right, Charles. That's my gal. Charlie cheers, giving her a flirty wink. And ain't she cute when she blushes? Now, he continues, what I gotta do to get a good drinking story out of you? She huffs, throwing her head back. You're relentless. Come on, dollface, he pleads. What shenanigans did you get up to? Did you outdrink a linebacker, win gold at bar darts, chug a pint of whiskey? Marie tuts at him, reaching for her lemonade again. I did not chug a pint of whiskey, Charles. No? She takes another long sip. I chugged a fifth. Oh, no fucking way. Boom. Charlie pulls his duvet tighter over his head. Boom. Boom. He feels his bed shake beneath him, the way the trenches used to shake when the grades hit. Or maybe Charlie's the one shaking. He can't tell anymore. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. Charlie sees the pink spray of brain burst from an enemy soldier's helmet. Rat-a-tat! On your six, Charlie! Rat-a-tat! Charlie feels the wild bucking of a machine gun in his palms. Bang! Bang! Charlie, cover me! Bang! Charlie watches rows and rows of German soldiers fall to his unstoppable, merciless violence. Charlie! Charlie! Crack! Crack! Charlie whines against the unrelenting noise, curling further into himself. He mutters feebly. Hey, Noel, you hearing this shit? Pop! Pop! Reload! Reload! Snap! Oh, fuck's sake. Charlie whimpers into his chest. Do you think the neighbors will turn it down the noise if we ask real nice? Psst! They're gaining on us! Charlie! Charlie! Oh, dear God! Charlie! Charlie dives out from his covers to grab the gin bottle he keeps tucked underneath the bed. To the raucous tune of unfiltered explosions, he downs as much as he can before sputtering against the stinging bird in his throat. He chokes as he weakly screws on the lid, and then he wraps himself under the duvet again, clutching the bottle to his chest. You handle the smoozing, then. He squeezes his eyes shut, shivering. Wake me up when July is over. Rat-a-tat! Someone help me! He'll be out cold in no time. He always is. And he can always feel it working. The gin on his breath is bitter and astringent, and it makes his head feel fuzzy on his inhales. He wonders if he might just suffocate in this cocoon of blankets. Charlie, please help me! Wait, Charlie, please don't leave me! Good. It'll be a lot quieter that way. He starts to breathe faster to speed up the fucking process, but then the acrid smell smacks him in the face with a sudden, unexpected memory. Oscar reeked of gin, too. No! He reeked of gin when Charlie had to hoist him back up to the bar counter after swan diving off his stool. He reeked of gin when Charlie finally managed to pry the man's name from his lips. Yeah! Boom. He reeked of gin when Charlie sat with him at the bar table long after the ambulances pulled away, when the two of them gradually stitched themselves back together after a grueling night, when they whispered a painful secret to each other because it turned out that the other person was hiding the same. Then Charlie had a sudden, unexpected thought. He wishes Oscar were here with him right now. Huh. Ain't that strange? Crack, crack. Reload! Rat-a-tat. He mulls it over, running it back in his mind, and he finds that, yeah, he wishes Oscar were here. Maybe he'd keep Charlie company, talk over the noise. Maybe they'd just drink together until they couldn't hear anything anymore. Boom, boom. Sounds nice, whatever it would be. Sounds nice, being with Oscar. Ain't that strange? Snap, snap, snap. Charlie blacks out.
Oh, good one.
Thank you. I was really hoping my parents didn't get mad and come running into the room. I'm not
I
mad,
know.
worried, more so.
Yeah. That was good. I was wondering how you're gonna read the fireworks. They came across great.
Yeah,
Oh,
I kind of forgot about them. I would have had sound effects if I thought about it, but whatever.
you did great. All right, let's get some. Sammy? What did you call it? Decompression fan art. There you go. Well, I got some wonderful Charlie. Oh my god, I love this one. That shellac, oh my gosh. With the colors and like the blinking lights. Oh my goodness. Oh
So
my gosh.
cool.
Really, really, really like that one. So fun. Oh, okay. Gosh, where do I start with this one? Where do I start with this one? Um, oh, how about this? So, I've been sending like little snippets to Marix and Raph for a while. For a while. And at first they started off as jokes because the first one that I sent you was the snippet, he stands up. It's like, no, come on, give me something to work with. So over time, I eventually started giving things that were like cryptic, something that would like make them guess who the next POV was going to be, and especially like what a situation was going to come from. So I gave them the snippet, good, it'd be quieter that way. And they both immediately clocked that it was Charlie. And Raph said that he was going to try and kill himself. And I was like, oh. I was like, yeah, actually.
It's so funny because I'm sure that Raph was fucking joking.
Yeah, Rob was joking, and I was sitting there like head in hands, like, oh no. Oh no. So I did my usual, interesting. And that was very, very funny to me. Oh my.
Accidental profit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, so a lot of this one, not a lot, but most of this one needed to be reworked because when I had redone, or when I had added rather, the PTSD attack, the last one, when Charlie's saying gray over and over again, I was like, well, now the one that I wrote for the 4th of July seems lame because it was just once again like me just describing things. This one was, I guess, a little bit more creative, because it was like saying like, oh, this sound represents this, like the rat-a-tat of the fireworks sounds like the machine gun or something like that. But ultimately, you know, like just after that last one, I was like, no, okay, we gotta step up our game. We gotta do something a lot more interesting. So there another one in the future I had to redo as well. But this one, once I finally got into my head, like, oh, the sound of the fireworks, we can just have those. We can just have them as sound effects. And I really like the idea of them. All of the sound effects of the fireworks are center aligned on the page because to me it seems like they're like away from Charlie and like in the sky. They're like floating somewhere else other than his dialogue, which is all left aligned. So I really like the visual image of that. It also feels like so big and it feels like all encompassing, especially when we get to the ones where there are multiple lines of fireworks. It kind of even looks like fireworks in the sky that way. I was very upset to lose the line, the sprinklers are shards of bone pattering onto the ground. But alas, the sacrifices we have to make. I preferred this one so much more. And I also preferred this one because it shows the start of the exploration of Charlie's friends in the war too. We had seen that one general that he had talked about on like his second PTSD attack. on his third, or the first one. On his second one, we hear him talk about him, like, dragging Noel over to the field hospital. But in this one, we're given the context that someone who knows him well enough to call him by his nickname instead of Private Dowd or whatever rank that he is, someone who knows him intimately enough to call him Charlie is left behind on the battlefield, and Charlie doesn't look back for him. Like, that is brutal. That is so brutal. A lot of people were thinking it was Noel, but it goes beyond Noel. He has failed many, many, many people on this battlefield. And it's horrible to think of being able to hear the sounds of what you used to call your friends entwined with all of the sounds of these fireworks that sound like war. Just, absolutely disgusting. And gives me gives me the ick, but like in a good way, even though it's incredibly sad. But I was really glad to rewrite all of that because I think it made it way more effective. And then I actually wasn't gonna do the whole suicidal thing, but then I was like, one line, really? One line, shouldn't be too bad. One line. But I did have to add more tags after that, and I added the increasingly distressing war flashbacks tag. Because they keep going. They keep going. Okay. The joke that Charlie makes about all of the Americans died in war for all this. I had to rewrite all of that too. Originally, he was going to say men died in war. And he was going to say men died in war so that you could eat the stuff off the grill on like a hot summer's day or something like that. And then Marie was going to say hot dogs were invented before Christopher Columbus even sailed to America, implying that there's no way that this is the reason why we're eating hot dogs in America right now. He was supposed to say men died in war so you wouldn't have to know what goes in them. And then I did a little research, and sausages were invented in like the 1800s. So that ruined everything, and I had to go back and rewrite the whole joke. And I was so depressed about it.
Had to rewrite it just for a joke about a hot dog.
Yeah, right. It was
worth it.
So mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad about it. I've seen some things in the chat. Sammy says lots of casualties in war, absolutely. Inky says saying that he failed a lot of people seems so brutal. Yeah, the situation was impossible and he was scared. Yeah, you're right. Those words are definitely heavy to say that he failed a lot of people. But if you can imagine, I think that is what Charlie would probably say. If he had the ability to talk about it with any realty, I think that he would say that he failed people. Sammy says, kept on rereading the tags over the last couple of months. They just kept getting more and more depressing. That's so true. The last tag that I added is like, happy ending, I swear. Because I knew that they were looking worse and worse over time. Don't worry, we'll get there. Not today, but we'll get there. Let's see, anything else on this one? Oh, the line that says, Marie's sweet little square foot or two backyard is downright adorable. All white picket fenced and better homes and gardens approved. That is very much a reference to the song Somewhere That's Green from Little Shop of Horrors, when Audrey talks about having her dream home.
Nice.
Straight out of the Better Homes and Gardens magazine. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm a bit of a theater kid.
What? No.
Oh my gosh, Telescope says, increasingly load-bearing happy ending tag. Oh my god. That's so true. Absolutely so true. Okay. Oh my goodness, the piano lessons. Okay. I added the bit about Charlie saying
oh my god.
Because I added that a week before the chapter released, because I didn't realize that everyone thought that Charlie was in on it. From like the jump, everyone thought that Charlie knew about John and Arthur.
Wait, really? No, but Arthur clarifies earlier.
People thought that Charlie was being coy, or like being secretive, being on the down low. Just like
okay.
People thought that Charlie was like the gaydar was popping off, but he wasn't gonna address it.
No, he doesn't deserve he doesn't deserve that credit. Now Marie, exactly. Marie on the other hand, Girl
Yeah, so
clocked
I
it
had
immediately. And I was, oh, you know what? It was Mizra too, wasn't it? That
yes,
made the
it was
theory
Mizra.
that, like, oh my god, that made.
Yep. A week before the chapter dropped, Mizra said that Marie was going to be the first one to know about John and Oscar before, God, why do I keep doing that? John and Arthur before Charlie and Oscar. And then that was proven immediately. Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
floored. I was
Yeah, I
floored.
know. That was crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, but I love I did have to add that a week before because I needed solid evidence that Charlie has he's a blockhead. He has no idea what's going on. He just thinks like John's gayness is part of his quirks. He just thinks that he's a quirky little guy and he thinks that Arthur hides it better or he must believe that Arthur hides it better because Arthur's a little bit more well versed in this thing than John is. He's been doing this for a lot longer. Sammy says John and Oscar propaganda. It must be. Freudian slip, man. It must be.
Okay.
Inky says you mean the enemies to more enemies story arc? Nothing that I love more than that. Oh, that's funny. So anyway, adding that whole bit, I thought it was so funny that Marie just, it's another great, like, dramatic irony moment of Marie just raising her eyebrow and the whole audience going like, yeah, Marie, isn't he a fucking idiot? Isn't he? You get me, Marie. Cool. Okay, anything else on a little special one? I think I think the only thing I have left is the part about the chocolate and lemonade. That's so real to me, you guys. I don't know what it is, but anytime I'm drinking lemonade, I find a way to eat chocolate and then drink the lemonade and be like, this is disgusting. How have I have been on this earth for so many years? How have I not learned that this is a bad choice? What am I doing? Oh, with Telescopes, thank you so
Bye,
much for joining us.
Telescopes.
We'll have you. Thank you, thank you. If you're able to pop in tomorrow, I would love to see you again. But take care. Take care until then. Um, oh wait, one more. I actually think this was shellac. I actually think this was shellac. I actually never asked you if I was pronouncing that correctly. Either way, the bit where Charlie tries to like throw a piece of food up into the air and catch it in his mouth, and then it says on the second try, it was like my precious girl fail. Alrighty. I didn't have too much for this one. This was nice, or it started as a nice little fluffy chapter. It started as one, it got kind of bad pretty quick. But we needed just a little bit more fluff because chapter 24 is coming up and that's not a good one. Yeah. That one hurts. I'm gonna have a lot to say after that one, so whew.
All right.
I'll get my voice ready. I'll go on mute and you can take it away. You ready, Marix?
Yep.
Oh, wait, actually, I'm so sorry. I sent you something in our DM so that I would bring it up.
Oh.
Inky said back in chapter 22, that was the Daniel chapter where they were having dinner together. And I think it was Inky. I hope it is. They said this chapter is Daniel rolling nat 1 after nat 1 on the interaction while under the impression that he's rolling nat 20s. Fucking hilarious. I love that. Okay, now I'm ready. Take it away.
Okay. Previously on To Live Two Lives, John struggled to write, Arthur struggled to eat. Content warnings, explicit discussions of eating disordered behaviors and thoughts. Men crying tally, 5. John. Can you lose your creativity, Lily? John whispers to her as he stares at the dauntingly blank page of his notebook, as he has been doing for the last 38 minutes. Lily swims up from her ferns, wiggling in the open water. Are you born creative? Is it a gene passed down through DNA? John bites on the end of his pencil, which is wearing down the thing faster than writing is at this point. But if you don't feel creative one day, or 1 month, then how can you be sure that you had the gene in the first place? Lily nips at the surface of the water. Is creativity something that you have to practice, then? Is it something that needs routine maintenance? John shifts which leg is crossing the other. And if you don't practice, does it mean it'll fade away into nothing over time? John swipes his thumb over the still blank page as if to brush away eraser shavings, but he hasn't even erased anything yet. Can you force creativity? Can you just do until you eventually stumble upon something half-decent? Lily dashes into her castle as he sighs tiredly. Or will it all just inevitably be incoherent, endless mush because you're doing without knowing what the fuck you're doing? John stands up, stretching his legs. He's been staring at the page for 40 minutes now, and his body is starting to ache from the stillness. So he starts to pace. What hinders creativity, Lily? He continues, tapping his chin. I imagine stress would be a serious hindrance, no? God fucking knows I have enough of that. Maybe time constraints too, physical or perceived. He does 2 full laps, and then he turns in the other direction. Distraction, higher priorities, fatigue, self-doubt. There seem to be more of these than I thought. Lily bubbles out of a window. Then what aids creativity? John mutters, scratching through his hair. What helps? How am I supposed to do despite the giant dam of every fucking hindrance I can think of persistently blocking my way? He turns on his heel again, hearing yet another rip beneath his soul. He's definitely going to need to buy another rug. Inspiration, right? That has to be the utmost motivator for creativity. Lily flips her little fins at him. But by all accounts, Lily, I have inspiration. John counts on his fingers. Daniel, Oscar, Arthur, the fucking publishing company. I've got plenty of emotions wrapped up in all those. John throws his arms above his head. I have so many fucking things to write about that I could even write about how I have so many fucking things to write about. He sighs with immeasurable weight, his hands falling back by his sides. And yet... John watches Lily prod at a couple of magenta rocks under the ferns. She nudges them into a pile. I feel paralyzed, Lily. John returns to the couch, peering into her bowl and seeing her more closely. Inexplicably certain that I'll never create again. His reflection in the glass is absolutely dismal. And so I don't. Lily ducks behind the greenery of her garden. Was I just born with a limited supply of creativity? He mumbles to her. And did I just use it all up in my last poem? Her back fin sticks out of the ferns. The poem that the publishers didn't even like? John suddenly hears the front door open, and he spins around to see Arthur walking in sheepishly. Arthur? John is meeting him at the door before he even realizes that he's on his feet. You're back early. Yes, Arthur holds his walking stick tightly between quivering hands, his face turning toward the ground. I thought it would be best. Are you feeling all right? John gently tips Arthur's chin upward, to which Arthur gives surprisingly little resistance. John can see that his lips are paler than usual. Arthur closes his eyes, and then he miraculously nudges his cheek into John's palm. No, I'm not feeling all right. Let me get you some juice. John reacts instantly, holding Arthur close to him as he walks them to the kitchen table. He sets Arthur's stick against the edge, and then he scoots out a chair for the frail man. Arthur sits heavily, concerningly so, and John rushes to pour him a small cup of orange juice. Here, Arthur. John slides the glass between Arthur's hands gently. Arthur gives an unsteady exhale, and then he begins to drink. He looks like he hates every sip he takes. Arthur, I'm glad you came back, John says quietly, anxiously aware that he's walking a very thin line between encouraging and pushing. Arthur gives a small nod in between sips. John tries again. It's good that you're helping your blood sugar, too. Another silent nod. I was just about to make myself lunch. John feels Arthur teeter on the edge of refusing. I could make you something if you... Arthur stops with the glass on his lips, his face falling with profound distress. He stares toward nothing for a long, quiet moment. And then, softer than John has ever heard him, he replies, okay. John replays Arthur's words 60 times in his head before he comprehends them. Really? I think... Arthur sets down his glass, hunching over it slightly. I think that might be a good idea. All right. John blinks, expecting any moment to hear Arthur suddenly decline the offer and storm out of the front door for another hour-long walk. But Arthur sits still, holding onto his glass of juice like it's keeping his heart beating. All right, Arthur. I was going to make myself a sandwich. Whatever you're having. Arthur blurts. I don't think it's a good idea for me to... He swallows down his next words painfully. Just whatever you'd like, John. Thank you for offering. Oh, okay. John nods, taking one final look at his friend. The sugar from the juice has helped his shaking in his hands, but there's a tremble in his shoulders now, one that John suspects isn't related to his blood sugar. Okay, give me a minute. John hurries over to the kitchen and begins preparing their lunch. Arthur's favorite is salami, John knows, on rye bread. He quickly assembles the sandwiches. Mustard, lettuce, tomato, an extra slice of salami for Arthur, all cut diagonally and set neatly onto plates. By the time John makes it back to the table, Arthur is clearly holding back tears. Here, Arthur. John slides the plate in front of Arthur and places a hand on his shoulder. We'll eat together. Arthur sniffs, but he nods, whispering a shaky, "Thank you," as he feels for the sandwich. When he takes a bite, a tear starts to roll down his cheek. They eat in silence. John vigilantly watches Arthur to make sure he doesn't choke. The man eats faster than a rabid dog. Arthur pants when he finishes, wiping his lips with the back of his hand, but not bothering to wipe his eyes. More tears continue to drip after all. Do you feel better? John asks as he picks up the second half of his sandwich. Arthur presses his quivering lips together mid-word, and then he runs a thumb along the waist of his pants. Physically, yes. His face says the rest. Arthur, John says delicately, you don't look any different after you've eaten. Arthur makes a noise like he's been hit in the gut. John, I honestly don't know if I'm happy to hear that. Fuck. How does John consistently say the wrong thing? I'm sorry, Arthur, I didn't mean... Arthur waves at him. John, it's just... You don't have to... John hates the silence that Arthur trails into. John sighs, setting down a sandwich. Talk to me, Arthur, he asks. Please. Arthur sniffs again, finally wiping his face with his palm. He lets out a long breath before replying with fear in his words. I don't know what's wrong with me, John. There's nothing wrong with your body, Arthur. Yes, there is! Arthur scrubs his face again, rougher this time. Maybe not my body, John, but me. There's something wrong with me, but my mind, maybe, but something's wrong and I can't... Arthur chokes on his words, desperately stifling a sob. John goes quiet as he waits for Arthur to finish finding his voice again. It's like I'm living in two dichotomous worlds. Arthur starts again hesitantly. In one world, I know that it doesn't matter what I look like, John. My weight, my waistline, my figure. Arthur hiccups. I know that the people who love me do so, not because of all that, but because of who I am. He gestures frustratedly. And I know that my music transcends my appearance, too. And my words, my actions. I know that my looks are the last thing that matters. I know that. I do. And I know for certain. He pauses, his words turning gruff, strained, and deliberate. I know that I'm hurting myself. I feel that I am, I know. More tears run down Arthur's cheeks, gathering at his chin. And yet, John, in this other world, he whispers, his foggy, bloodshot eyes lining up directly with John's for the first time in so long. I'm so close to being happy with myself. John feels a bruising ache in the center of his heart. He watches Arthur struggle against a gusty sweep of emotion that threatens to tip him over, but Arthur remains upright, bravely holding onto his glass of juice. I'm so certain, John, that it's just around the corner. Arthur bites his lip to stop the wobbling. Just another few pounds, or another notch in the belt, or fucking something. John takes the glass before Arthur shatters it in his palms, replacing it with John's own hands instead. Arthur grips it nearly injurious, but John would let him crack every bone if he needed to. I was happy, John. I think I was not that long ago. But now... Arthur shakes his head slowly at the table. I can't even remember what it was like to be happy. To just be myself. To not think about my weight every goddamn second of the day. And that was what? A month ago, too? I can't even... He gives a mirthless huff. It's like a switch has been flipped in my mind. John, it was flipped so easily, too, so quickly. In just one short instant, and now... He looks towards John, completely and absolutely devastated. For the life of me, John, I have no idea how to flip it back. John desperately wishes he knew the answer. He wishes there was anything he could say to fix this, to make Arthur normal again, to make him happy. But all John can do is rub his thumbs along Arthur's knuckles until Arthur finally buckles under the weight of his sorrow. Even the sandwich I've eaten. Arthur's voice rips to shreds. I know I needed to eat it. I know I needed the calories, and I feel 1,000 times better than before. And I'm so appreciative of you for making it for me because you love me and want me to be well. His breath stutters as a fresh batch of tears runs down his face. But my thoughts, John, my mind is... I've already begun to calculate how far I'd need to walk to burn it all off. I've already decided that eating it was a mistake, that my goals are ruined for today, that I hate myself for even taking a fucking bite. Every word slashes John into ribbons. He holds his breath to halt the whine in the back of his throat. And I can't stop it, John. Arthur blubbers. I can't stop the thoughts. They're there before I even realize that I've had them, and I don't know what to do. John, I can't stop them. I can't stop. John, I can't fucking stop. John is on his feet suddenly, wrapping Arthur in his arms and walking him to the sofa. There he sits Arthur in his lap and he presses them together like he's trying to meld them into one. Maybe then he could hold Arthur's pain for him, if only for a little while. Arthur weeps into his shoulder, his emaciated frame quaking beneath every sob. And I'm not just hurting me, John, I'm hurting you. Arthur grips John's shirt tightly between his fingers. I've been so selfish. I haven't been there for you. I haven't checked on you, asked you how your writing has been, asked you about your phone calls with Daniel. I haven't spent a moment with you that isn't in the fucking bathroom reading the goddamn scale. John tries to hold him tighter, but he feels Arthur's ribs give far too easily under the pressure. It terrifies John. You were right, John, Arthur cries. I'm not living. I'm so fucking obsessed with all of this that I can't remember the last time I felt joy. The last time I felt anything. His lip curls with bitterness. Anything that wasn't disgust or disappointment or hatred. John tries to stay composed for Arthur, stay strong for him, but every fracture in his composition is cracked wide open when Arthur whispers, I'm so sorry, John. I'm sorry for what I've done to you. I'm sorry for what I've done to myself. I'm so sorry. John breaks, and they crumble together. Arthur's breathing is finally evened out, alternating between warming and cooling John's neck. He still sniffs occasionally, a hiccup here and there, but he seems too exhausted for anything more, and John feels no better. John checks the clock on the wall, just an hour and a quarter before he needs to get ready for work. He looks back to his friend, still limp and ragged on his chest. John doesn't need to think it over twice. Arthur, John whispers, brushing a lock of hair out of Arthur's face. I need to call us out of work. Arthur's eyes flutter like he's painstakingly pulling himself away from sleep. What? Sit up for me. I need to use the phone. What are you doing? Arthur mumbles as John helps him off his lap. You're in no state to perform tonight, Arthur. John walks up to the handset in the kitchen. And I'm not leaving you alone. As John begins to dial, Arthur starts with, John, you should... Then moves to, you should at least... And then settles on a very long sigh and an... All right. John breathes with an ounce of relief, and Arthur lays his head back down as the dial tone changes to a ring. Charlie picks up the line almost immediately with a cheery, Finley and Doubts! Charlie, it's John. Johnny boy! Charlie's smile is audible. What you need? I hate to give you short notice, Charlie, but Arthur isn't well. I need to stay with him tonight. Charlie's smile vanishes. Is he still? John can't help the shuddering breath that escapes his lips. Yes. I got you, pal. Charlie clears his throat. Well, no worries, you hear? I'd rather you both be out than have to call another ambulance to the bar. Don't want the rest of the customers thinking they get free rides too. I'm sorry, Charlie. Hey, it's all good, bud, really. Ain't gonna have an unruly crowd without him, so I'll cover tonight. John twists the phone line between his fingers. Thank you. Charlie's voice goes soft. Take care of him for me, yeah? Tell him that if he surprise a baby chick next time I see him, I'll force him to listen to me play the keys. John tries to smile. Will do. Catch you tomorrow, John. Take care. The line goes dead, and John exhales slowly. He's fortunate to have Charlie. They both are. Arthur makes room for John as he walks back over to the couch, and then Arthur clings to him the moment he sits. John clings back, and it feels like everything that John has missed these last few weeks. What now? Arthur asks with subtle fear in his voice. John hears the same in his own. I don't know, Arthur. Arthur nods, sinking deeper into John. John presses his lips to Arthur's hair as he curls his arms further around the man. Maybe we should just try to... He comes to the end of his thought, somehow surprised at the emptiness that lays after. Two? Arthur prompts. What even is there to say? Relax, cheer up, think about anything else, knowing that neither of us are capable of thinking about anything else right now? Be. John chooses. Let's just be for a while. Arthur snuggles closer to him. I think I can do that. John kisses him again. I think I can too.
Oh god. Round of applause for Marix Moon. Everyone in the chat, round of applause.
Thank you, thank you.
Dude, that
Whew.
I definitely was tearing up over here.
Aw.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I was tearing up so hard, especially when you got to the part where Arthur is just screaming like, I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop it. Like, God. Okay.
Sasha being like,
Decompression.
Marix switching from crying to narrator.
Breathe. Yeah. Wrap drawing making everything better. Yes. Decompression fan art. We can do it. I actually do really quickly want to read the footnote at the bottom of this chapter. It's quite small. But it goes like this while you all enjoy your fan art. One of my purposes in writing this fic arc is to contest some of the common anorexia tropes that I see in popular media. I often feel like eating disorders as a whole are written a bit superficially, more on that later. But in this chapter, I wanted to dispute specifically the idea of anorexic bedrock. So I often see people assume that bedrock for an anorexic person is something catastrophic. Think like hospitalization, intervention, fainting on stage during a performance. But as a recovering anorexic, I can confidently say that those are just the preludes to bedrock. True bedrock comes after the realization that you are killing yourself. True bedrock is when you realize that you have no idea how to stop. So, yeah, we have a lot to get through, and we'll get started. Let me check the chat really fast. Raf says, you're so correct. Hauntie always was like, there's no way that's it. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to talk more about that later too, but yeah. Okay, so fan art, let me say who was featured. We have the incredible Raph. Oh my gosh, making just the lighting on that. And then Marix making some also heart-wrenching doodles. Just the fan art, you guys, absolutely beautiful. Raph says, like, how does it fix people? It always glosses over that. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna talk about that later for sure. Okay, so this is one of the ones where I have 13 pages of notes. A lot of pages of notes. So in efforts to just kind of stay on track and not jump too much around and lose my place, I'm just going to start from the top. This may be one of the ones where I do a lot more reading than I do a lot more off the cuff stuff, so I guess we'll find out. So, okay, we're going to start with the creativity part before we get to the eating disorder part, since that is where we start. So, of course, we talked a little bit about this, actually probably a lot about this in part one of this live stream about John's view on creativity and how I was really struggling with my ability to call myself a creative person while I was writing this fic and firmly believing that every single thing that I wrote was strictly not creative. So since I've always defined myself as creative as like a part of my personality, on the days that I don't feel creative and I'm writing slop and I hate every first draft, I don't feel like myself at all. I feel like I'm losing part of my actual being. And I don't know what is left of me after my creativity vanishes, because I often felt like that was the only thing pulling all of my limbs together. And I think that there is a little bit to say about productivity culture here. The idea that you are only creative if you have evidence of it, and you are only creative if you have recent evidence of it. Because if not, you'll look like a washed up hack if you're still toting around something that you made over a decade ago as your peak creativity. And everyone says that a good creative should always be the most proud of their most recent creations, because that means that they're continuing to improve in their skill and in their creativity. And oh, sorry, I'm checking the chat. Raf says, this is low-key been destroying me. Yeah. Sammy also says, no way how to stop and know that something has to change, but having no resources to even start. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the resources part is huge. We'll get into that soon too. We had an amazing line in the last one that was given to us by Mads that talks about how creativity is not linear. But I feel like that is productivity culture. And in America, especially where I live, that is what I have been fed growing up. And I feel like this is still so deeply rooted inside of me. And I like this idea that I will always continue improving my creativity. So, like, I like the sentiment to believe that everything that I work on will be better than my last because that means that I am continuing to learn and I'm continuing to explore. And that's really exciting. And also, it means that I'll be maintaining my creativity as an effective coping skill because I always tend to manage whatever current ailments I'm going through a creative means. But also, I don't like this because this makes me feel less and less connected to all of my old work. Because all of my old work is so firmly planted in a different time in my past. So it's so deeply rooted into a situation that I have long since gotten out of, or a situation that I am like ashamed of and I wish that I didn't have, or anything that makes me feel like I have become a new person since then. So it's hard for me to go over my work, especially since also, as I continue to improve, my old stuff just looks really amateur to me. I know a bunch of people have tried to tell me that they enjoy my Magnus Archives fan fictions, and I just cannot look at those. I just can't do it. I will not read them ever again. It is to me, I just can't. It's just terrible. But this is also so sad. Like I want to love my past works because I made them. I want to them have like true meaning. I want them to be firmly rooted in a part of my life that is growth, you know? But then this productivity culture tells me that, you know, if I make anything in lesser quality than what those are and what I've assigned those qualities to be, then I am worse than what I was as my old self. And that is, it's so heady. It's so disgusting and toxic in my mind to think that like my self-worth and self-value is also rooted in what part of my life I am looking at, no matter how much growth that I've done. And it's very confusing and hard to parse through, and it keeps me up at night. Uh, Let me check the chat real fast. Sammy says the other thing that is not everything needs to be perfect. Absolutely. Oh, Ralph says my Magnus fan fictions are good. I'm glad that you like them. I'm glad that you like them. Sasha says I have that with my older music, trying to get out of the habit. Absolutely. And then we're all giving Ralph the praise that he deserves for his YouTube videos. Let me take a quick sip of water.
Fortifying sip, you mean?
I will fly to Kentucky. That's
Please
where I
do.
will fly.
Please do.
So I remember a time where I was taking clarinet lessons in college, and my clarinet teacher told me that she always judged a composer based on their how recent their most accomplished work would be. So if a composer is touting their composition that they made 15 years ago as the best thing that they'd ever written, she would think less of them because they're still hanging on to something that they wrote so long ago and nothing that they've done recently can compare. And I don't like agree with this. Like I don't want to be in this mindset that you constantly have to get better or else you will be dismissed by people. I really don't want to be a part of that. And now I have this knowledge that this person that I trust and value and look up to would think this of me. I have confirmation that this person would look at all of the music that I've written in my life. And if I dare to tell her that the best music I wrote was 12 years ago, she would say, that's not great. That's not, I hate that. I hate that I have this now. I hate that so much. So it makes me compare all of my creative efforts to all of my past creative efforts. And that just makes me feel like I'm weighing the value of every single one of my creations instead of just enjoying them for what for what they are.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
for what they are. Yeah. Sasha says the grind set is a curse. Absolutely. Yeah. Ugh. So I actually wrote a poem a while about this because my brother and I decided to start like sharing our poetry with each other. And immediately I felt so insecure that I was uploading poems that I wrote years ago to the folder because, of course, I was showing him that my quote unquote best poetry is nothing that I had written recently. And I started to feel that little tingle in the back of my mind that was saying, my brother's going to think you're a hack. My brother's going to think that you've declined. My brother's going to think that you're not good at poetry anymore. So I forced myself to write a new poem so that I could add, so I could prove that, I was still writing and I wanted to express that exact feeling in this current poem. And I want to share it with everybody because I do love poetry. I really do. But just keep in mind that even now, as I recite this poem, I am critiquing the hell out of it for being amateur, wondering if anyone will judge me for reading a poem that I wrote in 2021. I'm wondering if anyone will think this poem is far better than anything I've written now, which would be a huge blow to my ego. And I'm recognizing that all of that is so unhelpful and self-defeating. And this is hard. And this is cognitive dissonance. And this is what I live with. So yeah, here's a poem that I'm trying to really enjoy right now and having difficulty. It's called How to Lose Your Creativity in 10 Days. Do you lose your creativity if you never practice it? Never mind, can you hone it if you've not been granted it? But instead, does it wilt if you don't provide nourishment? I'm asking for a friend. So I guess what I'm inquiring is, can you get worse at this? Can you get a bit rusty when it comes to your cleverness? Is it exponentially shaped or the inverse of it? Still asking for a friend. By the way, who defines how creative your creativity is? Is it positively correlated with how your productivity is, and therefore negatively correlated with how your inactivity is? Oh, and here's another question. Is this shit half as good as the shit I used to make? So there's my poem. And keep in mind that at this point of writing, we are on chapter 24. I want to fucking die because I have so much goddamn story left. I'm still barely halfway there. I'm still experiencing dread every single time that I have to sit down at my computer to type. And so I just have to need John to suffer with me. So in writing this, I was trying to work through these feelings, and I found that I actually had a lot more thoughts about the subject than I had previously assumed. Oh, thank you for the claps in chat. I appreciate that. Of course, I had been worried about practicing creativity, but I hadn't thought about my feelings on like forcing my creativity, which in many ways I feel like I can't really do because I feel like I end up hating many of the things that I try to write or try to compose that aren't coming from total inspiration. But then also, I brute forced the majority of this fic up until this point, and there are some things that I was really proud of. There were some things that I did in fact enjoy. So I hadn't considered all of like the hindrances in creativity too, and why I might not be feeling creative all the time. And John lists all of those things where he's talking about time restraints and stress and all of those things he was talking about. I can't go back and list them all. And that did give me just a little bit of self-compassion, that I started to recognize that I was kind of up against a wall with all of my mental space. And how was I supposed to be being my most creative when I was giving myself no fuel for my fire? I was constantly hindering myself in being able to be the most creative that I could be. And I hadn't considered the feeling of giving into creative paralysis and letting that be like a toilet bowl effect that stops creativity entirely. And just the idea that I would stop creating whatsoever was terrifying to me. And I decided in that moment that I was either going to brute force it or I was going to die. Like one of those two. I had to at least brute force something because I didn't want to just stop creating ever. I didn't want to just give up. I didn't want to just like lose this passion for writing that I've had for so long. And so that idea of like the stakes being presented to me as brute force the creativity and maybe something good comes out the other side, or stop creating forever and stop being who you are forever, was actually kind of inspiring. It was a desperate rally for me to just take the reins of my own confidence and being like, well, who cares if it's not good? I want to be a creative, and therefore I am going to be a creative. I'm seeing some things in the chat. Sammy says it's so special that you're able to use this as an outlet. Yeah, right. I'm so grateful for John, but it sucks when you feel that pressure. Yeah, Raph says, make like monkey and rest as hard as you work. Inspiring, Raph, yeah. And then finally, the idea of this limited supply of creativity was so terrifying to me, to believe that I had used up all of my creativity on For What You Are. And I just couldn't let that happen to me. I couldn't let myself believe that this was going to be the rest of my life. The most uncreative part of my life was the last third of it. Couldn't be. So all of these things, like sitting with John and having John tell Lily, they really, really did help me. And, it was still a struggle. I still had a really hard time, but I had landed on the solid thought of I will create or I will die. Those are the two options. So I'm going to create, and we keep going. So I talked a little bit earlier about like what inspires me per chapter. Inspires me to keep going and try and keep writing. And I knew that this chapter was Arthur's bedrock, and that did give me a little bit of hope that I had something that I had been wanting to say for so long, and I was going to be able to say it here, and I was excited to write that out. So yeah, let's start. Let's dig into the eating disordered part, because I think that we're finally touching on the parts of the eating disorders that people really don't understand. They popped off in this. Oh, hey, look, Matt is here. Hey, welcome, Matt. Popped in on the most relatable phrase ever. Was it create or die? Yeah. Yeah, that one's relatable for me too. Welcome. I'm so glad you can make it. Okay, we're talking about heavy stuff. Welcome in. All right, so eating disorders, I said in the footnotes that I often feel like they're written really superficially. I have a soapbox moment that's going to come up later where we talk a little bit more onto this. But that idea of climbing out of bedrock, I really feel like I don't see it that often. I don't see it in media. And that isn't to say that it's never there, that it's never written about. I just haven't come across any, despite my active search. And that's kind of sad to me. So here I am being the change that I want to see in the world. So the things that I really wanted people to understand while they were reading this fic is that, eating disorders are mental. They're not like a lapse in judgment. They are not simple problems to be solved. They cannot be dismantled by logic because they were never logical in the first place. And these eating disordered thoughts are the first immediate thoughts in your brain that not only, of course, are the first ones to speak, but are also the ones that you have been relying on for guidance this entire time. I see something in the chat. I just want to mention it. The struggle, Inky says, the struggle with creativity is so prevalent within the community. I never feel like I can call myself creative because despite everything I do and everything I can do, it never feels like enough. I really know what you mean, Inky. I really know what you mean. But you are creative, and I don't even have to know anything that you have made or written or drawn. I don't have to know any of it because you have made me laugh a lot of times during this chat, and therefore you are creative. So there you go. Take that. Let's keep going. Just going to be aggressively supportive of all these people in the chat. Okay, so yes, eating disorders are our guidance. Eating disorders are the lens through which we see the world. So the breakdown of the world is just into actions surrounding food and your body and what will make you happy. And it is just the endless process of you have to eat at least once a day to survive. So that means that you must sit with all of the nonsense every single day at least once. This is the worst part about eating disorders. You have to sit with which foods you're willing to suffer through in order to achieve the bare minimum. You also have to consider which clothing you're going to wear and how it's going to make you look and how you are going to feel while wearing that clothing and how you are going to think that others think that you look in that clothing. Anytime that you go out to dinner with people, you have to consider what you're going to eat and how it's going to affect your body shape and your self-esteem while you're around people who you're convinced that are judging every curve of your body, especially if you don't really know those people that well. You have to sit with hunger every single day, which is a constant reminder of how, like, quote unquote, strong you have to be to fight all of these urges to eat. And you also have to have serious physical consequences, shaking hands, fainting, whatever it might be, constipation. You have to consider exercise every single day, how much of it you'll do in proportion to how much you're eating, whether or not you can like sneak in more exercise and get ahead of the schedule, whether or not you'll fucking faint if you do that. And all of these thoughts are going all day long. And they guide every single one of your actions. It is a constant checking in with the eating disordered brain before you make a choice. Making sure that the eating disorder brain is going to be happy with your decisions before you even make that choice. And you just must put up with this. You must eat every day. You must be confronted with it every single day. So imagine that, these eating disorder perspective of the world is a set of glasses that you're wearing. And when you take the glasses off, you are incredibly visually impaired, because even if you didn't need those glasses in the first place, you've worn them for so long that your eyes have adjusted to this new view. And now as soon as you remove the glasses, that's terrifying. You don't know how to trust your sight anymore. Everything is blurry. And it's so much easier to just put the glasses back on rather than relearn how to navigate everything in your entire world without your sight. And even if you've decided that you're going to be better and try and start eating more and doing better things for your body, you will still have the immediate anorexic thoughts that hate everything that you put in your mouth. And the thoughts that tell you that you're going to be fat if you eat that. And the thoughts that say that you look horrible after you've eaten anything. And that say that you're going to need to start walking again because you're looking really bad. And people will criticize you for gaining all of that weight that you're gaining right now. And also, you looked so much better thin. And also, everyone thinks that you looked so much better thin. And all of these thoughts are inescapable. They just keep going. And you have no idea how to fight any of these thoughts because your brain has relied so long on them, and your brain fully believes that they are correct. You don't have any other perspective. And so it's so much easier just to fall back into the habit of trusting all of these thoughts because they also promise you happiness. And they were sure that you were happy when you were thinner. Because remember all those people that gave you all those compliments when you were thin and they told you that you looked so good? Remember that? And also, don't you feel so much better when you eat salad instead of a hamburger? Don't you feel healthier when you're eating your vegetables? Don't you feel less bloated and less constipated? And we want to do good things for our body, like exercise, and we want to eat our fruits and vegetables because those are nutrients. And so shouldn't we just go back to the regimented eating and exercising that we've been doing? Isn't it so much easier to just go back to what's comfortable? All the diet books say that it's healthy anyway. And that is what crawling out of bedrock feels like, is every single moment. It is so much easier to go back to the comfort of the eating disorder that is really, really convincing and tells you that that is the easiest way and the happiest way to live, no matter what you've been through, no matter how many times you've fainted, no matter how many times you've vomited, no matter how many times you've done any of the things that other people would consider bedrock, no matter how many times you hit those. It feels so much easier just to go back to the way that things were. And that was especially true for me because I had been restricting my eating for, it was 5 years of my life. And 5 years of my life in a very vulnerable part of my life. I was 15 when it started. So 5 years of my adolescence into my young adulthood. It was 5 years of me growing out of living with my parents, growing into being my own person in college, and then growing into being out of college and learning how to be an adult in the real world. And I carried that eating disorder the whole way through the foundational moments of my life. And how was I supposed to let that go? Because the moment that I would take that away, I would be back to what? What I was thinking when I was 14? I don't remember that. I don't remember what I was thinking when I was 14. When Arthur says I can't remember what it was like to not feel this way, that is the truth. I cannot remember what it is like to not have these thoughts all of the time. I'm going to check the chat. I'm hearing Mad say it's very isolating because food and meals are a massive cultural and social thing. Yes, pretty much everywhere. It stops you from going out or spending time with people. Completely true. Absolutely. And think about like how many things are like steps up in your life. You know, if you're a person that goes on dates and you're meeting like the family members of the person you're dating, you're probably going to do it over a meal. If you're having like a luncheon with the CEO of your company, you know, like things that progress your life a little bit often revolve around meals. And that is so hard to fight the eating disorder conversation when you're trying to move your life along. Sammy says people inadvertently reinforce that mindset. That is so true. Oh my goodness, the number of times that people have said to me, I wish I could be as thin as you when I was 90 pounds. That's ridiculous. Like, what's wrong with these people? What's wrong with them? That is, no one should want that. And even today, I tend to err on the thinner side today just because of who I am. And when people say to me, like, oh, you look so good, you look so thin, they don't realize what that's doing to my eating disorder brain. They have no idea. And they're trying to give me a compliment. They're trying to be kind, but they just don't know me. And the moment that my brain hears, you look so good because you're thin, my brain says, you haven't seen anything yet. I can be thinner. I can look better. I can be even more impressive. Just give me a few weeks. And that's something that I have to fight every single time somebody says that to me. And the whole diet culture and yeah, it's all in there. Okay, so it's finally time to start talking about my ED origin story. We've heard a little bit about my story towards the end of it, towards the me getting help part, but let's talk about what started this all. So I actually grew up as a child who loved sugar, and my parents let me eat whatever I wanted to eat. Anytime I wanted like tasty cakes or Twinkies or whatever it is, they would get it for me. I was allowed to have anything. I never had any restrictions. Ironically, it's because they didn't want a child with an eating disorder, but pro gamer move over here and what was coming. So I don't know if y'all know this. I learned this in, I think in my abnormal psychology class in college. The demographics for a person who is likely to get an eating disorder involve the following: white, young, assigned female at birth, middle class, parents who are physically fit, a child who is involved in physical activity from a very young age, started out naturally thin, and has a tendency for things like anxiety and depression. Would you like to guess how many of those boxes I check? It's all of them. It's literally every box. I feel like this was an inevitability. I literally check every single box of these demographics, and I think about that a lot. And we're going to get more into that later. So I also started off, including that high anxiety, talking about that, I started off with that fear of throwing up that I was talking about earlier. And I'm actually not sure how I developed this because I have very distinct memories of throwing up as a kid because I thought I was super cool and I like swallowed all of the bow tie noodles whole because I thought that was a cool thing to do. And my body's like, no, like you can't, you have to chew your food. Why do you think you have teeth? So I ended up like tossing it all back up because that's not how bodies work. And I really remember like going through this and being like, it's not so bad. I don't know. Like it's pretty uncomfortable. No one likes doing this, but like it's not so bad. But then years later, I don't know what happened. My brain decided that I would die if I ever do that again. So anytime I got nauseous, I would start to have crippling panic attacks. I had no idea why this started when. I got nothing. But all I know is that suddenly one day I was terrified of throwing up and the panic attacks began. So these panic attacks long since predated the eating disorder, but they did also prime me for restrictive eating. Because when these panic attacks started to come up, I would like analyze why they were there. So, for example, if I felt really nauseous at like 9 p.m. after I ate some fucking Jello or whatever, I would decide that I just simply needed to finish eating my food before 9 p.m. and therefore I wouldn't feel nauseous. And I had belief in this. I really believed that this schedule would help me and it would avoid me throwing up for the rest of my life, which is a totally achievable goal. And so this regimented schedule of making just these decisions for when I'm going to eat where started at a really, really young age. And as my panic attacks got worse, I just continued to add restrictions, more and more restrictions. Anytime there was a food that would give me nausea, off the list. Not eating that anymore. That's going to make me sick later. So I got really good at just controlling my body's choice, right? This choice of vomiting, just so early on. That was the foundation of this. And at this time, I was already like monitoring my eating for this. And I think I was like 15 because I was in my sophomore year. And I'm going to tell you my light switch moment. We had talked about this a little bit before. I remember being at school one day and I was at lunch and I had two friends sitting with me. One friend who I was mostly acquaintances with, and then I had another friend who I really didn't like. We had been friends for a super long time, and that entire relationship was toxic the whole time. I really didn't like her, but we stayed friends anyway because that's how school is. You know, you have to be with these people every single day. You can't escape these people. We were in band together, like, ugh. I'm not here to complain about school. I remember my acquaintance telling a story and saying the words, you know, when like your stomach pooches out a little bit after you've eaten something? And I was just like, yeah. But this friend that I didn't like, in the most snide way possible, was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. My stomach doesn't do that. And that was it. That was it for me. After I heard the disgust in her voice, and after I had that realization that she would have that disgust toward me if my stomach was doing that, it was all over. I decided that I would never let my stomach distend ever again. And it was over. There was nothing else I could do. In that moment, I had an eating disorder from then on. So, of course, after I heard her say that, I recalculated everything in my life, every single one of my meals, and I immediately began planning out what I was going to eat, number of calories that I had been consuming, how I was going to make all of my portions smaller. This happened that day. When I got home from school, it started. I was already starting to calorie count. I was already starting to portion size. And I, as you may know, I'm a very neurodivergent person. I love checking to-do boxes. I love following rules that make a lot of sense. So I started to get those delicious checking boxes heroin. I started to get all of these accomplishments that I was doing such good things for my body because I was taking care of myself. I was being healthy. I was going to keep my stomach from not looking disgusting. And I had already discovered how I was never going to throw up ever again. And now I have discovered how I'm never going to let my stomach distend ever again. And I am going to be the perfect creature one day. That is what I had decided. So I was also a really, really late bloomer in terms of like puberty. So as soon as I started on this journey of restricting my eating, I had like I like tried to start menstruating, so it's getting a little deep TMI, but just bear with me. And then my body absolutely shut that down immediately. And I did not care. I did not care. It didn't bother me one bit. I had no qualms about it because I was also way too focused on perfecting this body that I had. And if I were menstruating, then my stomach would be distending because you get really bloated when you menstruate. I didn't need any of that. I wasn't going to let that happen to me. And also, because I was a really late bloomer, I was witnessing all of my friends around me develop normally, and their bodies were changing in ways that mine were not. And I was starting to see all of my friends get these like hourglass figures, and I was not getting that. And so I just decided, well, obviously the problem is that I just need to be thinner. My waist isn't quite thin enough. If my waist could just be a little thinner, then I too would have an hourglass figure. So now my restrictions got even worse because now not only was I monitoring just how much my stomach was pooching out, but I was monitoring how indented I could make it. I do not have an hourglass figure. I never have. But my eating disorder brain tells me that I could, that it was achievable. So we know that when I got to college, everything absolutely spiraled out of control. I just started taking over every single little bit of my life that I could stop doing this and start doing this and restrict this way. And it was all just absolutely spiraling. Most people, when they get to college, they gain 15 pounds, the freshman 15. I lost weight when I got to college. It wasn't quite 15 pounds, but I did lose weight. And that was, at the time, not a concern. And in fact, very, very joyful for me to be able to see that I was so in control of my body and so in control of my diet that when everyone else was gaining all of this weight from all of their unhealthy eating, I was being healthy and I was losing weight. And therefore, that's the better of the two. And then restrictive eating not only was just, the way of my life at this point, but it also became a really effective, quote unquote, coping skill for when my life felt totally out of control. My college was so demanding from me. My degree was incredibly hard. I was constantly working. I was doing all of my homework the day I got it because I knew I was going to be too busy tomorrow to do it. I was in the practice rooms for hours a day working on my lessons. And when my stress would get really, really bad, because if you haven't guessed already, your girl suffers from perfectionism and straight A syndrome. Of course I do, obviously. It's part of the disease. And so I would use restrictive eating to feel like I had some kind of control back in my life. And I could manage my emotions simply by not eating. Because the moment that I don't eat, I check some of those boxes and then I get that joy, I get that heroin. And it genuinely felt like a cheat code to happiness occasionally when I wasn't, distraught about the look of my body. That's what I told myself. This was a cheat code to happiness. And there was, the body dysmorphia was absolutely out of control. But also, let's be real, who on this wide earth does not have insecurities about their body? Who in this wide world does not have moments of self-doubt? And so when I saw all this kind of body dysmorphic tendencies, self-hatred coming up, I just assumed that was an everybody problem. That wasn't just a me problem. And then I just move on because everyone feels that way, and I just restrict my eating more so that I could feel a little bit better. So now we're caught up to the scoliosis surgery and everything that happened after that. I think back often to this light switch moment in my life because I think it's really easy for people to just blame something bad in their lives on one single moment. Like what would my life be like if I hadn't been sitting with that girl? What would my life be like if I hadn't been having that conversation? But that's not think about all of those demographics. Think about everything that I had taken in when I was a child with all of these health magazines, with all of these judgments that I was learning. Think about all of this restrictive eating that I had been practicing when I was trying to avoid throwing up. I have been primed for this. I was primed. And even if I didn't have that moment, something else would have happened at some other point. And so I just really have to learn to forgive that moment of my life, not as the single thing that broke me as a person, but just the way that things were going, the trend that was happening. But it really is genuinely distressing to see how quickly everything can fall into this inescapable shit. I mean, my stuff happened within the distance of the light switching. That's 1 second I didn't care, and then the next second I care. And it's sad to see that there was it feels like there was no chance for me to be anything other than what I was after that moment. But, still working on self-compassion there, still working. So anyway, after 5 years of this, post-weight gain, but pre-therapy. I lived in this cognitive dissonance where I knew that being too thin was bad, but also I wasn't willing to let go of all of that disordered eating behavior and thoughts that I would still have because I mean, they were still giving me joy. They were still, quote, keeping me on track and everything, not letting me get too fat, all of that. It was so hard to demonize those when I still used them as a safety net every day. And I mean, the body dysmorphia was absolutely out of control. And I kind of want to talk about what body dysmorphia looks like for me. So I think that when people think of body dysmorphia, they think of like viewing yourself as something other than what you are, which I think is probably true for many, many people. But I think for me personally, body dysmorphia looks like my inability to see my body as a whole at all. When I see my body, I can only ever see bits and pieces of it as if I'm looking at like single jigsaw pieces that aren't a part of the whole picture. I'm just looking at the individual ones and I'm not associating them with the others. And so all of these small parts of my body that I just laser focus in on and that I hate so much, I don't know really what they look like from a larger perspective. And it's so hard for me to rationalize the thought of, oh, no one sees this in me. This isn't as obvious as it is because I can only ever see them as obvious. And I really have this theory that if someone were to do a test and they were to take silhouette black and white pictures of just like people's body shapes, and if they were to show me like 10 people's body shapes for people who look kind of like me, I am so certain that I wouldn't be able to tell which one is me. And even with all of the quirks of my body, I know that I have my shoulders are a little uneven, like this, my hips are a little uneven for all the scoliosis. Even past that, I only know what those look like in my laser focused vision mirror. And I don't know what they look like as a whole. And this has been proven to me multiple times where I'll accidentally like catch myself in the mirror and I won't recognize myself. I won't know who I'm looking at. And the person that I see before I realize that it's me is not someone that I associate with my body tape. So maybe one day I'll do that test because I am curious, but this is what body dysmorphia looks like to me. And so when I talk about this stomach pooching and all of that, that's all I see in the mirror. I don't see the distance of my stomach from my thighs or from my chest or from my head. I never see that. I just see that little curve, and that's all that matters to my brain. I'm seeing a question in the chat. Is that a kind of dissociation, the kind of segmenting of the body and focusing on different parts? I say, Inky, that's probably a good way to look at it. I'm not sure I would say that I'm disassociating in the way that I like lose myself in it for the sake of avoiding something else. I would say that I am hyper focusing on it actively, if that makes any sense. But definitely segmenting of body parts is totally what's going on in my brain all of the time. And I can't stop. And that's the only way that I can see myself. And then also during this time when I was post-weight gain, but pre-therapy, I was also doing all of these things that I knew that I hated. I knew I hated running. I hated running so much, but I had been doing cardio dance for so long that I wanted to keep up my cardio. So I would still run at least twice a week to keep up my cardio and to be this healthy person that I thought I was going to be, knowing that I hated doing it all of the time. So this horrible middle ground of feeling so restricted, but then also believing that I've come so far, but then also forcing myself to do things that I hate doing, and then also living with this body dysmorphia that is nothing but disappointing to me constantly, and still hating the way that I'm looking at. All of that was what was going on in my brain before I found Carla. And that was awful. That was so, so, so awful. And I don't feel like anyone ever talks about that, of the sort of kind of trying to get better, but still living with the worst cognitive dissonance ever. And so once I found Carla, she kind of helped me work through all of these things. And she gave me the awareness of things that I didn't have, and the ability to recognize these old habits that were coming up faster and being able to like shut them down more effectively. But yeah, this disgusting middle ground where you don't know how really to get better because you don't have, like, whoever it was that said you don't have the resources to get better. I had just decided that I was better and then was still struggling the whole time. But I am so confident that without my therapist, Carla, I would still be there, because just like we were talking about with John and Lily, there, you only know what you know. You can't just manifest knowledge outside of you, especially when it comes to perspective, things like that. So holy moly. Okay, let me check the chat again just to see what we're working with. Oh, okay. No worries, Inky. And thank you, Sasha, for all the hug emojis. I appreciate it. Okay. So in keeping with this, we're gonna go back a little bit into the chapter stuff. So Arthur is asking John to pick what they eat as like a small attempt to give up that need for control. But then John just responding with, "You don't look any different after you've eaten," is horrible. It's horrible. It's really the worst thing that he could have said to Arthur, because Arthur hears him say, "Every time you think you look incredibly fat, that's how I think you look every day, no matter what." And John doesn't mean that. Of course he doesn't mean that. Of course he wants to tell Arthur that he just loves him. But that is what it sounds like to the eating disordered brain when you have no other perspective, when you have no other resources. That's what it's interpreted as. And I mean, just getting back into Hull, people should just stop talking about other people's weight sometimes. I think that'd be cool. And then else in this chapter, I had another moment where my subconscious just took over. And I wrote something that I didn't realize that I felt until I read it back aloud. And that is the line, "I'm so close to being happy with myself." And I was just word vomiting at this point. I was just doing words on the page at this point. And I remember writing that down and thinking nothing of it, just thinking that it would work with the pacing. And then when I went back to read it, I was like, that's it. Yeah, nearly cried over it. That is, I think, the microcosm of eating disorders in general, is this constant striving for just being happy. Like, who could fault me for just wanting to be happy? But given the environment that I've grown up in, given my demographics and what that would lead to, given all of these experiences that I've had and how I've been primed for it and how I've been practicing this and how I've relied on all of my eating disordered thoughts to guide me every day, and I can't think without them, that feeling of I'm so close to being happy with myself, full stop. It just reminded me that I'm incredibly grateful for where I am now, knowing that I can be happy with myself for so many other reasons than the way that I look or how much fat is on my body. Let me come back to the chat and see what Sasha says. "That line nearly made me cry. Yeah, it hurt. There's a false ideal, but the goalpost keeps getting moved." Absolutely. Yeah. So proud of you for all the progress you've made. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Sasha. I don't know if you've caught up on this fic, and of course, no spoilers, but there's so much hope to come. Truly, so much hope to come, and I'm very excited for when we get there. Okay, so anything else in the chapter here? Oh, John choosing for them to just be together at the end there. This is something that I think is just such a sincerely John moment, because I mean, I feel like he knows how to manage his emotions probably better than any of the other characters in this roster. And it's such a wonderful act of him being able to give Arthur permission to not hide anything, to not change anything, to not ignore anything, to not move on from anything. He's giving Arthur just this permission to just sit with everything that they're feeling, which is fucking miserable, but they're sitting together and they're holding each other again, as they haven't in so many weeks, you know? And I think that what John gives Arthur is such a gift. This ability to just be miserable for a while. And this is kind of a precursor to the idea of sitting with emotions that we're going to talk with later. So the last thing that I wanted to say about this one was when I wrote this chapter, of course, this chapter is incredibly devastating to me. It is so rife with so many words that have come out of my own mouth. And I absolutely cry every single time I hear Marix read it. And I thought that Inky says, gotta sit and process before you can deal with it. Yeah, absolutely. So true. I thought that when people read this chapter, I was going to get nothing but comments of like, oh, this is so horrible. I feel so bad for Arthur. What a terrible life. This is so exhausting. And I was expecting everyone to kind of revel in the sadness of it all. I was expecting everyone to be with me in sitting in the misery. And I was so surprised because every single comment was the most optimistic thing I had ever heard in my life. Like every single person told me, this is bedrock and it's only up from here. They told me that, like, yes, this is horrible, but there is only hope for the future because he's named all these things that he wants to work on. He has John with him. There is it's just going to be okay because we've made it past the worst part. And I was so fucking blown away by this. I couldn't believe that no one was like reveling the way that I was expecting them to as I would, because I think that just speaks to how fucking incredible this community really is. These Malevolent fans, all of us Malevolent fans. That is, I mean, that's the whole reason why we love Malevolent, right? That feeling of hope, that feeling of Arthur persevering no matter what, the feeling of Arthur being at bedrock with us. We get to experience his bedrock, and then we still get to see the sun rise immediately after it. It was so heartwarming that I couldn't believe that in everyone cheering Arthur on in the comments and telling him that it's going to be okay, we're going to make it through together. Everyone was cheering me on and telling me that I'm going to make it through too. Like, even though this has been my past, my life has continued to be better over time, and it continues to be better, and it will be better. And everyone was so confident in me for that. And I was so blown away. I was so torn over it because I wanted everyone to cry. And everyone was everyone to cry tears of sadness, and everyone was crying tears of joy.
Y'all are too positive. Stop it.
Yes, so someone said to me that the thing that they appreciate most in my writing is that I do manage hope in every single angsty chapter. And I don't even know that I'm doing this, honestly, because when I write these, it feels like nothing but angst. It feels like nothing but sorrow. But maybe that's just the fan base, you know? But everyone always points out that there is a path forward. There is hope in their hearts. They know that things will be better just based on my writing. And that is so inspiring to me to be able to see my writing through other people's perspective and know that inherently I am giving people hope for the future, which is the only thing that I ever want to do in my life, especially when it comes to this eating disordered plague that I have. And so we all know that the whole point of me writing this was to make it through this arc. And the moment that we got here and people were telling me that they felt optimistic about Arthur getting out of this alive and Arthur getting out of this a better person than what he was before, I already felt like I had achieved my goal of helping someone through their eating disorder. I felt like I made it then. And I was so fucking grateful that I was so grateful to have that, and I'm so, so thankful that people have taken the time to read this and respond with me. It has been seriously such a huge change in my life to have this. And I'm seeing a lot of stuff in the chat that I want to make sure that I catch up on. Mad says, I'm pretty sure this was the chapter that made me realize I was relapsing. It's so easy to sit in denial and tell yourself that, no, you're fine actually. But Arthur's lines held up a mirror to my own thoughts and forced me to look at it until I couldn't deny it anymore. Yeah, I'm so grateful to hear that I've affected change on your life at some point. And you know what, Mad, same. Like, also, as my subconscious was writing this, is held a mirror to my own face too. Because if I am going to tell all of these people that I am in recovery, if I'm going to tell all of my readers that I'm doing better, if I'm not doing better today, am I really upholding the promise that I have given to everyone? I need to hold myself accountable for this too. If I'm going to tout myself as a person who has come out the other side, I need to be actively working to stay on the other side every single day of my life as held accountable for the people that I'm trying to help. Um, Sasha says, art can save your life. This is that, this is the sentiment manifest. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Inky calling, Harlan says, that Malevolent is hope horror. Absolutely. Yeah, totally. Sammy says the world is too dark for us to not have hope. Absolutely. Sasha says, if I weren't dehydrated, I would be weeping. Sipping water frantically. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you all too. Thank you again just for listening to this incredibly long journey that I have been through. And can you believe that we still have more to go? Can you believe it? But we've reached bedrock, and if I'm going to take a page out of all of the comments in this chapter, I'm going to say that it's going to get better from here. It must be, because we've reached bedrock, so it must get better from here. So, okay, I think that's everything for this chapter. Inky says, do we need a break to recover from that combo before continuing?
No, I'll be fine. John went to the... No, I'm good. I can fake it. I'm a little teary, but it's all right.
If anyone needs, a little break, of course, feel free to take your time. This will be recorded, so if you want to skip any of it and come back later, of course you can. Sammy says, I've been noodling on the piano and ended up playing Faro's lullaby and Faro's song for a really long time. That's really lovely. I'm so glad that Harlan can give you that comfort when you need it. Inky says, I just keep hearing Marix sniffle.
Leave me alone.
You did almost get me a few times when I heard you starting to crack, and I was like, hold it together, Marix. Hold it together for my sake.
Don't worry, when I read out the little message that I've written for you to read at the end, I'm sure that you'll definitely survive that.
Oh no.
Don't worry, I'll wait until after you say your thing, because I think I'll be able to hold it together.
Okay. Okay,
I don't want you to be all sniffly whenever you read your big ending, whatever.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Raph, you're so brave to talk and write about such a personal experience and so in-depth. Thank you, Raph. I am so glad you were here for it too. I'm so glad that you were here outside of the fic as well. Inky says, I don't think anyone's making it through this without tears. Yeah, I think so. Sammy says it's either the jingles or the sniffles. Casper must be around.
All right, what chapter are we on? 25.
Frantically
okay.
rehydrate. I also need to frantically rehydrate too.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Replace the tears so you can cry more.
Right, exactly.
All right.
As Marix goes on to the next chapter, I'm gonna pop out and get some water. I will be back. Oh, Sammy says, tagging onto Raph, thank you for your story, both on and off the page. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is so important for me to share this, and I'm so excited to tell my therapist how this went. I'm so excited. She's gonna be so proud of me. I'm really, really excited for that. Okay, I'm gonna let Marix take it away. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back.
Alrighty. Previously on To Live Two Lives, Oscar promised Marie that he'd talk to Charlie. Oscar pauses on the corner of the street, looking at the bar from just a block over. He should go, and he shouldn't go, and he should. Father Daniel's pointed looks of absolute disdain are still stained into the edges of his mind's eye, and Oscar's not in too great of a mood because of it. So he should go, and he shouldn't. The pianist is set to perform tonight, and Oscar would love nothing more than a sweetly hazy night with his lost love, far away from reality and guaranteed to put him to sleep one way or another. So he shouldn't go, and he should. Charlie is working too. Oscar wavers on the corner of the street. He could be an ally to Oscar, just like Marie said. He could be someone Oscar could rely on when days are particularly challenging, not entirely unlike today. He should go, and he shouldn't. He walks toward the bar. Finley and Dowds is surprisingly calm for an entertainment night. There aren't any guests dawdling outside the front entrance, and there's less than a half a dozen people scattered about the inside of the bar. The stage lights are completely dark, the piano lid is closed, the live entertainment tonight banner isn't even hanging. What's going on? Oscar, pal! From the bar counter, Oscar hears the fulsome kindness that he's honestly come to dread. Oscar tries to suppress his immediate annoyance at the sound of Charlie's voice. He tries to remind himself why he's here today. And yet, come on up, buddy. Charlie beckons him over with a wink. I got a seat with your name on it. His grin falters. Oh, wait. Scotsmen don't spell it weird, do they? 'Cause I went with the my baloney has a first name variety. Lord in heaven, is there any other person in this bar who could be an ally? What you waiting for? Charlie beckons faster. The water's nice, come on. Oscar sighs under his breath. He considers starting another debate about whether or not he should join Charlie at his usual seat, but he did that already, didn't he? He's made his choice. He's doing this. Oscar seats himself at the counter in his usual spot, the one Charlie gestures to. Then, after clearing his throat of any trace of annoyance, Oscar asks, Where's the performer tonight? Damn. Charlie picks up a glass from the stack on his left and he starts to wipe it dry. No patience for pleasantries tonight, huh? Oscar resists rolling his eyes. Barely. My apologies, Charlie. Hello, good evening. Hey, he got his name right first try. Charlie's smile split his face. Goodness, Ma, I think we might be friends. Oscar starts to worry that the benefits of this partnership may not be worth the taxes owed. So, where's the performer tonight? All right. Charlie tisks at him, turning his attention back to cleaning glasses. Right to the point, then. Slim ain't doing so hot today. Johnny Boy figures they ought to both stay in, lest we have too much excitement on the stage again. Charlie flips a glass right side up and slides it to Oscar. So, it's just you and me tonight. His head tilts. And everyone else in the bar. But still, some good old quality time for us, bud. What you starting with? Oscar feels a very strong absolutely not no thank you barreling up his throat. He is not at all prepared for an entire evening of Charlie's undivided attention, especially not with Alexander not on stage. Oh, well, Oscar scratches his neck, moving to stand. I'd hoped the pianist would be here tonight, so... Hey, don't dip on me now, Charlie says quickly, almost like a plea. You wouldn't leave this poor bartender on his lonesome all night, would you? Not after we just became friends. His tone of voice gives Oscar pause. And as Charlie stands with an elbow on the counter, waiting for an answer, Oscar starts to notice a certain rigidity in his posture, a certain purpling in his heavy eye bags. Just behind Charlie's mask of casualness, Oscar can see a very small and very subtle something lingering impatiently, squirming behind his tired eyes, a something that looks oddly like... Is that fear? Charlie's smile turns blinding, but the corners of his lips twitch with effort, and the longer Oscar looks at him, the more noticeable it becomes. It's something more than fear. It's something beyond sadness, too, beyond disappointment. What'd you say? Charlie asks again, his eyes flitting nervously around Oscar's face. It looks like desperation. Pretty please? Maybe Marie was right, then. Maybe he really could use an ally, too. The man has clearly been about as well off as Oscar's been recently. Well then. Oscar prays that he can afford the taxes. All right. Oscar seats himself fully, resting his elbow on the counter, too. All right, Charlie. Attaboy! Charlie whoops, his smile growing brighter. More genuine, too. He snatches Oscar's glass and asks again, So, what are we having? The usual, I suppose. Oscar shrugs. Nope. Charlie raises an eyebrow at him. Try again. Oscar blinks twice. What? Come on! Charlie nudges his shoulder playfully, annoyingly. Slim's canceled. You ain't got nobody to get shit-faced over. Have something fun, something extravagant, something cheeky. Get something for yourself for once. All right. Oscar bats away Charlie's elbow. All right, just fine. Something else then. Now we're talking. Charlie leans on the counter like he's making an under-the-table sort of deal. Well, what'll it be, champ? Very important choice. Choose wisely. The look that Charlie gives him triggers something fiery deep within Oscar's gut. Some long-forgotten primal reflex to return all that arrogance and more. Oscar feels a defiant lightning course through his veins, one that reminds him of the old familiar feeling of being challenged, being risky, being dared. That impulsive zing in his fingertips is enticing, and he can't deny it. It always has been. At that exact moment that he feels his fingers flutter at the prospect of another dare, he's struck with an arresting realization. Charlie isn't asking what Oscar wants to drink. Charlie is asking how Oscar defines himself without one. And what kind of person does Oscar want to be with Charlie from now on? Does he really want to be the same irritable, dismissive asshole that dodges Charlie's personality and eagerness at all costs? Or does he want to have a bit of fun? Does he want to follow Charlie through this little dare of his? Well then, surprise me. Oscar tilts his chin upward. Charlie's eyes widen with a gleam of intrigue. He smirks and replies, Well, I'll be. The man can be a bit cheeky. He gives another small wink and murmurs, I'll be back. As Charlie walks away, Oscar feels his heart racing. It's racing, but it's not propelled by fear or anger. No, it's closer to excitement, anticipation, audacity, a feeling that he hasn't had while sober, and mercy, how long has it been? Perhaps far too long, then. While Charlie's gone, Oscar takes a quick look around the room. Some of the few remaining patrons seem to be filing out. There's a couple by the stage still sipping their drinks, and then there's a woman who looks like she's packing up her belongings. Oscar's never seen the place so empty before. All right, hotshot, Charlie says haughtily on his return, pushing a cocktail glass toward Oscar. How's this for a little fun? The glass is filled with a cloudy amber liquor, and it's garnished with a curled orange slice on the brim. Oscar hums. You've got me blood and sand. Huh. Charlie's brow flies upward. Didn't expect you to know that one. Oscar takes a small sip. Sweet, well-balanced, well-made. And why is that? Charlie blinks. 'Cause you usually shoot straight liquor and get canned as fast as possible? Oh. Oscar's cheeks burn. He hides them behind the glass. Well, I also like cocktails. Good to know. Charlie eyes him. In their periphery, they both notice the single woman stand and start walking toward the exit. Have a good night, Suzanne. Charlie beams, and she waves back politely before pushing through the door. Oscar watches the door close behind her. Mercy, do you know everyone by name? Charlie chuckles, returning to his stack of glasses with a fresh washcloth. It's my job, ain't it? Oscar takes another sip. I suppose. If I'm being honest, though, he says like he's sharing a secret. I'm pitiful at it on entertainment days. Oscar nods, looking around the now emptier bar. The difference is rather staggering. Hey! Charlie flicks the washcloth in Oscar's direction. Not that staggering. Finley and Dow's is doing pretty well for itself, I'll have you know. They both survey the nearly vacant room. Okay, a little staggering, Charlie huffs. It's grinding on my every last gear, to be honest with you. I'm starting to worry that people think Slim is prettier than me. Oscar once again tries to hide his face behind his drink. Wow, I saw that, you know. Charlie points a glass at him. I thought we were friends. Oscar clears his throat, setting down his cocktail. Now, hold on. I never said anything about friends. There's a subtle flicker of something across Charlie's eyes, one that Charlie tries to cover up quickly with a smirk. Damn, you're breaking up with me already? It ain't even been an hour. But Oscar saw it. He saw the flicker. For just an instant, it looked an awful lot like hurt. And after everything, Oscar isn't keen on hurting the man. Oscar scrambles to try again. I only meant that, well, we don't really know each other, do we? The flicker of hurt is still there, fading in and out of gaze. Charlie shrugs over it. Huh, guess that's true. You'd have to... Oscar stumbles, only half confident about the words coming out of his mouth. Get to know me first, before we can be friends. Charlie's face lights up, and all trace of hurt is gone in a flash. That, my soon-to-be friend, is something I do very well. Oscar actually feels himself go slack with relief. Mercy. So, what'd you do for a living, Oscar? Shit. Well, this was a fucking terrible idea, wasn't it? Is he really going to admit that he's a priest to a man who's seen him fumbling like a fool, drunk off his ass? What was he even thinking, coming to the bar tonight? Who knows what Charlie will really think of him after he learns that Oscar's... Who knows what Charlie will say about him? Bar owners are a gossipy lot, and... Oscar shakes his head, forcing himself to breathe. He's making assumptions again. Just stereotyped assumptions, like the ones he's been wrong about before. He takes another small scan of the room. The remaining couple by the stage are too engaged with each other to bother listening to a conversation across the bar, so no one will really hear him but Charlie. Charlie, who seems sincerely interested in Oscar's answer. And Oscar is trying to make an ally. Trying to find someone to trust. Trying to trust in Charlie. Lord help him. I'm a priest, Oscar says resolutely, taking another sip of his drink. Charlie falters, his glass slipping right out of his hands. He scrabbles with it mid-air for a second before finally snatching it from zero gravity and slamming it down on the counter. Then he gives Oscar a long, deer-in-headlights stare as he whispers, Exactly how many times did I say Jesus fucking Christ in front of you? Oscar watches Charlie pale like he's been caught half naked and ass up, and Oscar feels himself almost start to smile. There's that lightning feeling of risk in his veins again, and Oscar can't believe he forgot how much he enjoyed this. He thinks this night might turn out to be very fun, actually. Well, Charlie? He sips his drink again. I'm afraid I've lost count. Shit. Charlie covers his face with his hands, and Oscar bites down on his wayward lip. Oh, hell, am I even allowed to swear in front of you? Charlie slaps a palm over his mouth. Wait, is hell a swear word? Oscar waves his hand placatingly before the man spirals out of control. Charlie, a priest is not a cop. I'm not here to police your language in your own bar. Charlie shrugs, returning to his chore. Yeah, but it probably bugs you, right? Oscar blinks. Does it bug him? Yes, it does. Charlie cares that it bugs him? Oscar clutches his cocktail a little closer to him. I suppose the ones related to God do, Aye, my fault. Charlie nods, stacking the dry glasses. I'll try to keep my swearing secular. Oscar blinks again. That was really considerate of him. Well, Oscar coughs, taking another sip of his drink. Thank you. No problem. Charlie holds up a glass to the light to inspect it for specks. So, what's it like, being a priest? Oh, Oscar stumbles. What an interesting question. Very gratifying. Yeah? Aye. Oscar runs a thumb through the condensation on the glass. I find much personal fulfillment in more altruistic duties of priesthood. Charlie lifts an eyebrow. What, you run a soup kitchen or something? Oscar sits a little taller. I do. Huh. Charlie finishes with the glasses, and he moves on to wiping the counter. Good on you, father. Oh, no. Oscar shakes his head quickly, his gaze darting to the couple by the stage. Just Oscar, please. Charlie pauses, following his gaze. Sure. Good on ya, Oscar. Aye. Oscar's shoulders drop an inch. As much as I like to pretend to be charitable. Charlie continues easily, much to Oscar's favor. Can't say I'll be passing out free drinks to the parish anytime soon. No need. They would likely be. Oscar swirls his blood in sand, trying not to look too guilty. Unhelpful. Charlie snickers. Yeah, for them and me both. Oscar takes another sip, watching Charlie diligently clean the entire counter. Very thorough, he is. I assume you didn't go up religious? Charlie gives him a knowing smile. What gave it away? Call it a hunch. Sunk it in one, Oscar. Charlie wrings out the rag in the sink behind him. I liked to sleep in on Sundays as a kid. But he slides up to the counter again, leaning on it easily. I think it'd be good to have me a priest friend. Oh? Oscar hums. And why is that? He never had one. Charlie shoots him with a finger gun. Oscar looks down to his chest where Charlie shot him, and then he gives Charlie a confused frown. Huh. Charlie frowns too. What's that look for? Oscar shakes his head. I'm not sure what you're implying. Come on. You know what I mean. It's good to have a variety in your friendships. Charlie nudges Oscar with his elbow again. It's like eating your greens, you know? Oscar squints. Your greens? Yeah! Charlie gestures aimlessly. It helps you round out your diet, try new things, expand your palate. Oscar, against all odds, finds himself mildly amused. So, I'm like broccoli to you. Charlie snaps his fingers. That's a real apt comparison, actually. Is it? Yeah, Charlie grins. I can't fucking stand broccoli, but I think if I try it enough times, I might come around to it eventually. Oscar stares at him for a long moment, watching Charlie stare back with that wide smile. And then, to Oscar's shock and surprise, Oscar snorts. Well, fuck me sideways. Charlie's jaw drops as Oscar dissolves into laughter. Did I just make you laugh? A priest even allowed to do that? I do laugh occasionally. Oscar tries to smother his laughter, but it just makes him snort again. Then, with that hint of fun, he adds, when the jokes are funny, that is. Charlie stops, an unbridled delight glowing just behind his offended expression. What? I've been funny this entire time. Did you think the leprechaun one was a winner? Charlie dramatically throws himself onto the counter in shame, covering his head with his hands. Fuck. I thought you'd forgotten about that by now. It was notably bad, Oscar tisks. Charlie peers at him from beneath his hands. Please tell me you were too plastered to remember any others. Oscar gives Charlie the best shrewd grin. It's a sin to tell a lie, my friend. Charlie finally cracks, laughing and beating his fist on the counter, and Oscar can't help but join him. Oscar feels bubbly. Charlie eventually straightens up to scrub his face. I can't believe you've been holding out on me this entire time. To be fair, Oscar wipes his eyes again. Bar owners are very much like broccoli to me as well. A tale of friendship found in unexpected places, Charlie announces loudly like he's voicing a film narration. Two unlikely partners, a gripping adventure where enemies turn to lovers, an epic legend coming this summer. Mercy. Oscar's smile is making his cheeks start to hurt. Stop this, people are going to stare. Yeah, the public is gonna eat this up. Think we can charge for viewing admission? Oscar covers his cackling with his hand, and he suddenly notices that the couple by the stage have begun to stare. They watch surreptitiously, averting their gaze quickly when spotted. They might recognize Oscar. They might have seen him in a cassock before. They might have seen him in every stage of drunk at this bar. But, as Oscar doubles over at the sight of Charlie losing himself in laughter, he finds that tonight, he doesn't actually care much at all. Mercy, you did not. Hand over my heart I did. You paid for the bar and chores. I mean, after a heavy down payment of certified US currency, but yeah. Charlie pops open a fresh beer and then sits back down on his stool. Turns out Mr. Dancy actually preferred free general house maintenance to a monthly check, so... Oscar tuts in disbelief. So, what? You wash dishes for the equivalent of a mortgage every month. Wash dishes, built furniture, mowed lawns, scrubbed toilets. Charlie lists on his fingers. Ah, shit, I even pretended to be his youngest daughter's date for a senior prom. No, Oscar gasps. Believe it. Her pops was so scared about her going alone, he told me I'd cover a whole month if I could bring her home safely before 10. Heavens. Oscar giggles behind his palm. And how was that? Charlie groans, dragging his hand down his entire face. I wish I had just paid the mortgage. Oscar nearly howls. She was not impressed with you, was she? Neither was her brother, Charlie whines, spinning himself around on his stool so he can lean back on the counter. I don't think I've ever felt so awkward in my life. That's bad, Oscar chuckles, sipping on his beer. I do not envy you. Charlie huffs. Yeah, I appreciate the commiseration. Oscar breathes deeply, trying to still his shoulders. Well, got you here. A mortgage-free bar that's profitably busy a few days of the week. Charlie smirks, toasting his beer bottle. Oscar toasts as well. I just can't believe you let Mr. Finley get away with doing none of the work. Charlie's face scrunches in confusion. What? Oh, Oscar stutters in equal confusion. You mentioned you did all the chores. He looks toward the sign on the door. Why didn't your bartender help out when... He's not Finley, Charlie says sharply. Oscar turns at the shift in tone. Immediately whipping his head back around, Oscar catches the tail end of the eerily flat expression on Charlie's face before the man plasters a strained smile on his lips. Man, it's actually kind of funny how often people say that to us. Charlie looks off in some vague direction. Johnny says that he gets called Mr. Finley at least a dozen times a week. Anyways, John's last name is Doe. No, I don't think it's a joke, I've asked. Oscar looks at him for a moment. Charlie seems to be slipping back into his easygoing demeanor, unhurriedly drinking his beer, but Oscar is sure of what he saw, of what he's been seeing, of what Charlie probably saw in Oscar the last time they sat together at the bar. Who is Finley, then? Oscar asks quietly. Charlie opens his mouth to speak, clearly about to rattle off something he said 100 times by now, but the second he catches Oscar's eye, he stops. He shuts his mouth slowly, his eyes looking all over Oscar's serious expression. Then he turns to his beer, running his thumb over the label. With hardly any breath, Charlie says, That's Noel's last name. Oscar feels the gravity in the empty bar grow heavier. The weight of it all tugs on his shoulders. By the look of Charlie's posture, he must feel it too. Noel mustn't have bought the bar with you. Oscar meant to ask the question, but it comes out as a statement. Cheap bastard. Charlie's tight smile appears again. He was gone before then. Flighty bastard, too. The bar is his memorial. Charlie's grin is manic as he looks toward the ceiling. He could stand to send a few more blessings down here every now and then. You hear me up there, you sly dog? Charlie gives an exaggerated eye roll over to Oscar. They must get caught up with the eternal bliss, huh? Charlie. Oscar says his voice in much harsher than he intended. Charlie flinches, but his expression remains frozen mid-grin. It doesn't. Oscar starts again, more hesitantly this time. It doesn't have to be funny. Charlie stares at him for a minute, his grin withering away slowly. Something cold and vulnerable starts to cloud his eyes. Don't it? Oscar's stomach twists with an ease at the sight of pure agony that starts to creep over Charlie's face as he says, 'Cause it's real fucking bleak otherwise. Oscar finds no retort. Charlie's lips flatten, and he turns to look out into the middle distance again. He takes another swig from his beer and says, I told you, Oscar, I don't handle this shit any better than you do. But we manage somehow, don't we? Oscar looks down toward his own bottle. His first thought, Lord forgive him, is that he isn't nearly drunk enough to have this conversation. But isn't that the point? Maybe. Oscar begins softly, his voice rough. We could help each other. Charlie quirks an eyebrow at him. Maybe. Oscar meets his gaze. We could help each other handle our shit. Charlie blinks a few times, looking Oscar up and down. Then he cracks the smallest smile and says, You gotta admit, it's a bit of a blind leading the blind situation, no? Oscar rolls his eyes. Charlie. His smile broadens. I can teach you my best jokes if you want. I got some killer knock-knocks. Charlie. Oscar downright hisses. Take this seriously. I can't. Charlie chuckles madly. I'm doing what keeps me afloat, Oscar, same as you. Don't you want to be more than some accidentious? Oscar huffs. Don't you want to live without the constant threat of coming apart at the drop of a hat? Charlie stops laughing abruptly, all the sounds in the bar dying at once. It's almost haunting. Then Charlie eyes the empty inside of his beer bottle and purses his lips, whispering, You really think that's in the cards for either of us at this point? Aye. Oscar peers into the empty inside of his bottle as well. We have to hope that it is, don't we? When Oscar looks back up, Charlie is watching him with wide, ruthful eyes. Oscar finishes. Because it would be really fucking bleak if it wasn't. Charlie looks to his beer, then to Oscar's, and then he seems to come to a decision. Charlie grabs both of the bottles and walks them over to the bins behind the counter, tossing them in with 2 short clunks. When he sits back down on his stool, he has a firm resolve in his eye. Let's make a deal, Charlie says intensely. Oscar sucks in a breath. Name it. You call me out on my bullshit, Charlie points. And I'll call you out on yours? Oscar feels himself starting to smile, a warm hope spreading through him. No fucking sugarcoating either. Charlie's voice is hard. Honesty. Plain and simple. Aye, Oscar replies immediately. I can do that. All right. Charlie offers his hand for a shake. Deal. Oscar almost laughs at the formality, but he shakes the man's hand. It's a deal then. Oscar has an ally. Well, you called me out. Charlie takes a deep breath. So, what now? What now indeed? Oscar wasn't sure he was going to get this far tonight, but they're allies now, and Charlie is asking for help. So Oscar will give it. Oscar takes another look at the bar logo near the entrance. Tell me more about the bar's name? Oscar turns gaze back to Charlie and narrows his eyes. And take it seriously. Charlie grimaces, running his fingers through his graying, styled hair. He sighs, buzzing his lips, and then he begins. All right, well, Noel came up with that one. When? In... Charlie scratches his chin with another grimace. When we were in the trenches. Oscar's eyes widen. You served in the war. We both did. Got drafted together when we both hit 18 in the same month. He shrugs like he's shooing away bad memories. Anyways, at first I thought it was just one of those nice little ideas, you know? Something to keep our minds off the barrel of laughs that was right outside our door. Charlie catches the daggers that Oscar glares at him, and then he tugs on his shirt awkwardly. Sorry. To keep our minds off, the war. He swallows. He talked for hours down in the trenches, making these elaborate future plans about our little bar, about how we'd set up shop and take New York City by storm. Charlie's eyes glisten with nostalgia. And I just play along, not really knowing shit about shit, but it made him happy to see him so excited, so animated despite it all. And well, again, certainly beat. He swallows again. War? Oscar nods along. So, when you finally made it back to America? Got a job working for Mr. Dancy and told him I was gonna buy the place from him one day. Charlie gives a brittle smile. Had no fucking clue if I could ever actually pull it off, but first thing I did. Oscar hums, returning the smile. Thank you for telling me. Charlie's breath hitches slightly, but he nods. Well, your turn, friend. Oscar's mouth goes dry. What? Hey, this shit goes both ways, don't it? Charlie gestures between the two of them. I ain't gonna be the only one spilling my guts tonight. Oh. Oscar fiddles with the end of his sleeve. This is it. This is the point. Alright, you wanna tell me about the arm? No. Oscar says curtly, surprising them both. He'd embarrassedly tucked the loose fabric behind him. No, I think... Charlie raises his palms. All right. We'll get to that another time. Oscar's face heats, and he ducks his chin into his chest. He's not ready for that. He's made a lot of strides today, but that won't be one of them. Start smaller, then. Charlie looks up, thinking. You want to tell me how you met Alexander? Okay. Oscar breathes far more easily. He lets out a slow exhale, and then he nods. I can do that. Let's hear it. Oscar steadies himself. I grew up with him in foster care for a few years, back when we were teens. It was run by a local Catholic church. Ah, this was Scotland? Aye. I was put in young, and he was put in later. We were... Oscar feels the corners of his mouth wobble. We were instant friends. Charlie's brow creases slightly, but he gestures for Oscar to keep going. So, Oscar does. He was much more rambunctious than I, though I'd be a liar if I said I didn't enable him. We caused a bit of trouble in our day, but we were happy together. Oscar feels his face melting into a fond remembrance. Charlie watches his mouth intently. And what was he like? Outgoing, charming. Oscar looked reverently towards the stage, towards the piano. Exceptionally musical. Charlie hums, running his fingers over his lips thoughtfully. Sounds like quite the guy. Oscar nods in agreement, noticing the far-off gaze in Charlie's eye. And no? Oscar asked gently. What was he like? Charlie blinks, and then he breaks into a bashful smile. Quite the guy, too. Oh, he was funny. That... Oscar chuckles. That makes sense, suddenly. Charlie chuckles, too. Sure does. The two men give another short laugh before they both look toward their laps. They're left in a small silence without the empty bar, one that feels full of motion, whirling, and sweet memories. Oscar keeps expecting the atmosphere to turn awkward and strained, but it's nice. It's nice to be able to share a moment of quiet memorial for long-lost friends. To be able to share that with a new friend. It's relieving. You know, Charlie thumbs the bottom button of his cuff on his sleeve, his expression turning pinched. I feel like... Well, he bites his lip. I'm going out on a limb here. There's uncertainty in Charlie's voice, but Oscar finds that it doesn't make him nervous. It's this warm, open space that they shared tonight. Oscar finds that he's more curious than afraid of whatever Charlie has to say. What is it? Charlie meets his eyes, then he looks away. Nah, never mind. Oscar huffs at him. Tell me. I don't... Charlie. Oscar chides. We're friends, remember? Charlie gives him a hesitant smile, one that vanishes immediately, replaced by a look of unmistakable, quiet terror. And suddenly, Oscar feels far more afraid than curious. Almost too softly to hear, Charlie says, I got a feeling, Oscar. He pauses, bringing Oscar to the edge of a seat. I got a feeling that you felt the same way about Alexander as I did about No. Oscar's body goes cold. He stares, his face frozen, but his eyes constantly darting between both of Charlie's. He feels his blood stir with panic. He feels his feet eager to move, to leave, to deny everything and save himself from being known. But Charlie just stares back, looking for all the world like a man who's leapt from a height with the hope that someone would catch him before he hit the ground. With the hope that Oscar would catch him before he hit the ground. And God above, Oscar can. Aye, Oscar admits, barely audible. I have the same feeling. Charlie studies him for just a second longer, and then he gives Oscar a smile. Not a sly smirk, not a shit-eating grin, not a coy tilt of the lips. A genuine, earnest smile. One that says, I knew you would catch me. Well, friend. Charlie pats his knees, moving to stand. Bar was supposed to close 30 minutes ago. Oh, Oscar bleeps repeatedly, still feeling his heart hammering away. Sorry, I didn't mean to overstay. Hey, none of that. Charlie points at him with a stern finger. It's my bar. I close it when I want to. Ah. Oscar rushes to stand, too. Aye. And, well, Charlie walks behind the counter toward the register. It's getting late. Early, rather. And I gotta be back here tomorrow. And truth be told, he opens the register and starts organizing the money. I think I've had enough therapy for tonight. Wouldn't you agree, Shrink? Oscar chuckles, scratching his neck. I think I'd agree. Charlie stops mid-count, and he gives Oscar another bashful look. We should do this again sometime. You mean talk for 5 hours in an empty bar? Oscar titters. Nah, Charlie winks. I mean, you pay me money for alcohol. Keeps my business going. Oscar glowers at him, making sure Charlie knows that his joke does not land. Ah, fuck. Charlie hangs his head. It's gonna be like this from now on, ain't it? Oscar nods primly. Aye, it will. Charlie grumbles to his change, but he buckles almost immediately. I do appreciate you talking with me, Oscar. He flips the quarter through his fingers. I really do. Likewise, Oscar says honestly. They share a look again, one that finds itself a home directly in Oscar's heart. Thank you, Charlie. Get yourself home safe, you hear? Charlie gives an endearingly clumsy wave. Oscar returns the same. You as well. And then Oscar heads toward the exit, giving one smile to his new ally, his new friend, before pushing through the doors.
Oh my god.
I love them so dearly.
Oh my gosh. I also love them so much. Okay, when Sasha said a long time ago that, yeah, I'm being shaken, Sammy, I feel it. When Sasha said a long time ago that she felt like she wasn't like a holy ghoster before this chapter, bro, I was not a holy ghoster before this chapter. Genuinely, this chapter changed me, and it took a long time too. But let's before we get into that, let's do a little fan art. Let's do a little fan art. Let's see what's going on in the fan art space. I'm already seeing some clownfish. I always love to see clownfish. Okay, we got Nesty. We got clownfish. I'm seeing. Hold on, am I on the wrong one? What chapter are we on right now? 25? We're on chapter. Yeah, we're on 25. Okay, sorry, I was on the wrong one. Okay, just kidding. Clownfish, Hollow, Raph, and Marix. Oh my gosh, so many. So many this time. This is great. Oh, these are so lovely. Oscar. Okay. Y'all. So we're on 25. Okay, good. Oh my goodness, look at these. These are so great to see again. I love them. Okay. I want to tell you all what was not in this chapter on the first draft. Here we go. What was not on the chapter in this first draft? I did not have much banter between Oscar and Charlie. So Oscar didn't make like the leprechaun joke. Oscar didn't do the surprise me. Oscar didn't do a few of the things when they're talking about the bar and how Charlie acquired it. Oscar did not have the defining himself without a drink part. He did not have, what else was in here? He did not have, I thought there was one more, maybe. What I'm trying to say is
Girl, what did the chapter have? That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Yes. I'm trying to say anything that would endear you to Oscar, I did not have in chapter 1. Because at this point in time, I was still writing Oscar so aimlessly. I still had no idea who he really was. I still didn't know what his voice sounded like. I still didn't know anything beyond like his anger arc, and even that wasn't fleshed out. And I didn't know anything beyond his reservations for meeting this bar owner. And this chapter was just so. Every time that I read through it, my first thought was, why would anyone care about this? Like, why would anyone care about their relationship? Why would anyone care about Oscar? Like, there's nothing here that connects me to either of them. And I actually had to finish like the second round of this fic plus additional editing before I truly found what needed to be in this chapter. And I finally found like the dynamic between the two of them. And that dynamic is, of course, this sort of ability to go from really playful banter where they poke fun at each other in ways that Charlie really doesn't get from other people, to just the dead seriousness of calling each other out on their bullshit, holding each other accountable for what they're saying, and understanding that the other person will understand them no matter what they say. Oh my gosh. So when I finally figured out all of that and I read through the chapter again, I was like, I've done it. I'm a Holy Ghoster now. I made it. I can't believe it. I can't believe that I love these characters. I never thought that I would get here. I really thought that up until the end of this fic, I was just going to be a Jarther stan, and I was just going to love Marie and Charlie, and I was just going to tolerate the Holy Ghost ship the whole time. But then finally, when it all pieced together, I would die for these men. I would die for them.
They're
They
so
are
cute.
they're so important to me now. They're so important to me. I love them so much. I'm so glad that I found Charlie somewhere in here. It was really funny because I wrote in my notes, the one thing that kept me going is that I cared so much about Charlie that I figured I could make Oscar care about him too out of sheer will. So, oh my goodness. Thank goodness I did because this chapter it just warms my whole heart, especially to get this chapter after we came off of the previous one, after we came off with what is the bedrock of this entire fic, to have this budding hope and this sentimentality and this vulnerability and this joy, this actual joy happen. Oh my goodness, what a fucking balm to my goddamn soul. Sammy says, written so good, made the Arthur goes, damn, changes brain chemistry. Yeah, exactly. Thank God. I needed this in my life. Okay, a lot of really, really fun, like, reader interactions happens with this one. A long time ago, in like week 4, when we first see Charlie introduced, Spade was actually posing many questions and predictions, which was so exciting to see. And Spade had posed the question of, what do you think would be better? Would it be better if Noel died before the war? Oh, sorry, no, not Noel died. Would it be better if the bar was conceived as an idea before the war or after the war? And Spade was like rattling off all of these like dynamics of how they would present. And I was like, oh, you sweet summer child. You haven't considered during and used as a coping skill to make it through war, which is so much more painful. And I just love that so much. So it took me, what are we on, 26, 25? It took me 25 weeks to finally make it here and then go back to Spade and be like, do you remember all that time ago when you said this? Well, look, it's finally paying off. Do you remember that at all? It was so fun. But oh my goodness, conceiving of the bar during the war while they were in the trenches, just Noel trying to keep both of them happy and keep both of them sane despite everything that was going around them. Absolutely brutal. I love that so much. And it's so raw in this chapter that we're so unprepared for it. And so clearly so is Charlie, but it just the vulnerability is just so touching. And I love it so much. Bex, I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember the snippet that I sent you for this week?
No.
Okay, I sent you the snippet, surprise me.
Oh, I cooked this week. I cooked.
Yep, I sent just those 2 words, surprise me. And Marix is like, I think that's going to be Oscar at the bar taunting Charlie a little bit to surprise him with a drink. And I was like, well, fuck me. Okay.
That was a good week. That was a good
Interesting.
week for profit.
Yeah, that was also guessed within a matter of seconds. And I was literally at work and I dropped my phone on my table and my coworker was like, you good? And I'm like, nah, bro. Nah, bro. She's just gonna know everything in the rest of this fic from now on. No. That was insane. That was
I think
crazy.
that's one of my proudest things I've called. The other one, there's one other one in the same kind of vibe that I called, and then there's the big one, which I'm glad.
I'm excited to get to that one when we get there. I'm excited. Oh, here, I've reached the part of my notes that I was missing. The little section about Oscar enjoying the feeling of a bit of a dare. That was also something that was not in the first draft of this chapter. And when I put it in there, I was like, oh, I have absolutely no grounds for this to stand on. I have never written him anything about him enjoying a little dare before. So I had to, of course, go back and rewrite a bunch of things in Oscar's flashbacks during chapter 5, where he talks about like daring Alexander to do things in the woods so that they could use it as an excuse to get close to each other, and that feeling of like being dared to do something and the exhilaration of that. So I had to go back and add all that. Oh my God, bro. And there were things I had to go back and add because I was discovering who Oscar was as I wrote him. But I think that's cute. I think that that gives Oscar just a little bit of whimsy to be a person that's like still attached to this feeling of like a truth or dare kind of thing. I like that for him. And additionally, this defining himself without a drink. This was also a really last minute addition. But I really think that this like helps me and helps the reader understand this incredible change of heart that he has. Because before, I mean, I was literally reading through it and being like, why is Oscar bothering? He hates this man. Why would he care? Even though Marie told him to come here, like, why would he be personally invested? And so this feeling of defining himself feels like such a monumental pivot now that makes the rest of his like far more lax attitude and far more jokey attitude feel like an effort, but an easy one. Feel like one that he is going to comfortably sit into because he wants to be himself again. He wants to be a person that he's proud of and is attached to all of these moments in his life that bring him a lot of joy. And he wants to do that with Charlie. And that is also so special to me now. I'm so happy that I kept editing. That's what I'm saying, people. Keep editing. Eventually you'll find something and it won't be terrible, even though it will be terrible for a while. Eventually it won't be. Okay, let's see what else I got. Oh yeah, then I never said anything but about friends. I feel like that's a telling line for Oscar, that he still reflexively has just a little bit of reservation. He still reflexively is like, whoa, okay, hold on, let's not take this too fast. You're still really annoying to me. But then of course when he sees that like he does hurt Charlie and he doesn't want to hurt Charlie, I feel like that allows him to be even more vulnerable, even more sympathetic, knowing that he has the ability to hurt Charlie now, and he decides that he doesn't want to do that. Okay, let's see. One of these bullet points says, I guess I'm saying so much good about this chapter because you guys really have no idea how fucking bad it was for the longest time. It feels like a win. Yeah. I need a pat on the back for this one. This was a journey for me. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, this was really interesting. The scene where Charlie and Oscar are like a few drinks deep and they're just like shooting the shit. I did not know what I was going to have them talk about for the longest time because I needed something like relatively like innocuous. Originally, I was going to have them gossip about John. I was going to have Charlie tell the story of what it was like meeting John for the first time.
No,
And
no, they
Oscar
don't get to
being
talk
like,
about John behind his back.
exactly. Yeah, that's why I had to scrap it. Yeah, I did
Thank
have to scrap
goodness.
it. Yeah, no, I wanted to like make it like something funny that they could laugh about, but about like a person that they have common ground on. But also like, Oscar would feel really uncomfortable with that, with
Mm.
how he feels about John currently. And then
Yeah.
also,
And also,
yeah,
that's
no,
mean. Don't do that to
yeah,
my
also like,
boy.
yeah, like don't make fun of John that way.
And
So
Charlie loves John. Like,
he does. He does. Yeah, he absolutely does. Do you see why the first draft of this fic sucked ass? Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's
uh,
terrible. It's horrible. So I did go back and change it, and now he's just doing chores to pay off the bar. And I think that that's pretty funny and mostly innocuous. And then also just re-solidifies that feeling that Charlie has where he enjoys doing work for older people. He enjoys helping older people. And I mean, it's pretty nice for him that he doesn't have to pay real US currency anymore and he can just do the chores. But he also like takes a lot of pride in being able to physically help another person. And I think that's just true to his nature. And I really love that for him. Also, Inky brought this up. How old was Charlie when he took Mr. Dancy's daughter to the prom? Uncomfortably old is the answer. Because if we think that they served in the war, I don't have an exact amount of how many years they were in the war. I don't know. They got there early. I don't know how long they were there. But then Charlie also worked at the bar for a long time before he bought it. So I would say probably between late 20s and early 30s is how old, maybe even mid 30s, depending, is how old Charlie was when he took this high schooler to her senior prom. Oh dear God, that's horrible. No wonder it was so awkward. And it makes me wonder, like, would I do that to get out of paying a rent check for a month? And I think the answer is no. Soup says he's just a chaperone at that point. Yeah, man. A chaperone who's got to dance with her. Oh, God.
Oh, no. And you told me that he can't.
And Charlie cannot dance.
But he thinks he can. Oh, that's the worst.
So it's just this, like, incongruently old guy getting jiggy on the dance floor and no one is having it.
Oh, no. Worst fate. Oh.
Terrible. So embarrassing, yeah. Raph says it was the 30s. They were probably the most normal couple. Sammy says it's all about confidence with dancing.
That's what Charlie would say. Hey, look, Oscar, it's all about the confidence, okay? Look, check this out. No. No.
No.
Please stop.
Inky
Please,
said,
oh
God,
God.
did they even know each other?
I'm getting secondhand
beforehand?
embarrassment, Charlie, and there's not even anyone else in the bar. Oh God.
Inky said, did they even know each other beforehand? Just a middle-aged stranger taking you to prom? I think that because of the number of times that Charlie had been over to Mr. Dancy's house to help out with all of the chores, there's no way he could have not, at least known about his daughter. They probably met quite a few times before. Like at that point, Charlie was fairly close to a family member. He worked with Mr. Dancy for so long. Then he became kind of like his protege. And then he wanted to buy the bar from him. And then he started doing all the chores. So they had been in each other's lives for a little while. So he probably did know her. But was anyone happy about it? Only Mr. Dancy. Soup says, even worse, your dad's work friend taking you to prom. Terrible. Oh, terrible. Absolutely awful. So, oh man, I just love shoving things like that into Charlie's life. I think he deserves them. You know what I mean? I think he deserves them.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, okay, let's talk about the word exitentesiast.
Okay, I don't think I did it.
That's okay. You can just blame it on like the Scottish accent,
Yeah.
That's how the Scottish
it was definitely
a
Scottish accent. Definitely wasn't me not knowing and forgetting how to pronounce it.
Definitely.
Exitentesiast, is that it?
That's right.
Exitentesiast. How did I say it?
I think
Exitentiest? I probably said that.
Yeah.
Ugh, God. Fuck the English language.
It wasn't you who said it. Oscar said it.
You're right. Oscar, get in here. What?
Yeah, get in
You messed it up. What? Look, that's a hard word.
It's a hard word. Have some compassion. Yeah. So anyway, exitentesiast. I found this word because again, I work with old people and I need to pass out like kind of like activity schedules every once in a while when my coworkers are out. And I was making all of the like daily sheets that sometimes have like a little bit of like a fake newspaper in them, so there's something interesting to read in the morning. And it was like a vocabulary section where it was like, what do you think the word exitentesiast means? And I was just like mildly intrigued. So I looked it up. And it is, of course, like people who hide behind who hide their emotions behind a smile. And I was like, it's going in the fic. I don't know where, I don't know how, but it's going in the fic. I need to have this word. Because I am always inspired by writers who have exciting new vocabulary for me to learn. I'm looking at Plethora of Sweaters, that person in particular. Every single time I read one of their chapters of A Mess Walks into a Bar, you should go read that fic. I learn a new word and I'm so thrilled. I love it so much. I think it's so fun. So I was like, okay, I'm going to be that for everyone today. And we all are going to learn exit enthusiast, even if I have to shoehorn it in there. And honestly, the sentence is a little clunky, but I don't care because I made it fit. And
Honestly,
guess what? People said they liked learning a new word, so it worked.
I better hear my favorite word in the last chapter I'm suing.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Have I ever
Sam
told you what my
says,
favorite, like, long word is?
do you say long word?
Yeah, like, well, it's a word that not many people know about, and it's, like,
Uh,
super long and difficult to
yes.
pronounce.
Okay. I remember the definition of it, but I can't remember. It starts with an S, but I can't remember what the word is, but I do remember the definition of it.
Okay, what's the
And it's
definition? I wanna see.
the definition is to throw something off the end of a stick,
No!
specifically,
Okay, you're talking
right?
about another word. You're talking
Ah,
about, oh my god. Wait.
it's not
Spang
just
Hue.
me.
Yeah, you're talking about Spang Hue.
Yes, thank you.
Now, the one I'm
Oh,
talking about is phenomenon ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
and you have a problem with floxy-noxy-hilipification?
Yes, because I like the word phenomenon ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. I don't like the floppanappa.
Floppanappa?
Yeah,
That's
Inky,
funny.
yeah. Dude, you don't know how excited I was because I loved this word before I went to college. I didn't go to college long. I don't like the floppanappa. I didn't go to college long. I wanted to be a nurse. It didn't work out. I don't have what I need for it. I'm not motivated enough and I gave up. But it's okay.
For the best
But one
nursing
of the
behavior.
first things that they talked about in one class, they were talking about like different uh diseases or whatever. And then they pulled up that word and they were like, "Can someone tell me what this is?" And I'm like, I know. Phenomenon ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis is.
What is it? What is it?
It's like it's when you get like a lung like breathing disease or whatever from volcanic ash.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's so cool. I love it.
Wow. Okay. I like that. Inky said it was a disease. I didn't know what disease it was.
Yeah, it's
From
a
volcanic ash. Interesting.
lung disease
Volcanic
caused by
ash.
inhalation of crystalline silica dust.
Wow. That's crazy. Okay, I like it. I like it. Rad says, yes, we are getting $5 words in this horror podcast fanfic sequel. That's what I'm here to provide. That's so funny. All right, well, I'll try to remember that one. I've already forgotten it. Let's move on. I think that the only thing left that I wanted to say was I'm just obsessed with how the boys come out to each other. I really love this kind of communication where you don't say all of the words, you only say the bare minimum of words that you need, and then everybody implies it. I like that. And I feel like that would be really crucial to the 1930s. And I was happy about that one. That one was in the original first draft. So this first draft had one good thing, and that was it. Okay. Oh, Inky says, I think it's common in horses because they work at sites hauling stuff. Ah, makes sense. Because Mads was asking in what situation would these characters be breathing in volcanic ash?
We'll find out in the last chapter because there's no way Hauntie would disappoint me by not including my favorite word. No, I'm kidding.
For not by including the favorite word that I just learned today, 30 seconds ago.
You better get
Hilarious.
started. Speaking
I know,
of,
I
check
guess.
your messages, Haunts.
Check my messages.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ooh, ooh. Okay. Suspicions. You're saying suspicions about...
Look
What are we
above
suspicious about?
the photo.
Look above the photo. I got nothing above the photo. I'm so sorry to tell you this.
You don't see the photo?
I see the photo. I don't see anything above the photo.
Read the summary.
Okay, previously unwilling to let suspicions, but not confirmations. Relationship to Arthur. Well, what am I seeing? What am I
Okay,
seeing?
look, it says suspicious. It's supposed to say suspicions.
God, for freaking third.
I tried to do it secretly, Hauntie, but you...
Please. God. Okay, just hold on. Just give me like a minute. Just give me like everybody. Just start a chat in the comments.
You remember how I said that sometimes I have to tell Hauntie when...
Just everybody talk amongst yourselves just for a little bit. Check out all that fan art that's going on probably.
Oh, let me put that back up. Hold on, I got you. What are we on? 25? There we go.
Easy peasy. Dunzo. Nothing different.
Nothing to see here for sure. We're fine.
Nothing's changed. Nothing to see here, baby.
Let me refresh for no reason in particular.
We are so ready for the next chapter. We're ready to do it. We are ready. Okay.
All right. Let's go.
All right, take it away. I'm going on mute.
Previously on To Live Two Lives. Daniel has suspicions, but not confirmations, on Oscar's relationship to Arthur. Content warnings, discussions of alcoholism. Daniel. Daniel knocks firmly on the door, the one with a brightly colored wreath, and he takes a step back. It's been a rather long week since he's visited this old house. Perhaps he shouldn't mention how long it's been when he greets her. He hears small, slow footsteps approach, and then she swings the door open. Father Daniel? Miss Pilon. He gives her a small bow. A pleasure to see you today. I wasn't expecting you, she says, narrowing her eyes as if she's still deciding on whether or not she's happy to see him. Goodness knows that he can never tell. Forgive me for not calling ahead. I just happened to be in the neighborhood, and I thought it was rude not to say hello. Well, she considers him, and then she considers the street behind him. He appears to pass some sort of test. Do come in, won't you? She opens the door wider, and he steps through. Much obliged, Miss Pilon. Very kind of you to offer. We are a community, are we not, Father? Very true. The door latches behind him. Well, then. Miss Pilon gestures for him to follow her as she exits to the left. Daniel finds himself squinting painfully against the brightness of the yellow-painted room, a reminder of one of the many reasons why he hasn't visited in a while. How anyone could stand to be blinded in their own home is a mystery to him. He gladly walks away from the brightness of the foyer, only to be reminded that the kitchen that he enters is also yellow. Have a seat. She pulls out a chair from a white cloth table. Do you take sugar in your tea? Thank you, ma'am. He sits, feeling a bit cramped in the small room. And no, I take it black. Miss Pilon fills her kettle at the sink, seeming to struggle slightly with its weight, but she manages to fire it on the stove. As she searches for her teacup, she asks, So, how have you been doing, Father? God treats me well, Miss Pilon, he says confidently. I could have no complaints. Amen, she agrees, bringing 2 cups with tea bags to the table. And your son? Daniel holds back a sigh. He came down with a bug last week, unfortunately. I'm hoping that he's resting as we speak. Miss Pilon nods sympathetically. I'll be sure to send him my prayers. Thank you, ma'am. The kettle whistles, and Miss Pilon carries it over with both hands, pausing for a labored breath when she sets it on the table. She huffs. These old bones are not what they used to be, Father. He gives a polite chuckle as she pours them both a cup. Age catches us all. She huffs, taking her seat. Spoken just like a young man. Daniel stumbles. Miss Pilon, I'll be 65 this year. She sticks her nose up to the ceiling. You've got 20 more years before I hear a word about aging from you. Daniel huffs bewilderedly as she passes him a napkin. What an odd woman. Well, Father, shall we say grace? She joins her hands. I'll happily lead. Daniel clears his throat, crossing himself and bowing his head. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts, which we are about to receive from thy bounty, through Christ our Lord. Amen. He hears her murmur quietly over top of his prayer, though she isn't repeating the same words. He can't make out what she says, but at the end she gives a formal nod and repeats, Amen. Thank you, Father. Of course. He nods, picking up his teacup. Best to just move on. Well, I haven't yet heard how you are doing, Miss Pilon. Doing just fine. The woman pours a truly reprehensible amount of sugar into her tea. I am very fortunate for all the people in my life. God has blessed you with many loved ones. Very much so. And your son? Also well. She blows across the surface of her tea before taking a sip. He should be turning a profit any day now. Daniel sips his own tea as well. Tea bags lend a less complex flavor than loose leaf, but it's tolerable enough. I pray he will. So, she sets down her teacup in its saucer. What brings you to this neighborhood today? Truth be told, Miss Pilon. He tries to relax into the small wooden chair as much as he can. I've been trying to check up on all of our members of the parish who require home visits when they're unable to attend Mass. I was hoping to meet you and Miss Wilson today before the afternoon. Is that so? Her small eyes are sharp behind her thick glasses, a gaze which has always given Daniel the impression that she watches him suspiciously. What he's done to deserve such treatment, he'll never know. Yes, it's important to me to still keep in touch with those I see the least. He takes another sip. After all, we are a community, are we not? She says with a small frown, though Daniel assumes that she must be in agreement. The woman is a challenging read. Lightly, he asks, And kindly remind me, who is it that comes to visit you during the week? Father Oscar, she says sternly. Ah, that's right. Daniel sits forward in his chair. And how has he been treating you? Very well. Miss Pilon takes another sip of her tea. A commendable priest and person he is. It's a pleasure to have him for tea each week. Daniel keeps his face neutral. Quite. He brings all the necessary supplies for communion? Consistently. He updates you on the weekly goings-on at the church? He does. Daniel leads further forward. And he effectively relays the Sunday sermon to you each visit? Miss Pilon cuts herself off abruptly. She purses her lips, clearly considering her next words. Father Oscar and I discuss the things most pertinent to each of us during our visits. Sometimes it's the Sunday sermon, and sometimes— Does he not find time to share the sermon within your discussion? Daniel asks casually. Well— Her small eyes dart around the room. We have much to talk about, Father. Sometimes we simply run out of time for— Surely he would stay just an extra few minutes to fully complete his home visit, wouldn't he? Daniel keeps his tone level. As a commendable priest would do. He is commendable. Good grief, the woman nearly snarls at him. His suitability as a priest has no bearing on whether or not he reads every word of a sermon, Father. Daniel takes a long sip of his tea, allowing her a moment to breathe. Whether she takes it is up to her. The problem, Miss Pilon, he clinks his teacup back into its saucer, is that I worry that Father Oscar's failure to share the sermon is merely a symptom of a larger issue. Miss Pilon eyes him, suspiciously. And what do you mean by that? I fear the man is— Daniel places a sympathetic hand over his heart. Distracted. Father Daniel, I have no idea what you're referring— The drinking, Miss Pilon. Among many, many other things, of course. The woman's eyes fly wide, and she frowns in earnest. She sets down her cup slowly. Ah, yes. It is no less noticeable to me, as I'm sure it is to you. Daniel shakes his head sadly. And it affects his work severely. She scrunches her lips. He hasn't mentioned the soup kitchen recently. The soup kitchen remains a serious problem, let me assure you. He huffs. The members of the parish have noticed a certain odor coming from him, not infrequently. Miss Anderson asks after Father Oscar consistently enough. Daniel is capable of putting two and two together. Additionally, ma'am, the church's supply of communion wine has needed to be refilled at a staggering rate. Miss Pilon takes a breath in, but no words follow. And now I have confirmation that Father Oscar is providing insufficient materials during his home visits. Daniel lifts his cup again to take another sip. Surely you must realize my concerns. She scoffs under her breath. Father Oscar is aware of his vices, Father Daniel. He and I discussed this recently. He's making steps towards self-improvement, I can attest. Daniel would be keen to hear what excuses Father Oscar thinks are going to help his addiction, and his proclivities. Did you know? We did, she harumphs. He's reaching out to people for support. People? Whom? Miss Pilon stammers for a moment. It's not my place to say, Father. Am I correct to assume that he's not seeking the aid of a professional specialist? Her silence is damning. He needs a friend too, father. He has a community. Daniel finishes his tea. He has never been lacking in friends. There's a difference, father, she scowls at him, between a friend who sympathizes with you and a friend who understands you. And between the 147 members of the parish, he's found no one who understands him? Daniel raises an eyebrow. I find it unlikely that he's tried, Miss Pillon. She eyes her tea as she swirls it in her cup. I cannot speak for the man, Father Daniel. No, Daniel concedes. I suppose you can't. In fact, I apologize for putting you in this position, Miss Pillon. She stares at him wearily. To be honest with you, ma'am, Daniel sighs, weighing it slightly. I fear my own personal concern for Father Oscar has begun to cloud my judgment. She hums in response. He continues to lay a heaviness into his voice. Perhaps I have seen alcohol disturb the lives of too many people in my time. It pulls on my heart to see Father Oscar following a similar path. Her gaze is undeterred. Daniel goes on. I would hope that I could make a significant difference in his life before he begins to find frequent refuge in the local bar. And what's the matter with the bar? She says incredulously. So, he is still attending. Certainly, Miss Pillon, you must agree that it's hardly a conducive environment to stop drinking. Well, her face grows redder with clear frustration. It's also a place with people who understand, father. Arthur? Is that who she's talking about? Daniel feels his fist clench. He needs to know. Understand or indulge. We all must start somewhere. By wallowing in the pits of addiction. She hisses. No one understands bedrock better than the people there with you. Bedrock. She is talking about Arthur. His fist clenched tighter. One must be pulled out of bedrock, Miss Pillon, by someone on the outside. She huffs, pushing away her teacup. Forgive me, father, but it appears that you fail to understand either. Daniel feels his jaw pop as he fights to maintain a neutral voice. Perhaps you're right, Miss Pillon. He offers a tight smile. Neither I, nor some man at a bar, could be a better judge for Father Oscar's ailments than a professional. Perhaps you don't know that man. As if he wouldn't know his own son. Daniel's blood runs hot through his fingertips. And you do, Miss Pillon. Her snippy expression falls into one of hesitance, and she quickly glances to her cluttered refrigerator. With the hundreds of things haphazardly stuck to it, there's no way Daniel could decipher what she's looking at. When she holds her gaze again, there's a subtle resignation on her face, though Daniel can't tell if she surrendered to his argument or if she has secrets to uphold. She crosses her arms with bitterness, but she says nothing further. Secrets it shall be, then. No matter. Daniel has gotten everything he was looking for already. Well, Daniel says gruffly, I believe there is no more to say on the subject. Her lips twist, but she remains silent. He stands from his seat, looking down at the woman. Furthermore, I'm afraid I must be going now. Afternoon is nearly upon us, and I have yet to meet with Miss Wilson. Miss Pillon nods her head tersely, and she stands. I'll walk you to the door, then. Thank you, ma'am, he says as he follows her out of the kitchen. And thank you for the tea. Is her only reply. And good grief, Daniel never knows what that means. No wonder the woman is a divorcee. He enters the foyer behind her, already longing to get out of the brightness of her home. She then opens the door for him and gestures outside, and he returns with a polite nod. I appreciate your hospitality today, Miss Pillon. Take care, and God bless. To you as well, father, she mutters, and Daniel steps out into the heat. He starts down the stairs before he can descend the last. He hears a quiet call behind him. Father? He turns to face her. Miss Pillon looks at him with deeply worried eyes, more emotion than he's seen in the prickly old woman before. Perhaps she's finally coming to terms with the gravity of the situation. But instead, she breathes. Never mind, father. She shakes her head slowly. Have a good afternoon. Same to you, Miss Pillon. Daniel turns away from the closing door and starts walking back toward the church. He needs to have a word with Father Oscar.
Oh man. I love how instantly people get mad. So instantly, everyone in the chat is like, oh, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. Oh my goodness. Matt says Daniel hates brightness because monsters hide from light.
Hey,
So good.
is Miss Wilson married or not?
Miss Wilson?
Yeah, the one that Daniel said that he was going to visit.
Oh, is she married?
I think the first time you said her name, you said Mrs. Wilson, and then the second one was Miss Wilson.
Oh, crap. I don't know. Irrelevant. I got no idea.
Let me just call you out for everything on this chapter specifically.
Jesus. Fan art, by the way. Nesty made some beautiful fan art. Clownfish made some beautiful fan art. Oh my goodness, I love these. So nice to see them again. It's been so long for some of these. Did I really do Mrs. Wilson?
It's like
Ms.
MRS
Wilson.
and MS.
Yeah. Who says it the first time? Also him. Shoot. Oh no. All right, let me just, everybody talk amongst yourselves. Just have a good little chat with your neighbor. Let me just
Forget about this. We don't talk about
We're gonna go with Ms. I think. That sounds good. Boom. Done. Easy. Everybody refresh. It's always been like that.
It's alright.
always
It's alright. I
been
didn't say Mrs. the first time, so we'll just pretend.
Yes. No.
It's fine. We'll say Daniel's senile and leave it at that. Oh.
Sasha says Mrs. unmarried, Mrs. is married, Ms. is widow.
Wait,
I thought
really?
Ms. was like either. Like Ms. was the third miscellaneous. I thought that's what that one was.
Oh, that'd be a good name for like a superhero or something. Like Miss Alanius. I've never heard of that. I've never heard a superhero or a villain named with that, and I want that now.
Oh, okay, it's all yours. Yeah, Ms. can be neutral. Matt says, reaction to Daniel insulting Marie is the same reaction as when Hauntie said Lily wasn't special yesterday. Yeah, basically.
Oh, dude, I got so mad. I was so mad. The audacity!
Oh no, Sammy, oh no. I know. Just go back and listen to it. You'll see I had a point to make. I had a point. I'm just saying, I had a point. I had a point. Oh, Jesus, the pitchforks are coming out. Oh no.
You've done this to yourself. What have you done?
Listen, go listen to it. You'll see. You'll see what I mean. You'll see. Okay. All right, let's talk about this chapter. Holy moly. I do remember that despite the burnout of writing, I remember being really excited to write this one because there's so much dramatic irony and there's so much suspicion and there's so much like talking around something that the characters know that they're not allowed to say. And that creates the miscommunication. And I just revel in it. Wait, Soup said Hauntie thinks just because they made up the fish, they can make such bold statements. Valid, yeah, I do think that. Sammy says shitless, Daniel and Hauntie.
Wow, wait, who's at the top? I gotta know.
Well, hey, they said Daniel first. I'm just saying. Daniel first. Oh my gosh.
Sorry for snitching, Hauntie.
Yeah, Matt, what have you done to me? What have you done? It's okay, don't worry. When everyone goes back and they listen to it, they'll be like, oh my gosh, it was like a whole thing. Yeah, that's good.
Watch me get my own Lily real quick so I can never talk to me and my daughter ever again. So I can say never talk to me and my daughter ever again. Alright, yeah.
There you go. Get yourself a Lily. You need one. All right. Okay. Speaking of miscommunications, don't worry, Sammy. I'm not angry. Don't worry. Speaking of miscommunications, I have a love-hate relationship with them. I feel many times that plot lines can be entirely ruined by miscommunications that are forced and unrealistic and specifically put into the plot just to create drama and not because they have any real justifications for them. But miscommunications that have decent justifications, I am so here for it. I love it. So consider in this fic, this is me justifying these miscommunications. Consider that Daniel cannot actually talk about Oscar's infatuation with a male pianist because he is bound by the seal of confession. He literally cannot speak a word about that. Consider that Oscar will not talk to Daniel about their confession incident because Daniel gave him a traumatic experience and blatant shame. And why would Oscar want to talk to him ever again, ever, about these personal problems of his? Consider that Marie cannot talk about Charlie because that would risk outing Charlie to a man who is incredibly wealthy and powerful and the pillar of a nearby community within the 1930s, which is really not good. Consider that Marie was just taking the word bedrock from Oscar because that's how he described his experience, and she had no idea that it came from Arthur. And consider that Arthur gets all huffy and waspish when Daniel brings up the word sin. So anytime Daniel tries to warn Arthur about Oscar in particular, Arthur won't even let him say anything anyway. So Daniel believing that Marie is talking about Arthur is something that cannot be avoided. This is the conclusion Daniel must come to, and I fucking love that. Oh my God, I love that. I love that there were no other paths allowed to be traveled. It must go this way, and it's horrible. And the fact that Daniel's right. Oh my God, it's so infuriating. It would be, so obnoxious if Daniel was trying to shoehorn in something that wasn't the truth, but he is right the whole time, and it's so obnoxious. Oh, I hate it, but I love it. Wow. Okay, let me check this chat because it's going fast. Sammy says, nah, yes, Hauntie, you get it. With this, they really just skirt around the topic because of, well, exactly what you're talking about. Tasha says it's a merry-go-round nightmare. I love it. Sammy says, not to mention being part of the Freemasons. Daniel's got connections. Oh, well, to be honest, I haven't really thought about the Freemasons in here, but that's cool. I didn't not say it, so it could be a headcanon. Raph said you can't do that. But anyway, so I love these miscommunications. I love that they lead Daniel to the right conclusion anyway, despite everyone's efforts of trying to throw him off of the trail. And I love how, like, cryptic both of them have to talk to each other. Oh, I just love that there's so much that's unsaid. No, actually, I love that there's so much that is said, but not verbally in this chapter. I love it so much. I think it's so exciting. And I just, writing for Daniel is my favorite. I've decided. I used to think it was Charlie because I think he's funny, but writing for Daniel is, I just love being one of those red string theory people that are just constantly on the chase for another pin to plug into their white string theory board, or red string theory rather. Oh, this was actually one of the few chapters that needed very little editing. Holy moly, can't believe that. Okay, let me check some more chat stuff. Oh, okay, we're talking about Freemasonry. Okay, go off, chat. I don't know anything about Freemasonry, but go for it. Okay, shout out to Nino, who predicted this chapter literally like 6 months in advance. Shout out to them. That was wild. They literally said, wouldn't it be cool if we got a Daniel and Marie chapter? And I was like, man, I thought I was gonna get y'all. Man. I was so hoping that no one would have expected it, but Nino knew. I don't know how y'all knew, but dang, it's just a hive mind around here. We're all thinking the same thing. Okay. I also love, the other thing I love about Daniel's internal monologue here is that he is kind of making good points. Like, fucking, maybe Oscar should be reaching out to a therapist. Like, maybe he should be reaching out to the members of the community that he has known for so long. Miss Anderson is right there waiting for him. Maybe he could be doing a lot of things to progress his alcoholism and also anger management in a positive way, and he's choosing not to. And that sucks that Daniel's right about that. Especially because he's being a dick about it. Oh, Sasha says, Auntie rage baiting readers with Daniel POV and having the best time. Yeah.
And it works. Can we please hang him up like a piñata? Please?
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Inky said, I mean, yeah, therapist, but it's also the 1930s, so the answer is going to be lobotomy. Honestly, can we get a lobotomy for Daniel? I think he could really use that one. Yeah, Sasha says Daniel is king of making good points in the worst way possible. Yeah, oh my God. Like, his words are true, but his vibes are rancid. You know what I mean? Like, this is awful. Why is he like this? Okay. I also just
Oh my
Daniel's
god. Daniel.
hmm.
Why doesn't Oscar reach out to the parish? Also, Daniel, when Oscar tried, you are unforgivable and going to hell.
That's so valid. Oh my God, you're so right. Oh my God, so right. That's great. Words true, vibes rancid. That's
I
what I'm
want a
saying.
t-shirt. I want a t-shirt that says words true, vibes rancid.
Anytime you need to tell someone like a really harsh truth that they're not willing to hear, you got to put on that t-shirt. I'm gonna shit you down to make you incredibly uncomfortable. Here we go. Oh my gosh. I just love that Daniel is showing his true colors here. He is incredibly manipulative. He is a manipulative piece of shit. And he's like prides himself on being a person who is finding answers. He prides himself on being a person who's like straightening out the community, who he's going to go set Oscar straight. You know, he's going to be able to fix his son. He's going to set his son straight. And he's doing it through like the slimiest way possible. And I just love that for him. I just love it. Oh my gosh. The fact that like both he and Marie clearly hate each other, but like will talk in polite formalities with each other because they have to. Like, oh, and then he just uses all of that. He's laying it on thick when he's talking about how I fear that Oscar is distracted. So he can like appeal to her emotions about
Yeah, and
the
it's not
thinking that he
working.
knows. It's
She is
not,
not
yeah.
shifting whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Marie sees through all of his bullshit immediately. I
Mm-hmm.
love that for her. I feel so sad that she's like her hands are tied at the end because she can't bring up Charlie, so she can't continue the conversation. Oh my goodness. We love we love some savior complex. Matt says, I love that in every universe, Daniel starts pissing off everybody just to eventually make everyone feel bad for him in the end. Yeah. Inky says, no wonder she's divorced. I'm gonna hit him with a brick. Yeah, he
Do
deserves it
it.
on
Do
that
it,
one.
Inky.
But he deserves it on that one.
Look,
Sammy
I'll
says, I
distract
once
Hauntie. I'll
told.
distract Hauntie. Toss it. Toss the brick.
Sammy
Hauntie, look
says, I
over
find this
here.
whole persona so common. Like, I know this man. It's wild to hear him in this manner. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is a common man. One of them straight men's. You know what I'm saying? Sasha says, I was handling everything okay. And then the divorcee comment.
Oh
Put
yeah,
me on
no, yep.
fire with rage. Yeah,
That was
that
the
one is
worst thing. See, that's
that's
what I'm
worse.
saying. Like,
Mhm.
if
That's the
God
worst.
exists and he read Daniel's thoughts, he'd be like, this
Mhm.
guy fucking sucks.
Yeah, send this guy down. Like, I think Hades has something to say to this guy. That is crazy.
Yo, this guy's vibes are rancid. I don't want
This
that.
is yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's so gross. It's so gross what he says. To just be and like, of course, Daniel looks down on divorce. Of course he does. That was not highly accepted back in the 1930s, especially not with the Catholic community. So just like every little thing that he can nitpick with this woman, he will. And oh my God, like what a low blow. God, he's disgusting. Ugh. Matt says Father Daniel passed away last week in a mysterious freak knife accident. Absolutely no one had anything to do with. Witnesses say they have no clue what happened. Sasha says, I enjoy you as a story driven character, but also infuriating. Yeah. We love a good villain. You know, we love a good villain that unites everyone. Everyone fucking hates Daniel. I guess except for Arthur. But even Arthur has his moments. You know what I mean? Inky says at least Marie still has a living kid. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Just in case, no one will go back and read the footnotes. I do have a headcanon that Marie divorced her husband, did not kill him. We're not dealing with any of that. I've already given everybody too much trauma. So I have a headcanon that she divorced her husband when they discovered that Frederick was gay. And Marie was able to talk with Father Oscar and come around to her queer son and love him unconditionally, and his father was not. And so she was like, fuck you, we're dipping. That's my own headcanon, but I never have the time to get into it later because there's too much of else going on. So if you have a headcanon that you wanna share, I would love to hear that. Build her backstory with me. Ooh, Inky says after the exorcism. Yeah, and she came to terms with it. Yeah, exactly. After she talked to Oscar and everything. That's what I think. That's what I think. And that way we don't have to deal
The
with
monster
even
possessing
more
Marie's
blood.
husband in this universe is homophobia.
Yes! Oh my god, so true. So true. So true. I love that. The last thing that I wanted to say about this one is that I gave Marix the snippet that just said, of course. And Marix was like, that's Daniel. And I'm like, okay, hold on. I'm pretending that this is a testament to my writing. And my friend, I told this to my friend, and he was like, hey, have you recently changed the passwords on all your Google Docs? 'Cause I'm suspicious activity. Okay, let me check up on the chat. Sammy says it's really telling. It's his views towards women with how he talks about Bella and Miss Pilon, and he barely tolerates Arthur's more flamboyant and open nature when he's in a better headspace. The weakness that he associates with femininity. Femininity just makes me explode. Like, absolutely. Why do you think like that, my guy? Great question. Yeah, absolutely. He definitely looks down on all femininity in general. It's pretty disgusting. Mad says something narrative foils between Marie's husband and Daniel. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Especially towards the end of this fic. Inky says Marix is getting really good at reading one word and knowing who said it. Yeah. True. Marix has read this fic enough times. You should help. Sasha says, nah, Marie married a mob boss and she had to lose the screws in her ladder so he'd fall off the roof while reshingling it. Incredible. I've changed my headcanon. I'm going with that now.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait for your fix, Sasha. I'm gonna
I'm
die.
so ready for this fic too. I'm so ready. Reshingling it. That's incredible. Oh my goodness. Okay, Merrick, let's do a little check-in. If we finish with chapter 27, I don't have that much commentary on it because it's relatively short. That'll bring us exactly up to midnight, and then tomorrow we will have exactly 13 chapters to make it through the end and all of the final commentary.
Okay.
Do you
I kind
feel
of
like you
wanna. I
want to end
wanna
at midnight?
hop right into 27 right now and see if we can maybe do 28.
I would also like to do that if it's possible.
Yeah, I think we can. We can go a little bit over. It's honestly not that big a deal.
Not that big a deal. Okay, yeah, I'm really glad you said that. I think it would be better to err on the side of caution for tomorrow, just to make sure I can actually post it on a Saturday. Okay, great. So we're on to the next one.
All right.
It's just reached noontime, and the humans have arrived home with a bountiful supply of food. What luck! As bipedal creatures, they have the evolutionary advantage of being able to use the strength of both their arms to carry the food, far more than what you and I could carry in our mouths. And further still, they've constructed tools, known as bags, to loop over their shoulders, which allows them to transport up to 350% more food than what their arms alone could hold. This innovative use of tools is what's helped the species to survive as long as it has. Their hunt appears to have been very fruitful this week, as the bags are overflowing with various vegetables and fruits. Humans, unlike most other animals, have preferences regarding foods. This forces them to be choosy when hunting and gathering, which can often lead to disappointment when their preferences are unable to be met. Humans have the unique challenge of needing to frequently navigate their emotions, even during basic survival tasks. Fascinating. Here, we see the humans removing their supply from their bags and beginning the process of storing their food. Humans often assign certain spaces within their nests to act as the primary housing for their food, though some humans are more particular about their spaces than others. For these two humans, having strict rules of where to put food is a top priority. The smaller human lives without his sight, one of the 5 major senses on which human beings rely for gathering information, so he requires rigid organization in order to locate food quickly and easily. As we can see, the larger human is willing to accommodate and even help his cohabitant, working with him to place the food in easily memorable spaces. This speaks to the overall harmonious nature of their relationship as nestmates. This kind of symbiotic relationship is ideal for humans, as they are social creatures who thrive on strong interpersonal connections. Good for them. Now that the food has been properly stored, we can see the humans beginning to prepare a meal. They must feed every 4 to 8 hours, a whopping 3 times a day, as their bodies burn through calories at an exceptionally high rate. Today, the larger human peels and cuts some of the various fresh fruits and vegetables for the two of them to share. Sometimes the humans rely on the advice and expertise of other humans on how to prepare their food, and sometimes the humans give little regard to the preparation at all. The latter appears to be true for today. The vegetables and fruits are portioned into smaller pieces for easier consumption, but the majority of the meal is served raw and unseasoned. This may trigger a need to navigate negative emotions soon, so we must hope that they tread cautiously. It seems that humans have satisfied their hunger for now. They choose to clean their eating space rather immediately, which is clearly more of a preference for the larger human than the smaller. They work collaboratively on the task with little disagreement, a particular rarity within the species. Now that their task is finished, they're departing the eating space, ready to go about the rest of their busy afternoons with full stomachs. Perhaps we'll see them back again in another 4 to 8 hours. Here we see the humans readying themselves for work. Work is a universal concept for humans, whether it be as simple as gathering water for the community, or as complex as inventing new tools to aid the growth of the species. While humans can have ranging preferences for which job they hold, and ranging preferences on whether they'd like to work at all, it appears that these two humans are largely content with the work that they do. It seems chiefly important to the smaller human to be dressed sharply for his job, and it seems equally important for the larger human to make sure that his companion looks sharp indeed. In another act of symbiosis, the larger human sacrifices his own time in dressing himself to spend diligent effort picking out fashionable clothing for the smaller human. He also offers assistance in tying the clothing around his nestmate's body, but this appears to be less an act of needed service and more an act of affection. Yet another example of the harmony within their relationship. In human speak, this is called love. Later, the larger human will dress himself in the same plain uniform he wears each day to his work, and the two will head off to their duties in completely opposing apparel. What a difference the two jobs make. Fascinating. The humans are currently tucked away in a corner of their nest for their weekly piano lesson. Humans are exceptionally devoted to their creative abilities. Many of them, including the smaller human here, spend their lives honing their creative craft in order to share it and teach it to their fellow humans. While some crafts are more popular than others, humans across every culture tend to enjoy their music supremely. Here we can see a small moment where the skills of piano are gifted from a teacher to a student. Humans have constructed their musical instruments to fit the proportions and general dexterity of the average person, though we can see that the larger human on the left is no average man. With a height and width nearly double some full-grown adults, he finds that he faces challenges on the piano that the smaller human does not. This creates a tension in the lessons where the teacher must broaden his perspective on playing the instrument in order to offer modifications for the size and shape of his mentee. This can foster new and innovative ways of playing, but, far more likely, this can foster a bout of navigating negative emotions. Still, these humans return to the piano each week to continue their practice and their craft, which speaks highly of the indomitable human spirit. Fascinating. It appears that they've rerouted their lessons on foundational technique to focus on more active music making, practicing a piece. Humans are commonly taught to play pieces that have already been created and studied by other expert musicians, and it seems... Oh, they've started rehearsing a piece for the mid-1800s, the Romantic period. Oh yes, let's take a listen. I quite like this one. Among other creative crafts that humans enjoy, writing is another one of the most popular. While the global collection of writing is unfathomably vast and diverse, many humans explore others' writing through books or printed compilations of writings. Here, we see the larger human partaking in one of his favourite pastimes, reading poetry. This type of writing is his preference. He sits in his nest on a fluffy structure of fabric and stuffing for comfort, and he reads for hours at a time. Humans require leisure as often as they require sleep and food. He has collected quite a few books of poetry, though this human never seems to tire of reading the same volumes multiple times. He likes to read out loud, sometimes to his nestmate and sometimes on his own, and it seems to bring him joy to read the words with drama and expression. This human has a genuine love for the art. Hear how he reads now, a poem from a writer that he revisits often. We can tell that he's moved by their words from the sheer passion in his voice. This writer's poetry clearly helps this human to navigate his emotions, whether they're positive or negative or anything in between. Poetry, reading or writing it, is what's known as an effective coping skill. He has quite the lovely reading voice, doesn't he? His human babble is unintelligible to us, of course, but he does have a rather soothing low tone. Commanding, but sweetly gentle. I do enjoy listening to him read poetry. Of all his pastimes, this is my favourite too. And sometimes, if I'm feeling a bit whimsical, I like to pretend that he's reading just for me. And now, the two humans off to rest in the farthest room in the nest. There, they'll share another fluffy structure, big enough for the both of them, where they can lay down fully and enjoy the 8 hours of sleep that they deserve. They'll toss and turn, they'll dream and murmur, and then in the morning they'll wake up to start another bustling day. Ah, to be a human. There's always such an adventure to be had. Fascinating.
All right. How was that?
Y'all, oh my gosh. The chat was exploding. Anthropolophish is what we all decided on, apparently. Oh my gosh. Yes, if you didn't know, that is Flea. That is the one and only Flea. Marix, can you actually tell us how you got this to happen?
Oh yeah, okay. So obviously Flea, big member of the community, has taken part in a few projects, and as soon as I heard, as soon as I read this chapter, I was like, I immediately imagined like Flea, being the voice for Lily. And I was like, you know what? So I went to Flea's DMs. I was like, Flea, would you like to voice this? Would you like to voice? I've talked to Flea about For What You Are and To Live Two Lives before, and I think they're still on For What You Are. They're still I think currently at chapter 9. They haven't had time to get past it, but it's okay. I'll get them one day. But either way, I was like, look, this isn't spoilery. If you have the time and want to, could you read this and record it? And Flea was like, oh, I got you.
Oh my
And I was floored because I just expected to get Flea reading it off, but they added the little bubble sounds, they added the piano. I was floored. I was gassed, flabbered.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh my gosh, me too. Oh my gosh, I never in my life would have predicted that the one and only Flea, the one and only, the one who did the Fleave bit on that one Malevolent radio station that y'all did, like famous. Flea's famous. I've been following Flea for so long on all of their art. Like to have them read for my fic, I cried. This was so exciting for me because I was supposed to go to a theme park the day that we had this reading. The theme park got canceled. And so I was sitting out on my porch and I was like, don't be too upset, Hauntie. Like, there's many more theme parks to come. And now I get to be a part of the reading for this. This is really great. And then when I heard this and all of its glory, I was like, fuck the theme park. I'm so glad that I got to listen to this with everyone for the first time. My jaw was on the ground the whole time. I could not believe how incredible it was done. Like, I'm endlessly grateful to Flea for literally not even knowing me. Literally didn't know me and did me this huge, huge kindness. Just what an amazing person. I was also so lucky and fortunate to be able to meet Flea when we went to the conference. It was actually a really funny moment because when I saw Flea, I didn't know what Flea really looked like too well, but I saw them and they were all decked out in like this like goth fantasy. I was like, oh my god, no way, is that Flea? And Flea was like, they had like these books that they were passing around, and I was like, oh, okay. Everyone around Flea is in a line to meet Flea. They're doing autographs right now. And I was like, okay, Marix, come on, let's go get in line to meet Flea. So Marix had something else to do in the moment. I think you were talking to Seer. And so I was like standing there, like waiting in line to go meet Flea. I was so excited. And then I came up and I was like, oh my gosh, hi Flea, I'm Hauntie. And immediately they were just so kind. They were like, oh, it's so wonderful to meet you. So happy to see you. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I don't really have anything for you to sign for me. I just really wanted to come up and say hi. And they're like, what are you talking about? And I was like, is this not the line to meet you? And he was like, bro. He was like, I was just getting people to sign my little book that is my memorabilia for the conference. Do you want to sign it? And I was like, am I an idiot? Yeah,
No.
I'm
That's
just
why
a
Flea is cult
fangirl.
leader. That's funny.
Yeah. The answer is I'm just an endless fangirl. I don't know how to be the creator. I only know how to be a fangirl. But they were so incredibly kind, so funny, so charming, so wonderful, so beautiful. What an incredibly fantastic person. So go give Flea some love if you have them on your socials. All right, let me check the chat. Inky says, please, so fun, absolutely. In person, her, the fashion, on point. Their eye makeup was incredible that day. Sasha says, the Flea bit on the Extra Life video. Extra Life, that's what it was. I know the feeling. I wrote that script, and when I first heard it, I was blown away. Sasha, that script was magnificent. That script was really awesome. I was laughing the whole time. And Flea, of course, did it such justice. That was such an incredible combo of the two of you. So much fun. Soup says, the idea that Flea isn't just a tiny bug is wild to me. What do you mean they're a person? Yeah. Soup, would you believe that I am more than just a shark? Sammy says, the conference sounds so much fun. Oh my goodness, we'll get into that later. Conference was incredible. So grateful to be able to go. Great, I think I'm all caught up. Soup Sandwich says, what? Are you saying I can't believe you're not a shark? Shark and
I don't know what you're talking about.
baby.
We're definitely shark and, whatever the
Creature.
fuck Beanie is.
Yeah, right, creature. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, Shark, Flea, and Beanie. He is utterly his own, you know what I mean? Okay, I don't
You're
have
a
that many.
flaw!
Oh,
Damn, Sammy!
Oh, Malevolent. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what you can call him.
True.
Okay, I don't have too many notes for this. I just wanted to talk about the conception of this chapter. The week that I met Marix and the week that I met everybody on the Patreon, immediately y'all were asking me, can I please have the backstory of Jack and Sharon, and can I please have a Lily chapter? Those were the three things that people immediately started asking me for. And I was like, well, I don't know about the first one, but the Lily chapter. And we were talking about like what kind of voice Lily would have. A lot of people were pitching like 3-second memory, which I think is a funny joke, but only for a certain amount of time before it would get kind of tedious. Other people were guessing judgmental and rude, like a gossipy teen girl. I thought that one was really, really funny too. But I prefer the Lily Attenborough version of this, where she is somehow this all-powerful king of knowledge that has observed humans through time and space, and she is doing her little documentary on all of the things that she's learned about humans through these two. Through John and Arthur, everything that she's learned, and I think it is, I was super happy with it. I wrote this very, very quickly. It wasn't that many words. And I remember finishing the editing. I know, okay, Matt is saying you said she wasn't special. Yeah, okay, just go back and, all right, fine, she's special. Is that what you want me to say? I'll fucking say she's special. Okay, there you go. She's special.
Clip it! Everyone clip it!
Clip it, clip it. So I wrote that one line during my work lunch break. You know the line? The line that says, if I'm feeling a bit whimsical, I like to believe that he's reading just for me. I wrote that at work,
I love it
and
so much.
I immediately was like, oh, I'm gonna break people. Like this, people are going to stop when they hear this. So immediately I turned around to my coworker and I was like, listen to this, they're all gonna freak out. And I was correct. Everyone freaked out. It was a great time.
I loved it so much.
It's so, yeah, it's so sweet. It's and you know, just another great use of dramatic irony of like, don't know it, but we do. He loves you. Oh my goodness, so fun. And I did have to do a little bit of research because I always had to research everything for this thing. But I read through a few like David Attenborough scripts to try and understand his pacing. And what was crazy is that when this was gifted to Flea so that they could do the reading, I did not tell Flea that I was going for a David Attenborough vibe. Marix did not tell Flea that I was going for a David Attenborough vibe. Flea just knew. They just knew my
Flea
heart.
knew. Flea
They
locked
just
the fuck
knew.
in.
Yeah, they read it and they were like, I know exactly what this needs to be. And I was so, yeah, Flea always knows. That's right, Inky. I was so thrilled. I don't know if that speaks to my writing or if that speaks to Flea in general. It might be more of the latter than the
Bit of
former.
both. Bit of both.
But I was so just blown away by this. And then finally, just navigating negative emotions. That's so funny to me. I feel like that is the majority of being human, is just dealing with shit that you don't want to deal with. And I love that, you know, this creature that never has to navigate emotions ever in her life. She's like, oh, isn't that's a really interesting challenge for the humans to have to deal with. Like when I look at my cats and I'm like, you guys have never had to deal with taxes. You don't know what it's like to get an oil change and have auto insurance raised. You have no idea how hard this life is. So I love that Lily would think that she's like, oh wow, that must be very challenging. Wow, write that down. Write that down. Alrighty, those are all of the things that I wanted to say about this chapter. Do you have anything else to add, Merix?
Nope. I'm hoping to hop into the last one to really
Yes,
think we
let's
could
do
do it.
it.
Think we could do it.
Let's do it. All right.
Alright. Previously on To Live Two Lives, Arthur fully realized how much harm he has caused to himself. Content warnings, explicit anorexic thoughts. Arthur. John slowly slides a bowl of unnamed soup in front of Arthur, murmuring, "Here, friend." The smell of soup makes Arthur want to vomit. John seats himself across from Arthur, setting down his own bowl, and then he waits patiently. The coddling makes Arthur want to vomit. "Please, John, just..." Arthur gestures limply toward him. "Help yourself. I just need a moment." John tries to hide his sigh. "All right, Arthur." His spoon scrapes through the bowl, and he blows gently on the soup to cool it down. "Thank you for making me lunch, John," Arthur struggles to say. He's actually less than thrilled about it, but John loves him, and he's done Arthur a kind favor, and he deserves to be appreciated. And also, "It'll help you perform tonight," John gently states, infuriatingly correct. Arthur can't stand it. "Right," Arthur grumbles, finding his spoon leaning against the edge of the bowl. How many calories does the soup contain? He'll never know. John didn't read out the nutritional facts on the can before heating it up, and he didn't tell Arthur how much he gave him. Arthur is, by all accounts, eating blindly. He can't stand it. "Arthur, will you play the springtime piece tonight?" John asks hesitantly as he stirs his soup. Arthur still considers this coddling, but he would, in fact, prefer to talk about music rather than food. "Oh, yes, I suppose I could," Arthur says dully as he lifts a spoon to his mouth. Hold on. Sorry, my cat is playing with a toy.
It's so funny.
Clean up somewhere
Yeah.
else.
Casper's like, I will be a part of this story. So many people in the chat were like, bird? Bird? Poor Casper. She just wants to play.
Okay, let me start a little bit over, so... It'll help you perform tonight, John gently states, infuriatingly correct. Arthur can't stand it. Right. Arthur grumbles, finding his spoon leaning against the edge of the bowl. How many calories does the soup contain? He'll never know. John didn't read out the nutritional facts on the can before heating it up, and he didn't tell Arthur how much he gave him. Arthur is, by all accounts, eating blindly. He can't stand it. Arthur, will you play the springtime piece tonight? John asks hesitantly as he stirs his soup. Arthur still considers this coddling, but he would, in fact, prefer to talk about music rather than food. Oh, yes, I suppose I could, Arthur says dully as he lifts a spoon to his mouth. It tastes like pea soup, and Arthur silently thanks John for picking a soup made out of mostly vegetables. Vegetable soups are typically lower in calorie than meat-based or pasta-based soups, and they're higher in fiber, lower in sodium, all while maintaining a decent amount of protein, and... Stop it. He shakes his head quickly. He's not supposed to be doing that. He's not supposed to be doing any calculations, and he's not supposed to be keeping any scores. He's just supposed to be eating. And he can't fucking stand it. I know that you... John trails off, seemingly reconsidering talking about the last time Arthur played the piece. For the best, probably. That's my favorite of your new compositions. He chooses instead. Oh? Arthur stirs through his bowl, and he notices that his spoon nearly floats over the top of the thick, pasty soup. If Arthur could sit a spoon on top of the soup and then use that to estimate how far the soup surfaces from the brim of the bowl, he could probably get a good idea of how full the bowl is, and... Stop it! Yes. John takes a sip from his glass. It's full of whimsical pastels in my mind, and springtime is my favorite season. Arthur forces himself to take another blind bite. He feels his stomach expand around it. I think it's a crowd favorite as well. John pauses. Is it? Yes, I usually get a fairly rowdy applause after that one. Arthur sips his orange juice. It's too sweet and too acidic on his tongue. He's so tired of orange juice. Huh, I didn't notice. John sets down his glass. Though I suppose my mind often carries me away during your performances. Arthur tries to tease. After all this time? But he's thinking about how the soup tastes more vegetal than savory, and how the salt in it doesn't taste salty enough, and how all food tastes far more bland than he remembers. Or maybe food just tastes better when he's starving. Of course, Arthur. You know how your music affects me, John says with a fervency that violently drags Arthur out of his own thoughts and plunks him into the gentle silence of the room. I don't see that ever changing. Arthur blinks a few times, finding himself disorientingly outside of the commotion of his head. Has their home been this quiet the entire time? Consider me Arthur Lester's #1 fan. John smiles audibly, resuming his meal with soft clinks of metal. Oh? Arthur tries to smile back. Absolutely, John says with an endearing arrogance. I would wager that no one in the bar is moved to the same dizzying degree that I am when you play, not even... John goes silent, his teeth clicking shut. There's no more movement across the table. Arthur furrows his brow, waiting for any sign of life across from him. Any breath, any twitching, anything. Nothing happens. John? Arthur prompts. John begins to stir his soup again. Not even what? Arthur huffs, befuddled. That's what I'm asking you. You cut yourself off before you finish your sentence. John stops stirring, and Arthur can feel a wave of defensiveness radiate from John's direction. Never mind, Arthur, forget it. The petulance in his tone is interesting. Arthur prods lightly. There's no one that you wanted to talk about? No. John returns flatly. Very interesting. You're sure? Yes. Come now, John. Arthur gives a sly smile. It sounded to me like there might be a little tug of war for my #1 fan trophy. There isn't. John growls with startling intensity. Then he returns to his soup. Arthur tries to smother his smile. No matter how many times Arthur tells him the contrary, John still thinks that he's a believable liar. John? Arthur lifts an eyebrow. What? What's bugging you? Nothing. Arthur nearly laughs. Yes, that's very convincing. John grunts, dropping his spoon into his bowl. What do you want me to say, Arthur? I told you I'd move on. Arthur gives him a baffled look. Move on? Yes, we've already had this conversation, so let's just talk about something else. John, what in the world are you referring? The answer slams into Arthur's brain like a car collision. Wait. Arthur's chin hits the table. Oscar? John scoffs loudly, and Arthur hears him pissily cross his arms. Let's just drop it, Arthur. I said, John! Arthur says with disbelief. It's been what? Months since we talked about him? How are you still angry about it? It's been months since you talked to him, Arthur. John snarls. I still see him at every fucking performance. So? Arthur flips a hand. He hasn't done anything wrong. Yes, he has. John spits. He still watches you, Arthur. He watches you with that twisted look of his, the one that... John! Arthur pinches the bridge of his nose. What part of watching a performance don't you... It's more than that, Arthur. John grips the table, shaking it slightly. It's more than that. You haven't seen him like I have, Arthur. You don't know how he looks at you. Arthur bottles up every urge to snap about the sing comment again. Rowing about it certainly didn't help before, and he would hate to prove himself definitively insane to think that this time would be any different. Instead, he rubs his temples and takes a long breath. When he feels his lungs completely empty on his exhale, he replies quietly, All right, John, I don't know how he looks at me. I don't know what you're seeing. John huffs in assent, and Arthur does not let it boil his blood. So, Arthur says firmly, describe it to me. What? John's voice loses its edge. I have. No. Arthur crosses his arms too, just as pissily. You've described how you felt about him looking at me. You've described your assumptions about his actions, but you've never described how he looks at me. John shifts uncomfortably in his seat. All right, fine, I will. Go on, then. John takes a deep inhale, and then he speaks with a rancid venom in his tone. He always sits at the edge of the bar counter, Arthur, since it seems to be a good vantage point for the stage. Before he starts drinking, his posture is usually guarded. He sits with his shoulders hunched and his eyes darting around the room as if he's trying to avoid notice. Once he's evaded whatever it is he's afraid of, he then stares at the stage like he sat at the bus stop in the rain, waiting desperately for someone to come save him from the downpour. John's jaw starts to tighten around his words. Anytime Charlie or I come up to serve him, he refuses to break eye contact with the stage, as if he's certain that it's going to vanish if he loses sight of it for a second. And then he gives us both put-off looks if we linger around too long. Stop! Arthur interrupts quickly. What does put-off look like? Derision. John speaks through an imitation of the face he describes. He curls his upper lip and won't look us in the eye. All right, continue. Once he's a few drinks deep, his posture slackens and he leans lazily against the counter. His eyes glaze over, and a small smile starts to form in the corners of his mouth, almost like he's watching an old nostalgic film. John takes a sharp breath in. Once you climb on stage, Arthur, that's when he does it. That look. I'm listening. He practically melts into the counter, Arthur, his body becoming boneless. He stares at you with a half-lidded gaze, his eyebrows raised slightly. His lips form a quiet, sneaky smile, like he's trying not to grin like a fool. When he sips from his drink, his lips linger on the glass, pressed into a pout. John gives a particularly scornful huff before following with, If you were there, Arthur, you could hear the blush on his face. Arthur goes ramrod straight, his eyebrows approaching his hairline. No, there's no way. Oscar becomes completely unresponsive to any of his surroundings. He doesn't notice at all when we dilute his drinks to make sure he doesn't poison himself out of sheer ignorance. He's just lost in some fucking world of his own, one that's clearly far more delightful than the real one happening around him. No, the bar is a public space, that would be. Once you leave the stage, he usually snaps out of it. John's voice turns into a petty grumble. His expression goes flat around the bar staff, and he typically makes a quick getaway after the show concludes. Arthur remembers the reverence in Oscar's voice when they talked all those weeks ago. The yearning in his voice. Well, John says pompously, leaning back in his chair. Do you believe me now? In public? He wouldn't in public. Arthur's mouth is nearly too dry to speak. And he does this every time, Arthur. Are you getting it now? What does Charlie say about all this? John shifts, maybe a shrug. He's perplexed by it, but he also thinks that Oscar's eyeing the piano. He's wrong, of course. He's eyeing you. Arthur worries his lower lip. This is bad. This is very... No. This is an assumption. The kind of assumption that's not safe to make. It could be life-threatening assumption if it gets to the wrong ears, or the wrong eyes, for that matter. How has no one else noticed this by now? Well, Arthur? John taps on the table, repeating. I said, do you see my point? Arthur scratches his upper arm. John, listen. You can't honestly tell me that this isn't dangerous behavior, Arthur. No, I actually... Arthur scrapes a hand through his hair, huffing with distress. I agree with you. This is incredibly dangerous. This seems to surprise John, and his voice turns upward when he says, Oh? John, the way you described him... Arthur feels himself instinctively speaking quieter. I know that look, John. I realize now why you might not, but I know that look. John's volume follows suit. What do you mean? Arthur tries to look at John as closely in his eyes as possible. John, we need to agree to never talk about this outside of our home, do you understand? John's voice shrinks. Arthur, is everything... I'm serious, John, Arthur pleads. This doesn't leave this room, yes? Okay, it doesn't leave this room. Good. Arthur breathes, not feeling any better for it. John, this look that you're talking about... God, how does he even say this? It's the same one that Patricia has given me before. John goes still. The air thickens, squeezing uncomfortably against them from every direction. John? John's breathing speeds up. Arthur can hear the wood on their table creak beneath John's grip. John? He wants you, John says darkly. Arthur waves his hand. I don't know for sure, John. This is a jeopardous conclusion to jump to, but you said he's like Patricia. She wants you. Arthur frowns. Okay, firstly, she's a teenager. She has no idea what... But he's an adult. Your age, roughly. His voice dips deeper. He would know what he wants from you. Maybe. Again, John, you understand the severity of the situation, yes? Arthur places his fingers pointedly on the table. We have to do something to help him. We can't let him keep doing this in public. Someone else is going to catch on eventually, and he'll be... Why should we help him? Arthur chokes on the edge of his sentence. What? John speaks with a haughty indifference. If his own ignorance and drunken idiocy is going to get him into hot water, what does that have to do with us? What the fuck did he just... Now, hold the fuck on! Arthur points at him. First of all, this situation includes me as well. What people assume about him may also be what they assume about me. You aren't involved with him, Arthur. Second of all... Arthur talks over him. He is one of us, John, or he very well might be. We can't toss aside our own in the face of danger. John tuts dismissively. He is nothing like us. We have no fucking idea what he's like, Arthur flails. But if he is, then protecting him is protecting all of us. If he's looking at you the way Patricia does, then he has absolutely no understanding of the complexities of our relationship, Arthur. His voice drips with condensation. He wouldn't get us if he tried. Arthur gives him a wild look. What the hell does any of that matter? You're missing the... Arthur's words turn to air as realization reorganizes his brain. He's a danger, Arthur, like I said. I think it's best if we find a way to distance ourselves when... Wait. John, just wait. Arthur steeples his fingers. What? John, you... Arthur says casually. You didn't get this upset when I told you about Patricia all those months ago. Why would I? John says blandly. Why wouldn't you? As you said, Arthur, Patricia's young. She's harmless. John picks up his spoon again, taking another bite of soup. Not to mention a woman. Arthur's jaw hangs loose. Jesus Christ, is this really happening? You know that she doesn't have a chance with me. I suppose, John says through a frown. Jesus fucking Christ, this is really happening. But you think Oscar does? Arthur can hear John's breath turn hot. No, Arthur, I don't think that. Oh my God, John! Arthur feels a bubbling laughter escape his lungs. John, wait, are you serious? What? John sounds bewildered. What are you... Arthur can't stop chuckling. You're kidding! My God! I don't... John! Arthur laughs, absolutely mad. Have you been jealous this entire time? What? John scoffs, tossing his spoon back down. Don't be ridiculous, Arthur. I'm not... Jesus Christ, John, you are! Arthur cackles fully. You thought Oscar was trying to flirt with me? John, did you seriously think that Oscar was going to win me over by staring at me silently across the bar during every performance? I did not think... He isn't... Would you stop laughing? John huffs with offense. I'm sorry. Arthur settles himself, wiping a hand on his face. John, you have to admit that this is a bit silly. How is any of this silly? You've been stewing for weeks now because you didn't realize that your disdain for the man was rooted in jealousy? Arthur covers his smile with his hand. What is this, a fiction novel? Don't patronize me, Arthur, John gnarls. Okay, all right. Arthur reaches for John's hand across the table. John only slightly puts up a fight for them. I'm sorry, love. I shouldn't poke fun at something that's been weighing on you for so long. Arthur brings one of John's knuckles to his lips. I'll stop. Arthur can feel the rigidity in John's hands start to loosen. Good, John mutters. John, God. Arthur chuckles fondly. All right, let's just settle this right here. I think I know something that'll help. Hesitantly, John asks, You do? I'll set the record straight for you. What does that mean? Arthur stands, walks over to the man, and then easily plops himself down directly in John's lap. John's breath stutters on his inhale. I love you, John. Arthur murmurs as he trails his hand up John's chest, making the man's chest hair stand on end. And my love for you is exclusive. Arthur grazes his fingertips up the column of John's throat, and he feels John swallow. I love you in a way that I love no other person in this world. Arthur cradles John's cheeks in his palms, making John's breath hitch again. I don't intend to share that love with anyone else, regardless of how they feel about me. Arthur leans downward, inward, brushing their lips together as he purrs. And I would never, never let anyone try to share you. He hears John whine faintly, the sound that sends Arthur's body shimmering. John's patience disintegrates immediately, and he crushes them together, kissing him in the way that makes Arthur feel lightheaded. Arthur sighs into his mouth, returning all the same ardor. God, has been so long since they... Too long. It's been such a long, long, long time. Arthur doesn't intend to let that happen again. John breaks first to come up for air, far too soon in Arthur's opinion, and he smushes his face into Arthur's chest, winding his arms further around Arthur's back. Arthur chuckles as he pets through John's hair, saying, Now, does that make you feel any better? Through many layers of fabric and body, John mutters, A bit. Arthur huffs a laugh, pecking the top of John's head. I'm glad I could help. John squeezes harder. I still don't want him making any advances. Arthur tilts John's head up to kiss his nose. Well, he hasn't so far, and it would definitely be reckless to do that in public. He must know that. John's chin digs into Arthur's chest. But he's been looking at you this entire time, Arthur. He's been nothing but reckless. That's a fair point, actually. Arthur bites his cheek. Which, I suppose, brings me back to my point about keeping us all safe. John sighs begrudgingly. Right. We need to warn him about the optics of what he's doing and how obvious it is. Arthur clicks his tongue. But we also need to subtly suggest that we're tolerant of his feelings and won't turn him in. But we also can't give away that we're part of the same group in case we're wrong entirely about this. John hums. And did you want to cure polio while we're at it? Arthur flicks John's ear. This isn't impossible. We just have to be strategic. Arthur, how exactly do you plan on even approaching the man? I'm serving the patrons behind the counter all night, and you're alone on the stage. Oscar never leaves his seat unless he's walking toward the exit. I don't know. Arthur taps his chin. But he might not need a full sit-down conversation anyway. You might be able to give him a discreet warning when you serve him his first drink, and that may be enough. John crams his face back into Arthur's chest again. So I have to do this. Cheer up, John. Arthur giggles as he pats John's shoulder. This may give you some closure on the whole situation. John heaves an enormous sigh, and his breath warms Arthur's center nearly 10 degrees. Fine. Arthur drops another kiss on his head. Thank you, John. You owe me for this. Do I? You can pay it off right now if you like. Arthur arches an eyebrow coquettishly. And how would I do that? John leans back, holding Arthur's face lovingly in his large palm, making Arthur's heart flutter. He says through a soft but serious tone, You could finish your lunch, Arthur. That wasn't at all what Arthur had in mind. Fuck. Please, Arthur. John swipes his thumb across Arthur's cheekbone. Arthur feels himself wilt at the thought of eating more pea soup. He closes his eyes, his mind already starting again its endless cycle of arguments. Even when he presses his cheek further into John's hand, the thoughts only grow louder. Fuck. All right, John. Arthur mumbles, and John helps him stand back up. He sulks over to his chair, already smelling the doubly unappealing cooled soup. Thank you, Arthur. John says gently. Arthur finds a spoon. For you. For you too, Arthur, John insists. Arthur lifts a spoonful to his mouth, his mind reeling with 1,000 words of hate. No, not for himself.
Oh man, what an ending to this one. Oh, but we had a lot of great stuff in the middle there. Chat was popping off on the cute parts. Oh, listening to you like laugh through Arthur's words is always charming, but it's especially funny when you laugh during the dialogue because it gets you a little bit. Or not the dialogue, but during the narration. I'm always like, yes, haha, I got you. Okay, let's get some fan art. Thank you,
Oh, look at that
Sasha.
long-haired Charlie.
Long-haired Charlie. Look at that guy. Thank you, Sasha. I appreciate that. So we have some amazing fan art from Theo, Raph, and Marix in this one.
I love the one I did of John sitting. I like that one a lot. That one actually I'm pretty proud of.
Me too. Raph said I didn't draw them smooching. What the frick was I thinking? Bruh, I've been begging you to do that every day of my life. I'm just kidding. You have drawn them a lot of smooching, but hey, if you want to draw them smooching more, I think the tourists would like to see that.
I think the tourists would like to see more of that.
I think the tourists would like to see more smooching, please. Okay. Sasha says it's okay, I'm imagining that. They did have a little smooch. Oh, are you not in the slideshow? Oh, sorry. The reason I said is because in the beginning I have you advertised as posting your fic. That's why you were here. Because I don't know if y'all know, Raph made a fic of my fic, which is crazy. So when you got time, go back and read that. It's really, 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 really good. I really loved it. So yeah, there's your little plug. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, go read it. Go read it. It's really good. It's a little AU of the AU. Super fun. It's all fluff, no heartbreak. Nice little reprieve from what we got going on. Yeah, Marix, would you mind
Yeah, I'll
doing
go
the
fetch it. I got you.
Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, everyone go read that. It's super, super fun. Okay, let's talk about this chapter. Oh, it was so nice to see everybody just like getting so excited about Jarther again. The fact that they're finally able to reconnect in this really special way of actually like Arthur allowing himself to be touched, allowing himself to be loved. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. It's a balm to my soul that Arthur's kissing him again. Oh my god. Okay. So once again, I was really blown away by the hopeful nature of all of the reactions to this. I thought that the ending of this one was particularly sad. I thought it was very depressing. This idea of like, no, not for him, never for him, left me with like a really like sad, nasty taste in my mouth. But, you know, Malevolent fan community came in saying he's doing so much better. He's not there yet, but he's doing so much better, and we have to be grateful for that. So, you know, just Malevolent people being hopeful as always. But also think about how fucking bad it is for him right now. Can we be honest though? Like that's really I was telling you all about the turmoil that goes on in my head. He's having to deal with the same and that constant reprimanding of hearing those anorexic thoughts say, like, how many calories is this? How many vegetables are in this? How much of this are you eating? All of that, just constantly going and having no ability to know how to stop them. And having no idea what to do other than shut them down. Shut them down and reprimand himself for having them, which is not good. Not a good thing to do. Not a good thing to do. So he's clearly, we can see him trying, it's true. We can see him understanding the direction that he needs to move, but once again, just really not having those resources that we were talking about to be understand that what is going to push him to the other side of this. Inky says the fic title is sending me. Yeah, that was a good fic title for Ralph's fic. Everybody read it. So good. So good. Okay. If you haven't done enough reading today, as soon as we finish this up in a few minutes, you can go read that one. Okay. Other things to talk about in this one. The moment that Arthur is pulled back into the present and he's with John again, and Arthur says, like, has our home been this quiet the whole time? That is so telling of how loud the conversation is in Arthur's ear constantly, and that feels incredibly real to me. I'm also a person probably with ADHD. I don't have the diagnosis, but I do feel it in my heart. And the sound of my brain going constantly, I don't know what it's like to have silence up there. I have no idea what that's like. But I have definitely been in those moments of just being sucked into my own thoughts for so long, and then realizing that nothing has happened around me. No commotion has happened around me. I've just been sitting in a quiet room with the world's loudest thoughts. And it's very eye-opening to what's been going on in the head. And it's not a pleasant feeling. I'm checking the chat. Oh, we're talking about as Sasha says, already having Raph's fic bookmarked. That's so funny. Yeah, that's so real of just the constant commotion going on and realizing that the whole world is not experiencing the same, and it doesn't have to be this way. If only he could figure out how to make the voice a little quieter, if only. But truly that last line of the words of 1,000 hate at the end, that feels very true to my experience. And again, these are thoughts that I cannot not hear. I only listen to them because they are instantaneous. I have no control over these thoughts. And that one's hard. But, comments were telling me at least we're doing better than we were. So I'm keeping that in mind. Keeping that gratitude in mind. Might be something that comes out later. All right. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yes. Okay. So when I was writing their conversation about Oscar, this dawning idea that Oscar is doing something actually incredibly reckless and very dangerous and could potentially put not only himself in trouble, but Arthur in trouble as well, that hadn't come to mind until I wrote it out. And then I was like, oh, whoopsie. Now I have to do something with that. Because in no world would Arthur say, oh, this man is being incredibly reckless and also I am in danger. So good to see you tomorrow. Like, of course he would say things like, oh, we have to help him. He's potentially one of us. Arthur has always been a character, especially in canon, who goes out of his way for others sometimes. So I was like, well, actually, this kind of works to my advantage because now I have a really good excuse for John to go talk to Oscar, and John needing to talk to Oscar immediately. That's what I really wanted. I wanted that feeling of, John, you have to nip this in the bud before it gets worse. I don't know how no one has seen Oscar be like this the last few times, but every new time that he does this could be the time where someone sees him. So John now has a time-sensitive thing that he needs to talk to Oscar about. Very exciting. Inky says, Arthur's always been the guy to put himself in danger to pull someone else out of the fire. Absolutely he has. Yeah. For sure. Raph is talking about episodes 48 and 49, his favorite. Inky says, also astounded that John's the one to notice first. Like, damn, I know. Yeah. Sammy says, yeah, especially if this was not a queer bar, like there were spaces where it was a bit more accepted. Absolutely, yeah, this is happening in a straight bar, even though it's run by a queer man. This is happening in a straight bar, and that is very dangerous. Very dangerous. So now we have a little bit of incentive to move the plot and to make people interact. So that ended up being a really, really great thing that I figured out on the fly. Thank God. And then also Patricia being plot relevant. Who would have guessed that Patricia would be coming back around again? I also didn't think that this was going to be intentional. But as I was writing, I was thinking about how Arthur would describe the way that he knows Oscar's face, the way that he has seen lust, the way that he has seen like admiration that goes beyond platonic admiration on someone's face before, because that man has been in relationships before, and specifically before he was blinded. And I was like, how is he going to tell this to John in a way that John could understand? And I was like, oh my God. There was like a throwaway line in chapter 2 about Patricia, and I was like, holy shit, I've set this up. Patricia is the perfect avenue, because we know that John has already accepted that Patricia is in love with Arthur a little bit, as an 18-year-old person can be with a 35-year-old man. And they make jokes about it. John's comfortable with it. John would recognize that immediately. And I was like, oh my God, I love discovering the plot as I write it. It's not tedious at all to my writing process. But it paid off. I did have to go back and add a little bit more on John's feelings toward Patricia to make sure that I could solidify the fact that he didn't care that Patricia was in love with Arthur, because why would he? Patricia ain't got no shot with his man. He ain't worried about her. And then suddenly, someone has a shot with his man. That was super, super fun as well. Can't believe that worked out. Holy moly. And honestly, you guys. Oh, the other thing I wanted to talk about. Back to the eating disordered stuff. Woohoo! It always comes back here. Arthur saying that really devastating line, food just tastes better when you're starving. This is so true. And, you know, I talked a little bit about like the grapefruit juice, that I just decided that I liked grapefruit juice when I was starving. There is another moment that comes to mind where I was in college and I had gone to bed hungry and I woke up the next morning and I decided to get like this like sausage biscuit and like some instant oatmeal that was like apple spice flavored, and some orange juice. So that was going to be my breakfast that day. And I was seriously drooling on myself as I was eating, because I had never tasted anything so delicious in my life. I was so blown away that the food in this state school cafeteria could be absolutely mouth-watering, the most delicious instant oatmeal that I could buy at the store at any point in time. I could not believe how delicious the food tasted. And this is awful and horrible, because that encouraged me to do that more. If you starve yourself, food does taste better. That's just the way that the body works, because your body is trying to entice you to keep eating in order to give you those nutrients that you're lacking. And this is insidious. It's so bad for the eating disordered brain. It's so, so bad. And so when we see Arthur talking about how the soup tastes way more vegetal than savory, we can hear that part of his eating disorder brain pulling him back in and saying, isn't it better to live with the eating disorder? Isn't it better to live the way that things were? And he's trying his best. He's trying his best to not do that anymore. It's hard. It's really hard without the resources. All right, let me check the chat. Sasha says, I've eaten some truly horrendous things while starving, convinced it was God's gift until my hunger passed, and I realized it tasted awful. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. Inky says, I mean, they say hunger is the best spice, but damn, that is damaging to the psyche. Correct. Damaging to the psyche. Especially now that, you know, if you're a person with an eating disorder, you can use that as such good incentive to build even worse habits, even worse. If I wait 1 more hour, food will taste even better. If I wait 2 more hours, food will taste even better. Yeah, it's just, it's so destructive. Being in not complete and total communication with your body just throws everything off. It just, it's fine. It's hard to get out of. But we got some smooches in this chapter, and that's what the tourists are here to see. The tourists are here to see the smooches, and it was such a relief to see that. It was really funny to see the whole chat just flapping their hands, kicking their feet over that. It's so adorable. Also, just a little bit of breaking the fourth wall, because this shit is fan fiction. Come on, it's not serious. We need to have just a little bit of breaking the fourth wall, just to do. Raph said, it just makes me think of going camping / working my grandma's farm and not eating all day and then devouring everything in sight once it's dinner. Yeah. Yeah, you know the feeling. Sammy says the roller coaster ride. Absolutely. And then the tourists get fluff. We all are the tourists. We are all the tourists. Specifically me. Inky says, if canon can have fourth wall breaks, fanfic can have them too. That is so right. That is so valid. Absolutely. Alrighty, well, that is all that I have for today in general. Holy crap. Marix, can you believe that we've done 2 out of 3?
I can. I'm very happy. We've been doing it pretty perfectly.
I know. This has been really seamless. I'm knock on wood. That was this has been so much fun. That's another 10 hours in the books. Holy moly.
Oh yeah.
So I guess before we go, of course, thank you to everyone who was here. Some of you guys have been here the whole time. That's unreasonable.
That's
And
unreasonable. How dare you?
How dare you? I am so unbelievably grateful for every single person that has been here. So unbelievably grateful for everybody that has been here since the start. Holy crap. And thank you all for being so active in the chat and bringing this whole thing to life. Really genuinely, when Marix and I started, I told him that my expectations were it would be mostly he and I. And every once in a while, a person or two would pop in for a chapter and then need to go. And I was, just being happy that I got to share this for at the very least with my friend Marix. And that was going to be enough for me. And the fact that we have had between 7 and 10 people for these last 2 days, that's more people than I could have ever hoped for. I do not need the Markiplier hundreds of people. I need exactly the people that were here today. And I am so, so, so thankful for you all being here. So of course you all are welcome for everybody saying thank you. We will be back again one final time because tomorrow we are ending To Live Two Lives. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it.
Me either.
It's gonna be crazy. Okay, so we'll see you again tomorrow at 2. Hope you can be there. And thank you all again. Have a wonderful night.
Bye guys.
Bye. Take care.